Chapter 301. Shocking open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. It is a pity that he prepared for the antler trenches of the southern barracks in the direction of Shangyan City, but he did not expect such cavalry to come from behind. I can't stall their momentum, but next time it should be fine. Do you have any other time? The charm of the building turns the horse's head to one side. He ran very fast, only to feel a cold current not far behind him, and he was secretly lucky. They only saw the yellow dragon and the red snake entangled together. In scale, the red snake was even bigger than the yellow dragon, but the yellow dragon shook its scales a little and shook its body, and the red snake was already in a powerful state. An inch broke, not formation. Shang Yin was saved. The people are very lucky. Ha! Kong Shaoan clapped his hands and laughed, and the rest of the soldiers were also shocked by their heart. They looked at the army in the city and thought 000, full of joy. Who? Cao Kong smiled reluctantly, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Has never been such an army in this land in the southwest of the Celestial Dynasty. At least, he has lived for so many years and has not seen it. Southwest water, getting more and more muddy. Where does the fragrance go? What a question. But the soldiers of the city head were thrilled that they couldn't control themselves. They have forgotten this question, and the time under the city has changed again. The yellow dragon below the city erupted, until the red snake's tail, Holland separated, as if to form two huge symbols, operated by invisible hands. Holland patted, and then the fleshy red snake became a small snake broke out from the symbol. The thieves had already broken into the door, not forming a line. Cao Kangcheng breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was not familiar with the use of soldiers, he felt that Wanglong was methodically shaking his head and shaking his tail. His offensive power was very strong, and he could no longer be attacked by thieves in the building. The charms unresisted. Huang Long shouted in astonishment. If Lu can die, the heavenly soldiers will win. In the roar, the lights were shining. Cao Kang's heart trembled slightly. Looking back, he found that the red sun did not know when to break the clouds. The red mountain and the distant mountains were flat. The light was shining, and the golden water was bright in the distance shaking. The beautiful distant mountains are clearly visible. The sky is covered with red clouds, and the scenery is magnificent. Dawn. Cao Kang woke up suddenly. In fact, the sky has already broken. Bright and silent. Bright people are hard to detect. But under the magnificent scenery, whether it is the armored cavalry or the Luneng, under the warm sunshine, or the struggle between life and death, it is only more intense and cold. From the beginning when the barbarians surrounded the iron armor, to when the barbarians began to slaughter the barbarians, the scene has changed, and how much has changed. Iron armor first waved the spear, the iron armor attacked, and very quickly, the thief soldiers on the ground were gently washed away. The main force has been broken. I heard that the charm of the building has died. Fight! Spread out and flee. When Lu can hear that Lu Kong is dead and dead for him, even if he is not dead, it will not be worse than that walking dead. Now, he was as anxious as a bereaved dog, busy like a leaky fish, leaning out, but luckily, the enemy soldiers, though fierce, only went to the place where the thieves gathered and did not catch up. Some dead men in the army followed and never gave up. As the charm of the building gathers together, Snowball is like hundreds of people gathered, but facing Zhang Huang, busy running for his life. In the chaotic building, kill it and find out the next direction. The straight side, there is a golden cutoff, but as far as he knows, there are wooden bridges. The river is shallow, can reach the other side, and when the road is full, it can be run everywhere. As for the north, it doesn't think about it, but the bandits have already said it. There were 4 soldiers in the southwest who wanted to attack and expel them, thinking that there must be a heavy ambush. He led his men all the way. The sun rose, the bright river was clearly visible, and the voice heard by the landlord gradually disappeared, and he couldn't help feeling relieved. But relax, just feel the ground shaking. Roaring, they drove the horses to run, the hooves of the horses inevitably louder, but more forcefully slaughtered from the flanks. The heart of the building's charm could not help but be wildly shaken. I looked back and saw another group of iron riders being killed from the flanks, wearing exactly the same armor as the only one, but in much smaller numbers. But roaring and violent momentum was totally unacceptable. A man also held a long knife in his hand, with a hard bow on its back, fair complexion and eyebrows like knives. The horses on horseback are all white, and the moonlight glitters on the ground. God is handsome. Lu can sweat profusely, thinking of what heavenly soldiers will win, not from a cold heart, secretly saying that these people are really evil people become military mutinies, otherwise why are so powerful and majestic? The ghosts who do not come out of the gods stop them. Lu hissed. He waved his hand and ordered the insider to stop, but he ran up the Hanshui River without hesitation. As long as you cross this bridge, you can run for your life. When insider outsiders see that Lu can run for their lives, they start running for their lives. Indecisive. Some also rushed out to stop the iron armor, but some didn't want to work hard and die. Desire to follow the charm of the building. When the charm of the building runs to the bridge, see the countless barbarians across the bridge. The thieves here know there is a bridge. There are many people running for their lives here. The other side wants to squeeze in. This side wants to rush up, and my heart is surging. I don't know if there are soldiers on both sides of the Jinshui River ambushing and ambushing. Where are you running for your life? On the other side, the army inside is already close to the iron armor, and the general quietly shouted, "Shoot!" The soldiers were already bowing their arrows, and hundreds of arrows were shot all over the place. They clearly recognized the beauty of being long and short of enemies. In 2-5 in any case, shooting at long distances near thorns is routine. This round of random arrows has the most advantage, and Rene is the first to open the way. The savage's scalp was numb. How could his heart have taken such a step, and cried out in front of the thief, like reaping wheat. Iron armor and horses run so fast that they have reached the savage ground. Many barbarians have just passed through the slaughter of the iron armor, or have seen the slaughter of the iron armor. This time, they learned a lot of wisdom. Knowing that most of each other's movements were shot with long spears, they bundled the crowd into sieves, unable to resist, and scattered around. While the move was long awaited, it was baffling to the thieves. I can't afford it. I can't hide. Chapter 302. Be careful. Subscribe. Xiao Wuqing was happy to hear this sentence. I think about it. Who knows that after earning 2 or 3 times in a row, it doesn't even sit up. It can be seen how weak its body is. Sa rushed to pick up Xiao Wuqing in front of the 2 maids and placed it on a cushion in the back seat. Let Xiao Wuqing sit comfortably. Xiao Wuqing said painstakingly. Great, I will never grow old, and finally there is hope. Hurry up and tell Hu Sheng, Shi Sheng, Hanmo and others that as soon as Lu Sheng's elixir arrived, they immediately brought me the real fairy pill. I'll be eating ASAP. Here. Ni hurriedly accepted the order. In the afternoon a few days later, in the study in the south, Xiao Wuqing did not have much energy and spirit to read this chapter. All I have to do is wait for the elixir to be refined as soon as possible. At this moment, Ni rushed into the room with a smile and said, Congratulations, Your Majesty, His Majesty, the elixir. Xiao Wuqing was very happy and hurriedly said, Come on, help me up, I want to bring the fairy pill. The 2 maids hurriedly and carefully picked up Xiao Wuqing, and Ni Shuzhen carefully opened the splendid box in her hand and handed it to the first emperor to see. Seeing the splendid box decorated by jasper, a red pill lay quietly inside. Exudes an attractive aroma. Xiao Wuqing was happy for 23 times, and said quickly, This fairy pill is not easy to come by. After eating, this fairy pill will cut Your Majesty's bones and wash the pulp. It may be uncomfortable at first, but 3 days later, the fairy body will be immortal. Xiao Wuqing hurriedly said, Okay, bring the tea, I'll take it right away. Come on, bring some tea. She also jumped up and down to give orders. While the tea came, and Xiao Wuqing hurriedly picked up the so-called fairy pill, put it carefully into his mouth, and the tea swallowed it. Seeing Xiao Wuqing taking the medicinal pill, Ni Yin involuntarily fell asleep, and her eyes became cold. After Ni finished eating, he hurriedly said, Your Majesty, after eating the fairy pill, don't disturb the idle people and so on. During these 3 days, His Majesty the King will personally take care of all of them. How about not letting outsiders approach them? Xiao Wuqing nodded with satisfaction and said, Okay, you take my magic sword to guard the palace gate. Don't let any idlers disturb you. Wait for 10% of my immortal body, and you will repay I Ching. He smiled inwardly, but replied in his mouth, I'm afraid you will never have a chance to repay me again. On his face, however, he said happily, Thank you, Your Majesty. His Majesty will rest in peace and his maid will retire. Xiao Wuqing nodded and fell asleep. Ni Yuqing covered the quilt, waved her hand, and the 2 maids retreated. Ni came to the gate of the palace, holding the sword of the Son of God in his hand. You all listen to what my lord said. Your Majesty is not feeling well these 2 days. He is cultivating. Except, my lord, it is strictly forbidden for everyone to enter and wait. If there is an intruder, His Majesty will give him the sword of the Son of God with His Majesty's hand and chop it off. Did you hear the Tiger Heart army standing on the ground outside the temple? Doubt. As soon as he turned around, he quietly called a crowd of eunuchs and whispered, The 2 maids who left with me just now, immediately. Make them disappear from this world. Remember, do it now, do it well. Here. Eunuch bent down and retreated. When he saw the eunuchs go out, Ni looked behind him happily. The cold light in his eyes flickered, and then he went to the palace in the east again. Father, please. In the emperor's capital, in a broken A pale son knelt on his knees, carefully pouring tea in front of a man. Although he was very tired, he never let go of the tea in his hand. "Get up. You are not in good health. You don't have to be so polite." The man took a sip of tea, moistened his throat, and said softly, "He wears a simple long dress, and there is a sense of nobility and pride between his hands and feet, not Xiao Wuqing and who he is. He can sit on this throne for so long. Of course, he is also capable, if so easy to believe others, then he is Wu Qing. What would my father do?" After listening to Xiao Wuqing's words, Xiao Wuong was a little puzzled. To be honest, he never knew his biological father for so many years. Many times, the rules and prestige disappeared. Xiao Wuqing glanced at his weak and frail son with a complex look in his eyes. He didn't answer, but picked up the tea and put it on the box, drank a light drink, and closed his eyes. "Dad, the child is wrong. Xiao Wu is not stupid. When he speaks, he immediately regrets some things. You can ask some things he should not know." Because at this time, sitting in front of him was not only his father, but also the king of a country, the son of Sha Sha. Xiao Wuqing sighed and looked at Xiao Wu Heng'an, which was indescribable in his eyes. Xiao Wu Heng'an showed better skills than the prince, however. "You're not feeling well. Get out." He waved his hand and didn't want to say anything more. In the past few days, he was also exhausted. Now the northwest is in turmoil, many lands have been occupied, and the southwest is a mess. Aliens, gentry, and Dali. He really has a headache. His throne is not a good word, but the great Chu royal family has always been OOO after another. Yi Bai was kicked out of the palace very early. Even if there are many people with intentions, there is no way. One of the most important things in his life is constantly suppressing rebellious aliens, compromising with scholars. Decades later, the scholars became more and more powerful, more and more wars. He became more and more tired. "Ni, what will happen? Will there be any movement around Qingxi Square?" Xiao Wuqing fell on the table, as if he was talking to himself. The incense burner kept spewing out light smoke, and the smoke was blowing from behind, making people prohibitive and becoming more and more illusory. As far as the emperor knows, the prince has not changed. Ni seems to be very anxious, and the army in the city seems to be moving. In the past few days, there have been some unknown people's activities around Bluestone Square, which should be a natural killer. In a corner of the hall, a dark figure knelt on the ground like a statue. "If you have such poisonous teeth, you still have to hold them in your hands, ha." Xiao Wuqing snorted coldly. His face did not change, but there was nothing mocking. "Protect Heng'an. By the way, Willow, where is Lu Huan now?" The man ate a meal, doubts flashed in his eyes, and then he said, "If you go back to the emperor, Lord Lu Huan is now in Qingxi Square, very close to his son." Chapter 303. Out of Control. Subscribe. "I understand, back off." Xiao Wuqing was silent for a long time. Then he waved his hand and wiped his nose, really tired. Southwest. The snow cover. Qin Sufeng was full of joy, not his usual lifeless appearance. On the top of the temple gate, a cauldron was lifted up, and below it was a roaring flame. "Don't know what to cook in the pot. The hot wind is rolling, and they are surrounded by this large circle of people. They all want to see the undead doctor, but because of the undead doctor's bad temper, they rarely have the opportunity to see the undead doctor, let alone the treatment chance of this disease." At this time, they were frostbitten, their ears were frozen, and they looked pitiful. "Come on, come on." A little monk who was purple with cold rubbed his hands together and shouted loudly. One hand, Nangong was furious, dressed in plain robes, and set the plates and chopsticks slowly. When people heard the little monk's words, they were stunned at first, and then ran together, watching the cooking in the pot, both curious and excited. The little monk obeyed the order of the undead doctor and put a large pot on the plate to treat these people for frostbite. He put mutton, chili and cold vegetables in a pot, boiled the mutton and herbs in the stove, cooked the mutton and herbs in the ears, and distributed it to all the people on the mountain. Almost everyone didn't believe that this was the first time that Qin Sufeng was considered the first time, and there were still people who wanted to fight for it. All they have to do is see Nangong's anger and immediately start to act. This person's name, the shadow of the tree's shadow, the anger of Southwest Nangong, is also the #1 killer. His past has long been known to the counties in the southwest. Faced with such a killer, everyone must converge. Everyone has it. Nangong didn't say say much when he was angry. He only said 4 words, while scooping up, without raising his head. It seemed very serious. Then, all the people picked up a bowl full of people and sat happily by the side to eat. Nangong wiped the sweat from his head angrily, glanced at the bottom of the pot, turned and walked into the temple. Anything else? I want a bowl. Distance, a refreshing voice sounded. A person was panting. His face was pale, and he was obviously not cold, but he was still panting and strong just listening to his words. Nangong's anger heard this voice, then turned his head and looked at the people, frowning. You're late. Drink soup, General Lu. It was Yi Bai who said goodbye to his younger brother and sister, and then walked towards Qin Sufeng, but he didn't have the power to walk through, and now the southwest area is in chaos. After walking a long way, he didn't see too many people. He stood up completely along the way. No harm, just drink the soup. Yi Bai smiled slightly, reached out and picked up an empty bowl, looking at Nangong angrily. There was real weight in his eyes. Nangong raised his eyebrows angrily, picked up a tablespoon, scooped out the last mouthful of soup in the pot, and poured the rest into Willow's bowl. The heat and aroma of the silk poured out of the bowl. Willow was hungry for a while, and his body almost froze. Seeing a bowl of hot soup, Yi Bai naturally drank it without hesitation. Gulu, drum, gulu. Yi Bai ran very fast. He left, slapped his mouth, feeling a little spicy and numb. What's wrong? After eating and drinking, Nangong was furious and put away the plate and chopstick. When he saw that Yi Bai hadn't left, he sighed in his heart and finally spoke. Go in and say it's cold. Yi Bai helped Nangong get angry, picked up the plate and chopsticks, and walked into the temple first. The undead doctor did not come out to see Yi Bai. He is just a doctor who is not a doctor. Nangong looked at Yi Bai's back angrily and remained silent. He knew very well what Yi Bai was here for, but he really didn't want to go back to the southern prison. Have you ever had a good figure? Walking into Nangong's anger living in the small courtyard, Nangong's angry room lit the stove, warm, looking at the simple furnishings. Yi Bai's heart was moved, and then he opened his mouth. Nangong got angry with a sip of tea and motioned Lu Fa to have a cup too. Lu Far nodded and did not refuse to get angry in Nangong. He just grabbed the teacup and thought about it. I'm fine. I'm still here, doing homework with my master. That's enough. A mouthful of tea swallowed his throat, and Nangong's anger finally opened his mouth. Yi Bai remained silent. He also understood the meaning of anger in Nangong. He could only do his homework, and he didn't say a word. He said he would raise a knife and stand a horse. It was obvious that he had no intention of going down the mountain. In the Battle of Mangyuan, there are many doubts. If Xian is alone, he may not be able to do such a thing. Yi Bai skipped the previous topic and directly talked about the past that made Nangong angry. Nangong looked at Yi Bai angrily, and saw that he was also looking at himself, and then said, Southwest, Nanwan, the sky is about to change. No one can stop this. He shook his head, a little melancholy. When he walked out of the southern prison, he saw Wang Tianyu, but not Xuanyuanwu, let alone Qin Tianzhao. Qin Wen asked him to go north. At this time, he really understood some of Qin Wen's deep meanings. Some things, even Qin Wen, are out of control. For anyone, not for southern prison, but for destroy the army. The word, you must be the general of the world. Yi Bai was silent for a long time, looking at the side of the chessboard. He suddenly found a sunspot placed in the position of the star in the palace, filling the only blank in that place. Nangong looked at Lu Fan with a complicated smile and bitter words. What do you know? Yi Bai shook his head and looked at the cold tea in his hand. At this time, he picked up a glass of wine and drank it. I don't know much, and I don't know much, he said lightly. Do I have to go back to where the dust settles? He looked at Nangong angry again, his eyes full of sincerity. Just. The young Nangong turned his anger into a big sleeve. Whether it was intentional or not, he swept away half of the chess pieces, then stood up, looked at Yi Bai, and showed a clear smile. Yi Bai lowered his head, looked at the chessboard, nodded thoughtfully, then solemnly clenched his fists and turned away. Some things, needless to say, they already know. Go back to Shangyan, Dolly, pay attention. Nangong angrily walked up to the threshold and looked at Yi Bai's back. Only he and Yi Bai could hear the sound. Yi Bai heard angry words in Nangong, then looked back, gave a gift, didn't say a word, so he went down the mountain. The door of the undead infirmary was closed, and there was no sound inside, as if no one was there. Master Zero. Nangong knelt on the ground angrily, not knowing what to say. His way, he needed to go. Quietly, still no response. Chapter 304. door. Relax, subscribe. Nangong's angry knees were soaked in snow, and the weather was cold, and his body froze. Get up, brother. A little monk walked into the hospital of the undead doctor with Su Mi, and looked at the palace in the south, which was still there, kneeling, unbearable in his heart. He immediately, picking up Nangong to get angry, Nangong waved his hand and looked in the direction of the door, ecstatic. Little monk had no choice but to continue picking up the plate and knocking gently on the door. When, except for the quiet knock on the door, there was no sound of breathing, the little monk was stunned, and then knocked gently on the door, still no response. Nangong's anger made his heart sink. He stood up and hurried to the Zen house. Squeak, call. The door was opened by Nangong's anger, and the undead doctor sat quietly on the bed, his eyelids lowered and he didn't breathe at all. Master, of the undead doctor angrily, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, and his heart was blank. The undead doctor was dead. The world has an end of life, immortality, who cannot die, master. The undead doctor has a plain face, just like he had before his death, because everything is a kind of simplicity. The little monk was stunned when he saw the death of the undead doctor. He didn't react at all, because the undead doctor had always been healthy. Unexpectedly, the undead doctor left after half a day. Yi Bai got off Qin Sufeng, and his heart also relaxed. Nothing changed. Nangong's anger would definitely go down the mountain. His sleeve brushed the chessboard, seemingly unintentional, but in fact it expressed a lot of meaning. This stagnant pool in the southwest has just begun to have a little ripple. He touched a small mark on his hand, looked at it for a long time, and finally put it in his hand. On that side, there were no words, just a strange pattern, which was taken from the dust compared to the stars in the sky. What the hell is this? Yi Bai sighed, thinking of the dust outside the Taoist temple. The old man seemed to be Tao. When he thought of this, a figure suddenly jumped on Willow's horse. Although Lu Warren was confused, he was still there, and the horse was startled. He took advantage of the situation to restrain the horse's momentum and looked ahead with all his attention. There was a man standing in front of him, so dark as if he had come out of the stove. Startled, not knowing what the hell had found him. Blink of an eye, he noticed something was wrong. He looked attentively, and saw a man standing in front of him with a bag in his hand. When he saw the horse, the man said sadly and went to rein the horse. Yi Bai heard that his voice was very delicate and his body was strong, so he was a little confused. Seeing Yi Bai staring at him, the corner of his mouth smiled, revealing his white shellfish teeth. Passenger officer, do you want to take the boat? Yi Bai woke up in the blink of an eye, jumped off his horse, and said strangely, little Xiao Wan, is that you? As soon as he heard the question, he recognized that the person in front of him was not the Xiaowen who took him across the river that day. Xiaowen was full of surprises when he saw Lu Yabai. Customer officer, do you still remember the tone? Yi Bai smiled and said, I don't remember your voice, but I also remember your boat. Is your brother okay? Xiaowen smiled happily. His eyes blinked like crescent moons. Brother is fine. There are workers hanging on. What are you doing here? Also felt a little tired while riding on the horse. Xiaowen raised her head high and felt her head was swollen. Yi Bai seemed to be awake, then jumped off the horse and took the horse aside, seeing that her clothes were thin. My hands were cold and red and swollen, something strange. Although Xiaowen's face was the same as that of the head chef, it was still a little red. I just pass by as I please, and happened to pass by, he said. That's exactly what I came across here. Yi Bai's eyes swept across the snow on her shoulders, knowing that she didn't pass by casually, looking at her as if she had been waiting here for a long time, but since she didn't say that, she couldn't ask easily. Just said, Miss Xiaowen, I have something else to do with your face. Oh, a little disappointed after hearing Yi Bai's words, and then timidly took 2 steps back. That, customer service officer, I won't disturb you, my face is. I do some rough work all day, and I don't have time to clean. He nodded and said nothing. Just when he was about to get on the horse, Xiaowan shouted again, customer officer. Yi Bai stopped, looked back, and asked with a smile, what else can I do for you? Xiaowan hesitated for a while, then reached out and picked up the package in his hand. Customer service officer, these are a few pairs of cloth shoes I made. I planned to sell them, but I met you. I never thanked you last time. These shoes will never be sold anyway. I hope you don't hate them. Yi Bai looked at the burden and hesitated a little, but when the north wind blew, he immediately, feeling a little cold, I looked at Xiaowen and said for a while, how can I do this? How can I start from scratch? Don't you want? Xiaowan changed his face. He started to cry. Yi Bai smiled and said, I don't want them. I happen to be short of cloth shoes. I want to buy them. I didn't know you were so smart. I said no, you can only make a few pairs of shoes a day. Give it to me. What do you and your brother eat? Xiaowen said cheerfully. My brother and I are both fine. I'm washing dishes and doing housework outside the building now. I have a place to live with my brother. I'm not worried about eating. Are you a helper in the back kitchen? Why are you doing that? Yi Bai shook his head, avoiding the topic of shoes as much as possible, looking at Xiaowen, a little funny. I set a fire in the back, washing the dishes. Looking at her pale face, Yi Bai really wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. Xiaowan also blushed, straightened his chest, and pulled his shoes closer to Yi Bai. Customer officer, take it. Anyway, I can't ask for these shoes for no reason. Yi Bai shook his head and said, Xiaowen, if you sell these shoes, how much will it cost? A pile of money, Xiao Wanzheng said, suddenly changing his mind. No, you can buy a pair for just a few cents, and there is always a reward for buying shoes. Yi Bai smiled. Seeing how smart Wanner was, he guessed his intention, smiled, stretched out his hand to take the burden, released his eyes and said, 3 pairs of cloth shoes are 3 pairs of money. He took out 3 shares of money from his bag, but he didn't give much, but he was afraid that Xiao Wan would not accept it. He put a few cold little hands on Xiao Wan, smiled and said, don't push them away, or I don't want my shoes. Xiao Wan was held by him. His face was full of dust, but black and purple, held by Yi Bai, he couldn't tell. When Yi Bai turned and walked away, Xiao Wan woke up and shouted, customer service, me. Chapter 305. Com open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Lu Veilma looked back. Xiaowen, what else can I do for you? Sir, what's your name? Xiao Wan summoned his courage and said, I know I don't deserve to know your name, but Yi Beizui said with a friendly smile, ask a name what is worth it. My name is Yi Bai. Willow, logging. He said that the domineering flagpole's voice was so loud that it frightened the snowflakes on the tree to fall down. Xiao Wan was also stunned when he heard Yi Bai's words, and remained silent. The voice fell, Yi Bai left, and the horse rushed forward, not noticing that under the heavy snow, Xiaomei's eyes were bright, but she whispered, Yi Bai, Yi Bai, Yi Bai. The snow fell, eyes lit up, and the words murmured, Liuhua, Liuhua. Putting down the burden, Yi Bai thought as the horse moved forward, this stupid girl, is she waiting here to give me shoes? But how did she happen to meet me here? And how did she know that I was going to pass here? The snow fell more and more, and the whole Qin Sufeng was covered with bright silver and white colors. At the other end of the road, there was a fast horse. It was windy and rainy, and at the other end was a woman standing in the snow, staring at those days, and kept looking back secretly. The snow was flying, full of tenderness. Come on. There is no sign of heavy snow. Yi Bai's heart has already flew into the dust, but the steps are walking towards Shangyan. The golden water is frozen, and it is impossible to pass through, but no matter. When, people always have some means of living, people who ferry boats, and, Yi Bai hurriedly passed Jinshui, looked in the direction of the southern prison, inexplicably sank in his heart, sighed again, no longer remembered, and went to Shangyan with all his attention. Breaking into the Elephant Inn isn't very difficult, but managing it isn't necessarily so easy. After all, this is the world of the Cao family. Cao Kong was coerced by Yi Bai, and his heart was unwilling to do so. Although on the surface he did not say it, but secretly he has been trying to find a way. The people at the banquet were all Lao Chengjing. He also saw that Cao Kong was dishonest, so he let Qingyan Fly to deal with it. Qingyan Fly also lost his temper. What he wanted, what he had, don't give it to a veteran. If the Cao family is in the city it was a mess, and his temper was even hotter. Yi Bai hadn't been in Shangyan for a few days, and he didn't know many people. Even Cao Kong felt that Yi Bai was still injured. On this day, Shang Jiazhen and his wife finally came to Shangyan. It was strange that the Yi family's caravan entered Shangyan. There was nothing else. A few days ago, Shangyan seemed to have changed. A few days ago, Lu Jiazhen asked them to send Shang Jiazhen. When I went to Shangyan with my wife, the cabinet was still very strange, and after entering the city, I became even more confused. This Elephant Yin was originally the territory of the Cao family. This is not to say that the Cao family is their own nation, i.e. there is a lot of communication between their 444 surnames. When they entered Shangyan, they found that they did not see the Cao family. How could they not be confused? The Shang family army entered Shangyan without delay, immediately. Bayan, Zhang Bian has not been idle these days, except acting as a soldier, that is. In the museum, he only said that he had raised soldiers and did not see any guests. Even if Cao Kong has any ideas, it is not easy to enter. But in this way, it is difficult to live in Shangjiazhen. 9 o'clock. In the landscape 444 pavilions, covered with snow, the thin figure is trapped in a small building, facing a bright, beautiful eyes moving, a trace of sadness. Brother Yan, Di Jing died recently, I feel so cold. In the bluestone square, a crisp voice sounded, and another sat by the fire, eyes shining brightly. The man sitting across from him looked at him, blinked, and then smiled. Instead of answering directly, he asked with a smile, "Good brother, don't worry, it's better to stay at home and accompany Yunfei. No, more spend some time with your wife." The man was half joking, half serious. Yi Bai's elder brother Lu Huan, after half a year of kung fu, was not only born in the water of Haijin, but also had a mixed face. Lu Huan shook his head, smiled bitterly, didn't say anything, looked at the location of the room, then turned around and whispered, "Have you seen your son recently?" Yan Xiaobin shook his head, looked at Lu Huan suspiciously and said, "Have you never seen it before?" Lu Huan laughed, raised his wine, and stopped talking, but his heart was even colder. When bells rang leisurely, the busy people of the palace shuttled through it, and only one temple was peaceful and quiet. At night, in the palace, I woke up from my sleep and found that my chest was stuffy, as if there was a fire. I raised my head and my throat was dry. He groaned and shouted, Ni, where are you?" Soon footsteps were heard in the shadows of the hall. Ni Jun ran over in tattered clothes and looked at Xiao Wuqing. At the corner of his mouth, he was still short and said, "Your Majesty, what can I do for you?" Some said in pain, "I feel very uncomfortable, my chest is hot, I am uneasy, and some want to drink water." She smiled coldly, but comforted his face. "Your Majesty, don't worry, this is a normal reaction after eating fairy pills, just endure it." "Will Kitty come?" "Oh, I see." After trying to take 2 breaths, he whispered, "Go get me some water, I have a sore throat." "Yes, Your Majesty, please wait." Nemo smiled slightly, then retreated, with a cold light in the corner of his eyes. "Your death is coming, I carefully prepared a rare poison to kill you. It has a colorless and odorless machine, no traces, but the medicine is slow, very hidden, less black and green, you don't feel good, and your body functions are slowly eroded by the poison. Time." After a while, Ni called the hot water. "Hello." Under the suit, the head is getting higher and higher, then dizzy and falling asleep. Late at night, suddenly woke up again. Ni, where are you coming out?" Hoarse and restrained. Ni woke up, only to see underwear running over in a hurry, looking at. Face was ugly, and his heart was very clear. "Your Majesty, what can I tell you?" Some painfully said, "Ni, I feel that my whole body is not right, my chest is getting more and more stuffy, my head is getting higher and higher, I just saw the dead father and queen." Ni smiled and comforted, "Your Majesty, if mortals have to cut their bones and wash their marrow in order to make the king immortal, it would be too easy, otherwise, mortals will be immortal very easily. But Your Majesty must have made progress by now." It was His Majesty's fairy side who saw the arrival of the dead relatives. "Ni Guaoqing is really nonsense. Xiao Wuqing will not die in a day, he can't sleep well at all," and then perfunctory things were relieved for a while. Chapter 306. Roaring open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. He doesn't necessarily leave Mufu, more importantly, Yuan Dao. In any case, he will choose to respect Ada's choice, just like Yi Bai respects his choice. Maybe this is the reason why he has been following Yi Bai. Ada saw Shinhe was silent, and whispered, "You don't do it, Mr. Shinhe, you don't do it." He whispered, "If you don't do it, you won't do it. I'm leaving." "Wait a minute," Shin said suddenly. Big eyelids don't even blink. "Be quiet, wait." Shin sighed and ordered the soldiers to say, "Go get the rope." Wait until the soldiers get the rope. Heart and falling rope in the city. "Ada, the city is too high." Whisper, "With your kung fu, you can't jump off." Ada sighed and said nothing, with both hands and slid down the city along the rope. Duan Gong 000. Looking at the scene in the city, his face was a little gloomy. Seeing Ada coming down, Duanzi took a few steps forward. He smiled and said, "I told you, Dad won't do me any harm." Ada clenched his fists and hid behind Duanzi without making a sound. Although Duan Gongzi had a smile on his face, but the eyes flickered in the haze. Turning suddenly to Shincheng's head, he said, "Mr. Shin, because you are hypocritical, then you can also let Lord Cao Kong out." Shin nodded, stood on the wall with a smile and said, "So, do you want Cao Kang's body? Well then, I think Daji's son Darren, who is very kind and great, will always bring it back to be buried. He clapped his hands, and immediately someone dropped a rope from the city wall. It's quite polite not to leave it behind. Cao Kang's eyes widened. There were no scars on the body, but the flesh was blurred between the throat, which appeared to have been cut by a sharp sword. Duan Gongzi was stunned, and immediately, he broke the knife and waved his hand. When the rope is broken, immediately, lifting Cao Kang's body, he sneered and said, "Xin, I lost today, and I'm not good at chess, I'm sure, but I don't know how you knew I would be here. Is it already on alert?" He carried Cao Kang's body, neither looking at Xin nor sad, but also very depressed, knowing that Jia Qing'er must be safe at that time. Just because Cao Kang and dozens of strongmen hugged Jia Qing'er and did not extort Xin he died strangely. It really made him wonder what to do. He smiled and said softly, "I squeezed my fingers, knowing you'd be here today, so, hey. Quote. Duan Gongzi hated secretly, looked at Xin, and finally received contempt in his heart. I know Xin and Caution very well, and I am reluctant to make it very clear, but the two are separated by a high wall. He has nothing to do with Xin Reach. Mr. Xin, today's failure. I remember in my heart that the mountains are high and the water is clear. See you later." Xin raised his voice. "I also want to thank Ohiko for sending her sister here. It was inconvenient for Duan Shaikh to live for a long time. I'm sure I'm not going to town to talk about this, so it's a big help. We'll report back later." As soon as the voice fell, it was new, and immediately, he lowered his head and sighed, looking a little frustrated. Duan Gongzi snorted coldly, carrying Cao Kang's body away. Ada didn't say a word, followed closely, and before leaving, Xin he looked back into his eyes. "I didn't speak after all. Follow the paragraph into the dark. It just looks a little lonely." Xin, above the city head, finally catches his breath and orders the soldiers to clean up the mess. In the gate building, the body was everywhere. Dozens of strong men and women were shot by arrows, but Jia Qing'er was intact, just a little timid, standing in a pile of dead bodies, motionless. Bang, bang. Xin walked to Jia Qing'er step by step. His eyes flashed a little complicated. After walking a few steps, he raised his hand again, and then ordered the bodyguard behind him to stop. "Go. Jia Qing'er is thin, and the clothes are not too thick, and the weather is also auspicious." Xin was a little annoying to Ada. He didn't say anything, didn't know what to say. He took off his leather jacket and put on Jia Qing'er. "Don't come." The sound of tearing her heart and lungs sounded, and Jia Qing'er's face changed greatly, as if she was frightened. He looked into his eyes with fear. Hearing Jia Qing'er's voice, Xin and his face sucked, holding the leather jacket in their hands, and stopped. The soldiers behind heard the voice and rushed up, but found nothing, and stood there awkwardly. Xin and his big hand waved, let them go down, looked at Jia Qing'er, and slowly calmed down. "Don't be afraid, it's okay." Jia Qing'er didn't move, just stood, or trembled a little, looking at Xin, approached from a distance. His face changed again. Xin and his heart sighed, and immediately stopped the Lord's footsteps and tried his best to comfort Jia Qing'er in a gentle tone. He was not good at speaking and didn't know what to say. He stood so hard that he wanted to go and put the leather jacket on Jia Qing'er, for fear that Jia Qing'er would be afraid again. Bang, bang. The footsteps behind him started again, and Xinhei's heart was even more bored. He looked at Jia Qing'er and wanted to speak, but stopped, and finally lowered his voice. "Didn't you say, step down?" He growled in a low voice. Footsteps did not stop, and continued to walk here. Xin and his heart frowned, turned their heads, looked at him, and saw Yi Bai slowly walking towards him. His eyes widened. General Xin lowered his body and saluted slightly. Yi Bai shook his head, patted his shoulder, and slowly continued to walk towards Jia Qing'er. "Qing'er, long time no see." Yi Bai smiled softly, as if singing, "Brother Lu." Jia Qing'er was still stunned by the wind. Hearing Yi Bai's voice, he slowly raised his head and looked at Yi Bai, looking a little dazed. Suddenly, she smiled, looked at Yi Bai, and ran over desperately. "Big Brother Lu." She ran into Yi Bai's arms and tears came out. "Come back soon." Yi Bai patted her on the back and smiled softly. Scythe 2. 5 Cut off the swallow's straw. The light is not good. Not good in the dark. Li Ming is funny, he can make joke, and his reputation sounds great. Obviously pretending not to talk to each other. The secret lover can't leave. Obviously pretending to be silent. It takes 100 years in the dark. Familiar songs rang in Jia Qing'er's mind, and in front of Yi Bai's warm chest, she had already slept soundly. Xin looked at Yi Bai and Jia Qing'er from a distance, and was very confused, not knowing what to do or what to do. Take her down and have a good rest. She was scared. When you are proficient in medicine, you know what to do. You know better than me. Yi Bai hugged Jia Qing'er gently, lowered his voice, walked slowly to Xin He's side, and handed Jia Qing'er to Xin. Chapter 307. Quiet Life. Subscribe. Xin looked at Jia Qing'er, who was sleeping again, put on fur clothes for her, picked her up gently, disappeared from the night quietly, and returned to the museum. Go to Sao's house. Watching Xin He walk away, his back became more and more blurred. Yi Bai finally opened his mouth. Feng and Qingyan couldn't hide the biting murderous intent. He knew everything about the city like the back of his hand. He also saw the so-called Dolly sun, but he had a familiar feeling in his heart. This so-called sun seemed to have seen somewhere, but for a while, he couldn't remember. A burst of hot air exhaled. The round knife came from the faint blood. Yi Bai took a step deeper, a step shallower, looking at the soldiers with torches beside him. His eyes revealed something unnatural. How much ice and snow are underfoot. Melted, warm blood flowed out of the body that was not cold, fell into the blood, was blown by the wind. There was a faint salty taste. The Gogo dwarves are alive. I don't know where. There is a whimper, the sound, like a baby crying, added more than 23 strange things to the bloody Shangyan city. Bang, bang. The soldiers climbed over the ice and snow step by step, sounding ruthless. If they do something wrong, they should pay the price, no exception. Oh, hey, hey. The cold crow cried at night. The Cao family is already a chaotic image. The disciples of the Cao family followed Cao Kong for a long time without looking back. Shangyan is still Master Yi Bai. The tree falls and the monkeys are scattered. Many people are in their hearts. There was a feeling of suffocation, as if they knew the time of their death, reluctantly, but had no choice but to face it. Cao Fu, here we are. 2 white jadestone lion towns are in front of Cao Fu, covered with white snow, like withered dogs, without the feeling of the king of the mountain and forest. Huge lanterns swaying in the wind, like a flat boat in the tide, ready to go at any time. They can all be overturned by a huge wave. Candlelight was pitch black, reflecting Yi Bai's face, and there was a bloody smell. Door was closed, and the copper nails on the door were particularly dazzling in the cold wind and candlelight, smelling the smell of thousands of miles away. Okay, open the door. Yi Bai looked at the closed door, smiled at the cold, didn't say anything. His face was deserted, and then strode forward, suddenly drinking a drink. Open the door. Bangka. The door remained motionless, still resisting. No one opened the door for Yi Bai. Open. The cold eyebrows frowned, jumped again. The door moved slightly, and then closed again, as if nothing had happened. Give it to me. 8 angry drinking sounds resounded through Wei and ran up at the same time, facing the door of Cao's house, and approaching with the greatest strength. Bang! A door immediately being kicked down. The figures behind them flew far away, and there were a few low humming noises behind the door, only for a while, and no movement. Other door didn't last long. Creaking, making, splashing, torch, toothkiss. Flames were beating constantly. Yi Bai looked at Cao Fu, and a trace of unhappiness flashed in his eyes. Behind the door stood a group of Cao chatting cowardly. A young brocade man stood in front. Although his legs were shaking, he still firmly rebuked. Who are you? Why did you break into my Cao mansion? Yi Bai coughed softly, and walked in step by step, advancing steadily, but every step he took, there would be bloodstains behind him. Finally, Yi Bai walked into Cao's courtyard. He smiled, looked at the young face, and whispered, Yi Bai, I'm sorry. Where is Lord Cao? The man frowned and looked at the corner of Yi Bai's mouth with a strange smile. That was what he didn't understand. His father may have been insane by then. I don't know. He opened his mouth and his voice finally faded. Yi Bai's fingers moved slightly, and the cold elevator wiped the knife in his hand again. Yi Bai didn't want to talk nonsense, let alone listen to nonsense. Still very nervous, he didn't want to waste time on useless people. Fortunately, he sat very cold. The man touched his neck and poured a lot of blood from his neck. He immediately felt suffocated. He didn't say anything. Yi Bai didn't want to give him a chance. Run. Looking at the death of the little master, there is still a little courage to face Yi Bai. Not only who shouted, but almost everyone started to run away, like a frightened rabbit. Click, click. Soldiers raised their bows and arrows. All arrows pointed at those who fled in all directions, and the next moment, there would be more bodies on the ground. Go in, they are just ordinary people. As for the Cao family, there is no need. Mercy, cruelty, give it to you. Yi Bai suddenly felt a little tired. Yes, he was tired. Every time he didn't want to kill, but he could only kill, use violence to control violence. It's almost New Year's Eve, and in a few hours, New Year's Eve cold out of the Cao family, full of blood, not a drop of it belongs to him, only others. The Cao family, in Shangyan, has become a part of history. Like Yin City, it is as calm as ever, with some dead silence. People are still alive as usual, it doesn't matter who dies, they just want to live quietly. However, the Chengmen clan in the city was a little restless. Overnight, the four most important 44 surnames became a thing of the past in the southwest. How could they not be afraid? One day, in Shangyan City, all the family members received invitations. Yi Bai invited the owners of Shangyan to enjoy the snow in Shangyan Green 000 Garden. The shaded garden, with its pleasant scenery, can be described as the first wind in Shangyan City. When his parents still had doubts, he stopped and watched. Lin Tianbei in Shangyan City overtook Lin Tianbei Garden for the first time. High profile, the drummers all know that the local scribes all came here to see them off, and the grand moment was no less than the original welcoming Lu into the main city of Shangyan City. Under the leadership of Lin Tianbei, family owners followed suit. For a period of time, Shangyan's limousines and horses, like clouds, got into the car on the official road, and participated in the scene of the grand event. Fragrant silver and green garden lanterns were temporarily seconded by the local gentry court, happy and busy. The luxurious carriage was arranged, and the chairs of the limousine were parked in sequence in front of the green hall. After meeting, the owners of different faces bowed to each other and exchanged meaningful glances. The next man led the host courteously to a garden in the green hall, where the banquet was set in a pavilion, surrounded by water. The lights are like stars, but the scenery is still appropriate. In the shady garden, Yi Bai quietly opened a thick corner of the curtain, looking at the family owner who came to eat. A strange look flashed in his eyes. How's the sunshine these days? Opposite the door, Yi Bai raised his tea and asked Xin in a low voice. Chapter 308. Obviously open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. Xin nodded and whispered. Thanks to the general's thought, Chinger's mood has become more stable these days, but he is a little afraid of me. I don't know why. He shook his head, somewhat speechless, and looked at Yi Bai with a wry smile. Yi Bai was silent for a while, then said, everything has to have a process. Don't be too anxious. Xin, you have lived in the southwest for a long time. We can see who this Lin Tianbei is. He is the first to come to the meeting. Yes, he didn't hesitate at all, but it's kind of weird to me that it's hard to figure out. Yi Bai stroked the beard at the corner of his mouth. His eyes flashed, not knowing what he was thinking. He glanced at Lu Fan coldly, and then whispered, Lin Tianbei, I am not sure. He is not famous in the southwest, but in Shangyan, he is second only to Cao Kong. It became more and more interesting. The corner of Yi Bai's mouth lifted slightly, and then strode in. Xin and Zhang Baiyan followed closely, following in Yi Bai's footsteps, like the shadows of Liu Hua. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Yi Bai is very polite. Yi Bai smiled, looked at the master of the Shangyan University scholar, and bowed his hands in a friendly manner, looking very polite. Today, Yi Bai is wearing casual clothes, wearing a lavender Confucian shirt, a waist with a cluster of flowers inlaid with pearls and a jade belt, the jade belt swaying on a piece of Beifu jasper, and soft-soled satin square shoes playing in the hands of a golden folding fan from time to time. The whole person looked outstanding. Unusually, walking in the middle really has the meaning of such a graceful and turbid son, for a while, attracts many waiters to love eyes beside the maid. All the masters looked at each other, and their hearts could not help but be surprised. I know that the general is a young and weak son, but I didn't expect him to be so young, with a gentle smile on his face, just like the spring breeze. Now look at his amiable face. Who can imagine that just a few days ago, he personally led the army to defeat King Lu's army, from the southern prison to the southwestern court, killing thieves all the way. The barbarians heard his name, like tigers and wolves. There was no discoloration, and a few days ago, he ordered to throw it away. Nearly 1,000 members of Cao Shangyan's family ended their glorious family life and became slaves of hard labor. Although the son is still young, he can appear quite old and hot, which should not be underestimated. The owners carefully met Yi Bai one by one, then sat down nervously, exchanging uneasy eyes. As the owner of the house, as the master of Shangyan, Lin Tianbei naturally sits on the throne, sitting in the seat of the guest next to him. But sitting in Lin Tianbei's seat, Lin Tianbei smiled, stroked his beard, and kept looking at Yi Bai. There was a strange light in his eyes, and there was a bright light from time to time. He didn't see Lin Tianbei, but he didn't see Lin Tianbei, but he looked at Lin Tianbei, but in Lin Tianbei's appearance he didn't see Lin Tianbei, but he looked at Lin Tianbei. Seems like I'm familiar with myself. Yi Bai smiled and didn't say anything. He turned his attention from Lin Tianbei, and when he turned around, he saw the owner of each family sitting quietly at the table. Everyone looked at him with a lot of emotion in their heart. He hurriedly picked up the glass and said with a smile, "All the masters are from far away, and they are all dignitaries. I want to use this glass to pay tribute." Then Yi Bai leaned on his neck, drank all the wine in the cup, and lit the bottom of the bright cup for people. All the masters saw that Yi Bai was so polite, and felt a little bit in their heart. They were busy saying that he didn't dare, stood up one by one, and accompanied him for a drink. Yi Bai was in a good mood and did not despise rude people. He clapped his hands, separated from the water of the water stream, and suddenly lit a red lantern on the open platform, bright as day. Everyone was surprised, and the two dance and kabuki teams walked out, bent down, and stood on the platform. After more than 100 steps, facing the water pavilion on the lake, Feng Zheng and all the masters bent down, and then the guqin began to play in a low voice, slowly blowing over the water with the spring breeze. Like a clear spring dripping stone, it is crisp and pleasant to the ear, making people feel relaxed and happy. Kabuki slowly stretches out their sleeves to the melodious music and dances like butterflies wearing only flowers. Their beautiful gestures are impeccable. At this moment, a singer in a pink palace uniform moved gently, walked up to the podium slowly, wiped his sleeves a few times, opened his mouth slightly, and sang, "Drunken shame, hide incense in your hands." Snuggling up on flowers to reflect candles secretly spreads deep meaning, turning wine thoughts into transverse waves. Seeing Zhu Chenglin's bewildered heart, he turned his pulse and received tu mauve. "When we met, there were many other differences, and the spring had passed. Why are you worried? This song is getting more and more pleasing to the ear." For example, at the beginning of the song, Zhao Ying crossed the 100-level lake and entered people's ears. Look at the masters who have been admiring this song. Yi Bai smiled, with a lot of emotion in his heart. Long time ago, he thought he would sit at the top of the hall and talk to the public about elegance. But today, that's not what he wants to say. Accompanied by Zhang Baiyan squeezed Yi Bai with his eyes, then raised his wine glass, respecting them from time to time. Owners did not dare to ignore them, got up hastily, and took another drink. Although Zhang Baiyan was slightly inferior to Yi Bai, he was still a general under Yi Bai's command. The head of the family was relieved that the generals under Yi Bai were not so violent, just like Yi Bai's sunny weather, but people clearly knew that these people in front of them, in the southwestern imperial court, they can definitely be regarded as killing gods, so they dare not ignore them. At this sensitive time when relations with their families are turbulent, the owners are afraid to invite criticism lightly. The singing and dancing on the stage continued, but people's hearts were no longer on it. They exchanged their eyes and raised their heads, as if in doubt, and looked at Lin Tianbei, who had been laughing. Seeing his calm appearance, his heart play the drums one by one. This old man so calm that he privately reached some kind of tacit agreement with Yi Bai. "Oh, General Liu, General Yaxing, we are honored to invite us to dinner today. We are honored to have a drink for our grown-up, and we invite them to appreciate the noodles." An owner of Shangyan City stood up and took the lead in paying tribute to Yi Bai. Yi Bai raised his glass, hurriedly stood up, and said with a smile, "Welcome to the master of Huang. Haha, I am the new Shangyan. Although it is to fight back against thieves and repel barbarians, but in fact, it is for the peace, prosperity and suffering of the people on the side of Shangyan." Chapter 309. Silence open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Dead suffer. In order to maintain long-term stability, it is necessary to rely on the full support of the owner to help Lu stabilize the local people. There are also people who have high hopes for you. Don't be like the Cao family, hehe. Everyone was surprised and delighted when the official voice came out. It's amazing that we all know that because of the Cao Kong case, Lu got furious. Thousands people were killed. Thousands of people had secret connections with Dolly. Don't know to what extent the general will. The investigation still needs to uproot the people involved in the Cao Kong case. It is gratifying that Yi Bai said that he should meet all the family owners, which shows that Yi Bai still has good intentions for the family for the time being, and does not want to be like what Duanzi said. That destroys all families. 237 On the same ship, Yi Bai looked at the expressions of the people in his eyes, smiled secretly, and then said, "The first few Li Shizi covet my Shangyan, plan misfortune, want to occupy Shangyan, look for the southwest." You knowing that his conspiracy was discovered by Lu long ago, he sneaked into the attacking city under Shangyan, and as a result, you must have known. When our army won these 000 battles, the marbles returned without success, helping the Dailizi of the Cao family, from Cao Kong to your own family. You must know exactly what happened to them. The crowd was surprised again. What does General Yi Bai mean by saying this? Does he suspect that I secretly colluded with Dolly's son? Haha, everyone, Don't be cold, come on, drink it. I respect your master for this glass of wine. Southwest is beautiful, but there is no time to travel, so I also lost the opportunity to cross my arms with all the masters since I left the Southwest, all the way to the Southwest, killing for a while. The scenery of the Southwest, like passing through the dust, alas, a deep regret. When people hear Yi Bai's conversation, every word seems to be random, but it also seems to have another purpose, and everyone does not belong to silently chewing. How to drink the words in Lu Hua's heart. In the cloud, it seems to drink a lot wine. Where can you drink it? Yi Bai raised his glass, took a drink, smiled, and drank with everyone. The owner squeezed his smiling face tightly, and his drink was tasteless. For a while, Lu Far sat down slowly, looked at Yi Bai with a smile while stroking his beard, his eyes full of admiration. Huang family took a look at the crowd. The number of people present was the largest. He wanted to represent them. The owners asked each other, otherwise Yi Bai would not be allowed to talk so much. General Lu, the general asked me to come to this green garden today, not just for me to enjoy the snow in this green garden. If the general has any seriousness, you might as well say it bluntly. I'm listening. Yi Bai smiled and said, then I will say. Many of you have gone to Dali, and I have done a lot of secret funding for him before. Otherwise, Dalizi is in the Southwest, domineering and unscrupulous. They ate countless food and grass. Dali alone could not afford it. Dali is far from the Southwest. Food and grass must be so easy. It was too late for him to attack Shangyan. Then I will say, I know the time. Some people want to support Dali. They have done a lot of secret support for him before. Otherwise Dali has been fighting Shangyan for a long time. If it wasn't for the supply of food and grass, how could we do such a stupid thing? Hee. But today we talked about it. We haven't mentioned anything in the past. General Ben spoke today at this green garden. After the fall, he will be far from checking out with you. Yi Bai picked up the cup while talking, looked at the crowd slowly, and said with a smile, "S like pushing nines and playing dice. The last time we played a game, let's not mention it again. Let's reshuffle. This will play again." Yi Bai raised his glass to respect the people again, meaning, this time, I, Lu Muzhuang, also asked all the bosses to place a lot of bet. According to everyone's acceptance, Lumo has murder and compensation, and the child is not fooled. Huang Nade's eyes twinkled, staring at Feng Zheng slowly. I don't know what kind of bet I'll bet, but the general can see it. Yi Bai put down his wine glass, looking a little heavy, and said, this general wants you to cut off all contact with the sons of Dali and the people of Dali, not allow any hostile actions, and at the same time allow them to defect. Use your reputation and foundation in the Southwest, and this general cooperates and does everything in his power to destroy the barbarians in Dali and the Southwest. It is very simple. When a word comes out, everything is silent. When people hear their silence, there is no sound in the water pavilion, only a small piano is played in the distance, and the song, Girl Qingyu. The song seems to be gradually coming from afar. For a long time, Yi Bai suddenly laughed, looked at the silent crowd, and said slowly, everyone, do you have such a difficult choice? What kind of situation is Marblesy now? You know, you all come from a big family. There are more than 1,000 lives in this family. I don't think you should put 100 years of family foundation and the life of the whole family in one among those who have no hope of success. You are all old-fashioned serious people, when you know the truth of luck to avoid evil. I really can't understand, at this time, what else do you have to hesitate? Huang Nad looked around the crowd and broke silent, said, as the masters of the family, but at the same time we are also people in Shangyan dwellings. Now the general is going to attack Dali on behalf of the kingdom of heaven and kill the barbarians in the Southwest. Of course, we must do our best to help each other, but, general, when it comes to the enemy, whether this war is a victory or a negative one, I don't know. Of course, I know that General Lu has never lost from the southern prison all the way to the Shangyan mansion, but of course I know that General Lu is from the south. The prison was killed all the way to Shangyan house. We are just the body of the people. If the general destroys this great cause in the future, after this southwestern barbarian, he will turn his head to investigate the crimes of my family's enemies. May I ask General Lu, how did we deal with ourselves at that time? These words of the Huang family expressed the hearts of the people. They now know that Dali's plan is hopeless, but they can turn around and get closer to Yi Bai. They also worried that Yi Bai would settle accounts with them later, thus weakening the foundation of the family, or even destroying the family directly. All owners are also faced with a dilemma at this time. In the Cao family turned into ashes overnight, when it really scared them. Chapter 310. Stable open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Yi Bai was speechless, but frowned secretly, and the soldiers he saw were trapped. But none of them showed panicked expressions, which was also a big surprise. They fell, hide in the shadows of the rear cabin. Nobody noticed. Half of the soldiers were armed with bows and arrows. They tried to shoot at each other's boat, keeping their momentum low, and the other soldiers jumped to the other side of the boat with longboards. Leave the bridge. He drew his knife and charged forward with a roar. Stood precariously on top of the two ships. Below is the green groundless water surface. The palpitations of hope. But the soldiers were not afraid at all. They both ran fast and steady, killing each other in no time. The barbarians suddenly knocked on the other side of the ship, and countless barbarians with shields and guns rushed to the side of the ship. They bowed and surrendered. Block a soldier's random arrows with a shield. The spear pierced deftly. More soldiers tried their best to push the thick planks. Knives and guns. Shadows. Loud and loud. Guns pierced into flesh. Rivers of blood flowed. Screams hummed incessantly. More and more people fell into Fanfiction Lake, and the blood between the two boats covered up the original color of the lake water. Yibai saw that both sides died in battle, and they were close at hand. I feel hot-blooded. At this point, the two sides had few other ideas. Under the command of the generals behind, the soldiers continued to advance, only to rush past the large ships occupying the barbarian army, but the barbarians tried their best to hold their positions and prevent the soldiers from boarding. The scale of this kind of fight can approach the exciting part of a hand-in-hand fight, even more than thousands of soldiers. Suddenly, the direction of the army changed again and again. Several warships suddenly had a drink on the closed ground and stopped fighting. Instead, he rowed hard toward the barbarians' boat. Several ships are deadlocked. That's it. Unexpectedly, like an arrow shot out of a string, he rushed to the built boat, saw their majesty, but burned the stone of the big boat opposite with jade. Although we all know the boats in this building are out of reach. Strong. But Dolly was united on the boat, and no one jumped off. The blood of the 4-year-old was boiling. Whispered, "General, they are men too." Yibai smiled bitterly, his eyes a little strange. It took a while to say, maybe. At this time, he had a strange feeling in his heart, but he felt that the atmosphere was even more strange. Such a scene seemed to have been seen before, but where it was, he couldn't remember for a while. He fought in the north and the south and saw many unscrupulous matches. On this southwestern border, many soldiers are brave, but they are just a mob, and when they are weak, they are deceived. When you meet a strong man, you break up. But these people are too ferocious. He was not afraid of death at all, which he did not expect. Situation suddenly reversed, and the ship dashed towards the construction ship with a savage ship. Yibai temporarily forgot the battle in front of him. Looking up, I saw that the lanterns on the opposite floor had changed again, and the drums had also changed their rhythm. The drummer is also full of armor, majestic and dignified, and does not disturb the status quo. The drums of the army sounded. This barbarian ship changes strategy once again. The boat rowed in the opposite direction, and the boat that lived approached the boat that was built, but the boat suddenly exerted its strength, and the boat gained the upper hand. The shipbuilding ships set sail suddenly, and slowly, like beasts driving in the lake. The ships built are high and the draft is deep, one after another, turbulent, vast. It was a joy when the soldiers saw the ship sailing alone. There is a way in heaven that keeps you from going, and there is no way for you to break through in hell. When you want to break the door, you can't help but feel more cleansing and killing. At this time, 4 of the old men suddenly whispered, "No, these soldiers are finished, they are committing suicide." Yibai was puzzled and asked in a low voice, why did the 4th old man have a look of fear on his face, and said with a bitter smile, "These savages are really strange, there must be tall people on their faces. I didn't understand just now, I just thought the boat was strange, and I really remembered then, alas, no, not the opposite of building boats is approaching practice. Oh, after the bamboo sound twisted, the ship finally revealed its true colors. The huge hull stretched out 5 arms, one with 2 on each side, like a huge claw. Yibai took a breath and almost thought he had encountered a monster. The ship in the building was unpredictable, something he couldn't imagine. Longer the arm is stretched, the colder the fire at night is, and the front of the arm is a huge fist, too big and creepy. 4 old men said tremblingly, "General, this is the arm of the Dragon King. It is 5 or 5 feet long, and the thing facing forward seems to have fallen into Yi's house later. As long as it is photographed, it doesn't matter. God can escape." As he spoke, the pole on which the boat was built was slowly being erected. When he was standing on the highest point, he suddenly fell, as fast as thunder. At this point, the construction ship was a dozen feet away from the ship. 0 inches. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. There was a disturbance on the ship. I only heard a loud bang. The pole fell heavily on the boat with a loud bang. The mainmast deck floor was filmed to shreds, and a few soldiers ducked and hummed, not humming. He was photographed at the bottom of the boat. Wheelwender. Oh. In an instant, the boat was engulfed by Fanfiction Lake, and there was an excited shout from the boat on the opposite side, but this was just the beginning. Laughter, the crying, the astonishment stop. The pole won't stop. The distorted sound, the huge clapping hit again. The boat is not small, but it also hit a big hole alive. Lake water rushed in all of a sudden, but the boat had not yet entered the lake. He was so angry that the other side of the army seemed shocked, and the drumming stopped. Although tough, the soldiers and horses were not afraid of death, but they were irresistible when they encountered such a situation. This kind of power has 10,000 troops. Can people stop it at this time? Yi Bai finally understood why the barbarian brought the boat to us. The armies and horses they don't have to kill. As long as they destroy the ship, they won't fight and defeat themselves. But this pole is awesome. After all, its movement is slow, the boulder in front is too heavy, and it needs a lot of work to lift. This is the only downside. The barbarians sent more than a dozen large ships, and towed more than a dozen ships back to dry. Chapter 311. Take refuge for subscription. Now everything is on one side of the building. Only Yi Bai's battleship was farther away. The 5 poles of the ship fell one by one, and only a loud voice was heard. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please subscribe to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. The power of tea. He smashed 7 or 8 large ships. The soldiers of Dali screamed in amazement. They were all complaining and drinking, jumping into the water one by one. For a while, the icy lake surface was like dumplings, full of Dali soldiers. The construction ship rammed around the Dali ship for a while, then slowly came to the ship. Although progress was slow, the ship was rapidly approaching within attack range of ships under construction. Squeak on the boat. A clapping stick stood up. In Yi Bai's heart, he glanced coldly at the guard next to him, and shouted softly, "Let's go. Go, go." As soon as he said it, he struggled to jump out and fell into the cold 000, the lake. But when people are in the air, they only feel that the strong wind behind them can penetrate the body, just like a knife has been cut. Blink of an eye, there was a loud noise, and the boat Yi Bai was staying in was torn apart. Huge sawdust fell into the lake one by one, beating. In the voice, the two fell into the icy lake. The clothes and the 555 guards next to them struggled to row forward, only to hear the crackling behind them. There is a full sound. Pole rose and fell, and the boat was shot to pieces. The big boat was standing on the lake just now, and after a while, the bowl flew out of ashes, and Yi Bai saw a few wooden boards floating on the lake. Grab it casually and throw it to the side of the old 4. The other 4 also grabbed a piece and sank a little by relying on the wooden board floating on the water. This Kung Fu, the boat that was trapped in one eye due to the great truth, was photographed into pieces. Yi Bai wiped the water on his head and smiled secretly. Fortunately, he walked quickly. If the upper body is slow, I'm afraid I'll have to feed the fish tonight. Dali lost a lot of money. He was afraid to throw it on the ground. Yi Bai sighed. Dali couldn't beat these savages. Future, he will have to do it himself, but he is also a northerner. He doesn't know anything about water warfare, and he doesn't want to stop on the way to the future. The barbarians destroyed the Dali battleship. Morale is high. The horn sounded, majestic and profound. The ship began to move slowly. The main ship of the Celestial Army began to march towards Dali, but at the same time, it separated the biplane and quickly sailed from the rear flank of the Dali soldiers. Yi Bai could see clearly on the water. It is believed that the reasons for this navy's command are similar to those of the cavalry, both focused on the superior strength of the enemy, with different water route. The method is roughly the same. Knock. Drum sounded again, and Yi Bai turned his head without subconsciously. Was a new movement only when the Celestial Army in Dali was seen, but it ordered a retreat. 7 or 8, one of the peripheral ships turned their heads and retreated awkwardly. The barbarians mercilessly urged the battleship to see the formation of the siege, and Dali also seemed to be doomed. At this time, the drum on the Dali warship was also a masterpiece. 2 wings from 2 ships standing in front of the Chinese warship. Some of the barbarians began to laugh, but felt that the 2 ships were out of reach. huge, just like the arm of the praying mantis block. Unexpectedly, at this time, both ships were filled with a bag of things, and many people in black clothes poured out. Jump into the water. The barbarians thought they were going to dig, but they were not afraid at all. Because the ship already had guards against chisel barbs and sharp blades, the large ships of the Sui army were very powerful. The bottom of the boat is also very sturdy. Why did they go through the ground so easily in the water? What are the damned Dali soldiers doing in this barbarian boat? A man with tigers on his back and waist is sitting on a tiger skin chair with blood on the corners of his eyes. Looks particularly scary. His crappy Chinese dialect is like being cut down his throat. Not Meng Long. Who is that? King. These people are already in a state of tension, facing the boat built by our Yi family. They have only one dead end. The king, don't worry, just watch it quietly. A flattering voice sounded. The two mustaches were like mice, tall and thin. It was Yi Yi's younger brother Yi Liangchen. Meng Long looked at this man with disdain in his heart. A barbaric warrior, the most respected warrior, to an obscene person like Yi Liangchen. If there is no need now, Meng Long will leave him to feed the dog. Meng Long said nothing, just nodded, and then looked at the lake again. Seeing the movement of the soldiers on the opposite side, Yi Liangchen didn't dare to be happy. He ordered the non-commissioned officers to be careful again and not to be careless. After all, people are suitable for all ages. He can take refuge in the Yi family, and put himself into the command of the barbarian, more or less, with some abilities. For a long time, dragon boats have been swimming, soldiers staring at the water, covetous. When I saw someone walking by, I poked the gun. There was blood in the lake for a while, filled with dark red. This battle. I don't know how many water ghosts died in the water. The two big celestial ships in Dali started to retreat, and so did the escort ships. The giant ship of the building continues to move forward under the leadership of Yi Liangchen, but the effect is not very good. I can't believe I stopped so slowly. No, but the boat stopped. The rest of the barbarians also slowed down. Lu felt that he didn't know, and was still waiting to see, but the fourth child jumped into the bottom of the water early, turned around and was excited for a while. The Dali soldiers are all holding water plants, and these water plants have been stuffed into the oar of the barbarian boat. Yi Bai suddenly realized that this barbarian's ship was mainly driven by wheels and oars, and this time it was hanged. No wonder I can't move. This ship, this huge ship, is covered by an ironclad monster. The only weakness is the oars. Dali's generals also handled this weakness wisely, but in this way, since Dali knows this weakness, the failure in front of him is a bit fun. Just wanted to paralyze these savages. The barbarian's ship finally appeared too. 5 trace of panic. At this time, it suddenly lit up, as if the stars in the sky had fallen into the water. Yi Bai's eyesight is very good, and he soon discovered that it was not the stars, but countless ships coming here with fire in all directions. Fire attack. How poisonous. Yi Bai immediately changed their faces, and the torches seemed to burn in their faces, and the savages couldn't swim. I am concerned that quite a few people will survive the fire and take their people. The fourth child's face is also not very good. General, you were right, he said in a low voice. They're really going to attack it with fire. But they also committed suicide. When I first heard that dry wood, hay, vegetable oil, etc., were collected, Yi Bai didn't understand why. Chapter 312. Get through the crisis. Subscribe. I don't understand why these soldiers trapped the boatmen. Look now. Still unbearable. These ships are hard to count. Dali has done a lot for this. The boat poured out in all directions, washing away the green waters of the lake. Small spot. Weird. Very. Suddenly, the golden drum struck 8 times. Every time they were thrilled, the people around were shouting, "Kill, kill, kill." The cry came suddenly, but it was very loud and clear, and in a blink of an eye, it was scattered over Feixian Lake. The sound was getting louder and louder. Go directly to the cave. OMG. Yi Bai heard this word, but his body was filled with an inexplicable chill. With the cheers of the boat rushed to the side of the boat. I hit it. The ship was too fast to be intercepted by a large ship. After all, this 5-toothed boat is too big. A collision of several ships is harmless, but the lake rose in the blink of an eye, and the original boat was still carrying vegetable oil. Now it flows on the lake. Extended server. Burning, though there is a sea of fire ahead. But the shouting grew louder and louder, and a ferocious word returned with the intent to fight for the sky gone. It makes people angry. Yi Bai saw the Battle of Earth 23. It was almost unbelievable, and he secretly thought that although Dali was not big, someone could command such a position. it seemed impossible. Underestimated, with great talent. That ship ran all the way to in the Sea of Fire. Don't be afraid of death. Many boats had sharp nails on the front and hit them. Bang! A sound. A small boat was trapped in the building inside the big boat. Some boats swayed slightly, and many boats followed. The built boats are in danger. You son of a bitch, didn't you say they were arguing? Meng Long couldn't sit down any longer. He grabbed Yi Liangchen and killed him. He wanted to shoot Yi Liangchen at this time. At this time, his legs were also very weak. Feixian Lake, the birds are still difficult to cross, let alone him. Kill them, kill them. Meng Long's eyes spurted blood. He couldn't water. If the boat was destroyed, he said he would die here, but at this time he was a little regretful, looking at Yi Liangchen, eager to cut him thousands of knives. At the order of the barbarian moved immediately, but the boat and the ship were shot with 10,000 arrows, one after another. Stir the waves, but can't stop this, giving up life and forgetting death. The large ships around them did not have time to be rescued, and several of the barbarian battleships were affected and set on fire. More and more ships gathered beside the giant ships that built the ship, and fire lit the sky. Smoke billowed, and after a while the barbarian army shouted, for the ship, which they thought was undefeated, was on fire in the hull of the ship. It can't go out any longer. Some savages panicked, whether they could get through the water or not. They had jumped into the lake one after another. The ship in this building is very big and there are many soldiers. There are at least 700 or 800 people, but the lake is a sea of fire, and jumping is also a dead end, and Feixian Lake has become a sea of fire for a while. Yi Bai is strong enough to withstand this. He sees that the canoe is mainly anti-customer. Proceed to crash into that savage battleship. I'll take a look. Whisper. General, be careful. The fourth elder couldn't help but worry. Yi Bai waved to indicate that they don't have to worry. The man fell on the plank. Clap a hand in the water. People were already a few feet away, like gliding over the water. See you at 4. Stunned. When he felt that Yi Bai was hardly human, how could he run the willow tree on the water like this? But few people noticed it, and it was the same not too long ago. Bypassing the Sea of Fire. Dali Army. 2 large ships are on Feixian Lake, especially prominent. The large ships are surrounded. The drummer was still there and the drums were playing. Yi Bai can see it from a distance. A little hesitant. Sneak close to the ship. At this time, the barbarians also suddenly sent out a large number of military drums, and finally rushed out several battleships in the Sea of Fire. The first bow is like a dragon. The hull is yellow. Look at that big ship. Even if it's not much smaller than the one under construction, it's far from the main ship. That's how we got through the crisis. The yellow ship followed the third and fourth warships on the side of the ship and went straight to the direction of the Dali army. Unable to withstand the fire of Dali soldiers, they gave up the main ship and sought to fight Dali in order to save the defeat. If it was a melee, Dali's fireboat would not come. Yi Bai saw the battleship coming ferociously, and went around to the other side. However, it was the ship that was close to the Dali warship, with lanterns hanging on the Wanglong ship. First, hastily drumming, body-beating armor. Yi Bai looked at the water. A moment of hesitation. The drums were loud, and in the blink of an eye, the ships were only a stone's throw away. Kill all the kings and don't let them live. Chang Zhu stood on the yellow boat. His face was cold, and he looked at the Dali soldiers on the opposite side. His heart was infinite. This boat-building ship was full of their barbaric warriors, and he was an elite figure, even though he sent dozens of ships to rescue. There are still many soldiers and horses drowned alive on this Feixian Lake. Feixian Lake, only Feixian Lake, only Fatian immortals, the edge of their broken wings. This Feixian Lake, the last thing, is fish and insect. Overnight, I don't know how many people became fish food. Fed. Bastard. The carelessness of the barbarians. They are not good at water warfare, but when they chased Yi, the entire southwestern court changed the sky. The territory originally belonged to them. They took it with blood, but it was divided up by others. Zheng. Suddenly, in the Dali army, an arrow was suddenly shot and shot directly at Chang Zhu. Chang Zhu was ordering his soldiers to attack. Suddenly, his scalp became tense, and he saw a cold light shot at him in the darkness. Chang Zhu's face changed. If he was struck by lightning, he had to avoid it. Suddenly, an arrow shot into his heart. Chang Zhu hung his head in disbelief. A Dali logo. Dad. Chang Zhu has fallen on the yellow boat. His ears are buzzing. He can't hear anything. The savage king just died under the arrow of darkness. Shush. Yi Bai looked at the reality. This arrow was really domineering. It made his heart sink involuntarily. In this, there is such a character. It really made him feel some threat. Brother, I was beaten again. On the warship in Dali, a slightly beautiful face appeared there, looking at a man in armor with an innocent smile. The crowd around wouldn't say a word, but silently watched this seemingly innocent youth, but it wasn't as simple as his appearance. Chapter 313. Courtesy open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Yes, there is progress. The man in armor smiled and nodded, and then touched the arrow in the young man's hand. The smile on his face deepened. Big brother, can I go south with big brother? Take Yi Bai's head, and let me shoot him. When the young man heard the man's compliment, he jumped, then came closer, with a pleading expression. When the faces of the people around him changed, did they simply say that they were addicted to it? Yi Bai is not so simple, don't worry, there will be a chance. The man smiled slowly, with a serious expression on his face, and said, he is a good opponent. I underestimated him a little. I didn't expect him to take the lead in stealing my Hongcheng County. Hehe. Duan Qing returned to Yangfu one step earlier than Yi Bai. After all, this is Yangfu, his world. Bang! The cries of slaughter did not stop, but the sound gradually became smaller. Only the buzzing and kissing sparks splashed out. Dawn. Thick fog enveloped Feixian Lake. Feixian Lake, nothing to see, as usual, just as calm. General, what should we do? Yi Bai changed his clothes and stood by the lake, frowning, feeling annoyed, and walked into Yangfu, only to know that everything was very different from what he imagined. Yangfu, go back, don't worry. For a while, Yi Bai finally turned his head firmly and stopped thinking about it. Although Yangfu was good, the timing was wrong and he was a little frivolous. When the 5 people heard Yi Bai's words, their hearts were also relieved. On the night of the fierce battle between the barbarian and Dali, there is nothing better than Yi Bai and the 4th child to experience this battle. For Yi Bai, it is not easy to grasp it skillfully. If Yangfu is like other counties in the southwest, it is easy to say that Dali is not excluded from this, and even there will be a sense of cooperation between the army and the people. This really confused Yi Bai. Of the Cao family in the southwest court in the past, in this Yangfu, just like the local emperor, oppressing the people and oppressing the fishing country, this southwest court still belongs to the jurisdiction of Daxia in name. In fact, the emperor's order, it's just a dead letter here. Coupled with the long-term war in the northwest, it's really powerless, which also led to the status of the 4 surnames in the southwest court. When I came in, it was easy, but not that simple. Although many people died in Feixian Lake, many people still escaped. According to Duan Qing's nature, how can they let them go? Therefore, Duan Qing set up a checkpoint near Feixian Lake very early on. But there are barbarians around Feixian Lake, no matter what. Why? There are barbarians, and the evil deeds of barbarians in the Exanon court are well known. Wherever they go, like locusts, people hate it. So there is no obstruction, and because there are many people missing along the way, people walking together can attract people's attention. However, the terrain of this Feixian Lake is complicated. After all, Dali hasn't been here for a long time. This is also normal. There is plenty of water in the southwest. If there is water, you go down. 666ers are excellent water transporters. A long time, and they have already left Wucheng. This is Yi Bai these few days. Now it's a war. It's hard to convey the information. Lang knew that when Yi Bai went to Yangfu alone, it was really startled. The first Yi Bai came back, immediately. Together with the other 7 people, they asked Yi Bai's crime. They should have been Yi Bai's guards, guarding Lu Wei. If something went wrong, they would also thank the world. Welcome, General. Before Hongcheng, Shang Jiazhen and others had been waiting outside Hongcheng after receiving the news. After the capture of Hongcheng County, Hongcheng scholars wanted to see Lu Sicheng many times, but Lu Wei had never set foot in Hongcheng, so it was easy to wait until Lu Fei came, not wanting to fall behind, and ran outside Hongcheng to see Lu. The interests of the Shangyanlin family, scholars in Hongcheng County have also heard that in the face of interest, there is no one who is indifferent. In Hongcheng now, Yi Bai is the master. Even if someone refuses, there is a strong force there. How much is there? People dare not accept it. Ladies and gentlemen, Gentlemen Lu are very polite. Yi Bai laughed, and then jumped off the horse. At this time, Shang Jiazhen's whole face jumped up, and at the same time he made an expression. Lin Shixing would kneel on the ground and compliment him. Incompetence in the official position led to Dali thieves besieging Hongcheng and letting the people suffering. General Lu saved the people of Hongcheng. It is really the wealth of Hongcheng people. I also asked General Lu to bring troops into Hongcheng, take over the troops of Hongcheng, and ensure the peace of Hongcheng people, thanks to the gratitude of the officials. Yi Bai looked at Lin Shixing, was silent for a long time, finally nodded, and only said a good word. Hearing Yi Bai's promise, Shang Jiazhen and Lin Shixing were also full of joy. At this time, The Hongcheng gentry next to him also began to say hello to Yi Bai. For a while, Lu Fan was a little tired, and then yawned. The squires of Hongcheng were also old and good, and they left one by one. Among these mansions, only Lu Fa and Lu Zan are left. Are you the son of the Lin family? Jiazhen and Lin Shixing is a bit close. Yi Bai can also guess something. Sure enough, Lin Shixing nodded, looked at Shang Jiazhen, smiled, and then looked at Yi Bai respectfully. Jiazhen is my brother-in-law, and my father is Lin Tianbei. Yi Bai smiled. His eyes were deep and shining. He had seen Lin Tianbei's craftsmanship. Only Lin Tianbei was so relieved. It was strange to him. Lin Shiheng's soldiers and horses in Hongcheng County also became his own hands. The performance of Yi Bai was very strange. In the land of Hongcheng, the Cao family would let Lin Shiheng be the county magistrate, which is really interesting. Fighting the world requires money and military power. In the southwest, Yi Bai is not a dominant family, not to mention, in the prisons in the south, there has been chaos. Calm down. The southern prison will no longer be under Qin Wen's control. Lin Shixing's people and horses can be said to give Lu Fu the charcoal in the snow. In fact, before Yi Bai came to Hongcheng, Lu Zan had already taken over the military and political affairs of Hongcheng, but Lu Zan was just a warrior and couldn't do many things. In addition, in this Red City, the Shang family army and Lin Shixing were also a little stronger than him, and Yi Baijin and Lin Shixing were also ordered to leave, so he also talked a lot with the two of them. When I went to Yangfu this time, what happened to the Red City? Shang Jiazhen knew that Yi Bai was asking Lu Zan, so he didn't speak. He is a smart man. He could see that there was nothing to gain this time, so he did not dare to say more, but just stood there uneasy. Chapter 344. Cold Wave. Subscribe. If he thought that he could kill Lu, he would immediately be overwhelmed. Oh ha, underscore. And Xian whispered first, and couldn't help laughing. Okay, second brother, you are worthy of my #1 think tank, ha. The tower was empty, with only An Xian and Anthony. Anthony watched An Xian quietly, and the last glimmer of hope was broken in his heart. An Xian was hopeless. It started laughing again. It was laughing again. Several soldiers murmured, seriously suspecting that An Xian had gone mad. The soldiers at the head of the city were horrified, and in the middle of the night, the long voice was especially strange and creepy on this dead city. Yi Bai looked at the tower quietly. He didn't sleep. Dragging his tired body, he began to whistle again. He didn't know how long this brazenness could stay, but he knew that once the city collapsed, his consequences would definitely not be so simple. A soldier on the top of the city, wearing a twisted armor with no appearance, lay on the battlements of arrows, without any sense of tension. It's a more important whistle, but the guard is sleeping. Give him a good rest. He waved his hand gently, and then stood on the whistle for a while, looking at the bright lights below the city. He couldn't help sighing, but he sighed softly, but woke the sleeping soldier. I just opened my eyes and saw a dark shadow. I was a little stunned, immediately reacting, holding a knife in both hands. Drinking, who? Yi Bai could speak. The guard beside him snorted coldly. You are blind in your dog's eyes. Can't you see, General Yi? When will you still have the heart to sleep? Soon as the soldier heard that it was Yi Bai, he immediately changed face. He was about to kneel down when Yi Bai stopped him. Yi Bai patted his shoulder lightly, sighed, and said nothing, then went to the next stop with the soldiers on the cruise. Why did he sleep for a long time before he died, and he will sleep forever after he died? The wind in Mangyuan is getting colder and colder. It is the cold wave in early spring. The weather is as cold as a year ago. In Mangyuan City, people are in danger. No one knows when Yi Bai will call. How long can you live in this Mangyuan City? But, to live a day, always have to do a day's work and eat a day's meals. Knock on the door. In the main palace of the city, the drums were beaten, and the whole city changed faces, young and strong, women and children, and they all ran together to the city. Antonano stood on the side of ease, with a smile on his face. His heart is even more unbearable. The turmoil in Mangyuan has just begun. Okay. Suddenly, Anthony changed his face and stood coughing in the north wind. His face was a little haggard, and Xian heard the drum sound in his heart, and was very happy, but there was a discordant cough next to him, which suddenly disrupted his interest. Okay, second brother, calmly stroked his beard, thought for a moment, and finally spoke. "Oh bro, alright, can I do something for you?" Hearing this intermittent cough, and Xian frowned again. He sighed and said, "Second brother, if you are not feeling well, go back to rest. Don't let the bad wind invade your body. If your illness worsens, you are not feeling well, you need to share with me and go back to rest." Anthony waited for these words, but he was glad in his heart, but his face was not shown at all, and he looked even paler. Hearing what An Xian said, he coughed twice and waved his hand. "Well, brother, second brother, go back quickly. Someone, send the second master home." Felt a little unhappy when he saw that Anthony was still insisting, and immediately, ignoring him, he called out two of Antonio's bodyguards and motioned for them to send Anthony back. Antonio should insist, not to mention how happy he is to see a Sei-yun push himself back. He trembled, clenched his fist, said tremblingly, "Yes, well, that big brother. Well, I'll go back first." "Cough, cough," said Anthony, took out his handkerchief over his lip, coughed twice, and shook out of the town's mansion. Although what is to be done today, although not that it is anger and resentment, it is also oppression of the people. Of course Anthony didn't want to go on this occasion. He didn't want to give himself a cursed name. It's better for his eldest brother to take responsibility for this black pot. And Xian watched his second brother leave, and his heart was relieved. He didn't know, from the very beginning, he had been tricked by this older brother. He stood in the north wind, with a straight waist, a bit old and strong. "My parents, brothers and sisters are in town. I'm An Xian, ladies and gentlemen, polite." Xian cleared his throat, looked at the people under the platform, bowed slightly, and then looked down at the stage, full of anger. Seeing the sound of drums attracting most people in Mengyuan City, An Xian stood on the high platform and felt very proud. It turned out that he was Mengyuan, and there were too many people. If so many people took up their swords, how much would the army outside Mengyuan City count? At this time, he was even more determined to recruit the people. When the generals in the city were still there, in the darkness, there was no way at all. Understand what peace means. Yi Bai dragged his tired body and looked at An Xian on the platform. His heart sank inexplicably, and suddenly there was an unknown premonition. What is An Xian going to do? People in the city, the general is puzzled, just waiting quietly for him to follow. There is no sound under the platform, and An Xian's heart also produces some strange things, but this strange flash, he decides do everything he can. The north wind whistled in his ear and blew some of his white hair onto his beard. He put his hand on the sword at his waist and shouted, "The people of Mengyuan, the enemy is just outside the city. They want to take the home where we live and kill our innocent people. Not long ago, how many soldiers, how many husbands, son, father died at the hands of the army outside the city. Can we bear it? Can we still endure their atrocities? We must rise up and fight them to the end." Antonio put on vegetarian clothes and stood quietly under the stage, looking at a Shixian like a clown, like a bereaved the wild dog. Roaring frantically, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly, with a contemptuous expression on his face. His goal has been half achieved, and the next step depends on his eldest brother's performance on the stage. The stage is calm, people just look at An Xian numbly. They are just defenseless people, what they want, but for a moment of tranquility, an acre of thin fields, and food and clothing. Chapter 315. Complicated open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Because they are so content, they always give in between concessions. They keep giving in, and gradually go from their comfortable days to poverty, and gradually, they can't even enjoy the joy of poverty. The soldiers in the city would look at each other, wondering what An Xian was thinking, and the people were even more indifferent, not responding, not even making a sound. Looking at the faces below, familiar or unfamiliar, these are his people. Seeing no response, a sneer in my heart. No one can understand him. No one knows his grand ambitions. His ambitions are not on his side. His ambitions are high, but he is not understood by the vulgar. Of course, he does not need to be understood. He is comfortable, the only one. On Shixian. Wow. An Xian spread out a white silk. His mouth was slightly smaller, and immediately, in the audience, he said with all the strength of his whole body, "If you have parents at home, you can't go out to have a wife and children. Don't go out with the only child at home. You can't go out to have a wife at home, but you don't have children. You can't go out, except these four beyond the humanoid. The strongmen in the city need to hang up and kill the enemy with me." In one place, there was a commotion on the stage. If you say that what you said before has nothing to do with them, them. What Xian just said really has a close relationship with them. I don't know how many people will die if this paper orders out. King of the city, this is impossible. Yi Bai heard Xian's words and immediately changed his face and struggled to reach the high platform, but was stopped by the black guard. What can't be done? And Xian glanced at Yi Xian coldly. His face sucked. If anyone did, 17-year-old Yi Xian, as a leader, unexpectedly opposed him, which made him very humiliated. Knock on the door. Yi Shiqi struggled. After all, he was only a martial arts general, not to mention that he was injured. Of course, he was not the opponent of the black clothes and the guards. He had no choice but to kneel on the ground. He said bitterly, but also ask the king of the city to think twice. Our duty is to protect the people. If people are forced to take up arms and fight, what's the point of the belief we've always held to keep the city going? Please think twice, king of the city. A shame for a general with a little bit of backbone to let the people take up arms to fight, because that's what they should do, unless no one really has no way to get the people involved in the war. Are you going to rebel? Take it easy now. Changed his face and looked at Yi 17. The murder intent in his eyes did not converge. He really wanted to kill Yi 17, really wanted to kill everyone who opposed him, but he couldn't do it, let alone kill Yi 17 who to guard the city. Yi 17 himself has a high prestige in the army. If you kill Yi 17, the guards will have no fighting spirit. Second, Xian will not be grandstanding. Xian is really not sure. When people hear easy words, they are complicated. They could speak, and Xian said again, "Come down." Under the order, the public no longer dared to speak. Even Yi Bai still clenched his fist, then lamented, and walked out of the house in frustration. Anthony silently watched Yi Shiqi walk away, his eyes twinkling with a smile. Then, stroking his beard, suddenly feeling a strange chill, he turned his head to the north. Is this spring breeze? Maybe spring is really coming. It's not fair. Why are we going? My son died on the battlefield. Should I go too? ... Everyone's face is complex enough to survive. Why do you want to die and fight? This is not a game. Is a dead man. They have no training whatsoever, and they are most familiar with the hoe in their hands. On this border, chickens and sheep will be killed. If a person is allowed to kill someone who has no grudge against themselves, they are just a bunch of ordinary people. No more. I am not interested in watching it anymore. The effect of Xian's request has been achieved. He waved his hand, and rushed out of here with his people. At this moment, a plain-looking, short-statured man glanced eastward and disappeared into the crowd. That person belonged to the kind of ordinary person, who at a glance forgot how many eyes he had seen, and immediately sank to the bottom of the sea without even a single bubble. He will never play. A glimpse of wonder. Effect. Well, by this afternoon and tomorrow afternoon, anyone who is no longer here gets my camp and fights and defends his home, and anyone who dares to resist, the whole family will be surrounded by the army. Xian roared again, and this sound immediately drowned out the noise on the stage. People quieted down again and looked at Xian, but this time Xian stopped talking and walked down the podium step by step. It's gone. Go back and get ready. People still refused to go, and inexplicably, they would be filled with fighting by the army. How can they believe, let alone their son, brother and father who died in the dust not long ago? The ups and downs in Anxi County over the years make people dare to be angry and dare not speak. At this time, they could no longer resist fighting for themselves. Seeing signs of panic among some people, and Xian immediately roared, "Blackguards!" These 3 words just came out of their mouths. A group of people looked at the people in the city coldly, as if they had climbed out of hell. Death was written in their eyes, and their hands remained on the knives at their waists. Bing up 3 levels in a row will be rewarded and their wages will be doubled. Where this fight doesn't come back, I'll have 3 generations to shade them, and I'll never break my promise. And Xian finally didn't dare to score too much. He's not a fool. If he was really a fool, he couldn't do it for so long. Yi 17 years old wouldn't have persuaded him like this, hitting him with a stick, giving radishes, things like that. Never seen it, although old-fashioned, but I have to say, there are some effect. The sound fell, the noise was immediately reduced a lot. They paid a lot, and what they needed was also a concession from the world. What they were looking for was actually not much, and they were too easily satisfied. Under the siege of the crowd, he left the platform step by step in peace and walked towards the city head quietly. Although he walked fast, the steps were still a little shaky, and he was old. The wind was cold, and the big field had only one side. The blood-red drums. The drums sounded like blood pouring. Far away, there was a trace of blood. One day day passed. One night came, and Xian was waiting for Qin Tianzhao's support. He didn't know that his brother had killed all the messengers sent to the official road. Qin Tianzhao will not come, at least until Zhongye City is attacked. Chapter 366. Burial open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Be careful tonight. Someone should do something that makes me unhappy. An angry wind lantern illuminated the entire hall, and in the dead of night, Yi Bai lowered his eyelids, as if falling asleep, and his voice was impermanent, but the whole yard was filled with surging murder. Yes, God. The hoarse voice sounded like a slit throat. The wow figure swayed in the dim light, and suddenly it became calm. The breeze was blowing, the green bamboo swayed in the yard, and the loneliness was sprinkled on the ground. Bamboo is not interesting. How can there be more branches? He picked up a glass of cold wine on the table and immediately, after drinking a cup, that burning sensation was immediately felt. It warmed his heart, and a great wave of slaughter poured into him. Let's go, let's go. In the dark, 000. Several mouse-like voices sounded, sneaky, looking around, rather obscene. City guards with torches cruising around the city non-stop. They were always deftly avoiding, not revealing a single flaw, but these flaws are just for people, and for something in the dark. Even if they could hide, they would be wrapped up like maggot. While no one was on the street, there was garbage and dust floating on the open street, some of which blocked their view. Come on, we'll be out right now. There was an excited voice. The man was holding the luggage in his hand, looking at the gate of Mengyuan a few hundred steps away from them, ecstatic. This road is impassable. There was a swaying shadow in the night, blurred in the moonlight, but the sound was indeed coming from the shadow. Black clothes, Xiaowei. When people's hearts are half cold, how can they meet this group of people without ghosts? The leader was also surprised to see the appearance of the black guards, but he had the courage to run away, which is natural with the calm of ordinary people, somewhat different. Run, spread out, he growled, then ran away in one direction. The others looked at each other, and started running frantically in all directions. To live is luck, to die is fate. They don't know. In fact, the black guards have been staring at them for a long time. What are they waiting for? That is, at this time, if they don't come here, it is nothing, but they chose a dead end, and the black guards naturally will be kind, because this is in Shixian's order. Words and deeds are consistent. Military orders are like mountains. If there are not a few textbook, how to persuade the public. Yi Bai sits quietly in the hall. He is waiting, he is waiting. Quote, quote. Not long ago, a few sullen people had woken him up from his sleep. A few bags were stuffed inside. A few guards in black stood silently, and without a word, the hoarse voice rang again. Lord, these people wanted to escape from Mengyuan, but we caught them from the city gate. Yi Bai smiled and nodded and said, open the bag. Leader walked out of the black sack. He saw Yi Bai, one of the last people he wanted to see, that he hated him. These bones, and that, the one who scared him to the bones. How many of you are going? Yi Bai's tone was impatient, and he softly said to the children general, there were only a few people on the ground who couldn't help but feel a chill. They were idle people in this city full of gardens. They were afraid of death and didn't want to be involved in the war. They were fleeing. People, who knows, Yi Bai and others are going to run away. If someone wants to run away, he can stand up and see his determination for the people. I'm just going out to find some mountain goods. The man's head gritted his teeth, or decided to carry it to the end, whatever. What Yi Bai said, he only said that some mountain goods were dug in the city. Yes, we are also looking for some mountain goods, to subsidize the family. Bang. Yi Bai smiled. He clapped his hands gently. His eyes flashed a playful color. Interesting, interesting. Midnight, digging mountain goods, and then I just want the whole family to fill the army. I don't know, what do you think? His voice sounded sincere, as if he was still asking for advice from a few of them. A few pale faces. They were dragged out of the house. The youngest, but how old, let alone kill the enemy, was a set. The armor is on the body, enough to wear him out, and on the battlefield, it's just the death of the material. As soon as I said this, everyone except the black guard changed their faces. A woman stumbled and knelt on the ground in front of Yi Bai, and kept humbly shouting, the people in the city are kind, the children are innocent, they are very young, and they are still children. The lord of this city is no worse than his wife and children. I know I am guilty. I ask the lord of this city to be kind to people outside the law. After a while, the sound of kneeling begging for mercy and crying came from the yard, which was very strange in the yard. You know what I said yesterday, he said. Do you know what I said yesterday? Yi Bai was a comfortable old god, and his cry did not arouse his sympathy at all. Never a dead end for those who disobey his orders. This way, they are already dead, and their families must bury them. What I said yesterday was very clear, but some people were afraid to obey. All of them. Go home. To fill. Army. Yi Bai's tone gradually became indifferent. He doesn't want to care about these people. People are still crying. Yi Bai is already impatient. He waved his hand, waved his big sleeves, and said coldly, "Take it down. Tomorrow afternoon, take me to the school grounds, command the others, then catch the deserters, conscript them all, die, and die at the hands of the dusty army." Just a few words. I don't know how much blood rained. In the roar and angry shout, the black-clothed guards knocked them down. Yi Bai didn't give them a chance after all. It's really strange. How could Meng Yuan have such a thing? 5 West. At the top of the city, a soldier looked inexplicably at the sky. An eagle hurried across the white clouds. The soldier murmured, then put down his hat, and spent the night in the tower, bored and crazy. Strange as it was, but he not too suspicious. If he was so curious every day, how could this life be so boring? The year-old Yi 17 was distracted these 2 days, and what troubled him most was Yi Bai's insistence on recruiting people to defend the city. Such an important event, that he didn't actually discuss it with all the generals, really made him feel a little uncomfortable. If this happened to people, and Meng Yuan wouldn't attack himself, he sighed, then looked up at the sky, and suddenly felt some peeping feeling. That feeling made his whole body a little cold. Chapter 377. Rejection. Open black lens bracket. Subscription. Close black lens bracket. He was surprised to see the sky eagle spread its wings, and then lowered his head again, full of doubts in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something, raised his head, and in the blink of an eye, the eagle in the sky turned into a black spot, and did not enter the cloud. "General, the lord of the city has summoned him." At this moment, a messenger rushed over. Yi Shiqi frowned. Although he was very reluctant, he didn't want to delay things, looked at the messenger, and nodded, letting him lead the way in front of him. This eagle was wandering in Mengyuan City. After a tea time, suddenly its wings fluttered. It fell down quickly, reached the top of the mountain, and landed on a person's shoulder. This man is wearing black clothes, and his face is as calm as spring water. Not who the cold elevator is. The icy eagle flew down, stretched out his hand and said, "Zhao King, work hard." "Thank you, let's go and let them know." He touched the iron ring tied to the eagle's leg, smiled, and strode down the mountain. Eagle roared, hovered over his icy head, fluttered his wings as he knew it, and disappeared with a note. Raising his head coldly and shaking his head, he thought, if it weren't for his presence, if others were talking about the current situation, he would probably think it was an illusion. He was instructed to check Andoano's movements. As early as the day of the war, Lao Wu had already been to Mengyuan City, and he had been tracking Anthony's whereabouts all day, but Yi Bai never received any orders, as long as he monitored Anthony. In addition to sending people to monitor Anthony's movements, he also ordered his other people to continue to look south to see if, as Antono said, there was no army to help Mengyuan City. From the south of Mengyuan, the situation in the southern prison no longer belongs to Yi Bai's strength. Yi Bai ordered people to get ready, or watch the activities of the southern prison day and night. The order was issued again, and the helper they carried was called Hawkeye, which could now be said to be worthy of the name, because they had an eagle in their hands. Eagles have broad vision and strong arms. It is naturally much better than geese and carrier pigeons, and there are few natural enemies, so it is too convenient to spread information. After all, thousands, miles of books are inconceivable these days, thanks to the amazing bird training skills of course, but backed up by Willow's incredible idea of turning eagles into military use. Long for the eagle to come to Yi Bai's big account with the eagle, Yi Bai looked at the eagle and gently stroked its feathers. The eagle immediately. He turned his head and looked at Lu Fa, full of hostility. Yi Bai smiled, glanced at the eagle's eyes, stopped talking nonsense, and turned his head again and again. "Is there any news for the third one?" Lang raised it, nodded, and took out a hoop from the eagle's leg, wrapped in a small note inside the hoop, with the third sheet written on it. Yi Bai opened the note, just looking at it, then he gave a deep smile. "Ha, ha, what a help to me too." At this time, Fei Qingyan also came. As soon as he entered the tent, he saw an eagle. Growing up in the mountains, he was naturally fond of such things. He once had such an eagle, but he died when he was a teenager. The people on the mountain have a deep affection for the eagle, because the eagle can help them do it too. When he saw the eagle, he felt a warm feeling in his heart. He just wanted to walk over. However, the eagle suddenly came out of the cold shoulder, roared, and then flew out of the tent, into the sky, and disappeared again. Qing Yunfei looked at Lang, with a sneer on his face and shrug. He didn't know what to say. The flies watch the birds fly away. Such a thing is soaked on the head, and the good mood is immediately was destroyed. Holding a blushing face coldly but not daring to laugh, the sky knows that Qing Yunfei will not try desperately to find him. Qing Yunfei, you are here. Hey, you, this. Yi Bai looked up. He saw a white flower hanging on top of Qing Yun's head. He was thinking, and suddenly saw that the eagle with his shoulders raised was gone. Then he looked at a twisted face, and his heart suddenly realized that his face was suffocating like a pig's liver. Cold, give me that flat-headed beast. I'm going to cook it for soup. I can't hand it over. I'm going to fucking kill you. Seeing the eccentric and suffocated uncomfortable expression on Yi Bai's face, Fei Qingyun finally broke out. He couldn't bear to shit on his head. This humiliation made him a little unacceptable. Does his head look like a chamber pot? The cold elevator hasn't calmed down for a while. He glanced at Yi Bai, clenched his fist, and said calmly, General, I'm going out first. Maybe there will be news. He was about to slip out when he spoke of the callous move. Fei Qingyun refused to agree. How could he stop there? The cold elevator came out again, and green clouds flew up with his feet. Give it up. No. ... Yi Bai, smiled, and he was really happy. Just now, when a green cloud flew in, he could hold it back. As soon as the two left, he immediately, laughing and pumping his stomach. So happy, I can have fun too. What's going on? At this time, Nangong angrily faced the account, his eyes full of joke. Well, if you want to come in, please come in. Can I do something for you? Hearing Nangong's angry voice, Yi Bai immediately, putting down his smiling face, looking at the angry OOO in Nangong, he became serious again. Nangong's anger saw Yi Bai again and never smiled again. Then, coughing softly, he put Harbor outside, and walked straight over. If it rains tomorrow night, it will be darker. Well, how did you know that? Yi Bai was taken aback, just a little confused, and then let go. He forgot a question. Nangong's anger was the person in that school, and he was most familiar with how many days it was. Knowing the weather was not surprising. Well, about when? Before waiting for Nangong to get angry, Yi Bai opened his mouth again, and suddenly he seemed more cautious in his eyes, because tomorrow night was the time he and Anthony agreed. One night, another night. Nangong looked at Yi Bai's expression angrily, feeling rather strange. I get it. Tell my brothers to be ready, whatever. Do it or not, see the night. Is that why you have confidence in Antonio? Nangong clenched his fists angrily, turned to leave, and finally couldn't help himself, looking back at Yi Bai's complex. Yi Bai smiled calmly, quietly put the note in his hand, stood up and looked at the map on the table, and said strangely, I don't have confidence in him, but that doesn't mean I don't have confidence in myself. Chapter 318. Go forward bravely, subscribe. Luo Xingtian stood on the beam of the house. Although his face was a little rosy, he still looked very weak. He frowned, his heart was full of worries, etc. The most serious losses were Zhang Yi's soldiers, a multiple of the southern prison army, and Zhang Yi, if it wasn't for the fact that the south gate was too small, it wouldn't be able to open. Plus Wu Zi took him to command the soldiers of the troop would not kill, and they changed their masters several times near the south gate, but they were always brought back by soldiers with countless bodies. South gate is still fighting for 4 days, which is 1 day longer than the 3 days Gary Locke promised when he boosted morale. But under the south gate, Zhang Yi's generals and soldiers were still fighting bloody battles, closely guarding the camp, and the walls on both sides of the gate should also confront the troops of both sides of the south prison at the same time. Was still in charge of attacking here. Qin Tianzhao knew his situation very well. He did not save his troops, but let the soldiers under his command fight to the death. After 4 days of bloody battles, both sides were exhausted. Wu Xuanyuan even sent his own guards up, and rushed towards Zhang Yi's soldiers one by one. Now that Yi Bai has broken into the door, and Mengyuan City is in Yi Bai's hands, Zhuangcheng is naturally in the hands of Yi Bai. If even Zhang Yecheng falls into Yi Bai's hands, Qin Tianzhao can only be trapped in this small prison in the south, and there is nothing else. On the way out, if you want to go north, you must pass through Zhangye. At the entrance of Zuhongganao Street at the south gate, the battle between the southern prison army and Zhang Yi's army is going on. The battle became more and more intense. On a mile square, there are no green slates in the city. The ground was stained red with blood, and the eyes were clearly visible. Everything is a red light, like rusted blood, growing stronger and stronger on the battlefield where the two armies fight to kill. The desire to hear it is disgusting, and the sight of it is terrifying. Every corner of the battlefield is piled with bodies, and every soldier frantically raises his machete and swings it mercilessly, like the scythe of death, the scythe of life, others are himself. A war of tens of thousands of people between the two armies, just as Qin Tianzhao had expected, had been launched. It's not easy to stop. The brutal choice of death and death on the battlefield, and the blood around them, stimulated the sense of smell and vision of the soldiers on both sides, which in turn inspired the madness of those buried in their heart. They were like a deadly lunatic, screaming horse charge, like two tit-for-tat blades, colliding with each other again and again, except that dazzling spark. But it also leaves an incomplete gap. These two swords are no longer sharp, and they are fighting for themselves. They are all soldiers in the southern prison, but because of some people's minds, now they start killing each other. They can't always learn to unite, so barbarians can also attack the city. Qin Tianzhao looked like a falcon, staring at the dark battlefield. The number of casualties on the battlefield increased rapidly. The fresh life disappeared in the blink of an eye. The war is always cruel, the accumulation of blood and bones, in order to achieve the great cause of the common people. Big Talk Summer Camp, let's go. Qin Tianzhao's voice sounded like ice cubes, showing no sign of pity. The flag was waving, and inside the army, a chief swung his knife. Yu Hao shouted strangely, to the center of the battlefield, and then the elite cavalry under his command. They cleverly arranged the position of the cone shape, with the tip of the cone pointing towards the center of the battlefield. Just like a game, both sides keep throwing pawns to get out the final lure, but they are blocked by the other side. In order not to care about the gains and losses of a city and a swimming pool, a famous 10,000 bones wither. This is the truth. That low and the desolate horns were on the battlefield, as if when death regained his soul, it played a funeral song. The sound of horses' hooves rolled by, and thousands of people riding on young, fighting in the blink of an eye. On the battlefield, bang. A loud bang, and the collision erupted into a string of dazzling gold and iron fires, as bright as firework. Yingyuan Gate. Qin Tianzhao looked anxiously at the sky and at the anxious situation on the battlefield. So far, the army has not opened a hole. Qin Tianzhao, who was accustomed to being sophisticated and calm, couldn't help sweating all over his face at this time. Neutron Camp, let's go. Qin Tianzhao was a little anxious. He shouted again. Immediately, another cavalry charged towards the opposing Zhongye army. Wu Zi, on the other hand, dragged his wounded body to fight himself to boost morale. He beat once at a time, boosted morale with countless shouts, and although 3 days passed, the morale of his command did not collapse. In particular, by fighting back, the Southern Prison Army was driven off the street. Several generals of the Southern Prison Army were almost killed by the counterattack Zhongye team in the chaotic army, because they came to the front line themselves and were too close to the front line. Such records greatly boosted the morale of the guards. However, there were not many guards in Zhang Yi's army at this time. For 3 days and 3 nights, Zhang Yi's foundation had been basically completed, but the south gate was still firmly in the hands of the southern prison. Wu Zi did his best, but the only thing he can do is that he won't let the soldiers in the southern prison step on his body. Even more frustrating was Qin Tianzhao. He could not imagine why such a small group of defenders still had such a stubborn determination to resist after the fall of the whole Zhongye. Streets are full of bodies, there is no chance to breathe on either side, and the body can only stay on the battlefield in the street. The Southern Prison Army, Zhang Yi's army, and even some innocent people were mixed up, and in some places, the traces of arson were still clear. The Southern Prison Army tried to attack with fire, but the plan failed due to heavy rain at night. The heavy rain gave the soldiers under Wu Zi some respite. The Cinnabar Bird Street was still in Wu Zi's hands. Although Zhang Nuo's army also paid a certain price, at least the Southern Prison Army's fire attack plan failed. However, Qin Tianzhao also had countermeasures in his heart. After a few days, he was able to walk down a small street of scarlet birds. It really embarrassed him. In the half of the southern prison under his command, the difficulty he encountered was a few days. The owner of Zhongye City is little known in the southern prison, that is, he actually resisted for a few days the powerful attack of the army under his command, which made him very hated. The heart that accepts Luo Xingtian also becomes stronger and stronger. Yi Bai said that he could never hit Zhang Yi at any time. If he really let Yi Bai kill him, it would be too much trouble. Maybe he will only lose Zhang Yecheng. The heavy rain finally brought some drinking water to Zhang Noyan, who had been without water for 2 days. Soldiers spent their time using concentrated ice rain, then a cauldron, and then carefully placing the limited amount of water in the hands of each general. Chapter 319. Flesh and Blood. Subscribe. Go on. We've been here. From now on, every hour, every moment, General Lu will be killed by the dust. We are about to break the day. For the people of Zhongye, for ourselves, and for us than these. Damn the traitors live longer. War. The soldiers looked at Wu Zi. Their eyes were red, and they were at a loss, not knowing how long they could hold on, let alone how long they would hold on. Their souls were empty, trapped on the battlefield, like a one cannonball. Wu Zi raised his knife and shouted. His voice was hoarse. In this case, he doesn't know how many times he said it these days. But now, regardless of matter how hard he tried, his voice still couldn't be as full as the day before. His breathing was a little weak. In the fierce battle yesterday, he received a knife. Although most of his power was blocked by armor, the opponent who cut him off was the general of the Southern Prison Army. For the general, there is no good technique and will not be recognized by others, so the power of the Southern Prison still causes harm to his body. But Wu Zi is not a good stubble. He also chopped the general of the Southern Prison get off the horse. He has always had revenge, but his chest is a little sore now. He suspects that his chest ribs may be broken, but he can only support it hard. Luo Xingtian's health is very poor, and he can only recuperate in the main palace of the city. All the burdens can only be placed on his shoulders. He not only has to replace Luo Xingtian to defend Zhongye City, but also support Yi Bai, the only livelihood of the army. He must not show a bit of decadence. Maybe the next moment, General Yi Bai will bring a large number of people. Almost everyone has this idea in their heart, although some people have begun to doubt and shake their hearts, but at this moment, they have no choice but to believe it. On the 4th day, with Wu Zi's encouragement, Nanman the guards on Zufan Street retreated more than 10 times. It was not until the afternoon that the army of the Southern Prison retreated for a while. Vermilion Bird Street, Zhang Yi's army. No one is standing. The Southern Prison Army has just retreated. Almost everyone is sitting directly on the ground, whether it is the leader or the soldiers, all gasping for embarrassment. Only those running from behind the medical staff, running around nervously under the cries of the wounded soldiers, seize the rare time to rescue the wounded. After 4 days of fierce fighting, there were nearly 80,000 guards, and the rest were less than 3,000. Wu Zi's heart is very clear. With his remaining hands, it is absolutely impossible to insist on tomorrow's sunset. Zhang Yi's fate will go dark one by one with the deaths of these soldiers. Maybe, today, it's these people themselves who see the sunset for the last time in their lives, and until the next sunrise, I don't know, I haven't had a chance to see it. Troops were less than 3,000. Everyone was wounded. Everyone was exhausted. Most did not close their eyes for 3 days. Exhaustion, wounded soldiers, hunger and thirst, and fear of death tormented their will. Some soldiers were tired and vomited blood. The archers could no longer draw their bows. Some archers had their fingers cut off by the bowstrings, and some could not even lift their arms. The last sunset. The blood remnants of the twilight. At sunset, everyone can't help looking west, watching the sun might set. The afterglow of the afterglow is in the sky little by little. The day is coming. The night is coming, cold and desperate. The smell of rust near the south gate, it was particularly pungent. They couldn't smell the blood anymore. A heavy rain. Zhang Yi was soaked all over and sultry, almost swept away the blood in the city away from the general, a leader, who limped away beside Zizi. His armor was unrecognizable from its original color. His shoulders were cut off. His blood was blurred, and only three hands were left. In one hand, wrapped in cloth into a ball, the little leader stood beside Wu Zi and bent down deeply. It is my greatest honor to fight with you. Even I can proudly say to others, Lao Su and the general died together. With the first, then a leader gathered around Wu Zi, and everyone bowed to Wu Zi. Even if they couldn't bend down, they still insisted. Nan Wan, there were never many real men. After the salute, the leaders looked at their commander-in-chief in silence. Wu Zi took a deep breath. At this point, he felt that he could no longer be speechless to boost morale. This time, everyone knew that they had reached the point of exhaustion. At this time, it is absurd to say those generous words that boost morale. Thank you. General also solemnly returned a gift, and then took a deep breath. I have nothing to say. I'm so proud of you guys. You, real true warrior heroes. I can't make any other promises to you. All I can say is, I will fight with you. When the last minute comes, I will die with you. No one spoke. Everyone looked at Wu Zi quietly, and there was no trace of trembling in everyone's eyes. eyes. Woozy burst into tears, then took a deep breath. Blow the trumpet of victory. Let the general hear us. Let him know that we are still there, fighting. We will continue to fight. The trumpet-playing soldier was already exhausted, but at this time, under the command of Wu Zawanek, several little leaders came out, picked up the horns, stood up in rows, and blew the horns. General, listen. In the general's house, Luo Xingtian stood on the roof, frowning tightly. The guards waited anxiously for the horn to sound, and the guard's face immediately appeared happily. Oh, hey. Yes, Luo Xingtian did not frown, but smiled. He also heard that the south gate was still fighting and Zhang Yi had not fallen. Wu Zi should have been with him for many years. If he were himself, he might not last that long. Now his health is still very bad, and many wounds have not healed, but he can no longer be so comfortable. He could hear a hint of sadness in the sound of the horn. Zhang Yi was already at the end of his tense state and couldn't hold on any longer. When Yi Bai arrived at Luo Xingtian, he sighed deeply in his heart, and then strode down from the roof again. Maybe tomorrow, things will be different here. When night fell, the bonfire roared at the south gate, roared under the city. There were bodies everywhere. There were few sergeants in Zhangye City, and they couldn't bear it. As long as Qin Tianzhao is willing, Zhang Yi will definitely change his master at the next moment. Wu Zi opened his blood-red eyes and looked at the young and alive body beside him, silently dying of his own unwillingness. He sighed for a long time, quite lonely. Nearly 10,000 people died here. Martyrdom for the city. Chapter 320. Firm-willed open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. On the bloody street, it rained like a note. It was a heavy rain. Zhang Yi had such a heavy rain. The dense body drifts helplessly, sinking from time to time. Coupled with countless burning rockets, Zhang Yi built the great wall of flesh and blood almost at the expense of his life. Maybe tonight, everything will end. Wu Zi stood on Zufan Street, pale as a stone tablet, regardless of the wind and rain, stood there unshakably, with Zhang Yi's last strength behind him. Maybe tonight, everything will end. Under the south gate of Zhangye, Qin Tianzhao held a finger in his hand and looked at the yellow oil lamp lightly. Oil lamps swayed in the wind. The mountains and the rain want to blow all over the place, and the rain has come. The wolf smoke finally rose in Zhangye City, and although it was dark, anyone could smell the fighting breath in the air. In recent days, the huge southern prison army has divided the brigade into countless teams, disturbing Zufei Street day and night. It turned out that Zhang Yi's army saw the southern prison army rushing up and united with the guards, but they couldn't help but let the southern prison army go up and down day and night. They couldn't stand for 2 days. Under the cruel lesson, Wu Zi finally understood the intention of the southern prison army to be tired of the enemy, and immediately divided nearly 10,000 disabled soldiers into 3 groups and turned the guards over. But it also surprised me for a few days, and could not rest day and night. Army is still like this, and the people and politicians in Zhangye City can't stand it anymore. Zhangye City has not heard of war for decades. People are used to comfort and happiness, and now the southern prison army is coming everywhere. Everyone is afraid of breaking the pain of courage. Hugh said, in order to help Sergeant Zhang Yi resist, that is, behind closed doors, stay at home all day. They are frightened by the shouts of the southern prison army day and night. They are afraid all day. Can't do this. Especially the cunning Xuanyuan troops. Constantly some letters of persuasion, inducement and intimidation were sent into the city, so that the people in the city not only dared not help the southern prison army to defend the enemy, but also cultivated the heart of defecting to the enemy. Therefore, in just 6 or 7 days, the southern prison army had not really started to attack the city, and Zhang Yi's heart was in chaos. Huge war drums spread rapidly in the dark air. In the originally empty Zhangye City, starlight soon appeared. For a while, starlight has filled the city, and under the starlight is a huge black. The southern prison army is here again. The prelude of cats and mice for this, Zhang Naikung ushered in the final battle. When Zhang Naoyan's alarm bell rang very quickly, sending out the most urgent enemy signal. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. At the urging of the generals, a large number of southern prison troops quickly boarded the city and prepared to fight. Wu stood on the roof and looked into the distance. A huge fire dragon appeared in the distant sky for the first time. Under the fire dragon is icy black armor, and the black line gradually turns black, and the night shrouds the distant land. Murderous gas, heavy killing poison gas, flying quickly, grasping the brilliance of heaven and earth. Zhang Yecheng is tightly shrouded. Touch. The neat and powerful footsteps of the soldiers in the southern prison were like a heavy beating of the soldiers in Zhangye. The faces of the soldiers in Zhangye looked calm, and they were not at all afraid of this powerful force. Brigade stopped when the forward of the southern prison army reached Zufan Street and descended 500 steps. Wu Zi clearly saw hundreds of huge attack tools lying quietly behind the southern prison army. Many of them were very strange, shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. They shook their heads and laughed bitterly. This is a world war. Without the south gate, how can they guard the narrow street? After 4 days, they can only guard for these 4 days. Heaven, all this is an extravagant hope. Just when Wu Zi lost his mind, the soldiers in the southern prison roared in the sky. Will Zhang Yi's army fall? Will Zhang Yi's army fall? Soldiers at southern prison shouted loudly. Shouts rolled in, like a landslide, and the ears of the Zhangye soldiers roared. At this time, Wu Zi did not speak, and the soldiers behind were also sarcastically looking at the front of the southern army. Silence, amazing silence. Zhangye soldiers dealt with in Zhangye city persuasion from the southern prison. After waiting for half a minute, when Zhang Yi's soldiers saw that Zhang Yi's army was not moving, his rudeness seemed to anger the southern prison army. Suddenly, behind the southern prison army, there was a thunderstorm, and tens of thousands of southern prison forces lined up and moved neatly to Zhangye city. The mighty stride of the Bang Bang southern prison army shows their strong will and determination. Kill. The southern prison army grabbed the soldiers' hands tightly and drank them hard. Murder. Kill. The voice became more and more trembling, and the rhythm became faster and faster. Finally, he came to the intersection of Zufei Street. Murder. The voice of the soldiers of the southern prison army was a little tired. At this time, Wu Zi waved his hand. The archer is ready. Launch. Sound fell. There was a roar of fangs on Yibai Street, followed by a bead like thunder, followed by an icy morning, with strange shouts rushing towards the advance of the southern prison army. 0 inches plop, plop, ah. In the prisons of the south, the soldiers immediately responded with the ecstatic sound of blood flowers, the breath of blood fluttering in the wind, filling the sky. A southern prison army fell, but the robes behind them turned a blind eye to those who changed immediately, stepped on the body of the robe, and madly killed Zhang Yi's army. They were indifferent to the mad crossbow of Zhang Yi's army, but did not see it. Stop, raise the crossbow, and prepare to fire. The former army general let out a grim growl, exclaimed, and the strict army paused for a while. A team of one South prison troop aimed their crossbow at the sky in their hands. Put down. Respite, amid hard work of southern prison lieutenant. Tens of thousands of arrows jumped down from the army in an instant, and a huge and strange cry was emitted, which disturbed people's eardrums, like a group of black locusts rushing to Vermilion Bird Street. Vermilion Bird Street immediately, deeply plowed by a dense rain of arrows from southern prison soldiers, followed by a cloud of sad blood and a heartbroken scream. Killing. Seeing the crossbow, the soldiers of the southern prison army shouted that they were not making the most of them here these days, and they didn't feel the signs of victory until tonight. The huge cries shook the heavens and the earth and directed the southern prisons heavily. The soldiers of the army went to the extreme dry of blood. Chapter 321. Death and Despair. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The people in the southern prison were jealous. As soon as the crossbow of the southern prison army was launched, the power of the southern prison army's crossbow was unstoppable. Waves of giant arrows rose from the crossbow group, covering the entire sky, and sent out a great, strange cry, tossing and turning over and over in the streets of Vermilion Bird. It is not expensive for a craftsman to be a public real, but not expensive for an archer to be afraid that no one is hurt. It seems that this great weapon that destroys the earth and the earth should not be used from the beginning, just like a meat grinder. Once it is used, it will be an endless rain of blood. There were not many soldiers on Vermilion Bird Street, and now they suffered heavy casualties. Yi Bai, who was in a predicament, reluctantly fought back several rounds, being suppressed so badly that he did not dare to raise his head. They are like a group of turtles hiding in 000 on both sides of the street, trembling on both sides of the street. There is no doubt that the routine arrow screen cover of each attack of the southern prison force not only has a great influence on the enemy, but also has great lethality and lethality. Killing. The cheers from the soldiers of the southern prison army are getting louder. Wow. A final shower of arrows rose above the crossbowmen in the southern prison and sprinkled a handful of salt on the streets of Vermilion Bird, the wounds bleeding. Shut the crossbow. Retreat. The southern prison army shouted to repay you, and the crossbow of the southern prison army raised their bows and arrows one by one, endured the great acidity, and quickly retreated to the back of the battle. Here's when soldiers and pawns perform at southern prison. Killed it. A loud arrow came from the air with a piercing roar, and between the waving of the flag, the mighty footsteps of the crossbow of the southern prison army, a dead man, heard only the sound of burning wood and dripping blood on the ground, but it was so quiet that there was almost no breath of life. Indeed, under the strong cover of a rain of 40 to 500 arrows in the southern prison, Yi Bai was killed and wounded, and even the surviving soldiers were killed by the southern prison. The horrific attack of the army was deeply shocked for a while, couldn't escape the great terror. Knock on the door. Under the command, the drum beat. Qin Tianzhao's face was wooden, watching the army in the southern prison continue to fall. The soldiers behind rushed up. His heart was very calm. Being able to break Yi Bai, everything is, after a few people died, it is no longer normal, and attacking Yi Bai for a long time has no effect. His heart is filled with righteous indignation. The superintendent came forward and dared to make a decision. His eyes flashed. He must break Yi Bai. At all costs. At all costs. Under one command, the supervision team strode forward. Their faces were helpless. Each time, they did not know how many rogues there were died at the hands of their own people. The southern prison force heard that Qin Tianzhao's life was even colder, and killed him in front of him. A new round of drums. This time the drums were more urgent and violent. This is the broken five of the southern prison army. Drums. With the sound of drums, tens of thousands of southern prison soldiers pushed countless large musical instruments around Zhangye. Like a black madness, the huge cries were as timid as flash floods and tsunamis. In the night light, nothing can be seen, but there is a faint smell of rust outside. The soldiers in Zhangye city were silent. They smelled a desperate murder, and a ferocious breath of death emanated from the silence. When the long silent alarm bell on Vermilion Bird Street finally rang again, and the Zhangye soldiers who were hit by the arrows in the southern prison finally stood up one by one. But Yi Bai's army seems to be lonelier. About 3 to 40% of Yi Bai's army were either shot or fell to the ground groaning in pain. Although the people in the southern prison paid a huge price in this round of arrow rain, but killing 100 enemies and committing 800 suicides is more serious than the losses of the southern prison army, because no one of them or their horses was harmed again. Wuzi also raised his head under the escort of his personal soldiers. When he saw such a huge offensive momentum of the southern prison army, he couldn't help but stay. He was disheartened and had no choice but to fight with people. He looked at the prison army in the far south, as if he could feel their breathing. When the southern prison army approached, he immediately shouted, "Ready! The crossbow is ready, fire at my command." With the sound of the movement, the southern prison army hurried, and the fortifications hit by the arrow rain immediately regrouped and prepared for battle. At this moment, a huge strange noise suddenly came from the sky, which Zhangye army had never heard of before. I couldn't help but look up. Away from the sky, a group of fiery red meteorites whizzed past, making a huge roar. Soon, the black dots turned into black shadows, and following the trend of thunderstorms, Wanjin went straight to Yi Baicheng in Vermilion Bird Street. "Stone catcher, hide!" Wuzi's eyes were red. He roared sadly, and then frantically asked his soldiers to seek shelter. The smart Zhangye soldiers heard Wuzi's words and also struggled to roar. The sound fell. Countless boulders fell into the air. The flint just landed on the pile of arrows on the wall, and there was a loud roar. Even the ground seemed to be shaking. The gravel splashed out. A dozen or so standing nearby soldiers were splashed in their heads, and the deaths were extremely tragic. Rumble, rumble. The loud sound continued for a while. The eardrums were filled with the tragic howls of the soldiers of the Zhangye army. A blood mist rose from the air. Sawdust splashed. Stones overturned the heads of the city, and the houses on the streets trembled like swings. Then, a new round of attacks hit the air, this time with a swarm of giant fireballs. Touch. When the huge balls fell one by one on the Vermilion Bird Street, they splashed the kerosene into the sky too. 5. The kerosene is gone, and the street is immediately. Pile of fire was rolled up, and the houses of countless people in the southern prison were set on fire. Ah! Countless Yi Bai's troops roared out, burning all over the body like torches. Therefore, since Yi Bai's army had not yet waited for any effective attack on the southern prison army, Vermilion Bird Street was smashed into pieces by the huge and terrifying stone catapults of the southern prison army. Ruins sweep it like a gust of wind. Wuzi was almost desperate, and one by one, he was attacked by large weapons guns like the Southern Prison Army, and his combat power plummeted, causing a large number of casualties. By the way, when you are sick and kill you, Qin Tianzhao's cruelty is not to be mentioned. As long as he is not a soldier under his command or his people, he is either dead or surrendered, but there is no way out. Filu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend and share. Chapter 322. Wind and Rain. Subscribe. There is another fierce war of resistance, treating himself in his own way and in his own way. Nandong's anger has never considered the means of legitimacy, he only wants the result. Yuchang County South Prison. This is also a full-scale battlefield. The attack of the besieging soldiers was so violent that the counties throughout the city never saw it. These people have mixed clothes and decorations, they look like normal people, but these ordinary people are disciplined. The action was very fast and orderly. Cross the moat. Cutting down a suspension bridge is nothing but a sharp do. Blocking the water source and blocking the gate is also fleeting. From the wild to the city, there seems to be no obstacle. In their opinion, the defense outside Yuchang County is a contemptuous blow. The equipment of the siege was like a shrimp toad, and countless people rushed under the city, and without waiting for the moat to fill it, began to climb the wall with simple homemade ropes, climbing and shooting arrows at the same time. Cold arrows were fired from the head of the large army, but those who fired the rockets, the soldiers of the city, have been in chaos during this sudden attack. In the reign of the city, the county town was ordered to reinforce soldiers with 23 orders, and the people came to help, but the attack was immediate. The 3 gates were attacked, and there were not many people deployed at one time. Yuchang County was occupied by soldiers from the southern prison. People are not necessarily worse than these soldiers and horses, and they hide at home and refuse to come out. The chief of the city was suffocated by a round of rocket firework, and the city's guards were all smoked to death with gray faces. After all, it is still a city and county, and has experience in defending the city, trying to stabilize the hearts of the army and let the soldiers fight back. But at this time a section of the moat has been filled. A cart rumbled in the distance and was toppled over, with a huge log facing it. However, the large wooden block in front was wrapped with iron. The car was very large, and there were various shielding devices on the car, most of which were solid objects that were difficult to burn, which had the effect of preventing the city leaders from shooting arrows at will, dozens of them. A soldier hid under the car and pushed the car forward, and in a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the city gate. A loud bang, the huge woods reached the gate of the city, the earth was shaking, and the whole Yuchang County looked like it was shaking. The car collided and took advantage of the situation to retreat. The soldiers shouted slogans and fought again. Only the sound of bombardment and roaring was heard, which shook the entire Great Wall, and the exciting guards almost vomited blood. More soldiers were rushing in carrying ladders, and the siege had just begun. When Sen Dao rushed to the left and right, Qin Tianzhao finally became impatient. He found himself caught in the trap again. Luo Xingtian and Nandong are both cunning people and never want to fight happily with him, just like in front of the southern prison and in front of 90,000 mountains outside Jinshui. In the prisons in the south, Luo Xingtian always shrunk in the camp, relying on the terrain to fight with the southern prison army. If he hit hard, the destruction would be in vain, and he would come back. The same is true of the old anger. Although there are fewer camps this time, they took the lead, relying on the golden water outside the 90,000 mountains and using the canyon as a buffer. It is like going to the original southern prison. More importantly, the incident of Fengkegu ambush has dealt a great blow to the people of the southern prison. Even Yi Bai didn't know if there was still an ambush in the valley. The king was ordered to take action, and ordered 2,000 cavalry to attack the right flank in full force. Yi Bai ordered his eyes to be a little red. Wang Tianyu gritted his teeth. After all, the number of southern prison troops is dominant. In the middle of the arc formation, it was rammed by the army and the army in the southern prison. The masses are already in a hand-to-hand battle. Although the dusty army in the arc-shaped concave did not retreat, and regained territory with one foot on the other, Wang Tianyu suddenly brightened his eyes and found that the trough in the middle of the dust affected the flanks. The weak in the dust army appeared, and fatigue also increased. He beat the drum again without hesitation, and ordered the soldiers to attack the dust army on the left flank with all their strength, and suddenly the situation changed. In the noisy noise, the attack of the southern prison army is like a wave, but the two southern prison army will send cavalry from the left flank, and the wind and rain are like the right flank of the sand and dust customs army. The dusty army army finally gave no support, showing a tendency to fail. Yi Bai took a breath and smiled from time to time. There is only persistence between success and failure. Suddenly, Yi Bai's smile condensed into a ball on his face. The Sand-Dust army seemed to be defeated, but it still persisted. The drums on the opposite hillside were also beating. Suddenly, the valley accidentally kills another ambush. Thousands of people. The soldiers in the valley had been lining up silently for a long time, and the Dusty army behind was shot at their feet with bows and arrows to cover the attack of the new army. Dust Feng army attacked again, unable to resist the momentum of the Southern Prison army, and the two armies collided. Like the surging waves crashing against the rocky walls, the sun shines and the bright waves flicker. More than 10,000 soldiers were thrown into this battle, but in addition to 900 mountain troops previously stationed in Jinshui, the Sand and Dust army has dispatched more than 10,000 soldiers. Yi Bai already understood this plan in his heart. He wanted to fight Locke during World War I. Luo Xingtian was also preparing to fight against the mountains beyond the 90,000 Jin 000 water. The two armies on the left flank went back and forth, but the Dust army on the right flank did not wait for Wang's move, and ordered the two men to rush in this time. Horan crack. Wang Qian was very alert to the previous lesson, but he didn't dare to kill people suddenly, so was Hope. Just when they were hesitating, the Sand army suddenly rushed out more than 1,000 dark horses. In the dusty battle, under the sun, this horse, the dark horse, bloomed with brilliant light, as if it had turned into a black dragon, roaring out of the dust. The sun was in the sky, the black dragon was circling in the air, and at that moment, the golden water outside 90,000 mountains was under the majestic, black light flashing. At that time, all the people had hallucinations, but they also thought it was hallucination now, and so did Wang Qinling. They didn't even know what the Dusty army was doing, and they couldn't help but stop and move on. They haven't fought yet, but they suddenly lost the motivation to charge, and because the black light is so dazzling, the sun in the south has turned back, and the black dragon suddenly gushes out, bringing a dazzling black light. Many people can't even see the front exercise. How dare you rush? What kind of team is this? Yi Bai's heart palpitated. He was a little far away. The black light didn't affect him much, and when he saw a black dragon galloping out of the dust, he couldn't help but feel scared. Chapter 323. Strange feeling. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. All black warhorses, black curly hair, fish scales like zigzag, like an ichthyosaur. Not only horse soldiers wear black armor, but even horses are the same. Do war horses wear armor? Qin Tianzhao believes that breathing cool air and fighting with vests can not only protect horses, but also enhance the impact and lethality of cavalry. It's not that he hasn't thought about it, it's just that these places cost money to spend. On top of that, elite cavalry equipment is already a huge burden, and then put on armor, which is not so easy to be ridden by horses, let alone stormtroopers. Where did Locke get such cavalry? They not only use the impact of heavy cavalry, but also fully consider the effect of light to interfere with the enemy. They were based on the mountain outside the 90,000 Jinshui, and he was confused. Get on the locomotive. Board the car. While Qin Tianzhao sighed for the opponent's heavy armored cavalry, Yu Qingcheng's army was also surprised by the city bus's attack. The siege is still proceeding in an orderly manner. This gives the city guard a very strange feeling, as others may be ferocious in attacking the city, but gives them a laid-back feel in the presence of city people. Siege seems to be a must. Sometimes ferocity doesn't necessarily work, but order definitely works. Block the river. Let the rocket go. Hit a city car and step up the ladder is smooth and natural, and not at all restrained. The head of the city has panic, and under such a fierce offensive, few think the city can hold on. If you ask Qin Tianzhao for help, you need to hold on for a few days, but he soon finds that he can't seem to hold on for a few hours. The prawns taking the city are filling the trenches. It never stopped. He also carried earth under the city, built earth under the city and attacked. Their actions, though gentle, were extremely effective. The soil in front of the wall is getting higher and higher. The bodies are piled up, and they seem to have been working. They can fill up as high as the wall. The soldiers in the city watched the persecution, but there was nothing they could do. They had been crushed by the soldiers on the ladder, but they held on. They don't want to give up easily until they see the boarding car. Several boarding cars approached slowly from a distance, across the moat. Then, Under the shaking of the soldiers, the giant stretched his waist as high as the city, almost as high as the city. Then Che Ping shot a bow and arrow, killing countless enemies, ruthlessly. Pressure from these cars and tigers looking at Yuchang County, and even overlooking the soldiers in Yuchang County, is self-evident, and the Southern Prison Army has been unable to hold on to the city. The soldiers guarding the city almost collapsed, and the city guards almost collapsed. Although the enemy has not yet landed on the city, it seems that sooner or later there will be a problem of time. This boarding car is ready. It is by no means a day or two on credit. The other party has been planning for a long time. This is to show them the determination to occupy Yuchang County. Interesting. They still don't know who the siege is. A guard came to him in a panic and shouted, "My lord, there is an urgent matter in the north of the city. Your Excellency, the southern part of the city is in a hurry. Your Excellency, your mansion is on fire." The urgent military situation continued and the fire in his house was heard. Without even thinking of rescue, the first thought was that, apparently, the city was mixed with spies, using fire to create panic. "Sir, what should I do?" One panicked and the guards could see each other's desperation. "The eastern part of the city has not been trapped," one warned. "His intentions are self-evident. There is still time to run, and if the city is in all directions, one can only sit back and wait." The car crashed into the city, or crashed into the city gate in an orderly manner. Although the guards could not see the situation of the city gate, they felt that the gate had cracked, and the cracks in front of them continued. It is also the scorching sun under the scorching sun, and it is also the leader of the city of fire, and the people of this city are also sweating. Under the firelight, in the smoke billowing, someone had attacked the wall. The black dragon rushed out and was invincible. If the southern prison cavalry won with momentum and agility, the dusty black armored cavalry, like a giant without much skill, completely despised them, and charged directly into the cavalry under Wang Qian and his orders. Cavalrymen collided with each other, and the cavalrymen of the southern prison fell to the ground one by one, and the horses were surprised to see such monsters like horses, and some even backed away. The spears and machetes did little damage to these monsters, but the great cavalry stabbed them mercilessly. This is not a close confrontation, because of the sudden appearance of these monsters. Wang Qinrao has gone through 100 battles and can't do anything for the time being. This is not to say that the dust cavalry is invincible, but at this time, this holy cavalry is just the enemy star of the southern prison cavalry. It's like a group of men and horses prepared by Yi Bai to get angry, in order to deal with the army in the southern prison. After the black dragon, under the golden light, the dust cavalry under Yi Bai's anger were silently killed. They were just killed by the flank again and again, and after going back and forth again and again, the cavalry in the southern prison retreated. Yi Bai's angry the dust cavalry finally came out again. They appeared in the most violent attack of the southern prison army, and gave the southern prison army a more violent response. Xuanyuan's troops no longer hesitated, and rode out drinking alcohol to stop Yi Bai from doing angry dust and custom cavalry. He is waiting for this moment zero. The dusty army did not aim at Xuanyuan attack, without hesitation bypassed the frontline shield soldiers of the southern prison army and began to attack the left flank of the southern prison army infantry. The southern prison army's the left wing was in disarray. Black Dragon as Huo ran peeled off. The hoof is rumbling, and the cavalry of the Xuanyuan army is reversed. Drums of war were like thunder, like a roaring dragon, and the 90,000 mountains began to tremble, and the army that had settled in the dust saw it, and its courage was greatly strengthened. Then in the valley, he killed another ambush. Wang Tianyu's eyebrows were furrowed, and he didn't know how many times the other party had been ambushed. Although from this point of view, the dust-settled army is not necessarily bigger than the southern prison army, but the old fox Luo Xingtian used a very clever method to take advantage of the concealment of the valley and sent troops constantly, which made Wang Tianyu have an illusion. There were endless ambushes in the valley, and the dusty army was far better in numbers than the southern prison army. This is Wang Tianyu's idea. The southern prison army said in his heart that this battle, from the fierce battle from morning to noon, from the noon struggle to the darkness of darkness, has actually been going on for too long. Chapter 324. Anger. Subscribe. In fact, the troops in the southern prison were already tired in their heart. After all, Chen Bing insisted on protecting the dust, but what was their insistence? There were fewer people, and many people who fought were numb. Just listen to the monotonous drumbeat, but it couldn't stir up a little blood anymore. Lost the target, just a walking dead. Both Nangong's anger and Xuanyuan's weapons are alive and well. Getting closer and closer, staring at the enemy on the opposite side, his eyes collided with a ferocious spark. Killing Nangong to provoke anger can immediately reverse the entire battle situation. Xuanyuan immediately swallowed his lip, and his black and white eyes showed strong confidence. In the chaos, it was not difficult for him to pick up Nangong's anger. In this case, it was not difficult for him to pick up Nangong's anger. The outcome of the cavalry was beyond his consideration. In fact, he was so risky, just because there was such a trace of lack of self-confidence in his heart, and he was so helpless, he didn't want to lose again. He kept trying to shut the dust off, but it was clear that Nangong wanted to make him angry. When the fight is over, it's pretty intense. But Wu Xuanyuan already understood. Nangong's anger is everywhere, and Nangong's anger still adheres to a defensive counterattack strategy. Gary Locke was also smart enough to implement this strategy. Luo Xingtian's 1,000 years of sophistication, coupled with Nangong's sharp anger, this combination actually makes the Southern Prison Army powerless. He lacks understanding of the anger of the Southern Court, but it seems that Nangong's anger towards him is very thorough. He wanted to kill Nangong to cause anger. He didn't believe that Nangong could let angry martial arts defeat him. From a very young age, he practiced martial arts with others, but Nangong was not so angry. Even if he can improve his martial art, he will not be his own opponent. Wu Xuanyuan is obviously a standard arrogant person, but his arrogance is generally not shown in people, and the Southern Prison Army fell one after another, which did not touch his nerves. A very arrogant man, who never cares how much he loses. He only knows a little, and sometimes, one can even bring a profit to win it back. The cavalry rumbles, and the stars. Xuanyuan martial arts vary from near to near, almost at the same time. It is also an order of Nangong's anger. Shoot, spear. Xuanyuan's troops let his men shoot arrows. After all, the cavalry he led was the elite of the southern prison, and the bows and arrows were also equipped. At such great distances, archery was the best at killing his opponent at the time, but he didn't expect that the other party would throw the spear directly, which was more thorough than his proud bet. Lost the spear. What did these people use? He didn't listen to Wang Tianyu's detailed explanation. Nangong's anger settled down, so this move was really out unexpectedly. The southern prison in the front row rode on shields, each with a spear. When the shield resisted the bow and arrow, it drew the knife at its waist. They were not afraid of losing their spears, because they were close to each other and had sharp knives. Screaming incessantly, Ma Ming was deeply saddened. At this moment, he did not know how many Iron Riders fell into the dust. Zan was only angry with Nangong. The spear went by and he didn't even have it. He was engrossed, stroked the handle of the knife, and Horan flew into the sky and chopped into the Nangong, making him angry. The knife focuses on his spirit, and his entire body is unparalleled. He flew up, like a dragon in the sky, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Nangong's anger was not afraid, and he had the strength of his legs to fight back with more fearlessness and violence. The two men took a step, like a sunny day, shining on all sides. Zan Yuan saw Nangong's anger and was not afraid of death, but his heart was a little majestic, but he was keenly aware that Nangong's speed was worse than his. The master moved, and the front line decided life and death. The anger of the left shoulder, the strength of this knife is enough to cut him in half. With a bang, Nangong's anger subsided. It seemed that he was cut off by him, but the long knife seemed to be resisted, and it didn't slip and cut off Nangong's furious. Xuanyuan Wu knew the plan in the middle, and his momentum slanted, and Nangong's angry long knife almost cut along his arm. Two passed by, Zan Yuan's wrist twisted, and he slashed at Nangong, angry at the back of his neck. Nangong shrank his head in anger. He had armor on his body, but his neck was not. He avoided the kung fu, but he clenched his fists lightly and waved his arms, but no cold light entered Xuanyuan and returned. The distance between the two is so close that it is truly insurmountable. Army roared, and just fought back. A ray of light in the air, a long sword silently pierced his rib. Zan Yuan slashed down with a single sword, and the long sword was broken. He didn't expect Nangong's angry side, and there was a master in ambush, and he planned a blow. Fortunately, when he became aware of the crisis, he reacted quickly and it was difficult to dodge. This sword was used to pierce his heart. The man pierced Zan Yuan with the sword. Without stopping, the horse rushed over. When he looked back, his face was covered with a black towel and his eyes were like water. Ma Lu was like a tidal wave. All the killing photoelectric fires flashed. Nangong's anger fell on the horse. One arm could no longer be raised. He saw Xuanyuan Wushu jump out of the knife. He already knew that Wushu was not as good as him, but with his the arm fight brought a heavy blow to Xuanyuan's martial art. The man sat on the horse, took up the bow in one hand, and lay flat, while the Southern Imperial System drank angrily, opened the bow with his feet, pulled the full moon, and retaliated with arrows. This kind of action is very strange. The long arrow is like electricity, and the profound energy is even severely damaged. The shape is no longer sharply reduced, and the arrow is shot at the waist, and it is dialyzed out. Zhan Yuan immediately swayed down. He had already fallen off his horse, and in the next second, he stood up, hugged the belly of the horse and left. Nangong roared, Xuanyuan Wu is dead. Luo Ri on the other side of the hill has been nervously watching the movement on this side, and he ordered it early, and the dust soldier roared, Xuanyuan Wu is dead. Wu Xuanyuan died. The cheers fell into the sea, shocking the world. The southern prison army saw that Xuanyuan forces had disappeared, and the army was in chaos. Luo Xingtian beat the drums, the dust settled, and the southern prison army collapsed. No! Hearing Nangong's anger, Qin Tianzhao suddenly sank into his heart. He knew that he had been defeated today, the general trend, but he didn't know what happened to Wu Xuanyuan now. Hurry up, issue the order, get out of the army. He stared coldly at the dust in the distance, a trace of pain in his eyes. Yi Bai, are you really my star? Sneezes. In the hot summer, Yi Bai felt inexplicably cool. This is not Nanwan. This is Di Jing. Ah, he shook his head and looked at the ancient temple on Shushan. His eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy. Here, there will be him want the answer. Chapter 325. Collapse. Subscribe. When two armies are at war, the most important thing is the heart of the army. Whether you are martial arts to cover the world, or the art of war like God, when the heart of the military is gone, the army is defeated like a mountain, and one's power cannot be recovered. The prison army in the south was in disarray, while the fleeing wild horses showed no restraint. Zhan Yuan couldn't restrain it. Wang Tianyu couldn't. Qin Wen flew to the southern prison, where barbarians and Dali worship, won the heart of the army, and defeated the heart of the army. He can lead 3 tigers, Nan Quan Zilang to fight from east to west, invincible, precisely because from the very beginning, with his people to defend their homeland, the soldiers reminded on this purpose, often erupting amazing ability. The same goes for Yi Bai, who is in charge of defending the southern prison, and so is his intention. The families of most of the enlisted and elite soldiers are on the left side of the southern prison. They are the most hated barbarian group in the prisons of the south. The elites under Yi Bai's command can also give up their lives and forget about death when they return to the city and fight the sandstorm. No matter how elite and invincible you are, the loss of fighting spirit and purpose is the loss of courage to move forward, and the walking dead are no different. How can you win? The god in their minds is dead. In a disorganized army, no one can confirm this. Nangong angrily led the Iron Dragon to the duel, in order to disrupt the muddy water and create chaos. It was also an effective means of killing the enemy, sharper than a real knife and a real gun. Now Wu Xuanyuan is not talking about the leader of the army. Even though his life is worrying, he is even triple wounded, respectively on the back, abdomen and waist. Rao is strong in martial art, but he can't resist. He can escape from the Iron Cavalry because he has never been cut off by martial arts in decades. His great survival potential explodes at the moment of life and death, but grabs the horse's stomach. He can no longer give orders. The only thought is to keep the green hills. Don't worry about burning wood. He was defeated today, and he still sits with thousands of elite soldiers. When you can make a comeback. Xuanyuan's troops fled, but the southern prison army just listened to the cries of the Dust Guan army in the mountains. Xuanyuan Wu died. Xuanyuan Wu died. The sound of shouting and killing shook the mountains, shook the clouds, shook the hearts of all the people in the southern prison. If the gods in their heads were already dead, how could they not screw it up? And they persisted from morning to afternoon. There is no water in rice. It depends on perseverance, spirit and Xuanyuan. Without support, no one wants to keep fighting. The golden drums around Wang Tianyu were almost broken, but no one listened to his orders. Seeing that the situation was over, Nangong's angry subway cavalry threatened to kill him. Wang Tianyu immediately. The decision to retreat has been made. Of course, retreat is the best way to say, but in fact, there is no escape. The direction of escape is of course the direction of Jinshui. After Jinshui, where the foundation of the southern prison lies, there are thousands of troops who cannot escape their lives. As soon as Wang Tianyu left the battlefield, the southern army lost its way in the chaotic army, scrambling to flee for their lives in the direction of Jinshui. For a while, the horses hissed and caused chaos in the army, killed by a small part of the army, and countless people in southern prisons died at the feet of their own people. Seeing the collapse collapse of the southern prison, Luo Xingtian ordered to play the drums. Of course, he knows when the pursuit is the most correct. At this time, the southern prison army no longer has the right to resist. Covering up the killing is the best time to expand the victory. Even to cover up the murder, Luo Xingtian was ordered to be strict. 1. Nangong's angry subway ride was also accompanied by the attack, followed by the chase from the southern prison, with rumbling horseshoes, thick smoke billowing, and thick smoke rising from 90,000 mountainsides, all the way to the east of 90,000 mountains, pressing the golden water. The army of the southern prison lost its helmet, removed its armor, and ran as fast as it could, killing it from afternoon to dusk and sunset. The river on the Jin River is like blood, and the blood flows into a river. The remaining sun in the sky is like blood, depicting the tragic splash of mountains and rivers. When the southern prison army was defeated, the guards of Yu Great Wall were also in a period of collapse. Seeing that the besieged city had climbed to the top of the city, the guards in Yuchang County finally made a decision and retreated. Of course, retreat is escape. In fact, the guards in Yuchang County were still curious as to who attacked the city. Although the city of Yuchang County was defeated, he really wanted to know who would attack the city. The guards of Yuchang County are also well known, and the siege of the city is no less than the city, but this is the first time I have seen so many arts in siege. It starts from the enemy rushing through the moat, until it rushes to the city wall, but after half a day, all the tricks are like iron fists, and the city guards are breathless. Yu Cheng's rearguard was obviously not ready, because the generals in the city did not dare to wake up, but the opponent's actions were determined to succeed in one fell swoop. Who is the commander-in-chief of such a meticulous army? The Yuchang County guards escaped from the east of the city. Looking back, they saw the smoke billowing in Yuchang County, and they still had this question in their minds. He and a priest will leave with their own soldiers, and the city's generals will not be told to panic. At this time, his father and his dead mother were married, and each took care of the individual. Where did they care about this? Their goal is to cross the golden water and go to the southern prison. 0. As for whether the general of this city is dead or alive, it depends on his own destiny. Although Yuchang County guards escaped, after all, I wouldn't tell the city guard. But people couldn't find the leader, so naturally they panicked quickly, and more soldiers rushed to the head of the army. Yu Cheng's guards were confused and disintegrated. Knock on the door. Knock on the door. Knock on the door. The last bang of the car crashing into the door, almost as the guards broke in. The prawn and toad soldiers quickly cleared the door and cleared the way out. The distance, flags were flying, soldiers in dust-proof suits, and the dust lined up against the soldiers' flags slowly entering the city. They were in no hurry to enter the city, and there was no immediate slaughterhouse action. Instead, they gave strict instructions and did not harass the people. When the people heard that the city was besieged, they panicked, thinking that there was a greater calamity in heaven. I didn't expect that the soldiers who entered the city had to be strictly disciplined, and in autumn there was no commitment, and couldn't help but look at each other. I breathed a sigh of relief. Panic was quickly tied to a minimum. Under the flag, a piece of armor on the body, an iron helmet on the head, mixed with iron guns hanging from the saddle, eyes looking afar. In the crowd, the end was majestic. Dry. Chapter 326. Difficulty open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Then the third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. The crossbows of the heroic army ignited 20 arrows in the blink of an eye. For a while, on the small incense table, blink of an eye, he was covered by a rain of thousands of arrows. It turned out that the overcrowded incense-burning platform was a hell on earth. From the top of the mountain to the hillside, pillows and the bodies of wailing soldiers were everywhere, and the gushing blood almost merged into a small stream, dyeing the forest near Shanghai scarlet. Knock. Another drum beat. The crossbows of the valiant army were resupplied from the arrows of the logistics troop. They rested for a while, and opened the crossbows again. Once again the sky and earth were filled with the screeching of numb ears and cracked livers and gallbladders. Once again, the hill was covered by a continuous screen of arrows. There were fleeing soldiers everywhere. Screams behind the arrows were everywhere, and Xiao Shanghai lost 000. Green, covered in a biting layer of blood and red. Finally, the heroic crossbow fired a second arrow, while his arms swelled so much that he could barely move. While the bow and arrow are beneficial, the arm strength of the bow is very strict, and even the mighty knight crossbow will find it very difficult when they fire 40 crossbows in a row. At this point, the incense platform had has become bloody sea hell. There are dead bodies everywhere, blood is everywhere. It was still a lively scene of people surging half an hour ago, but now there is not much anger. Seeing that, aside from body and body, not many guards could stand up. Indeed, it was no miracle in luck that the soldiers who survived the crowded incense table after the horrific and accurate attack of nearly 10,000 bows and arrows. None. Xiao Wu Hengyang looked at the body covered with blood on the ground, and could no longer restrain the grief and indignation in his heart. He roared up to heaven and gave the most severe orders. Killed. Blink of an eye, tens of thousands of heroic soldiers poured into the wet and bloody ground above the censer. In the first round, the heroic crossbowmen who were about to lose their strength stayed beside Xiao Wu Hengyang, and the rest of the warriors rushed to the top of the mountain immediately under the impact of drums. From the top of the incense-burning platform to the hillside, the offensive of the heroic army seemed to be weakening and disintegrating, with few guards able to stand up to resist it. A few leaky fish were drowned by a sudden rain of arrows and a valiant army, and a large number of wounded ground guards with only one breath are not even interested to glance at them, but as long as they have a little resistance, they will be chopped down like a piece of meat. Merciful, to the brave army of. The word never seemed to appear in their minds. Everyone's head belonged to their military skills. Heroic armies would kill the past forever. Chickens and dogs would not be left behind. Soon, tens of thousands of heroic minions were broken, all resisted, and quickly approached the top of the mountain, where there were not many guards and swords of heaven who survived the right arrows. Suddenly, the footsteps of the heroic army became heavy, and their breathing was slow and rapid. In a short battle began a slow march towards the top of the mountain. They were so careful because the heroic army saw the remnants of the guards on the top of the mountain and formed a strict formation, waiting for the arrival of the warriors. In front of a large group of ordinary people, the body of the guard, as if they were the last force of the guard. Kill. The first guard watched the heroic army come in and staggered forward. They are going to die with dignity. After a cup of tea, all the guards were killed, and the incense table was full of bloody rivers and bodies. Shi Yuji said, in the summer of 21 years, in the summer, the Qing Emperor of Shaowu went north to burn incense and sacrifice to heaven. Unfortunately, he fell ill on the way and died suddenly. Come and go, the shepherd will not return. So-called Shu is 7 mountains, 2 waters, 1 field and 1 scent. Since ancient times, fields have always been the lifeblood of the people, so people see that their fields are more important than their own lives, and it is not necessary to go out of the landscape and go to the southern prison. Pass through Shu Road. The leisurely singing sounded, especially sweet in the summer sun. Yi Bai went to the south, and his heart was full of joy. As Leng Qing said, only a controversial place like the southern prison is the place where he showed his talent, even though the day was very small, but enough for his performance. He has come back. Jingxiang, Sanshui City. After Sanshui, it is the boundary of the southwest court. Sanshui City is also a place that Jingxiang has to mention. From ancient times to the present, Jingxiang has talent. Jingxiang is actually Yi Bai's hometown. Just a long time ago, after his ancestor was the emperor, he moved the emperor to the north, so he is still very unfamiliar with this place. Among these 3 rivers, 2 must be mentioned. One is the Shao family, and the other is Wadu. In the southwest, and even in most areas of the south of the Yangtze River, there are shadows of the Shao family. They are worthy of the hermit family. Even in the southwest court, although they seldom participate, they are only a sideline. They have become the first among the 444 surnames in the southwest. 1. So the Shao family can be said to be the legend of Sanshui. Wadu, on the other hand, is relatively famous. The Luban Jinchi is immortal, and the flowers have drained half of the river's talent. In Dijing, there are willow trees and golden ponds, and in Jingxiang, there is a flower capital. The flowers are beautiful, all like fairies falling in the dust. A song sings the wish of the world, and a dance pours the countryside into the city. It's just too late, so take a night off in Sanshui and hit the road tomorrow. Sun was setting in the west, radiant. 6 poles rose, and finally entered the ancient city of Sanshui. Among the dusty servants, Lu Fan and the cold people walked into an inn. They desperately need some food to fill their stomach. They were hungry all day and were really tired. In these 3 water cities, full of tranquility, the air seems to be full of poetic and picturesque flavors. People are very happy, and live like Emperor Jing too. 5 comfortable life. Few people can attack here. Few people will destroy this beautiful Sanshui city. Even marble is no exception. The sun does not have to come in person. My father was never around. I heard that Di Jing had an accident, and my father went to the north. In front of Xiao Fu, the 2 handsome sons were chatting, looking very harmonious. One is the eldest son of the Xiao family, the other is the son of Dali, who is the son of Dali who fought with Yi Bai at that time. Oh, well, brother Xiao is a little annoying to stay here for a walk. Dali's son smiled, looked at Xiaojia's eldest son, waved his hand gently, it was a gift, and strode into the street. Why, your highness, they are just a little gate valve, even though they are 100 years old. Chapter 327. Curse open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. In the distance, the servant next to Dali's son turned his face to his horse. He looked at Dali's son with resentment in his eyes, and he felt wronged by his master. This is just the son of a small family. He dares to be so rude to this decent Dali son. It makes his heart very unbalanced. Don't do too much. Let's go. Dali looked much calmer than his servant's anger, and his face didn't change. At this time, he remembered what the king of Dali said to him when he left. Wonger, if you want to overthrow the southwestern court, you must not only occupy the entire territory of the southwestern court, but also go to Sanshui to see people. Who? Little family master Xiao Ding. He didn't understand why his father specifically mentioned the master of the Xiao family, but he came anyway. But to his displeased he was still closed. He was closed by a small, the family gate, which really made him unhappy. Happily, the waiter next to him was not very nice, but he also took it for granted. Okay. Just as they disappeared at the end of the street, on the second floor of a hotel, a man held up tea and watched them walk in the direction of departure. Frowning and thinking, the tea in their hands became very cold. General, the cold eyes are very bright. Just when Yi Bai stared at Dali's son to the left, he raised his face coldly. Go. Yi Bai didn't say much, just waved the teacup gently, wondering in his heart, marble, how could he appear here? With Yi Bai's permission, his icy body was like a swallow. Dali's son disappeared in the afterglow of the setting sun. Dripping, heavy rain wet the whole landscape. At this time, except Xiaowu Hengyan, who was still in a coma, few people knew what happened on the incense-burning platform. At this time, Xiaowu Hengyang's army was almost under the imperial city. Sound. Looking at Xiaowu Hengyan's pale face, your son can't say any regret. She caressed Xiaowu Hengyan's thin face, her face full of exhaustion. She hadn't eaten all day, and was always by Xiaowu Hengyan's side, without moving. She also likes to be called Xiaowu Hengyan's son, because only in this way, he will not have so many shackles, and there will be no poisonous gas from last night. Xiaowu Hengyang's goal is, but everyone who competes with him for the throne, for the status of the common master in the world, Xiaowu Hengyang has lost too much, including his own father. Squeak. Call. On the official road to the burning incense platform, an army marched slowly, dusty and exhausted, as if it had just lost the battle, stained with blood. In the middle of the army, there was a white carriage with a white dragon flag hanging on it. The horses walked slowly, as if they didn't even know how to get there. In the front of the line, there was a man in a white shirt with a filial piety. Still, there was no sadness in his eyes, as if in the carriage had nothing to do with him. Scene buried the emperor. He ascended the throne of the emperor. The long-awaited dream is about to become a reality. How can he not be excited? At this time, his trash brother should also die. Prince, without Wu Hengyang's disdainful smile, not everyone can live in the East Palace. Not everyone has the life of a prince. Come on. Thinking of this, I can't say happiness without Wu Hengyang's heart, as if he became the emperor of Daxia. The horse also seemed to feel the joy of its master. Instead of snorting and picking up pace, dripping drizzle, although it was late at night, still smelled a little hot, making people unknowingly very tired. In the silent night, Shangzi's voice was clear. Third, when people were most tired, the local garrison dozing behind the archery piles on the west city wall listened to the team's voice, as if hearing hypnotic instructions, and yawned at the same time. Suddenly, a soldier standing in the middle of the archery pile patted the robe lying on the ground, and his tone was a little nervous. Oh, don't fucking talk nonsense. Listen, there's something good out there. What's the light? The two soldiers patted the dust on their buttocks, then walked out with squinted eyes. Outside the wall, a fire flickered rapidly in the dark night. Initially, it was just a small fire spot. In the blink of an eye, it became bigger and closer, like a shooting star hitting the wall straight. Soon, flames swept across the wall and fell rapidly in a parabola, illuminating half of the wall and illuminating the feared faces of the soldiers. Flint. It's Flint thrown from the car. A terrifying scream stung the silence of the night. The sound fell. The flint hit the arrow stack on the wall, making a huge roar. Even the ground seemed to tremble, and the rubble splashed out. More than a dozen soldiers standing together were splashed in the brain on the spot, and the death was very painful. All the soldiers in the city were startled by the loud noise, and soon the screams of the gongs sounded and echoed in the silent night. The enemy is attacking. The enemy is attacking. Alert! Get ready to monitor the city. At the sound of the siren, there was a locust-like flint in the sky outside the city, like the ferocious smile of death, which quickly crossed a dazzling arc in the night sky and mercilessly hit the wall. 000 plane outside the city walls. Tens of thousands of soldiers in black armor, armed with knives and guns, looked coldly at Yangzhou, a prosperous city that would soon become their first trophy. All the soldiers rushed to the city gate, and the generals who were defending could not control them, because all the soldiers heard the rumbling in the south. When they looked back, all they could see was dust in the distant sky, a little star, 2 stars, a little closer, and a torch in the sky, obscuring the night. Even if all the soldiers knew the south, thousands of soldiers have been killed. What is this? You know, this is the landscape. In the dark, I see the people running around in panic, their leisurely expressions already washed away replaced by a tinge of panic and fear. The imperial guards blocked the back door of the palace, guarding with swords and guns in their hands. What happened? Yan Xiaobing hadn't slept yet, and his heart sank as he looked at the west sky like a cloud of gravel. Fortunately, Di Jing was not chaotic at this time, otherwise he would really consider taking the whole family to escape. The dignitary Lu Zhanji hid timidly in the open space outside the auditorium. Whether it was an official or the owner of the business name, he had no interest in eating, drinking, talking or laughing, and listened to the movement outside the city in a panic. Chapter 328. In full swing. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Yi Baihangan was firmly seated on the throne. A group of officials and members of the court were surrounded by Yi Baihangan, including Lu Tian, and even Yan Xiaobin rushed over, and people talked about something. Lu Tian stood aside with a pale face, pretending to stroke her beard calmly, and Yunfei comforted him with gentle words. At this time, a small yellow door hurriedly ran a few steps, strode into the front hall, squeezed around Minister Yi Baihang impolitely, and shouted, "His Royal Highness." Yu Hu turned around. His Majesty has already fallen into the mausoleum. When the courtiers saw him squeeze in, they didn't care. They were still there, chattering together. The small yellow door highlighted his tone, knelt on the ground, and hurriedly said, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. His Majesty is dead." Bang! Stop! A sound of thunder swept across the sky, and the officials in the hall looked at a piece of forest, and then felt a chill in their heart. Almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard these words. His body did not heal. Hearing such bad news was like a lightning strike. Let's go. The 4 generals of the Long family. Over the head of Tetsui City, 444 tall men were bathed in heavy rain. They are the 444 sons of Long Tang, the 4 tigers of the Long family. Although they are young, they are the crown of Emperor Jing. A torch under the city. Yu Hu put down the sadness in his heart, and his face at this time is like a board. The city of K has surrendered. He only said 4 words, very perfunctory, as if he did not want to see someone open the city, but was forced into the general. Long Zecheng, the eldest son of the dragon family, spat fiercely at the bottom of the city and yelled at him, "Yuehu, dog thief, wronged as a minister, your majesty. Let go." Yuehu looked at the young face on Cheng's head. His face was a little unnatural. "Your majesty, is he talking about Yi Baiqing?" He was silent and refused to say a word. "I'm waiting for the traitor. He has the face to go back to the scene. As if you are shameless people, you will definitely be turned into a pile of bodies. Break 5, 10,000 bodies. Break 5, 10,000 bodies. This voice echoed on the head of Yingcheng, and the distant mountains were full of brave troops. For a moment of tranquility, it seemed that they were also shocked by the momentum of the Imperial Defense Troop. All they heard was the roar of cheers and thunder, like thousands of troops visible from outside Digan. Saw a lot of people, staggered cover of earth barriers, wooden grills, carts, etc., blocking the enemy's view well and making them unable to understand reality. When the jubilant and jeering voices fell on the ground, some heroic troops could not resist. Some generals chanted their whistle, and they rushed to the landscape with their men and soldiers. The mighty army is fierce, roaring, hooves flying, dust. The momentum is unstoppable. Moment of silence. Long Zecheng said calmly, "Since we are stronger, don't be afraid of them. Take a break. Go and take a break. Those who should send troops will send troops. His order to send troops said that the Dijing guards, who had been preparing for a long time, had guarded the outer base in an orderly manner amid the cheers of the generals. The knife was trapped, and the bow was fastened, waiting. The heroic army galloped along the horse. The ground trembled, as if nothing could be done. Long Zechung saw it from a distance, but yawned and murmured, "Can you fly over? There is a trench 2 feet wide in front of the base outside. The criss-cross distribution, the trenches full of thorns and iron thorns, fall into it, never immune." Long Zechung saw the heroic army in full swing. He wanted to lure them to rush up and kill their morale. The heroic army rushed into the trenches a few feet away. There are horses. Some tried to cross the trenches and take over the high ground outside the base. The heroic army in the distance saw its own momentum. Inexplicably excited, he began to follow the cavalry forward, and the first confrontation officially started. It's time for a sharp ascent. Although Rema's valiant army was far from the trenches, it suddenly shouted as if something terrible had happened. The horses hissed and fell to the ground, and when the people fell, bruises all over their bodies. Dijing cheered and thundered, and suddenly, behind the mound, countless soldiers came out, but the arrows shot out round after round, and the horse jumped into the gully, screaming one by one. It turned out that the Digan defender dug a dark hole in front of the trench, but it was a clever cover. The emperor's capital was mainly defensive, and the defenders of the capital set up more obstacles outside the capital, digging trenches for the Ming dynasty, and assisted by secret pits. The valiant army charged forward, and though it had long been ready to dig trenches, it was broken by the dark pit and bruised by the ground buried on the subway thistle. When Long Zechung and his father Long Teng camped together, they also knew this truth. While a valiant army is powerful, it has little to no full experience. For decades, the war between the North and the South, the slaughter between the East and the West, and the subduction of the overseas frontiers to contain the 8 wastelands were all inseparable from the Dijing Guard's rich combat experience and strictly fulfilled orders. The 100-foot-long worm is dead, but not stiff, and although the scale of the local emperor's guard is not as large as it used to be, if in the village under the city, the battle against all aspects of the city is stronger than the heroic army. More words. They all know this very well. Although there are many people in the heroic army, they have very little experience in this area, so even though they are 4 towns in the landscape, they are still a little less than them. However, most of the people who had this experience in the valiant army came from the emperor and his guards. Long Zechung used to rush to the camp. He would send people to scout the enemy's camp, and Long Teng would do the same. However, even if Yu Hu and Yi Baihengyang were not quite ready to go to the camp, they could still be defeated by Long Zechung and others. Now the heroic army is delusional to rush to the camp with cavalry. It is so short, and the time to attack the enemy is long. How can we not fail? In front of the trenches, someone shouted loudly. After a round of long arrows was fired, the wounded soldiers of the valiant army were allowed to stay in the ditch without killing them all. But this is such a scenario, but more shocking. The heroic army originally wanted to attack Dijing bravely, but only once. Although it only injured hundreds of people, its spirit was greatly weakened. Watching the companions calling for help, no one dared to stand up and wait to die. The first charge of the heroic army looks more like an impulse, but the punishment for this impulse is extremely severe. The morale of the Dijing guards was greatly boosted, and the people cheered. Chapter 329. Flock to open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. It's like a major victory. Yi Bai was an adult in the army's account, but his eyebrows were slightly locked, and only because the sentinel building soldiers continued to report, the heroic army continued to flow, gathered at least 50,000 people in the emperor, and there was still a trend of increasing the army. Yi Baicheng frowned secretly, knowing that Yu Hu was trying to use lightning to capture Dijing. It will be an uphill battle after this small victory, except the generals who defended the emperor's capital. Yi Baihu, Long Zexu and others were in the army's account. Long Zexu suggested, "General Kai, I don't know if it's inappropriate to talk about it." Yi Baicheng nodded, looked at his brother, and opened his mouth slightly. "Please speak." Although they are brothers, on the battlefield, they are only rogues. But the country's general Long Zexu said quietly, "The enemy is too strong. I'm waiting to stay in the imperial capital. I could couldn't help but lose my mind. If, as I suggest, when the valiant army has no firm footing, strange soldiers attack it, and give the valiant army a head-on blow to frustrate the spirit. Yi Baihu also nodded. Dragon is right. In the past confrontations, I used thunder and lightning to cover my ears and attack. First, the enemy's army was defeated by a sharp attack. With General Long's permission, General Long Yi and I are willing to send troops to attack both sides. Yi Bai was stroking his beard, looked at Yi Beibao and said, "What do you think?" Yi Beibao hesitated for a while, and said, "I don't agree with you. Today is different from the past. Everything is uncertain. The heroic army is strong. Now the army comes to seek the First World War. If I am going to attack, I will wait for its attack. In their arms, give up your own time and attack the enemy's long time. This is not a good idea," he said. His tone was still 10,000 yuan. He was the second dragon family. Nature has always been calm. Yi Baishu and Yi Baihu looked at each other and stopped making excuses. Yi Beibao murmured, "General, as far as I can judge." At this moment, he picked up a dead branch and grabbed it on the ground. The great account of the army is well said, but it was a muddy field, and he moved casually. Yi Baicheng also crouched down. Smile and wait for the analysis of the dragon and leopard. The best thing about him isn't beating people all over the place. It is the ability to listen to other people's opinions and absorb other people's strength. The other two will also crouch down. It's rusty and good feeling. To them, Yi Baicheng was undoubtedly a very special general, not only their brother but also their general. He maintains the outer city landscape, and of course he knows everything around the landscape. Drew a few strokes on the ground with branches to outline the general situation around the landscape. Yi Beibao pointed to a small point on the ground. This is the landscape, with the Yellow River in the north, the shield of Mount Meng in the north, Pleasant in the south, strong mountains in the west, few gates and mountains in the west, far echoes in the west of Beijing, and there are Tiger Prison and Black Rock in the east. The terrain is very concise. It can be said that it is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Your Majesty did not build it here for no reason. Yi Baihu asked, "What does this have to do with how we use the military?" Yi Beibao cleared his throat and said, "As the saying goes, know yourself, know what is not dangerous, the degree of dispatching troops, the number, quantity, weighing, odds of winning and other 5 measures are all considered measures. The terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there are mountains in the north, south, and west, making it difficult to conduct large-scale wars. Although a heroic army has tens of thousands of troops, it is useless. At least these hundreds of thousands of troops cannot swarm. Only the east of the city is open. You who should fight here, first capture the city Guo, surrounded by the emperor, and then attack the imperial city. Presumably, that should be the first thing he wants to do." It turned out that the east side of Emperor Jing is not so fragile. There are big cities such as Tiger, Yansha, Heisha, Jinyang, but now these cities have become isolated cities, but it makes Jingdong an empty side. Yi Baicheng nodded slowly. "What Longtong said is wrong. In fact, I sent people to occupy Dijing. One of the purposes is to seize the land of food and grass, but the watch on the outskirts of Dijing is also extremely critical. If Moon Lake takes Dijing, Dijing will definitely become a lonely city. It is difficult to stop the Yuehu warriors from attacking the outer city. If Yuehu takes Wei again, Dijing will be in danger." At this time, Long Zexu frowned and said, "General, can we resist Yuehu's attack?" Yi Baicheng smiled bitterly. "If you can't resist it, you have to resist it." Yi Beibao said, "I think I can resist life." The other 3 eyes moved. They knew that the second eye had always been silent, but they were also quite skilled on the battlefield, so they couldn't help but open their eyes wide. "What do you say? The stronger the stronger the stronger, the more difficult it is to supply," he said. He dared to come to the heavy soldiers, and he didn't pay much attention to the supply of food and grass. That is, he wanted to use the landscape as a place to harvest food and grass. Therefore, as long as we can resist the attack of the heroic army a few days ago, the heroic army will certainly have difficulty in supplying. If we attack with food, the heroic army will have no food. If the army is in chaos, it will definitely withdraw the army. The siege of Emperor Jing can be solved. So I think that the key point now is not to send troops to attack the heroic army, but to wait a few days later. The heroic army will be demoralized and turn to attack other grain and grass. The analysis is justified. Long Zexu and Yi Baihu both showed their admiration. Yi Baicheng smiled and said, "What you said is in line with what I mean. There are clouds in the war. You can't win by yourself. You can win the enemy. I have to wait for the enemy to expose the opportunity to take advantage of it. But the most critical issue now is, we must live the onslaught of the heroic army of the past few days. You have to go all out to stick to the base outside. Step back and don't come back to see me. You have to order. 3 of 3 will stand up, his face full of determination. Tonight, you must take Dijing off. Yuhu frowned and said in a low voice. There was still indifference and mockery in his eyes, but the wrinkles between his eyebrows were carved into the knife, obviously meditating. At that time, Yuhu looked a little tired, because he suddenly realized that he was really going to turn over to the army, if not for his own commander-in-chief. The heroic army still lack strong spirit because they are shameful, they have stains anyway. Rebels, yes, they are a rebel. In Xiaowu Hengyang did not call the emperor, did not succeed, they were just a spurned rebel. Chapter 330, Talking and Laughing, subscribe. Summer's imperial army has never seen so many generals and soldiers from beginning to end, they are all desperate. Emperor's army moved fast, and the rear is still camped, and the army in front is ready to attack the city. All I could see was that countless troops of the emperor's army poured out of the camp of the emperor's army, lined up in front of the emperor's capital, and when I looked up, there was a huge area of darkness, not to mention 50,000 people. With the thunder of the drums, the enemy would burst out of the crowd, shouting loudly in front of the gates of the capital. The main gate must be the main direction of Tianzi's generals and soldiers. Not only Yu Wenchuan, Yi Bai and others are here, but also the 1st and 2nd battalions, 10,000 generals and soldiers. Shouting for a while, the imperial army still turned a blind eye in the summer. The enemy would naturally get bored, and then turned his head and returned to his team. Long for him to go back, and the drums of the emperor's army became stronger, and at the same time, a long trumpet sounded. Then, the 50,000-day planning force set off together and squeezed to the front door of the emperor's capital. Seeing that the other party was preparing to attack the city, Yi Bai said, "The matter of the soldiers of the heavenly army attacking the city has already begun. The soldiers are ready to shoot arrows. Brothers, fight with them. Spell it out." The soldiers of the great Xia imperial army had blood-red eyes and had not had a good rest for a few days, but their sense of war was still very strong, because behind them was not only the capital of the empire, but also their homeland. Soldiers unfolded his words one by one, and Summer's band troops drew their arrows on the wall, and bowed at the strings. On the same day, when the planners entered the confines of the capital, the captain's enemy general shouted. With his cry, the slow-moving celestial curators roared, raised their weapons like fleeing wild horses, and charged forward. The generals and soldiers of the emperor's army are strong and fast. Looking down from the top of the mountain, the army of heaven under the pressure of darkness is really surging like a tide, and in the blink of an eye, it is less than 100 meters away from the city wall of the capital. Yi Bai took a deep breath, raised his hand, waved his hand forward suddenly, and took a sip. Archery. 30,000 guards volleyed at the Eagle Mausoleum, plucked arrows to block the sun, and a dense rain of arrows fell. The camp of the Tianfang army roared all over the ground immediately, and the fragments of the emperor's army were shot to the ground. No one went to help their fellows, and they didn't pay attention to the wounded. The more people fall, the sooner they can inspire the armies of heaven to come together again. Many of the wounded could stand up. They were knocked down and stepped on by the emperor's army behind them. The ferocity of the army was unstoppable. Yi Bai had already known it with an arrow. Seeing that Tianzi's army was about to rush towards the wall, he was not nervous, but showed a sneer. He was waiting. What was he waiting for? Time. He was counting the generals and soldiers who climbed the ladder. Seeing more and more generals and soldiers climbing up the ladder, the louder the sound, even Yi Bai could hear the shouting under his feet. That is to say, now Yi Bai suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hands, and shouted, "Fire! The oil is poured out." The fire poured down from the city, but suffered the torment of the heavenly army under the city. Some people died, but more people were not dead, struggling to climb out of the pit. Under the kerosene, the army of the undead rolled on the ground, screaming horribly. "You either died on the battlefield, or I forgot. Spare time to sympathize with the soldiers of the Sky Army." Poor. After finishing the kerosene, he immediately ordered another shot of arrows to be fired. The emperor's army was in chaos, unable to resist the random shots of arrows in front of the city. There was also a moat. The ladder could not stand up, and the Tianfang army could only retreat hastily. Seeing the defeat of the Son of Heaven's army, the Forbidden Army would shoot arrows harder on the wall, and shoot a few arrows from behind the buttocks of the heavenly army. Countless people in the heavenly kingdom's army fell to the ground. This time, the heavenly army attacked the city practice minister, but there were more than 3,000 people. Casualties, bodies in front of the capital, and discarded weapons everywhere. Shah Jinjin let out a sigh of relief in the first wave of the counterattack, but Yi Bai couldn't come down easily. The moat and ditch had been exposed, and he could foreshadow that the next attack would be even sharper and difficult to guard against. The second round of the Son of Heaven's offensive has not started immediately, and it is obvious that they are also adjusting their tactic. On this day, the spirit of the Daxia Imperial Army was still very nervous, but unexpectedly, the army did not attack again until after dark. Night is not suitable for attacking the city, and it is extremely disadvantageous for the attackers. The mood of the Summer Imperial Army was relieved. Many band troops were sitting together, chatting and laughing, and the discussion about the Tianfang army was nothing more than that. They only suffered one defeat, and they dared not attack again. After all, it was the Shah Jinjin who defended the imperial palace. They had their own pride and extraordinary fighting power, so he did not despise the heavenly army, but deeply despised the heavenly army. However, Yi Bai knew that this was just a simple illusion, just a strategy of Fang Zhen. He is one of the 4 towns of Dijing. If he doesn't know how to fight, it's simply impossible. He is also waiting. What is he waiting for? Tonight is important. Night, the head of the capital was very quiet, and occasionally a few patrolling soldiers could be seen walking slowly past the figures. Sky, more than 20 figures quietly appeared in the Tianzhong military camp. These people were very fast, and then the cover of moonlight, like a floating ghost, quietly approached the foot of the wall. Hiding in the ditch of the city and listening quietly for a while, I think the Summer's Imperial Army patrolling the city has passed. 2 of them quickly took out the rope, and then threw the iron claw on it. It shakes up. Claws flew out, both claws gripping the arrows on the wall. The 2 men pulled hard, made sure the hook was strong enough, then grabbed the rope and quickly climbed up the wall. These 20 people are all excellent tiger and wolf guards, with agile and dexterous movements, and with the help of ropes, they all climbed up the wall. They hid in the shadow of the archery pile and looked around. Custodians didn't relax their defenses at night, but they were really tired. There weren't many soldiers patrolling, and there were even fewer guards, even if they were nodding against the wall. More than 24 tiger and wolf guards looked at each other, then raised the rope in frustration, tied it to the other end of the wall, and slowly slid down the wall along the search route. They moved very smoothly, slipped into the city without any interruption, and did not continue to sneak into the city. Instead, the cat walked cautiously in the direction of the city building, with its waist and body clinging to the root stem of the wall. Chapter 331. Reluctance. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. In the offensive and defensive war, the tower is the most important, because there are generals guarding the core of the city, and the core of the city is also heavily defended. But now it is late at night, and the soldiers and pawns of the Daxia Imperial Army have already gone to bed, and only 2 are left. Guards stand guard in the tower. After a day of intense preparation, the 2 guards seemed tired. Both were drunk on the ground, bowed their heads, and did not move, as if they had fallen asleep. Saw the tiger and wolf guards. They winked at each other, jumped out of the 2, and quickly approached the 2 guards. When the knives flashed, the necks of the 2 soldiers were cut open, blood was spurted out, and the man fell so softly that there was still time to cry. In order to deal with the 2 guards of the goalkeeper, but the rest rushed to the tower immediately, pulled out a long knife, and the eyes were full of killing. Tonight, 000. It's doomed to kill the Emperor General and make the capital of the capital without a leader. When they have mastered the city building, they are still not moving. They are also waiting. They are waiting for the movement of the city. Yes, this is the action of the Emperor in the capital. In the darkness, the Emperor's capital had countless pairs of eyes peeping over the top of the city, and the chief guard of tigers and wolves took its twist from his bosom, blew it, and reported it to the camp of the heavenly army with a faint fire. Seeing the success signal sent by the tiger and wolf guards, the gate of the barracks immediately open. A team of 1 cavalry comes out from inside. There are 5,000 cavalry in this team. The knights and the horses below are all wearing thick armor. This is the most powerful and most famous army, heavy armored cavalry in the Sky Army. These cavalry had already been prepared to wrap their horses' hooves with cotton cloth, so that the horses would not make any noise in the process of advancing, so as not to cause vibrations on the ground. The heavily armored cavalry did not start the center, slowed down, and slowly approached approached the gate. But in the Emperor's army camp, the Emperor's entire army is scabbard and arrows, just waiting for the cavalry to enter the city, taking advantage of the chaos of the garrison, besieged from all sides, and won the Emperor's capital in one fell swoop. They are waiting for the person who opens the door. The person who opens the door is here. In fact, it is not easy to keep the capital until now. It used to be a heroic army, but now it is a natural army. It was harassed again. Although they have their own pride, they are exhausted and have little fighting power. Even if they were iron men, they couldn't stand it. More importantly, Yi Bai sold his military power. This seriously damaged the confidence of the Daxia Imperial Army to defend the city. Put it bluntly, Yi Baicheng has no ban on the Daxia army. That is to say, there are no generals in the army, as if there are no heads in the army. In the dim light and yellow candlelight of Jinglongwu, a white-haired man groaned. His face is paler than his hair. He is the eldest son of the dragon. He is the eldest son of the dragon family. Was dying. The daily rumors were inadvertently passed to his ears. Outside the dragon palace, there were even people shouting all day. He was not happy and unhappy. Some of them were already unhealthy. White all night. Ignorance is not a crime, but a crime is imposed on Yu Dijing. On this night, he can only choose not to hand over to Wu Hengyang. Night was dark, 5 fingers were black, and only the tiger and wolf guards in the city were attacking. Similarly, there were also people in the city who were going to move, leave, and will eventually come back. God killed Wei. Landscaped city gate. The Imperial Army guarded the hole in the wall of the city gate, working hard for days and nights. Even the Iron Man could not stand up, and many of them fell asleep. There are guards outside the gate, and there are many people, but they are basically all asleep. Like the summer ban on the wall, some sleep against the wall, others sit directly on the ground. At this moment, in the darkness, there were suddenly many shadows, and they followed, without exception, a black man, a shooting star, towards the gate of the capital. Suddenly, the captain stopped, squinted, looked at it for a while, and quickly analyzed it in his mind, then turned to his deputy, pointed to the left of the door, pointed to himself, and pointed to the right of the door. The representative next to him understood the meaning of that person, nodded one by one, separated the 10 people 10 from the Dark Arrow group, and walked forward quietly. The leader led the remaining dozen or so people, flashed toward the other side of the gate, and the shadows drifted, winking at each other and shooting at each other. I first saw the leader and the deputy next to me. At night, the two of them were like 2 black panthers, rushing to the guards on both sides of the door. The man's head shot like electricity, first covering the guard's mouth, and then with the other finger at the guard's throat. There was a rustling sound, and the guard's throat was cut, but he didn't even cry a little bit, just widened his eyes with reluctance. The big palm of the man in power completely sealed his mouth, then he knocked him down, stepped on his body, and ignored it. Leader moves quickly, and the deputy next to him is not slow. Everyone is looking for a target, almost simultaneously taking care of the guards outside the gate. Speaking slowly, in fact, they are very fast, and their actions are only a matter of moments. The door is in front of you. Open this door. It is a new world, without Wu Hengyang facing the world, but only for a moment. At this moment, a voice sounded. Who? Hearing this voice, all the heavenly guards could not help but turn their heads and look at it intently. The result was a ban on military patrols in Dijing. While patrolling the city, they also heard the door open and rushed to see what was going on. They came. They did not see their own guards, but saw a group of people in black clothes pulling the door. Leaders instinctively asked, who? Before his voice fell, it turned out to be a 2-5. The man in black in the gate hole appeared in front of him immediately. With an expression of surprise and horror on his face, the captain called out subconsciously, and instinctively retreated, but did not wait for him to react. The man in black had the palm of his neck tightly around his neck. Oh! In the darkness, a long knife emerged from the man's hand and ran to him along the patrol captain's neck. The captain screamed, his body softened, and his eyes took on a dim, dead gray. The lead black man raised his body, waved his arm, and threw it directly into the crowd in front of him. Looking at the rest of the patrol, he smiled as if he had come from hell. The sound was as bad as a rip in his throat. He snorted coldly and said with a smile, of course I killed you. Chapter 332. Satisfied. Open black lens bracket. Subscription. Close black lens bracket. Wow! The band troops in the patrol were in a mess. Then people pulled their necks by their necks and shouted, the enemy is attacking. The enemy is coming at night. Their shouts also thoroughly motivated the first man in black to kill, only to see his hand slashed back, like a juggling hand in the hands of 2 machetes, and the night fell, and the 2 machetes flickered in the cold light. They were quickly killed in these patrols. The first black man held both hands and a knife. An arrow shot into the crowd of enemies, a machete was swung, and as the black lights flashed, the 4 custodians were intercepted and cut off. On the other side of Dashaban's army, everyone changed their faces, and one person was drinking wine, trying to stab the first black man's chest with a spear. The male protagonist in black didn't even hide, raised his palm, blocked the edge of the spear with his palm, then grabbed the tip of the spear, and poked forward, listening only to the sound of swooping. The squad could not resist such a powerful force, so they pulled out the spear, the root of the spear. It pierced his chest and pierced him. The remaining 2 taboo troops saw that the other party was too strong. They screamed twice, turned and ran back. The black man on his head snorted coldly, fell to the ground with 23 slashes, opened his palms forward and vertical, immediately. Hold the hands of the 2 of them in the middle, and their hands are also holding the roots of the back of the neck. When you come, you don't have to go. He smiled and his arms moved again, but for a while the 2 forbidden troops had fallen limply to the ground, their necks still, blood spurting, their eyes full of people who would not do it. Bold. At this moment, a loud drink resounded in the sky. In this deafening roar, a Daxia general rushed out of the crowd and went straight to the black man's head. The black man held a cold iron gun and used the habit in front of him to go straight to the chest of the black-clothed leader. Hey, nice to come. The first man in black waved, grabbed the machete that had fallen around him, waved it up, had a drink, opened the door. Crunch. The sharp edge of the machete is not right at the tip of the cold iron gun. General was forced to stumble out 2 steps, while the leader in black stood there like a nail, motionless. Of this big summer is none other than the one who is in charge of patrolling Long Zehu. He takes the initiative to attack, and the opponent shoots at will. This skill is definitely not a nameless person. He has learned martial arts since he was a child, but at this time, he can't even approach this person's body. You can see how terrible this person is. The strength of the man in black was surprised, but with the light remaining in the corner of his eyes, a group of men in black quickly opened, and he glanced at the door. His heart was trembling, and he shouted at the door. At this point, the leading black man will let him go. He turned the machete and flashed directly in front of Long Zehu, blocking his way. Meanwhile, the machete swept out and took a drink. Come back. The head of the black man, like lightning, he hurriedly passed through the gun. When the blade hit the gun barrel, the sound of golden light pierced. Long Zehu gnawed his teeth and did not step back, but on his feet moved towards after slipping more than half a meter. His heart trembled, screamed, and asked, "Who are you?" Oh my gosh. Kill Wei. The black man's head was waving and laughing, licking the blood on the tip of the knife. Full of ferocity, he was very happy, or, he was very excited, because when Wu Hengyang didn't enter the city, he would be in this world, and they wouldn't. Will live in darkness again. God killed Wei's very familiar name. Half a year later, Long Zehu almost forgot, only for a moment, his reaction to him. God killed Wei. It turned out to be those. No seeing the ghost thing. His face changed, looking at the black man. His heart kept trembling. He understood. The less Wu Hengyang, the more real it must be. Thinking of this, he took a few steps back, took a drink, shoot kerosene. With his voice, several small stone catapults hidden in the city fired a barrel of kerosene together, but not at the leader in black, but at all the guards in the gate hole. At this time, it is not easy to open the gates of the capital. How can the black leader let his people be killed by the enemy again? Watching the oil drum flying in the air, the black clothes on his head are satisfied. The shape disappears. In the air, he just appeared. The flying oil drum has been closed. The black man's head was waving a few machetes in the air, and he only heard the sound of knocking. The sound of knocking hit the door of 555 oil drums, and he cut off the door, and the kerosene poured into the air, soaking the ground. Of course, also poured out the head full of faces in black. After banging the oil drum, the body of the first man in black fell to the ground, making a dull sound. Oh look, Long Zehu shouted badly. The black man on his head is really too strong. His own kerosene can't reach the gate hole at all. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Keep shooting." Brothers all shot arrows and burned them to death. Over the head of the city, almost everyone heard the voices below the city, including Yi Bai and Yu Wenchuan, who were still sleeping on the city buildings. Two looked at each other, and before they got up, they suddenly sounded, Wu-Hu's voice. Yi Bai was startled. He grabbed Yu Wenchuan and jumped out, just dodging. Oo saw through the door and window that countless arrows were shot in, and the faint cold light under the moonlight especially penetrated. Is there any poison in this arrow? Kill Yi Bai. The time was right. Not only who shouted, a voice jumped out from the tower, then broke into the door, and swung his sword at Yi Bai in the dark. Koak. A large group of tiger-wolf guards shouted, and then rushed to the ground, and then the tiger-wolf guards also drew their swords, shouted, and jumped. Catch Yi Bai alive, catch the eldest Sun Shu alive. The soldiers of the Sky Army shouted and they all pounced like a red-eyed wolf, and the so-called, very grateful warrior. That's about it today. Protect the general. The Daksha Imperial Army on the city's head was very sensitive. When they got it wrong, they rushed in the direction of the city buildings. Most of them are in the Qing dynasty, in the tower, where is their soul? Dinkbell. In the dark night, the policy of the sky, the big summer Imperial Army shouting sweet battle in the desolate night, the killing in a moment is indelible. What? A ladder has been erected at the top of the city at a time when the city's buildings are in chaos. Under the city's leadership, Xiao Wuongyang glared at the top of the city. He looked at the head of the imperial city, his eyes filled with relief. Chapter 333. Roar, subscribe. After all, Fang Zhen was the general of the Tianzhong army. He pretends to lose a scene during the day, but he puts the main scene at night. His thinking is not shallow, but he has to say it works well. Almost everything he thought came true. For example, the city head already has many generals and soldiers of the Tianfang army. Although the line of sight is unclear, the emperor's army is pure black armor, and the Daxia squadron is all red armor, so the two armies will not kill the wrong person. But the emperor's army's black armor has a little advantage of protection at night, and often in summer respond after killing the forbidden army. Grady, Yi Bai, where are you? His head opened his eyes, the sword in his hand was chopped off, just thinking about it. Oh, a roar came out, a fierce fencer opened the rain curtain, and the head of the guard in front was chopped off. It seems that the call of the first guard made the forbidden army think that this is a great official of the Tian's army in summer. Ding! Daxia's imperial army was very brave. Although the first guards fought hard, he was swept out of the door in 2 consecutive steps and tripped. Killed it. At this time, Yi Bai, under the protection of several close guards, gritted his teeth and fought against the tide of the soldiers of the Heaven Army, complacent and angry. Yi Bai is a brave man, although not braver than his eldest brother, but not a coward. In the army of natural strategy, there were 5 or 6 greedy men who were chopped to death on the spot with their swords and heads. But the Tianzhong army is not afraid of life and death, especially these tiger and wolf guards. They are all 100% desperados. Yi Bai killed one, and immediately rushed to 3-3. Yi Bai and several guards gathered together and fought steadily, desperately trying. As soon as they saw the tiger and wolf guards clearing the battlefield, they immediately. The generals and soldiers on the road were blocked in half from the left side of the intersection, and the other half rushed to the chaotic battlefield to fight. It's a pity that Yi Bai was right in front of him, but was blocked by the tiger and wolf guards in the army. He hurriedly screamed and jumped up. Soon, after 800 days of planning the troop, more than 10 summer soldiers were in the crossbow. They survived and were gradually killed and wounded. Although they all died in order to protect Long Zexu, the huge gap in the number quickly made these Daxia Imperial Army soldiers drain the last drop of blood. The number of people who were still resisting gradually decreased, and in the dark the tiger and wolf guards, who were groping around, heard the sweet war in the south, and rushed to the past with joy in their heart. Until close, the tiger and wolf guards are surrounded by dozens of celestial forces. A general of the Daxia Imperial Army and 3 soldiers of the Daxia Army are bathing their backs in blood, fighting to the death. The main guards of tigers and wolves want to squeeze in to join the war, but all the generals and soldiers of the army outside, not a single seam, couldn't help hurriedly shouting, "Let me go in, Yi Bai is mine." It doesn't matter if you yell. The nearby armies who had solved the Arabian Nights gathered together one by one, and surrounded Yi Bai in the water. At this time, no one. More and more people came to snatch the merit, and the leader of the tiger and the wolf was in a hurry. The so-called fast guard of tigers and wolves had a movement. He took 2 steps back, and then a fast foot stomped on the body of a general in front of him. Wow! The leader of tigers and wolves stood up from the air and landed on the shoulders of a curler in the sky who surrounded the eldest Sun Shu, and hit Yi Bai like a flying wing. A human sword shot straight at Yi Bai, like a flashing green light. Yi Bai wields the sword of a man trapped in the kingdom of heaven. Suddenly, he heard drums and green lights in the air roared with wind and thunder. The momentum is almost like a blue dragon roaring in a torrential rain. Yi Bai was taken aback and was caught off guard. He could only quickly pull his body out of the sword. Ding! At the intersection of gold and iron, Yi Bai stumbled and took 2 steps back in a row, but Qingguang was hit by Long Zexu. Zexuan. Behind Long Zexu's banning order, a soldier seriously failed to enter the rear. Dad's blood and sweat splashed on the body of the first tiger wolf, making it pitch black in front of the tiger wolf leader, and almost nothing was clear. The first guard of tiger and wolf was amazed, and the sword sang and danced in 8 ways. These 2 swords, breath and gas, will be chopped to the ground by 2 custodian soldiers who are about to return to confront the enemy. Yi Bai saw a roar and opened the 2 bronze swords beside him. The swords directly pierced the front chest of the tiger wolf guard. The surprisingly fast sword power gave people the illusion that Yi was suddenly interrupted and cut off by the sword. Soon as the lead guard of the tiger and the wolf regained his sight, he felt that the sword wind played a great role and appeared in front of him. He was also scared and brave. In the hurry, he leaned back, supported the ground with strong arms, straightened his waist, and kicked his chest. Was surprised when he saw Tianji's reaction so quickly, and roared immediately. Dodging over the flying legs of the first tiger guard, a slam slammed into the butt of the lead tiger guard. Ouch! The lead guard of tiger and wolf shouted in the air, made a sharp turn, and a beautiful flight hit 5 or 6. The celestial curator who was about to jump in front of them and slammed into the sky on his back. A small gap appeared in the circle. Yi Bai saw that the opportunity was very fast, and he knew in his heart that there would be no breakthrough, and he would die here today. The next time he flew up, he stood in the air and flew straight to the tiger outside. This, General Tien who wanted to retreat from here was shocked. Sword was raised, he was caught in his chest and felt his body rise from the air and fly towards the enclave. Before long, he fell heavily to the ground and fainted. The eldest son Shu's eyes were dark, and the blade in his hand fell to the ground. Murder! The generals and soldiers of the heavenly army gave up their swords and lunged like a folded arhat, squeezing their heads, pulling their legs, and those necks stuck, arms twisted, the man holding the golden crown. For a period of time, the long speech was surrounded by the generals and soldiers of the heavenly army, suppressing the news of Yi Bai's death. Who returned to God, roared angrily, his limbs strongly supported his limbs. The curators in the sky suddenly collided into a group, and the other curators in the sky didn't respond. Their fists hit their eyes. Touch, touch. A few crisp sounds, pointing directly at Venus's eyes, flew out of the air. Yi Bai was freed from the predicament and roared. Suddenly, his back became cold, and he felt something protruding from his chest. Chapter 334. Whereabouts subscribe. Moreover, most of the generals and soldiers of our army have never seen Meng himself. If he puts on the clothes of the common people, he may not recognize him even if he stands in front of him. Therefore, let the scholars and pawns below search for the effect. Not much. Yes. Yi Bai took a breath in the sky and asked, "That, what do you think?" After thinking about it for a while, then said, "Pingnan City must be completely under martial law. City residents are not allowed to go out whether it is night or day. Then, the city area is divided into several pieces, and General Locke goes door to door in person. Search, check a piece, make sure there is an inspection outside the scope of the problem, so that, after all, you can dig out the problem. The city must have total martial law. City dwellers are not allowed to go out, whether it is dark or daytime. Then, the urban area will be divided into sections. After all, General Locke would go house to house." Yi Bai nodded while listening, murmured for a while, and said with a wry smile, "Your idea is good, but it also consumes a lot of time, but the general let me find it before nightfall." Sighing coldly, he said helplessly, "In terms of the current OOO situation, that's simply impossible. In my opinion, Moon is either disguised as a nation or is hiding in a very secluded place, and trying to find him will take a lot of time, let alone 1 night, or 3 days, don't know." He was pessimistic. After all, this is in Pingnan, it is Muin's territory, familiarity is naturally higher than one's own, so playing hide and seek with the wrong is really tiring. But he had to do it. He followed Lu Far for a long time. Of course, he knew Lu Far well. He knew what Lu Far was worried about. If he couldn't find Mu Yan, let Mu Yan sleep here. That's a really scary thing. On the road to the north, Moon was like a nail in his heart, saying that he could not cause any trouble in Pingnan, because no one here could match the reputation of this family. Yi Bai replied, pondering for a while. He thanked Qingyun deeply. No longer delaying, he turned and walked away. "Don't sit in the air conditioner." He discovered Qing Yunfei again, and said that Qing Yunfei's method has come again. Qing Yunfei smiled and said, "That's a good idea." Yi Bai smiled bitterly and said, "It's good, but the search time will be very long, and it's inevitable that the general's deadline will be missed." Qing Yunfei smiled and said, "It's easy. We can first divide the whole city into several pieces according to the method of cold drawing, and then send a few people and horses to check." "No," Yi Bai even shook his head and said, most of our army's generals and soldiers have never seen Yuan. What if he changed his clothes and disguised himself as a commoner? Yes. Hearing Yi Bai's words, Qing Yunfei also started to fight for a while. Said, General Locke's subordinates have never seen Yuan, but none of my people have seen them, not even myself. Oh, Yi Bai shook his head, smiled bitterly, only sighed, and then said nothing. At this moment, Qing Yun flew over his head twice, smiled, then looked at Yi Bai, and said happily, there is a way to find two. Yi family. Hearing Qing Yunfei's words, Yi Bai was stunned, and then, how could he forget this? Both Yi Ji and the goalkeeper were the four surnames in the southwest, and the Yi family also had many black lines in Pingnan, and they would definitely know each other. Moon, because they want to deal with Moon, is naturally familiar with Moon. Even if he turns gray, he can recognize him. He smiled and said, okay, in your opinion. At this time, Qingyun waved his hand. People took out a map of Pingnan, took out a pen, and while negotiating with Yi Bai, they drew the demarcation lines of several main roads in Pingnan City, divided into 12 yuan. He and Yi Bai each checked 6 yuan. In addition, the two of them found Yi Juxin, and Yi Juxin readily agreed, nodded, and sent a large number of people to help the two, asking them to assist the southern prison force in the search. The number of barbarians in the hands of Qingyun Firen was small, and the battle was brave, and the number of casualties was always large. Yi Bai divided the southern prison army into 20,000 people and lent it to Qingyun to make up for the shortage of barbarians. After negotiation, the two men sent people to the city to tell the common people that the southern prison army had begun to completely block the city. No matter who it is, it is strictly forbidden to go out, and there is no amnesty for those who, violating the order to kill. Hundreds of soldiers from the southern prison rode into the city on the orders of the two of them, weaving back and forth on the main and second roads, chanting orders to seal the city. At this time, it was already dawn, and under the shouts of the soldiers and pawns of the southern prison, the time was not long, and the streets and alleys in the city could no longer see people. Whether it was the main road, the second road, the alleys and hutongs were all empty, with no traces. Only the southern prison soldiers and pawn teams could be seen hurriedly passing by occasionally. Yi Bai and Fei Qingyun personally dispatched, leading the southern prison army and the barbarian army. They searched hard for a whole morning, but still had no result. Until the afternoon, Lu Hua couldn't sit down in the camp, so he went into the city to find Yi Bai, and went with him to find Meng. Lu Hua's arrival did not bring good luck to Yi Bai, and when he arrived at night, he still could not find the whereabouts of the door. At this time, Yi Bai took out the map and looked at it carefully. At first, his negotiations with Fei Qingyun were divisive. He thought that he could search the entire Pingnan city in one day, but in fact, he knew it was not that simple. A day passed and he hadn't even checked an area. As it got darker, the soldiers of the southern prison army lit torches one by one and searched into the night. The door could not find them, but the soldiers below could not bear them. They didn't close their eyes for 2 days and 1 night, and they didn't even have a good meal. At this time, they were tired, and everyone looked listless, as if they could fall asleep standing up. Now, Lu Hua can finally appreciate the difficulties Yi Bai and Qingyun encountered in flying. Not that they are insincere or incompetent, it's just that it's really hard to find a few people all over the city. He turned his head to look at Yi Bai, who was also very tired. If he listened carefully, Locke's stomach still drummed from time to time. Lu Hua asked casually, General Locke, have you eaten lunch? Yi Bai was stunned at first, and then hurriedly replied, go back to the general, not yet, the brothers have been hungry all day. Yes. Lu Hua nodded, walked out of the alley, stood on the road, and looked around. The street was empty. Chapter 335. Embarrassed open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. He looked at the sky again, then waved to Locke behind. At this moment, I didn't eat anything. I brought the generals, let's go to dinner, stop searching, and let the generals rest first. Yes, General. When Luo Xingtian heard that his anger suddenly changed, he hurriedly ordered the generals and soldiers to rest in their places. In addition, he told his men to return to the camp immediately and organize people to transport all the cooked food from the camp near the city so that the generals and soldiers could fill their stomach. People or iron, food is steel, whatever. matter how arduous the task is, it is important to have enough to eat first, otherwise the soldiers will not have the strength to work. When Yi Bai wanted to track Nguyen's whereabouts, at this time in Yangfu, a large number of people and horses came directly to Pingnan. Likewise, in the West Sea, a large number of people and horses were killed here. The location of Shihai is far away and has always been coveted by barbarians, but after he defected from his homeland, he directly helped Dali get out of the West, which was also the main reason for Yi Bai's indignation. Yi, who heard the news, also smiled wryly, although he did not think about how to restore the glory of the Yi family in the past, but he still wants to go back to the place where he was born and raised, his life. And where is Moon at this time? As Yi Bai speculated, he has been in Pingnan City. The pain of losing his wife and losing his son did not disappoint him. He even passed the news to Pingnan, and his eldest son also waiting. He is waiting for an opportunity, waiting for an opportunity. He knows that now Qingchen has brought Ren and Ma to Pingnan to kill people. That is what he wants to do. Sleep here. Block Yi Bai at a critical moment and stab him in the back. In the southwest, especially in Pingnan, Mujia has never mentioned power. In the past, Mujia was not like the Cao family, the fish and meat people, except the two sons were arrogant and domineering on weekdays, and the rest of the family's reputation in Pingnan was also quite good. This is also the grace that Yi Bai couldn't find a reason to be amused for 2 consecutive days. It is impossible to continue like this, not to mention that it will cause dissatisfaction among the people. If after a period of time, the Dali people want to eliminate Qingchen, Pingnan will not be able to walk the old road of dust. Luo Xingtian wiped the sweat from one side and showed a bitter smile on his face. He hadn't closed his eyes for 2 or 3 days. In the past few days, he first attacked Pingnan, and then looked for Moon. He was really at a loss. Although it was late autumn, Yi Bai was also in a cold sweat. He looked at Luo Xingtian, then threw him a steamed bun, and then he didn't say a word. He understood what Luo Xingtian meant. No one knows more about the loss of dust in those years than Luo Xingtian. During the war, people in the city created chaos, and as a result, the dust became a concentration camp for barbarians almost overnight. If he bathes in the light dust army to kill one day, Luo Xingtian cannot guarantee to grasp this Pingnan, and Yi Bai is also the same. After all, for Pingnan, the light dust bathing is naturally clearer than himself, but it is difficult to protect the light dust. Playing with him is positive. If Moon is allowed to create chaos in private, maybe this Pingnan will fall into the arms of the body again. What can you do to figure this out? After a while, Yi Bai finished eating the steamed buns just now and looked at Luo Xingtian with a hint of unhappiness on his face, unable to catch Moon. His heart was really more troubled than anyone else. When the original city, his southern prison army, he only cared about the wood god and forgot the entertainment grace. The result of this incident really gave him a headache. When he broke the city, the army of the southern prison cared only about it and forgot to tease it. As a result, it really gave him a headache. Okay, General. Luo Xingtian is really a little embarrassed. So far he has not come up with any good way, just a little headache, to express his opinion. Okay. Seeing that Luo Xingtian couldn't say anything, Yi Bai waved his hand. It was not difficult for Luo Xingtian, but he started to meditate again. Relatively speaking, bathing light dust is more difficult to deal with than bathing. If the light dust of the army kills the Pingnan court, he must stop it too. After watching it for a day, Yi Bai still didn't think of a good solution. He was rather bored. Looking at the soldiers next to him, he was a little tired. Many of them even started to doze off. He finally waved his hand and said to Luo Xingtian, "Just now, General Locke, go back. Let the generals rest, nourish their energy, and wait for the next day. If Qingchen really kills Pingnan, I'm not afraid. If anyone dares to resist, I don't mind killing people in this city." After hearing Yi Bai's plain words, Luo Xingtian didn't look up at Lu Fa, but saw a face full of murderous intent. His heart sank, his fist clenched, and he said nothing. He had just retired and heard that Yi Bai was not joking. "General, there is a letter in the dust." Night, Yi Bai sat in the account for a long time and couldn't sleep for a long time. When he suddenly heard a voice outside, he couldn't help frowning. He looked at the ice-cold lift of his knees. Feeling a little bored, he just said something and put it down softly, and then waved to let the cold air out. He has changed a lot, and before he knew it, Yi Bai didn't seem to be the Yi Bai anymore. When Qin Wen died in front of him, Yi Bai's heart was really shocked. He really didn't understand. He didn't understand Qin Wen. What is he doing? In order to let himself control the prisons in the south, he does not hesitate to catch up with the lives of countless people, even their families are no exception. Yi Bai couldn't imagine how Qin Tianzhao spent his childhood, but he knew very well that Qin Tianzhao was doomed to die from the very beginning, because it was the agreement between them at that time. Zhan Yuanwu was more willing to show people his plan, half his life, instead of a real face, which is hard for him to accept. Qin Tianzhao was crazy and didn't know where to go. Yi Bai didn't investigate or look for it, but he had to take over such a stall from Qin Wen and exchanged countless lives for peace. This is not how it should be. Yi Bai rubbed his head, and finally didn't think about it, but chose to open the so-called family letter. Now the only thing that can make him relax is, "Son, hey, hey." After watching for a while, Yi Bai's face became more affectionate, and it felt really good to be a father. At this time, he suddenly had an ambition in his heart. No matter what, it is for Qin Wen or for his son, he has to knock out a piece of the world. Very least, he would also make the prisons of the southwest and south, as his son's back garden, willing to give up some joy and kill the world for it. The big account outside, the wind chill is like a memory, and the cold stands in the corner outside, like a benchmark, standing straight. At this time, a young man came over, looked at the icy elevator, and sighed dryly. Chapter 336. Everywhere, subscribe. He whispered as he approached the cold. He immediately turned his head and looked at the child who bowed his head. He pulled at the corner of his mouth and said, "Why are you here, little boy? Why are you here so late? You haven't slept yet." The young man shook his head, a face hanging from the corner of his mouth, a smile on his face. He is Lu Ao. After more than 2 years of hard work, he is no longer as strong as before. He is also much taller. After Yi Bai, although he didn't say he was going to fight, he was also like a person. "Uncle, is he asleep?" "Father," where the lights were still on, with a hesitant look in his eyes, as if he wanted to see Lu Fan. He was silent for a while, then shook his head again, and some complicated people said, "The general hasn't slept yet, but he's not in a good mood today. I think you'd better not go." 000. Hearing the icy sound, Lu Ao's little face suddenly collapsed, and then he fell silent. After a while, he had some secret ways. "Uncle Han, did you find that this just father has changed a lot recently?" "Oh, come on, go back and rest. It's too late, be obedient." He smiled and touched Lu Ao's head, motioning Lu Ao to go back to sleep. After all, Lu Ao is very late. Lu Ao is still a child. When he grows up, it is of course inappropriate to stay up late. Lu Ao nodded, didn't say anything, just a small gift, said goodbye to the cold, and then walked slowly to his tent. "Father, this has really changed a lot." Yi Bai wasn't the only one who couldn't sleep at night. Northwest Shuishan County, destroyed and devastated. Lu Yi sat in the car without sleeping at all. Along the way, the most desolate town was this desolate town, because the earth dragon overturned, the houses collapsed, and countless people were displaced, giving up their homes for survival, became a displaced person, and came to a place unaffected by the earthquake. Natural disasters are irresistible to human beings. In the face of nature, people seem so vulnerable. At this moment, human beings are even more pitiful than other animals. "You, my master, are not far away. You will be in Qinchuan." Day and night, watching it finally arrive, Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded, waved his hand again and again, and signaled to the guards to step down. Not a warrior, hiking, plus soil and water, he also lost a lot of weight. A little closer, it is estimated that there will be dogs and horses. "Brothers, be careful and pay attention to the reprimands. After all, they have already arrived in Shuishan County. They have been conquered some time ago, and there is no guarantee that there will be no barbarians. For this team, they are already in a more dangerous situation, because Lu Yi's health is not good. Plus a days-long journey. He was sick after all, but the army couldn't stop because Lu Yi was alone, so Yu Hu still insisted that he stop and let his body recover. He was one step ahead, and the war was fierce. It's really urgent. Lu Yi is powerless and no longer insists. If he continues, problems will inevitably arise. What's more, so far, he has not been used by generals and soldiers in the army. Instead, he might as well recover himself and confront the barbarians with a new attitude. After Yu Hu took a step, he left Lu Yi with a convoy of several thousand people, but this Gan Ning was really not peaceful. let alone 1,000 horses. Even 5,000 horses might not be safe. Walk under the city gate of Shuishan County. Along the way, mountain bandits and barbarians abound. On the way, Lu Yi also experienced several battles, but some refugees rushed into the refugee camp to snatch food. In fact, the dangerous situation here is more serious than Lu Yi imagined. The disaster caused by the earthquake is already great. At this time, the barbarians choose to invade. God can't bless the summer. Night was getting quieter and quieter, and in this desolate frontier there was quite a smell of death, for they had come all the way, hundreds of miles. There was a figure, here, the deadliest of woods, the cry of the cold crows. Night, set up camp. We will rest here tonight and leave tomorrow. Brothers, rest too. Seeing that the marching team was going slower and slower, Lu Yi frowned. He was silent for a long time, and finally decided to stop and rest. This way, people will be drowsy, and if they meet again along the way, they will not be able to cope at all. Hearing Lu Yi's voice, all the marchers breathed a sigh of relief. They were really tired. Although the soldiers were allowed to camp, Lu Yi did not let down his guard. Not only did he arrange for vigil generals, but he also took turns to patrol around them all night. When he saw Lu Yi doing things in an orderly manner, he would see in his eyes the person who came to protect Lu Yi, and his heart was also admired. In fact, he was skeptical about Lu Yi at first, because Lu Yi was too young. He was also a weak scholar. He had the ability to supervise the army, but during this time, he also did a good job, all-encompassing, to ask himself the right views of many things, no shelf. It also made him admire it. General Fan, do you think this arrangement is okay? Although Lu Yi was very tired, he also came out of the horse. When he first came out, he was blown down by the night wind, and his body was suddenly immersed in the normal, cold, and abnormal weather. More importantly, Lu Yi is still there, sick. Of course, some people can't stand it. Seeing Lu Yi, General Fan sighed in his heart, then nodded and said, the adults will appreciate everything they arrange, but the adults will still take care of their health. The weather here in Ganning is really too cold. A few days later, we were in the water, and we still had to go. I understand very naturally that the general does not too. 5 must be worried. I may not be able to kill the enemy in battle, but it will not stop the general. All right. Lu Yi smiled, coughed slightly, patted General Fan on the shoulder, and strode into the military account. General Fan sighed and didn't say much. He also followed into the big tent. The brazier was burning on the big tent. Lu Yi frowned, looking at the map hanging on the wall, full of sadness. This border is very desolate and a horse is flat. It really doesn't do us any good. With the city's shelter, we can certainly use the city's potential to defend the city, but it's also a bit too passive. Hearing Lu Yi's words, General Fan did not answer. Lu Yi told the truth. These are the problems that you who had to face, but this is not the most terrifying. The most worrying thing is Yi Bai, that is, food and grass. Please download Fei Lu's novel to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 337. Question, subscribe. Few people don't understand that the army is not in action. Food and grass come first, but if they meet, they can understand the truth. They fought with dogs and horses, and the front was too long. The 666 counties of Ganning are almost all ruins, and the supply of grain and grass is indeed a big problem. Secondly, there are mountain bandits roaming here, robbers are haunted, and there are also barbarians wandering bravely in this area. Even if there is transportation of food and grass, it is also very difficult to safely transport it to Shuishan County. You knowing that in this area, there are countless displaced people, poor mountains and bad waters flow from the people of Jiaoyu Island. This is not an empty word. It is hard to hear. In a place far away from the emperor of the high mountains in the northwest, the folk style is not necessary. Reach. General Fan, how far is this from the county seat? Lu Yi looked at the map for a while. His neck really hurt a little. Then he looked back at the generals on the sideline. The man would point to the map and he would say, Your Honor, where are we now? It's here. General Fan put his finger on a spot on the map, and then he continued, the county seat is here. At our current speed of 23, we will be able to rendezvous with General Yu's army in 2 days. We don't know what happened in the county seat. Listening to General Fan, Lu Yi also frowned. From what we've heard, the situation in the northwest is not optimistic. This is absolutely no less than Dijing's mess, especially for Lu Yi. This is even more dangerous for Lu Yi. He can only rely on these troops to protect himself from the enemy. However, in terms of soil and water here, he couldn't stand it. Then, let's speed up and go to the county town as soon as possible. Lu Yi was silent for a while, but made up his mind. Although he did not want to leave the emperor at first, since he chose to come to the northwest, he did not want to live well. Yes, General Fan didn't say much, looked at Lu Yi, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes, and then strode out of the tent. Lu Yi sighed softly and coughed again. After a long time, the candles in the big account went out. In the northwest sky, 1,000 soldiers and horses rested in the open air without a single complaint. The moon is very thin, and there will never be fewer people looking up at the sky. At least in the landscape, there is still one person who has been staring at the stars in the sky. These days, Hu Haoyu runs in the mountains of Dijing every day, watching the time and geography of the sky. You see, it doesn't matter. Looking at it, Hu Haoyu was really shocked. There was no chance in the past. Today, he finally understood why Dachu built the capital here, and Xingjiao also chose to settle here. Huang Chengshan, Yi Bai is sitting on a big rock. His eyes are full of complexity. He is waiting for someone who should appear. In fact, heaven is not a person who has worked so hard. He finally waited for a long time, and finally came to his son's side, and a familiar and kind voice sounded. Bang, bang. A heavy and slow pace slowly. Sha Hao never looked back, but listened quietly. At this moment, the master's voice opened his mouth. Young man, are you here again? As Yi Bai heard this voice, he turned his head and saw the old man with a cane, swaying, looking very funny, very strange. After all, in the middle of the night, where there are people everywhere, how cold the weather appeared. Look at others, I haven't seen you for a long time. Yi Bai walked slowly, through the moonlight. He arrived at the man's clothes. The old man's clothes were very simple, but occasionally came from a decadent smell. Fixed eyes. Sha Hao was a lot. He actually saw some small characters on the old man's clothes. These small print is exactly the same. Helen is a life. He wears the clothes of the dead. It was a birthday dress. Thinking of this, Yi Bai didn't take a step back, took a breath of cold air, and his body was half cold. At this moment, he began to wonder if the person in front of him was a ghost, and if it was a human, why did he wear such a dress? Clothes. Why should I wear such clothes? All outdated thoughts lingered in Yi Bai's mind, and he even forgot the questions he should ask. What's the matter, young man? Old man smiled, as if feeling the abnormal changes in the bright moon in Shaho City, and then smiled again, revealing his white teeth, white as bones. He rarely has good teeth, but he doesn't know what to eat. Oh, look at them. Dare you ask? Do you know where the moon landing and the stars are? Hearing the old man's words, Yi Bai immediately reacted from the shock, then coughed to hide his surprise, and looked at the old man subconsciously. When he saw the teeth of that mouth, he shook his heart, but he made a decision without hesitation. No matter, human or ghost, he wanted to know the answer he wanted to know from the old man's mouth. Moon and stars, moon and stars. Old man chewed carefully. These 5 words are like speaking in a dream. It took him a long time to say, I've never heard of climbing the moon and reaching for the stars. Obviously absent-minded when he said this, as if the old man remembered nothing. Yi Bai smiled, looked at the old man and said, so, do you remember Xingjiao? Star religion. When he heard the words of Shahomingyu 000, the old man was stunned, and then fell silent. After a long time, he turned away again. This time, he said firmly, never heard of it. Okay. Yi Bai still wanted to say something, but it turned out that the old man was going to go into the darkness again. His heart didn't want to see it. The old man must know something, but he still refused to say that he was also an impatient temper. How could he say let go, let go? Old man, he's out now, no matter what. Whether it's a man or a ghost, he has to catch up with him and ask a clear question. Take your time, old man. He spoke, he followed with great strides, but the strange thing was that although he could always see the old man's back, no matter how hard he tried, he was always a few steps slower than the old man. Walking, they came to a barren mountain. In addition to the quiet ghost fire, there is a decadent taste. Here is a funeral bone. Is he really human? After being here, Yi Bai was also in a cold sweat. He hesitated whether to continue chasing. He really began to hesitate. At this time, he saw the old man stop. He stopped in front of a big grave. Climb in slowly. This, Sha Hao's face turned. Immediately, he smiled bitterly and came back in vain. But since he came, he didn't want to come back empty-handed. Chapter 338. Glory. Subscribe. Bodies piled up in the city. Blood flowed into a river. At night, It is inappropriate to attack the city, the site is not enough, it is not clear, the soldiers on the front line often retreat, the personnel in the rear are still in front, collide with each other, trample each other, so that the whole camp is in chaos. In this way, dogs shot by arrows you can ride more. When the dog was unable to attack for a long time and morale was frustrated, the captured heavy armored general and the heavy armored cavalry below were pushed to the front wall of Shuishan County. These pretentious heavy armored cavalry have lost their past glory. Their armor has been stripped by Summer's generals. Each soldier is tied to a rope like a defeated rooster. He held his head weakly. Seeing such a scene, the dog hair was in an uproar, originally pinning his hopes on these heavy armored cavalry, but did not think that he had become a prisoner. The general of the cavalry general was shocked and disappointed. At this point, attacking again is no longer useful, it will only increase the casualties of his side. He gave an order that the whole army should return to the army temporarily and suspend the attack on the city. The dog Velvet attacked the city on a large number of horses and returned, and was inevitably pursued by the Summer soldiers in the process of retreating, and countless people were killed and injured. At this time, there was no optimism in the dog hair camp. When they came, they thought that if 100,000 people left, they would be able to sweep out Shuishan County, but the reality was far from smooth sailing. There is only one Paddy County town that cannot be clearly attacked, nor can one sneak into it. Even the morale of the cavalry was very low. The general of the Inyurong Manchurian cavalry also gave up the intention of making a quick decision, but determined to attack Shuishan County first, not Shuishan County, and never looking back, and in the early morning again launched the Inyurong people's attack on the city. This time, the dog Velvet horse did not hit the rush, but walked forward step by step. A large number of dog Velvet people rode iron shields one after another. From a distance, the iron shields were connected into one piece, forming a formation around Shuishan County. There is a gigantic mirror, reflecting the sunlight penetrating people's eyes. Seeing that the enemy attacked the city again, General Daxia and the soldiers still shot with arrows, but for the dog-haired people with shields, the lethality of the arrows has been greatly reduced. When he saw that the arrows could not kill the enemy soldiers, Yuhu immediately ordered the archery to stop shooting arrows and save the arrow holder. The dog-hair did not shoot the arrow, but rode the arrow over. When the dog-haired man rode into the shooting range, the raised shields fell one by one, and then, the arrows shot at random together to the top of the city. This round of arrows shot the expected value of General Daxia. Due to lack of preparation, the pieces affected by the arrows dropped in succession. Soon, the generals of Daxia also erected their shields, and the opponent was under the shield. The trick really worked. The Dog Velvet Cavalry Battalion was a mess, and the shield array was opened. Don't give the dog Kashmir time to ride. The arrows on the wall are like rain. Where there are gaps, there are gaps. The screams of the dog Kashmir riding in the city rise and fall one by one. However, from the beginning to the end, the speed of the dog hair did not slow down, but stepped on the body of the companion, pushed it under the city, and then set up the ladder. The pieces threw away their shields, clenched their swords with their teeth, and scrambled up the ladder with their hands and feet. The rolling wood and rocks were constantly falling and being pushed away by bamboo poles from time to time. Go Wrong continued to climb regardless of life and death, and the battle also entered the White Heat. The huge Paddyfield County town, with city walls in all directions, fought in every corner. The powerful attack of the Dog Velvet Barbarian Cavalry is like a tide, wave after wave, breaking. As the battle intensified and the secretion of adrenal glands accelerated, almost all the soldiers on the battlefield forgot that life and death were at stake, and only had one thought: to kill the enemy in front of them. The dog, down riding many ants, along the ladders and rope, fell from the air when they came down. Some people fell from the air, and General Daxia gritted their teeth and was shot by arrows from time to time, either in the face or against the wall. Deep protective urban ditch, almost filled with claws on both sides. In the fierce battle from the early morning to the evening, Dog Rongman rode through the defensive line several times, was killed at the city head, and was repelled by the summer generals many times, and the casualties on both sides increased in a straight line. In recent days alone, there have been nearly 20,000 dead dogs in the city. Of course, the generals and soldiers of Daxia City also suffered a lot of losses, but such a record can be said to be a major victory for Daxia. Although it is impossible to fight back, it is very difficult to stop this invasion. Seeing that the Kung Fu soldiers did not retreat these days, people were frightened, finally relieved, and slowly returned to Shuishan County, but more people were already homeless. Prosperity, the people suffer and die, and the people suffer too. Wow! On the east side of the river, the waves swept all the ancients, the waves slapped the coast, and there was a team of dozens of people wandering in the canyon all the time. At this time, hundreds of people quietly look at them. Wait a minute, don't do anything, go after it, and find General Han again, he should be not far away. In a dense forest, a tall and burly man, like a sculpture on a mountain, looked motionless at the rows of uninvited guests below, and his eyes were full of pleasure. This old boy, he has some courage. He looked into the depths of the canyon, uneven, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, not knowing what he was talking about. The ponds next to him are not much shorter than him. They are tall and strong, and they seem to be very familiar with the mountains and forests because they are too good at disguising themselves, and they are integrated with the mountains and forests. Sneezes. In another corner of the canyon, he sneezed inexplicably from the cold, and the tip of his nose was a little uncomfortable. He looked at the pond next to him and said nothing, but he thought, in the end, the frost in the mountains and forests was deep and heavy, and before you knew it, some of them were cold. Here, of course, is Qinglong Gorge. The cold work has not stopped. He is still chasing, but he is very clear in his heart that things have come to this stage. If he does not understand, he cannot be too stupid. Dolly rebuked the people for not stopping. They had to take into account everything they could, because they decided thousands of lives and people had to be careful. He didn't know that the people staring at them at that time were not only Lang Lang, but also hundreds of them, that is, Qing Yunfei under his command and hundreds of savage warriors. A few years later, he commanded more and more soldiers, but he felt that the closest to them were less than 200 barbarians, so he chose to bring his background to face such a journey. Chapter 339. Ambush open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Yi Bai's order was also received, so after entering Qinglong Gorge, he began to hide carefully. Because he had to cooperate with the cold, he also made Dolly's reprimand believe that this road is very safe. If you want him to die, you have to drive him crazy first. What Yi Bai wants to do is let the light dust in the pocket of his own choice. By the way, Dolly's son was dealt with in Qinglong Canyon. They went over the grievances or resolve. Must be said that Qingchen made a very good abacus. If Yi Bai didn't let Lang bring it up and Lang Ju didn't notice, maybe there would not be such a change, but the fact is such a coincidence. God gave Yi Bai an excellent opportunity. Although Qinglong Gorge is dangerous, once it enters Qinglong Gorge, it is also a dead end, because the road has great risk, not to mention unexpected situations. Look, this is the official road, and you can directly enter the Pingnan building. Dolly carefully reprimanded them for the last section of the road, and then saw a road. All brows smiled. They did it, and they took the trouble to bask in the expectations of light dust. They really found a road in Qinglong Canyon. This is the road can directly reach Pingnan. Let's go. Dolly's head looked at the flat road, opened his mouth, and moved again, but this time he did not choose to continue walking. Come on. In Qinglong Canyon, the air-conditioned elevator finally sat down with Qing Yunfei. With a straw in his mouth, he shrank and stared straight at the group of people Dolly reprimanded. Although he was talking to the cold, it was obvious. A little distracted. Luau can pass this news to the general. There wasn't much nonsense in the cold. He stared at the reprimand team, eyes sparkling, and let them go away and go back to the mountains a bit like a tiger. Of course, long lines, big fish, hee. Qing Yunfei took the straw from the corner of his mouth and found that Dolly's reprimand had disappeared. He finally stood up, patted the dirt on his butt, and laughed again. Let's go, it's up to them now. Nodding his head coldly, then looking at Qinglong Gorge, his eyes sparkled and his ears continued to come from the river. He was finally moved. I hope this fish is really willing to take the bait. How can you not be fooled by such stupid people? Qingyan grinned, looking at the cold elevator. There was a trace of it. There was no smile in his eyes. The ice-cold elevator is also a small, but for a while, he looked back at Qing Yunfei. You. What do you mean? What do you mean? What can you do? This group of trash, along the way, didn't find any traces you walk. What rubbish, haha. Hearing Qing Yunfei's words, his cold face turned a little blue. Not only was he scolding Dolly's reprimand, but he was not talking about himself. He didn't say a word, then turned his head and walked towards Pingnan. Qing Yunfei saw the cold expression. No, he hurt people's kung fu now. Not bad at all. With Yi Bai, he didn't learn much good things, and he learned a lot from bad things. Watching Watching Dolly reprimand step by step, Qing Yunfei finally gave him a serious look. Dolly rebuked them. They had reappeared in his sight, and now he had reached the tightrope. As he watched, he turned his head, looked at the icy elevator, and walked away slowly. Hey, wait for me, why are you in such a hurry? At this time, Dolly's reprimands have gone a long way, and I can no longer hear the sound of Qingyan flying, but I hope that I can keep returning to the camp to spread the good news, and only when Yu Qingchen knows. It is Pingnan. Yi Bai was in the quiet temporary residence. In the front hall, it was full of generals under Yi Bai's command, the two brothers of the Yi family, the three southern prison generals, Qing Yunfei and Anthony, all here. Only Xin was here, is still operating in the Shangyan area of Hongcheng, because Dolly attacked not long ago. Hongcheng almost fell into the hands of Dolly, and the Shangjiajian was also in this tragic city, so now only Xinkai is dealing with the political affairs between the two counties. They were now facing Dolly's army, and Dolly's army was just outside the city. If they attacked the city, Yi Bai was not afraid, neither would his generals and soldiers, but now the news from the cold air made Yi Bai have to pay attention to it. Marble actually chose soldiers to go on an adventure, starting from Qinglong Canyon. I have to say that sending troops to Qinglong Gorge is a good choice, but only if Yi Bai doesn't know it, because this road has strange effects, so it comes with strange risks. Now, although we know that Dolly has motives to send troops to Qinglong Canyon, but now that they are not taking action, we can't conclude that the freshmen will really send troops to Qinglong Canyon. Yi Bai looked at the map and tapped the Qinglong Gorge with his fingers. His eyes seemed a little complicated. Nangong's angry eyes were very acrid. He looked at Yi Bai's fingers and suddenly raised his head. Whether Dolly will really send troops to Qinglong Canyon, we want to stop them, so in Qinglong Canyon, we still need to ambush. It makes sense. Qing Yunfei nodded to the crowd, his eyes full of approval. They all agreed with Nangong's anger control statement that it was indeed a safe way to go. Yi Bai stood in the hall, walking around, not saying a word, just staring at the map, as if he didn't hear the public discussion. At this moment Anthony fell asleep, without saying a word, but with his eyelids down, his face expressionless. Suddenly, Yi Bai raised his head and glanced at the people around him. He was eager to try and seemed to want to compete with the Dolly army. Only Anthony's mouth moved slightly, and he didn't say a word. What do you think, Master? Anthony heard Yi Bai ask himself, and immediately, bending down, eyes bright, smiling, the general has a plan in mind. Why do you ask me? Hearing Anthony's words, everyone looked at Yi Bai dumbfounded. Yi Bai looked at Anthony with a smile, and said with great interest, tell me, what do I think? Antonano nodded, then pointed at the map. Lang Sheng said, since Qingchen chose to explore Qinglong Canyon, there are only two ideas. One is to send troops from Qinglong Canyon, and the other is to hit me from Qinglong Canyon to Pingnan. Qing Yunfei heard Anton Nano's words. He turned his eyes and said lazily, Mr. N, what nonsense are you talking about? What's the difference between the two? Anthony smiled and didn't answer. At this moment, Nangong's anger flashed a little strange in his eyes. Looking at Anthony's eyes, it was obviously a little different. At this time, Yi Bai's eyebrows finally loosened. He smiled and nodded, first motioning Antonano to sit down. Chapter 340. Iron Armor Open Black Lens Bracket Subscription Close Black Lens Bracket. Then he looked at the foggy generals, cleared his throat, and said with a smile, Mr. An's thoughts are the same as mine. To Pingnan, he must know Qingchen better than me. Therefore, starting from Qinglong Gorge, it is definitely the idea of bathing in light dust, not marble. It must be a strange conspiracy to send troops to Qinglong Gorge. If I didn't know, the South was in danger, but I knew, he was in danger. He stopped for a while, then looked at Qing Yunfei. Actually, Mr. Fang Kai said that it should be necessary to send troops to Qinglong Gorge, but where is the main battlefield? This will make people think. Speaking of Yi Bai stop, he patted Lingba's shoulder, and a serious look flashed in his eyes. If Dolly is only trying to seduce air conditioning, and let air conditioning mistakenly think that they are going to shoot from Qinglong Canyon, our army is in Qinglong Canyon. They were ambushed in Pingnan City, or, at this moment, the hall will not only be a pair of heavy eyes, cold, but also sweat. He is also a point of shame in his heart at this time. The people sitting here are not fools. Yi Bai had a very good meaning in their hearts. Would be great if Dailizy regarded Qinglong Gorge as a real breakthrough, but Dolly just wanted to confuse the people and interfere with the thoughts of Pingnan people. It would be extremely dangerous. That is, Yi Bai, there is another meaning. that is, Dali did not choose to send troops in Qinglong Canyon. If they pretended to be in Qinglong Canyon and the army bombed holes in other parts of Pingnan, then Pingnan was already in the hands of marbles. When he heard Yi Bai's words, the first one changed his face and was deserted. The second one was from Anthony. He came from negativity. His stomach was really something, but he really didn't think as much as Yi Bai thought. At this moment, his heart was also a little ashamed, and his admiration for Yi Bai was a little more. General, he will be guilty in the end. Teeth coldly, he stood up, then blushed a bit, and said half a sentence, but couldn't say a word. Yi Bai shook his head, motioned to stand up first, and then whispered, "This is just my guess. You don't have to do that. Get up first. If I expect it to be correct, today will be the day of the siege." He looked up and looked into the distance, as if he had broken through the wall and walked out of the south, staring straight at Dali's horse. Bang, bang. The sound of horses' hooves is like thunder. When the autumn wind is desolate, the soldiers and horses of Dali are gradually heading south. Today is cloudy and the weather is very cold, with a taste of cold winter. Newspaper. Under the banner of Dali, 50 miles away, there is a large army, and they are hurrying towards me. Just as Yi Bai was meditating, a glass of wine suddenly sounded. The crowd woke up like a dream, and saw a Boy Scout kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely, hurriedly reporting the military situation. "Let's go." Yi Bai smiled and waved his hand. He had already run to Pingnan City, and everything was going towards him. Maybe Dali would really choose to do this in Qinglong Canyon. At this time, he wanted to see how delicate the child was. Brilliant. Oh, hey, hey. The horns of the drums hummed, the drums thumped, the iron flags were erected, and the horses hissed. In the crowd, the Dali army was already in the city. Yi Bai stood proudly on the head of the city, and the golden armor was a sacred and inviolable. God. Quiet. Suddenly, the Dali army stopped under the city. The army slowly separated, the sound of horses' hooves sounded, and a man in a long robe strode out, wearing a dark iron armor, looking particularly martial. He was just bathed in dust. Many years later, they met again, but Pingnan changed the owner. Originally belonged to Pingnan's Qingchen, now it is Yi Bai's world. Attack. Without any bold words, Qingchen just waved a cold iron gun in his hand, pointed at the location of the southern city, and then stopped talking. The messenger soon gave the order to wash the light dust, and at the cry of the trembling sky, the attack on the city and the beginning of the attack, he said, "No, no, no." The Dali army was the first army to rush down in Pingnan City. The ladder hit the wall and banged. Then, the ladder was lifted, and the soldiers of Dali swarmed. Their heavy breathing matched their fierce expressions, as if they were a pack of savages. Yi Bai stood on the head of the city, pulled out his sword, while letting people continue to shoot arrows, while letting people knock down billowing logs and bounce stones. At the same time, the messenger beside him said, "Let Qingyan fly to the southern guard's place, to the top to resist the enemy." "Yes, General." Messenger agreed, hurried to the other side of the door, and waved his flag to the soldiers and pawns in the city. Qingyan in the crowd looked at it. He straightened up and took a drink to the soldiers of the Pingnan army beside him. "Brothers, now it's our turn to fight. You have to catch that man for me and kill the enemy with me in the city." Kill. The Dali army had reached the bottom of Pingnan City, and the catapult of the heavy stone-throwing machine finally stopped, and a more intense direct conflict broke out between the two sides. The fortifications in Pingnan City are very complete, and the rolling wood, stone, kerosene and other things are fully prepared. For example, the Dali army set up a ladder and rushed up. Countless rolling stones fell, and heavy objects hit the armor in the ear. With a bang, the latter Dali soldiers fell from the air like snowflakes. However, when the soldiers threw billowing logs and stones, the archers of the Dali army were already standing in a long line below the city. When Yi Baimu's troops hit the Dali soldiers, they were also shot in the chest, or fell on their backs, or were planted directly on the wall. Of course, Yi Baijin would not let the enemy army shoot cold arrows comfortably outside the city. Many soldiers of Yi Bai's army kept fighting back with their bows and arrows. Military archers outside Dali often don't even shoot arrows. They first became targets for arrows, then were nailed all over their bodies and fell into a pool of blood. On the battlefield, the arrows flew back and forth. The arrows in the middle of the upper and lower cities fell one by one, and the chess pieces on both sides were shot down row by row. Of course, compared with the large troops outside the city, the casualties of the Yibeimu troops in a condescending position were far fewer. Dali army fought bravely, and the Dali army behind gradually advanced to the front. Qingyun flew around, grabbed a messenger, and let it immediately launch an order: let the stone-throwing machines be arranged in the city, and throw stone bombs. Liu Hua poured out the power of the whole city, staying in the southern part of the city. You can imagine a lot of luggage, and there are hundreds of stone-throwing machines hoarding in the city. Heavy weapons such as trebuchets cannot move up dry. Chapter 341. Edge open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. It can't be done. It can only be arranged in the city. When the stone-throwing machine launches the stone bomb, it must avoid the blockage of its own wall, so it is placed far away from the wall. Therefore, the stone-throwing machine in the city is precisely avoiding the Great Army. The blow of the boulder trebuchet. Following Qing Yunfei's order, Liu Hua Army's stone-throwing machine in the city started, and dense stone bullets were fired from outside the city, drawing arcs in the air, flying over the city wall, and then falling into the army's camp. The stone bullets fired by Lu Fanjin were not as big as those of the heavy stone soldiers. They were still enough to kill people, even if they were covered with iron armor. Once they were hit by the stone bombs, they would instantly turn into meat patties. What's more, many of the towers towed by the Dali army were hit by stone bombs and damaged several sets. This tower is a kind of siege weapon. The shape is several times larger than the stone-throwing machine. The whole iron, 000. The tower is made of hardwood, 7 to 8 meters high, with thick wooden shields on the front and sides, which can block the enemy's arrows. Ladders at the back. When climbing, there are 2 rows of wooden wheels at the bottom, which can be moved, and the top is the platform. When attacking the city, archers stand on towers and can shoot face to face with enemies on the walls. The tower can also be used as a ladder. The tower can be attached to the wall, and soldiers standing on the platform can jump directly to the wall. The tower is a weapon to attack the city, and it has a wide range of applications in the actual combat of Dali. Yi Bai had never used such a weapon before, and seeing the Dali army dragging the behemoths one by one onto the battlefield was really frightening. However, the iron tower can stop the arrows, but not the impacting stone bombs. A stone bomb hit, if it hits the wooden shield in front, it can immediately hit a big hole. If it hits any of the 4 post towers, the tower is basically scrap. Fragility is the tower's biggest weakness. Stone bullets, arrow stick, bows and arrows, logs, stones, and kerosene poured out of Pingnan City continuously. When the fierce battle between the two sides gradually evolved into a state of glue, the thunderbolt car of the Dali army was pushed up. Thunderbolts are powerful weapons designed to ram doors. The whole car is a sturdy wooden frame with a bunch of big stakes hanging on it, and 2 or 3 people hanging on it, like a hammer. The hammer at the front was made of solid iron, embedded in the stake, and wrapped in a thick layer of iron. At this time, the Dali pawns on both sides of the lightning car pulled the rope lock, pulled the hammer back, and then used the hammer's habit to put the hammer up and hit the gate. The morale of the Dali students was high when the thunderbolt cart successfully pushed the gate, and hundreds of chess pieces raised their shields and gathered on both sides of the thunderbolt cart, grabbing the ropes one by one. Just then, a leader jumped on the court, pointed to the pieces on both sides, and shouted, "Pull!" Dozens of ropes were pulled together and hammers dangled backwards amid the shouting and drinking of thousands of captains. When he reached his limit, with his arms, shouted, "Let it go!" Roar! The hammer hit the city gate of Pingnan City. The sound was deafening, strong and strong. The pure copper gate was knocked out of the pit. The whole wall seemed to be shaking, especially the wall above the gate. Many soldiers could not help falling to the ground. After the first shock, the second and third shocks followed. In the city, the wooden stakes facing the gates were broken by the earthquake, and stone chips continued to fall from the gaps in the edges of the gate. The fortified gate was in danger in an instant. The green clouds in the city were sweating, and under the order, they lifted up more, stood in front of the gate, and shouted to the city, "Take the enemy's first aid if the car drives away. The door can't take it anymore." Qing Yunfei's cry spread throughout the city, and the soldiers in the city were all in a hurry. Many soldiers leaned out and shot arrows, but for the Dali army wearing shields, the lethality of the arrows was indeed limited, and it was not enough to limit the impact of the lightning car. Soon, more Yi Bai's soldiers took the rolling logs and bouncing stones, jumped on the archery pile, and aimed at the Dali army below. However, while Yi Bai's soldiers were throwing heavy objects, they were also shot by the enemy outside the city, and they fell from the archery pile one after another. However, when they dropped heavy objects, they came under enemy fire outside the city and fell one by one from the archery pile. From time to time, the Dali army pulling the lightning tram was killed and injured by falling stones and rolling logs, but there were too many soldiers around. One was injured, one died, and two were on the top of the mountain. The impact of the lightning tram continued. Seeing that his pawn was hit by the opponent's arrow, one of the chiefs jumped on the archery pile and shouted to the pawn soldiers behind, "Give me a stone." At this time, Yi Bai also frowned. Whether he really wanted to find a breakthrough from Pingnan City, he had some doubts. In the past, when he attacked Pingnan, the army was like locusts, and defeated Pingnan with morale, so although the wall of Pingnan had been repaired, Yi Bai knew that under the command of Qingchen, these soldiers and horses, it is not easy to break through this city. Killed, was a trace of tyranny on the corner of his mouth, and the whole person seemed to be crazy. From the beginning to the end, he didn't see Dali's son. I didn't know Dali's son was in front of this army. Although the incoming calls are fierce and the thunder and trams are not good, Yi Baxia is generally not a vegetarian and will miss it a few times, but Qingchen has not been able to step into this step, only in Pingnan City, where a thick body is piled up. Qing Yunfei was on the head of Pingnan City, like a beast. His fingers moved, and there were always Dali soldiers falling at the head of the city, and his body had a lot of wounds, big and small, but he just didn't fall, and the killing was in full swing. What's the news about the air-conditioned elevator? Yi Bai frowned, looking at the Dali soldiers under the city. A trace of boredom flashed in his eyes. He wants to know his too. 5. What is the idea? Why did he not see Dali's son from beginning to end? Is he under the city, or is it very close to Qinglong Gorge now? Qinglong Gorge is steep and changeable, surrounded by mountains, and the road passes through the mountains. If it is located in the mountains, it is hidden and conducive to attack. Nangong chose a place with cliffs on both sides, then divided his people in half and ambushed them on the hills on both sides of the road. Then he asked people to extract materials from the ground and prepare more mountains and stones for bouncing stones. He knew exactly where his weaknesses were. Most of the soldiers and pawns he commanded were ordinary people who could not use bows and arrows. Even if they are ambushed, the lethality of the archery is very small. It is best to use a stone. As long as he has the strength, it can pose a great threat. Chapter 342. Tension. Subscribe. Yi Bai searched all the way, followed the horseshoe print, and finally found a trace. Just as he expected, it has reached the place of the dog's wool mound, and when he got closer, he was also breathing the air conditioner. The snow-capped mountains, is it like a city built with thin air? Although it does not look strong, but in Yi Bai's view, it is also a city of miracles. Although this checkpoint was temporarily built, it was large in scale, except that the outer fence stretched for a few miles, and looking inside, there were many military accounts, flag ribbons fluttering, and a large wolf flag was embroidered in the middle. What kind of dog Kashmir village? Yi Bai just took a cursory look at it, and he has already started to surprise. Looking at the size of the other camps, I'm afraid it is far more than a few thousand people. It doesn't seem to be a small tribe. It seems to be a big town in Dog Kashmir. Ah, his heart is very cold. He wiped his beard. It was a little stiff. Yi Bai was still cold, and the other summer soldiers were even more panicked. Their faces were pale, and their hands were trembling. Yi Bai felt the fear of the crowd, hurriedly walked towards the crowd, smiled and asked, "Are you afraid?" The soldiers in Sha looked at each other. No one said that in the face of so many enemies, they knew they were about to die, but they still had to get there. How could they not be afraid in their heart? Yi Bai smiled calmly and leisurely said, "It's not a good thing if God bless you and my brother to recruit us to report to us as soon as possible." Plop. They laughed when they heard what he said. Death is terrifying to anyone, but Yu Yongdingshan said it seemed so casual, as if it was an unimportant matter. But his words also succeeded into escalating tensions. Guard asked in a low voice, "General Yun, what if we can really enter the enemy's camp? What if I didn't?" Yi Bai pouted forward and said, "Have you seen the largest camp in the center of Kanzong camp? After entering, as long as we can rush a little bit, even if we win, we will try our best to rush to it." "What about the marshals?" The guard looked at Yi Bai and swallowed. "They don't have a lot of hands, but they don't know how many people are on the opposite side, so he's still a little scared, saying fear, but not completely, just dead. It's really not worth losing. Marshall, I have my own size. Ha. Yi Bai smiled. His eyes could not express his conceit and self-confidence. He was not far from him, and he was ready to send troops at any time. I see. The guard nodded. They spoke. They were getting closer and closer to the gate of the checkpoint. At this time, several guards hurried over and stopped it. Leader cheered. Who? Stop. Yi Bai had already disguised himself as a dog, running as if he hadn't heard it, and the sword in his hand was very tight. When he was about to approach, he was furious and pulled out a steel sword. A sword. Too fast. Like lightning, the sword pierced the head of the guard's throat in an instant. The latter didn't even see clearly. When he realized that his throat was cold, he opened his mouth and tried to shout, but he couldn't utter a word, lost his balance, and fell on his back. Before his body fell, Yi Bai first pulled out a steel sword from his neck, then a vertical human figure with toes under the chest of his body, jumped directly from the top of his head, and rushed behind several guards. No one thought of such ghost weather, and there will be enemy attack, and come here. Faces of several guards were still confused and dazed, and Yi Bai's sword had already wiped their neck. Yi Bai passed several guards and rushed to the gate of the checkpoint. When he rushed to 10 meters away, blood arrows shot out from the bodies of several guards. Their throats were all cut off by the swords, and the blood-red blood turned into red mist flying in the air. Seeing that Yi Bai had already rushed into the enemy's checkpoint, more than 100 Daxia soldiers looked at each other, no longer hesitated, clenched their teeth, and rushed into the checkpoint. The level of canine down is unprepared, but even if the reaction is slow, it is aware that the situation is not good at this time. Yi Bai entered the level, and the entire camp seemed to be frying, shouting all day long, and the gong rang non-stop. 100+ soldiers behind them. Yi Bai took the steel sword and arrows and ran to the central hinterland of the checkpoint. But within a few steps, he fell hundreds of dogs and horses head on, holding various machetes in his hands, like ferocious demons, and gathered around Yi Bai. Seeing Yi Bai running around, the barbarian in front of him yelled at the machete in his hand, wanting to kill Yi Bai. Saying goes, an inch is long and an inch is powerful. More than a dozen flickering Belinda spines faced each other. The barbarian dared not be careless, rushed to the body and stopped, instinctively took 2 steps back. But Yi Bai couldn't let it go. He had just escaped the first round of the attack on the other side, and his body had not yet stood firm. He saw the second row of dogs and velvet riding over the first row, with Hubble in his hand, which was half lengthened. The sharp thorns attacked Yi Bai's body key. Yi Bai was helpless and could only retreat, but the first platoon of soldiers on the other side rushed over, and the thorns of the halberd were even more ferocious. It was obvious that the opponent had undergone rigorous combat training and attacked one after another. There was no free time between them, and they didn't give Yi Bai a chance to breathe. In addition, Haber was too long, and Yi Bai couldn't even fight back, only passively. He took a deep breath. If he continued like this, he would not hurt the enemy, but would be exhausted to death by the enemy. If you want to deal with long weapons, you have to get very close. Yi Bai has rich experience in combat and responds quickly. He narrowed his eyes to see another attack coming. He crouched down. Almost a dozen half-lengths swept across his back. Without waiting for the opponent to launch the next round of attack, his squatted body rolled forward, onto the ground, wheels covered in dog velvet. The dogs were startled and wanted to step back and walk away, but it was too late. Before Yi Bai got up, the sword in his hand had already been swung out. The two of them laughed. Their legs were chopped off by his sword, and they used the space between the enemy soldiers to wail and land, and he fell from the ground like a spring, jumped up and rushed into the dog-down wild horse. When the two sides are far apart, the harbor that the dog-haired man rides can exert power, but now that the two sides are mixed together, the harbor has become useless. But on the road, after entering the enemy line, Yi Bai turned into a sheep like a tiger. The steel sword in his hand was swung, and even the barbed belt was chopped off. In just a split second, he already had more than a dozen dogs that could not ride on the ground. Chapter 343. Killing. Subscribe. Just as Yi Bai was rising, I suddenly heard a man shouting behind him, "General, give it to us." Yi Bai heard the sound, swung his sword, and would back away a bit around the enemy. Looking back, the original guard and more than 100 other Shah soldiers followed, and they were fighting in one place with the dog velvet. It was just in time. Yi Bai didn't even think about it. He answered it very well. He gave up the entanglement with the dog velvet, hung upside down on the iron sword, and continued to face the enemy's sprint in the middle. In the checkpoint, the dog rides too many times times and is too scattered. Coupled with the lack of preparation, he suddenly finds himself attacked by the enemy, and he looks very panicked. Yi Bai took advantage of the chaos in the enemy camp and rushed all the way. When he encountered the enemy army, he directly killed him. If he encountered the enemy of the brigade, he did not like fighting, and immediately changed his course and avoided it. He was running far and wide, and before he knew it, he was near the central camp of the checkpoint. Right here, there are too many people who keep dogs, and swarms of canine velvet can set up the tight seams of the tent, not to mention that people can't rush in, and I'm afraid not even a fly can fly in. But the more like this, the more likely Yi Bai was to determine the identity of the general in the battalion. He hid in an unattended tent not far from the central camp, punched a small hole in the cloth with an iron sword, and looked out, wondering how he could defeat the enemy in him. While he had confidence in his hands, he was not so confident that he did not fight hundreds of enemy soldiers alone. Just when he was thinking hard, suddenly, there was the sound of shouting and killing people behind him. He was happy to know that Yu Hu had arrived, at least 10,000 people, and his response did not seem to be slow. At the same time, there was chaos here, and he looked carefully. People continued to go in and out of the big account, eyes full of fear and apprehension, but he was still not sure. Here, where it was, here, who was there? Bang! Just as Yi Bai was waiting by the tent, a sound suddenly came from behind him. Tent was lifted, and a dog rode out of the tent. Ma saw Yi Bai squatting on the side, and came over immediately. Yi Bai's scalp was numb, but he didn't dare to move, but he stood up obediently. His eyes were full of worry, but Quanrong Man didn't do anything, just pointed at Yi Bai, and drank angrily. What are you? What's going on outside? But don't go out and see. This, it seems that an enemy has come out, and it looks like there are thousands of troops outside. Yi Bai didn't doubt himself when he saw the dog velvet man riding this car, and felt a little relieved, but the anxiety in his eyes deepened. The dog velvet man glanced at it and felt a little disdain in his heart. A matter of greed and fear of death came out, waiting to know the general and bring him to the battlefield. That is to say, Quanrongman grunted, and then went to report. But how could Yi Bai give this person a chance? His face changed, his mouth twisted, and the sword in his hand jumped to Rongman. Only, Quanrongman had his neck cut off by Yi Bai. His eyes were wide, and his neck was bleeding, but he couldn't say a word. Kill, kill, kill. These. On the battlefield, shouting and killing like thunder, Buran rode down on soldiers, and kept lowering flags, following the Shah-Jun of the tide. The Daxia army is like a broken bamboo. Under the leadership of Yu Hu, they are as mad as a general, and they keep slaughtering the dogs in front of them. Their suffocation and pain for a period of time finally have a place to vent. The important thing is that they don't have food or grass, so they don't count the food and grass in the city. They should have some food and grass. Yu Hu's heart can't express his happiness, and his heart is quite admirable to Yi Bai. If Yi Bai gets hundreds of people into trouble, saying that this city is not easy to break, but no matter what, once there is a hole, it is over, and no one knows better than him. Who is coming? When the soldiers were invincible in the summer, they suddenly killed several generals, from the dog velvet man on horseback until Yu Hu went to kill him. Yu Hu smiled, clenched his long sword, and shouted, I am a Yuehu, I will not surrender. A dog velvet saw Yu Hu, and his eyes turned red. He took advantage of the horse's momentum until Yu Hu approached and stabbed a shot with all his strength. This dog velvet general's own strength is not small, and at this time, coupled with the habit of war horses, even Yu Hu is unwilling to block. Yu Hu leaned back and immediately, making an iron bridge, the back of his head almost touched his buttock. Only listening to the sound, the steel gun hung in the wind, leaning against the tip of his nose and whistling past zero. An instant, Yu Hu suddenly stood up, returned a knife, and swept back to the other side of his head. K9 would hear the bad wind behind him, and wanted to take the gun back, but Yu Hu's steel knife was too fast. He turned his head halfway, and the blade had already swept to his eyes. Click! The sharp blade of the steel knife is sweeping the dog's velvet nose and bones. A clear voice came out, but not a word came out. Half of his head flew into the air. The body immediately rolled to the ground, and a large smear of blood and brain was sprayed. A knife slashed the enemy. Yu Hu didn't stop for a while, grabbed his fingers on the knife, twisted the knife with an arrow, pointed to the front, raised his hand was another arrow. At this time, The second rushing dog Kashmir was only 5 or 6 steps away from Yuhu, and the knife was already raised high, ready to slash on the top of Yuhu. How could he think of the arrow on the other side? And it was shot first. Dog Velvet wouldn't even react, was shot by the arrow facing him, and forcefully let the arrow go directly through his head, and Dog Velvet, who had already rushed to the vicinity of Yuhu, would even use a knife to throw the person off the horse. Speaking slowly, it was actually very fast. Yuhu Dao slashed an enemy general and hit an enemy general. It was just a blink of an eye. The remaining 2 dogs have rushed to a place about 10 meters away from Yuhu. When they saw the 2 companions in front of them, they both died at the hands of Yuhu instantly. The souls of these 2 people flew away, and they dared to continue rushing forward. They hurried to pull the reins, turned the horses around, and ran to the dog camp. If they wanted to escape, the cruel Yuhu would not give them a chance to escape. He pulled out again a steel arrow, raised his eyes, and looked up at the back of the 2 fleeing. He raised his hand and raised the knife. Of aiming behind the 2 men, he fired an arrow into the air. Squeak! This time, the steel arrow made a sweet and crisp sound, flew into the air, then drew a beautiful arc and fell down. Chapter 344. Confused open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. But instead of flying vertically, it slopes down in an arc. The 2 dogs fled back to the go wrong riding crowd, ready to sighed, and finally found a life. But at this time, the iron arrow finally arrived. The curved golden arrow with eyes is pinned exactly on the dog temple on the right. 1 pounce. The dog was completely unresponsive. Its face was still surprised, and its body had fallen straight down. The iron arrow was of astonishing power, completely pierced through his temple, then castrated, and nailed sternly to the side of the left dog's neck. Thump! The arrow came in from the right and stretched to the left. The dog almost simultaneously followed the footsteps of its companion, and the 2 bodies fell from the horse almost simultaneously. That makes dog hair quite right in this situation. There is only 1 person on the other side. Their 5 dogs will die in an instant, and the arrows on the other side just reach the level of ecstasy. Yi Bai was still there when mass killings on the battlefield, fighting the concept of this tent. Saying goes, shoot the horse first, catch the thief, catch the king. People must not play any role in it. He doesn't have much time. He wants to find out. And now the problem is obvious. He killed this dog Velvet Barbarian. Horses are very quick. The people inside will be surprised. What happened later? This is not what he can imagine. Yi Bai was also very confused why they were killed like this outside, but there was no movement inside. Is there no one in the past few years? Just when he was confused, a few voices suddenly sounded, men and women swearing. Yutation suddenly understood. The corner of his mouth, he spit on the ground. No wonder it is so easy to break 5 here. Will their master still miss the red and pink account? General Yi Bai just wanted to rush in, and suddenly there was the sound of horses' hooves. A large group of people and horses ran to this place, burning one by one. Yi Bai's face changed, knowing that he missed the opportunity. There was a kind of hatred in his heart, and he ignored it. Everything. So he left the big account and went to another place. What's the matter? As soon as Yi Bai left, there was a big man in this big account, with a ruddy face and a hint of pride on his eyebrows, but his legs were shaking a little. This man is a king, full of dog hair, known as Yatesbg. General, Daxia people. The summer people come, and there are thousands of people. This. Baijia watched the general festival around him collapse. His heart was angry, and his face turned red. He drew his sword, urged the horse to rush forward, and shouted, "Don't back down," as he ran. No one is going back. Those who retreat in battle will not be forgiven for killing. Before he could finish shouting, a dog was about to run past, and when he approached Yi, he said tremblingly, "General, the enemy is very fierce. The terrain is beneficial to our military. This battle can't be fought again." Baijia heard that the angry eyes looked directly at Venus, and what was waving was a sword. On the head of the dog hair, he growled, "Are you the Lord or I am the Lord General?" Like Ben just said, if you can't get rid of it, you don't have to come back. Luckily, he's been happy all the time. Houndskin has an armored helm, some lack of strength, and hard against his sword is nothing. Quanrong said with a smile, "General, the brothers really can't keep up with Shah's soldiers. Yuhu is sitting in the city. He just cut down 5 generals of our army. I'm afraid to continue. I'm afraid the brothers will be killed." Speaking of which, the dog hair will burst into tears and will soon fall. What moon tiger is here? He was also surprised when he heard the news. He is as famous as Yuhu. If Yuhu is here, there is a reason why he can't rush over. If the king knew, he probably wouldn't take much responsibility responsibility for himself. So far, Baijia has not thought about how to help the water, but whether he should be responsible for it. After pondering for a while, Baijia waved his hand and said, "The enemy has already ambushed. You who has committed evil, our army will never win, and the entire army will retreat." The dog was relieved by his retreat, and the dog bowed hastily and said, "The general is wise." After speaking, he turned his head without delay, and hurriedly conveyed the order to retreat to the soldiers fighting in front of him. Yates never retreated at the end of the year, and the wild dog Velvet can still withstand the general attack of the summer. Now, after retreating, only a small part of the morale of the dog Velvet has completely disappeared, and no one stays to rest, no matter whether it is the pawn below or the general above. They turn around and run back. As the enemy retreated, the Daksha's soldiers were stronger, and the heavily shielded soldiers silently recovered their shields and fought on the flank. Behind them, the soldiers, like tigers, rushed through the gaps between the heavily shielded soldiers with swords and spears, shouting and running after the retreating dog, slashing frantically. A face-to-face confrontation. The dog Velvet Man is not riding an opponent, and now leaving others behind. You can imagine the end of the game. During the retreat, countless men and women fell to the ground on horseback. Some were killed on the spot, some fell to the ground injured, but before the wounded climbed up from the ground, the soldiers chasing ruthlessly stepped on them. Kwanrongman retreated all the way, and died all the way. His body fell on the ground everywhere, superimposed with Luo Luo. Almost all the roads were covered. But even so, the dog cannot ride away. This battle really started the prestige of Daxia, and countless dogs died under the swords and guns of Daxia's generals and soldiers. Under the sudden attack of Yi Bai, the army mixed into the pass where the dog soldiers were riding, and the casualties were very small. Thousands of dog soldiers died. Grab a few live ones and ask where it is. The sun is out, but the weather is getting colder. Yu Hu looked up at the sun in the sky. He couldn't open some of his eyes. His arms were also numb. It's just a war, and he's not sitting idle. These 555 enemies will lose in their own hands, but they have not seen the general in their own hands. Although they have broken through here, they still don't know anything about it. The snow is closed, the road is impassable, the road is impassable, he doesn't know exactly where. Those who survive will naturally clear the battlefield, meet undead enemies, provide more knives, meet their brethren alive, who are still, gasp, and save them immediately. Yu Hu was freed from the battlefield, but there was some worry in his eyes. This battle has been a long time coming. Why haven't you seen Yi Bai yet? Wherever Yi Bai went, Yu Hu was still there. When he was worried, the sound of horses' hooves suddenly sounded on the mountainside, and several knights appeared in the sun. Chapter 345. Funny open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Yu Hu frowned and suddenly made a familiar voice on the hillside before he spoke. Yu Hu smiled. This voice was not familiar to him. This person was not Yi Bai. Who was it? He pulled out a long knife on the ground, and began to walk towards Yi Bai step by step. Just after taking 2 steps, he found something wrong. I only saw the warhorse behind Yi Bai, and also dragged some things, but he looked very focused, like a person. Marshal, look who I have caught. Yi Bai got out of the horse and saw Yu Hu, and immediately turned over from the horse, and pulled out the man tied behind him, who was ashen and looked rather comical. Yu Hu looked at the man. It was really strange. Apart from being a bit dark and strong, he doesn't look like a character. Who is this person? Yu Hu was really too lazy to guess. He couldn't guess. He wouldn't have expected the person in front of him to have a very close relationship with the dog. In fact, Yi Gbg really didn't look like a general now. First, he was wearing a uniform. A very ordinary little uniform. And secondly, he is gray-haired now, and there is a little dignified general there. It is said that he is the general here. I have been staring at him for a long time, watching him escape. I knocked him down. Yi Bai glanced at Yi Kaibiji, kicked a foot without hesitation, then smiled, opened his mouth, and there was still some smugness in his eyes. Humble and humble. Baijia's heart was full of tears and unspeakable grievances. Why does his Chinese speak so badly? Even, hooligan. This despicable word is stammering. Seeing Yates Biji's face, Yuehu is even more confused. He looked at Yates Biji again, and Yi Bai again. Someone said suspiciously, Dingshan, aren't you lying to me or such a country bumpkin? You will be the general of the dog's wool. The hillbilly. Yun Dingshan almost laughed. While watching the embarrassing Yates festival, his intestines almost laughed, but he really didn't look like a big man. He looked frightened and shrinking, like a rough smith. Marshal, tell the truth, this country bumpkin. It's really General Canine. His name is Yates Biji. I also asked clearly, this is Yenjuling, and after that, it will enter the border of Langshan. Hearing this name, Yu Hu finally stood up solemnly. When he saw that Yi Bai didn't look like a lie, he strode to the side of Biji and Yichi, picked it up, and said coldly, "Where is the army of the dog hair?" Although Yi Biji was arrested, he still had some backbone. He sneered, looked directly at Yu Hu, and said disdainfully, "You Han people, you know intrigues and trick, and you have the ability to fight against us. You are not a hero or a good person." When I heard the words of Yates Festival, Hu Yue didn't say anything. Yi Bai already flew up, then grabbed Yeki Biji's collar, and then had 2 big ears and shaved his beard. "You want it, shameless, you still want face. Heroes, you animals also deserve it. Why don't you come to us, kill our people, rob me, and say it face to face? It's not shameful." Yu Biji was very angry and scared, and saw the killing in Bai's eyes. After all, he lowered his head. He is a prisoner now. These 2 big ears cut his ears, to the cold of winter. "Listen to you, now that you have caught me, if you want to kill, what do you want? If I frown, I won't be a nice guy." Seeing Yi Bai and Yu Hu's eyes were cold, Yi Biji's heart also understood. Anyway, now they are dead, there is no other end. He is also a dead pig, not afraid of scalding water, wide open the eyes, holding the head, still have some unyielding taste in the eyes, then die. Yu Hu didn't bother to tell Yi Kai, but when he saw that his mouth was still hard, he sneered, and then sent someone to drag Yi Kai down. Yi Bai was indifferent in his eyes, but looked at it silently, but his heart was a little heavy. In front of you is Wolf Mountain. Yi Bai, like a conversation in a dream, looked at the snow-capped mountains in front of him. His eyes were a little complicated, and he also felt a little eager to try. At this moment, another voice sounded. "You are lazy. You have encountered so many dogs here, which shows that we are very close to the hinterland of the dog hair country. We cannot be haunted by the army before you. Now you don't increase your vigilance, you don't give out a lot of reprimands, and you don't build fortifications." Before seeing him, he heard his voice first, and when he spoke, Lu Huan had already gone to find those 2 people. He frowned and looked at the snow-capped mountain in front of him. There was also worry in his eyes. The reprimand has been issued, and there is no news yet. Yi Bai looked at Lu Huan, smiled, gave a military salute, and then explained that he also knew that Lu Huan didn't complain, just a reminder, so he didn't care. "Master Lu is here, please take a seat." When Yu Hu saw Lu Huan, he motioned Lu Huan and Yi Bai to sit down. At this time, he held a knife in his hand and started rowing on the ground. "Look, this is Yanjuling, not far away is Wolf Mountain, and it used to be Wolf Mountain. Shan, Wuling Wei, I am afraid there is no one now, and maybe there are not too many dogs around here. Well, is this Yanjuling?" Hearing Yu Hu's words, Lu Huan immediately. He raised his head and held the map in his arms. Yu Hu looked at Lu Huan with him, smiled, then nodded and turned his head to Yi Bai. "This is indeed Yanjuling. Today, we were fortunate enough to break free directly from the ridge. Fortunately, the soldier was a scumbag. Otherwise, if we want to break Yan and kill the mountain, we will probably have to spend a lot of energy." Yi Bai saw Yu Hu's eyes and immediately, of Yanjuling with a finger, he explained it to Lu Huan indisputably. "God really helped me too. Hello." When Lu Huan saw it, his heart hit the bottom. First of all, it is close to Wolf Mountain. Second, their food and grass supplies are also available. Fang Kaichi tried to find a way to escape, but it was too late to clear the food and grass on the mountain, and the food and grass army was about to run out of food and grass, so of course it was cheap. There should be a lot of grain on the mountain. Let's camp here and let the brothers rest. After all, the weather is too cold. I don't know what the road ahead is. Let the brothers explore first. No matter what. How close is the Wolf Mountain? We can't be in a hurry. Yu Hu wiped his beard and stood up. There was some worry in his eyes. In fact, when he first came out of Shuishan County, he had an inexplicable worry. For some reason, he always felt that this road would not be so safe. Chapter 346, _____. Then he opened his mouth and looked at the old man with a little unhappy in his eyes. Wait, old man smiled coldly, then stopped talking and closed his eyes as if he was asleep. Palace, the city gate is deep. Yi Bai is black outside the gate. There is a forest army and a forbidden army on the palace gate. This is the last strength of the imperial city, and it is also the last time to rely on Wu Hengyang, who is less. When these people were beaten by Yi Bai, his emperor even came to an end. On the wall of the palace, 2 people stood side by side. Lu Huan and Yan Xiaobing looked at the city under Lu's logging troops, with a wooden face hanging on their faces. Bang, bang. In the silence, the sound of a lonely horse's hooves sounded. Yi Bai, dressed in blood armor, walked towards the palace gate step by step. In the setting sun, his back was pulled very long. In the twilight, he was like an inviolable god. 000. After all, you let me down, Xiao Huan. Yi Bai raised his head, looked at Lu Huan, sighed a little lonely, then smiled again. Let Xiao Guangyang come out. You can't escape, brother. Lu Huan came out with a bit of guilt on his face. He just said what this brother said, and was interrupted by Yi Bai. Yi Bai sneered and pressed Lu Huan's words with his hand. Don't call my brother, Mr. Lu. Your Excellency, attack. If you don't talk about it, it's important to kill the enemy. Yi Bai's heart was as cold as iron, and his fingers were moving. The black and white army rushed to the palace wall. Night, come on. The blood moon crosses the sky. There are fights outside the city, corpses are everywhere, and the moaning is constant, but in Shencheng Mountain, it is another scene. Under the full moon, an old man is sitting on the edge of the cliff, nodding constantly, as if asleep. Two people standing behind them, but their eyes are cold. Is it time? Sha Hao stood with his passive hands, a little unhappy, while Xiao Wu Hengyan's side was squinting. From time to time there was a desire to kill it. No one was more anxious than him. Well, if there's anything urgent, it'll be all right. The old man snorted coldly, turned his head suddenly, and looked at the two people. His eyes were as cold as electricity, and the two were even more unhappy, but still waited silently without saying a word. After a while, the old man raised his cane, stood up, turned and walked towards them. Follow me. Both of them were dumbfounded, and followed the footsteps of the old man, who did not make fun of them. Without Wu Hengyan's murder, he still held back, but his fingers were tight. Not long ago, they walked to the rock wall. The moon, the silver light shone. The old man walked to the stone wall, stood up, touched the stone wall with his fingers, suddenly stunned, and then turned around unnaturally and said, after a while, send me back. Xiao Guangyan suddenly gave birth to an unknown point in his heart, and he didn't have time to open his mouth. Suddenly, the old man dropped the weeping stick in his hand and banged his head against the stone wall frantically. This scene happened too suddenly. Not only Wu Hengyan, but also Xiahou Haoyu, was also stunned. At the same time, a new change suddenly occurred on this rock wall. The old rock wall flowed down and formed a strange line appeared, in which the blood of the old man was flowing. Remember, bury me and go back. Old man was dying, his head against the stone wall, his face pale, as if it were time to die. He was shaking, trying to grab the crying stick in his hand, but when the darkness was in front of him, he no longer felt his presence. Blood is still flowing, but people are silent. Without a little complexity from Wu Hengyan and Xiahou Haoyu, they finally understood why the old man didn't want to open it so quickly, because opening the totem still required his life sacrifice. Let's go. Both of them are not good people. They are both in front of the totem now. They paid the price. There is no need. Regret. They were silent for a moment, not wanting to waste time, and finally began to observe the stone wall. Under the moonlight, the lines on the rock wall gradually became clear, forming a pattern that looked like a painting, like a word, and the pattern on the totem stone was the same as the pattern on the totem stone. The veins are like the meridians of living people. They keep beating, and finally, at the 444 corners of the rock wall, 444 small pieces are formed. The first one is square, not too small, just can put down the seal. The first is a very irregular depression, and you can hold the totem stone just past it. The third is undoubtedly the place where the sun, moon, mountains and rivers are sealed. There is only the fourth one, but the two are frowning. What is the fourth place? What, they have only 3 things in their hands. What else do they need? Xiao Guang looked at Xiahou Haoyu and said indifferently, Master Xiahou, this. Xiahou Hao frowned deeply and didn't say anything. Seeing Wu Hengyan, who was getting less and less satisfied, he finally started to rush up. The blood will eventually solidify. If they can't open it, all their efforts will be wasted. Put those 3 things first. Wait. Xiahou Haoyu decided to gamble first and put these 3 things first, but when he first proposed the idea, another amazing scene appeared on the stone wall. The old man's blood was flowing on the rock wall, but at this time, he began to gather again and return to the 4th place. The faces of the 2 men changed, and their eyebrows finally came out. When the blood was completely covering the 4th place, Xiahou Hao and Xiao Wu Hengyan no longer hesitated and put all 3 things on the rock wall. Rumble, rumble, the sound of thunder, the night wind, the dust, the moon, suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. At this time, totem. Door opened. Is it going to rain? It's good to buy this blood in a hurry. Outside the palace, Yi Bai suddenly smelled the smell of dust. Looking at the sky, a dark cloud suddenly floated in the distance. Oh, hey, hey. Drum horns whimper. War drums thunder like thunder. Big 2-5 night. The battle continues. Lu Huan's fingers are numb, his hair is fluffy, and even his helmet doesn't know where to go. Sword in his hand, he wanted to say a few words, but his voice was hoarse and he could not say anything. We're done. Was wearing slanted armor, leaned against Lu Huan, his hands were covered in blood, and he smiled and looked at the Liu Hua army under the gate of the palace, suddenly feeling hopeless. Yes, desperate. We, have a chance. Lu Huan swallowed a mouthful of water, moistened his throat, patted his shoulder, and stood up again. The sense of war in his eyes was even stronger. Opportunity. Yan Xiaobing whispered a little numbly, but his heart was full of confusion. Where is there a chance? Who can save them? Everything is over. Nothing is good. Bang, bang. Chapter 347. Invincible. Subscribe. At night, no one was silent, no one slept. They were forced to enjoy the king's revelry, burst into tears, utter reluctant words. The sound of iron hooves did not know when to ring, and fortunately those who survived in the capital could only shake themselves body. Is it another rebellious army? Heaven is really going to destroy the city? No one answered their questions, because the iron rode away in a hurry. They ran frantically to the city. No doubt it was the palace on Di Jingcheng's head. A lonely shadow, like a paralyzed general, leaned against the city with a stiff face, watching the city continue to rush into the army. His face was different. He was like a deaf man, deaf to the sound of his ears. His robes and brothers kept falling to the ground, but he remained silent and decadent, like a local dog about to starve to death. Oh, woo! Just as Yi Bai was attacking the palace, the horseshoes of the reserve army came wave after wave, followed by the screams of the soldiers under his command. The sound of the cold wind sounded in the middle of the night, and countless rockets, like candlesticks lit by thousands of lamps, jumped onto the Liu Hua army. Moon Tiger is here. Yi Bai's eyes are almost red. Where did these people come from? Who are they? The city's Nandong provoked anger. Did he die on the palace wall? Yi Bai's ears lit up. He also heard the chaos under the palace wall, and then he saw countless rockets fired at Lu Hua's army. He smiled reluctantly and fell to the ground. He was infinitely happy. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say a word, but he just had tears and unparalleled joy. Brother, reinforcements are here, and our northern expedition division is here. I don't know who shouted such a voice. The palace wall began to cheer. Countless people shed tears. Yan Xiaobin also gave a cold smile, with tears, coughing badly. Master Wang, HMPH, you have to die. Hearing the sound on the palace wall, Yi Bai suddenly turned his head, opened his blood-red eyes, roared, waving a knife in his hand, and desperately killed him at the palace. The two brothers Yi Ji and Yi Luo stood behind to greet him. This sudden heroic army, they were a little confused and had no idea where the hundreds of thousands of troops came from. As soon as they broke through the door, Yi Bai ordered Nandong to guard the palace, and then began to attack the palace. But now the heroic army suddenly came. Well, I didn't even hear the news. Just like Yi Bai, they hadn't slept peacefully for a long time. At this time, there seemed to be a pile of mush in their minds, and they hadn't woken up yet. They watched this heroic army get killed, and although they were confused, they reacted immediately and rushed forward. The heroic martial arts are not weak. They are different from Yi Baijin. Although they travel long distances, they are not like Yi Baijin. They have been fighting with Di Jing for days and nights. Also high morale. Watching Di Jing betrayed by Yi Baijin everywhere, his heart is also full of war and anger. Killed. Battle flag was waving, and the two incomparable armies finally fought. Yi Bai held the ghost horse in his hand and controlled the war horse under his butt, like a no. Between his raised and fallen hands there was always the scream of a heroic army. The thieves are rampant. Liang Shiwen is here. Yi Bai glanced at General Sha who was standing in front of him, and smiled that the person in front of him looked a bit like the dead Liang Shishong. Liang Shishong, did you know? Yi Bai's words. Liang Shiwen was a little stunned, and before he had time to react, the ghost horse and saber had already come out of his hands, and he just moved. Liang Shiwen, who had no time to recruit troops, had already fallen into the battlefield and disappeared. Yi Bai's eyes were full of desolation. Suddenly, his face was a little cold. He touched his numb face. When he saw the mist falling, he looked up blankly, and it was raining. Killed. Just when he lost his mind, a heroic army soldier clenched the spear in his hand and stabbed Yi Bai frantically. Yi Bai had no reason, but subconsciously waved the ghost sword in his hand. Just for a while, the spear. It was broken in Lu Fair's hand, and the wild knife was also cut on the neck of the martial arts warrior. Dad. The heroic army soldier ended with hatred, wide-eyed, full of reluctance. At this time Yi Bai finally remembered his own thought. Watching the rain getting worse and worse, he dried his mouth and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Kill!" Hearing Yi Bai's voice, the Northern Expedition fighters straightened their waists unconsciously. Although their vision was blurred, although they could not hold on any longer, there was always an undefeated war song in their ears. Men bleed without tears, bones of steel and iron do not kneel. Looking up at the sun, the moon, the stars, stepping on Mount Kyushu, the rivers stop flowing. Men bleed but not tears. Daoshan does not retreat from the sea of fire. In a beauty account, 1,000 glasses of wine do not get drunk. Like a carnival full of blood, swords meet. With the thunder and vibration of the sky, countless people fall into the pool of blood. Once, under the rain curtain, the 3 generals of the Daxia army, one by one, clenched the blades in their hands. Their faces were wooden, like 3 statues, quietly, letting the war horses walk leisurely under their hip, and he slanted his hands, holding the crazy knife. The knuckles are white under the waterscape in the rain. The rain runs along the blade, washing away the enemy's soul on the knife. Yi Bai simply said a word of war, and then he went up. When he heard Yi Bai's words, these 3 people seemed to be still alive and came to Yi Bai one by one. They didn't talk nonsense, but stared at Yi Bai's crook, making no secret of their murderous intentions. Their robes don't know how many people died. If Yi Bai had one person who killed the heroic army, there would be dozens of people. Oh, seeing them stand up, for some reason, Yi Bai suddenly wanted to laugh. He didn't laugh at these 3 people, but inexplicably wanted to laugh. But he laughed again and again, and the lancet pointed straight at him from the sky like lightning. People around you. When a crisp and harsh sound sounded, Yi Bai's knife landed on Sha Sha's long spear. Sha Sha's eyes would turn red, and his entire body collapsed, and then he looked at his hip. The horse, which had already started hissing and could not stand firm. There will be a terrifying eye flashing in the summer. The tiger's mouth has been broken, and some pain can still be felt in the eyes of the rain. Dare to listen. Yi Bai looked at it. Sha Sha would be beaten a little absent-mindedly by himself, and then laughed and played. The crazy knife moved again, but this time he hasn't been shot yet, and he will be shot in the next 2 Sha Sha. At the same time, stop yourself. Chapter 348. Admiration open black lens bracket subscribe close black lens bracket. Some people can be ignored. For example, they, regardless of, it's unknown. Yi Bai doesn't care. He only cares about people in his way. In his way, there are only 2 kinds of people. One is the dead, and the other is the dying. Those, ellipses. The person standing in my way is dead. Yi Bai slammed hard, dodging the blades of the 2 men, then stood up immediately. The knife killed 3 people in front of him. 1 was killed, and 2 were also chopped. There was no difference between them. The 3rd person will be taken aback and quickly retreat. They know very well that they are not the opponents of the people before them. They can only retreat. The first summer, will wipe the blood from the corners of the mouth, point to the heroic army behind us, and shout, "Brothers, we are more, together, kill him." The voice fell. The soldiers of the heroic army stopped them in front of them, and desperately killed Yi Bai. Yi Bai smiled coldly, pushed down his crotch, and rushed up again. He doesn't care. The wind and rain are not hindered. The horse hissing, or stepping on the body of the heroic army, or repelling them, but nothing could stop Yi Bai. Yi Bai's long knife was waving in his hand, and the screams in his ears followed the rhythm of his long knife, which sounded especially sweet. 3 eyes couldn't. The soldiers under his command gritted their teeth, watched, and finally rushed up again. Thunderstorm, lightning, wind and rain, 4 horses hissing here. Between the sword and the sword, the 3 generals could not stand up, watching Yi Bai fight more and more bravely. The dragon and snake in his hand was like a flying dragon and snake. Their eyelids started to get heavy. Their arms, they started to not obey orders. Click, click, bang. There was a thunder and a roar in the ears of the first summer, and the whole person was a little confused. He shook his head vigorously, and his ears finally caught the sound. But what was the first word he heard? Be careful. In the first summer, there would be a sudden chill, and when I suddenly looked up, I saw Yi Bai's long knife mercilessly slashed at him, and then wanted to hide. Where was their time? No. A man's head rose to the sky, the horse was very light, a headless body fell to the ground, and the head of the body did not know where it flew. I killed you. The remaining two generals immediately. With red eyes, he desperately wanted to kill Yi Bai. Yi Bai's face didn't change, but he picked up the wild knife with his backhand, let the blood on the knife fall into the rain curtain, and then shot another shot. Bang! Stop, stop! Rumor resounded in the sky street, but outside the palace, thousands were happy to kill. From a distance, there is only blood and water in the sky. An hour, 2 hours, morning to night, from rainy to sunny, the cry of killing people from outside has finally been greatly reduced. The flag of the 6th Domain Army was discovered a long time ago. The flag of the heroic army is unknown. It is only on the wall of the palace, in the big summer. Surrender. Yu-Hu came out of the mud, covered in blood, holding a sword in his hand, trembling a little. His voice was silent, and even a little weak. Yi Bai's hair is wet. Where is his helmet? He leaned on the horse, holding the ghost knife in his hand, looked at Yu-Hu in front of him, and smiled again. He didn't know he laughed today, but he couldn't remember how long it had been since he laughed. Behind him, there are not many remnants of Lu's logging army, and several generals under his command, including Fei Qingyan, Zhang Baiyan, Yi Luo, and Wang Tianyu. Maybe he was about to lose, maybe he had already lost. Yi Bai looked back, looked at the county magistrate Lu Huan, then looked at Qing Yunfei, and then asked magnanimously, "Where is the proud son?" Lu Ao got angry in Nangong. "Now I don't know where it is." Yi Bai nodded lightly, looking at the soldiers behind him and the thousands of warriors in front of him. He coughed softly and suddenly shouted, "Brothers, shall we come down?" The remaining soldiers were silent and did not answer Yi Bai's question. Until, a northern expedition soldier barely stood up, opened his mouth, and sang a song. "Men bleed without tears, steel bars and bones do not kneel." The beginning of this sentence was sung, and Lu Feijian's soldiers immediately stand up and sing with them. 1, 2, 2, 3. To stand up, more watched the silent Shajun sing in front of them. Men bleed without tears, reinforced bones don't kneel down. Look up to the sun, the moon and stars collapse, and the foot of Kyushu mountain is cut off. Yi Bai leaned on the horse, stroking the war horse that had been with him for a long time, and hummed softly, "People don't shed tears." Unconsciously, he shed a tear, then quickly wiped it away, looking at Yu-Hu in front of him with a little more sarcasm in his eyes. Killed, like the drum horns of a funeral. At this moment, the heroic army moves, looking at the army of flowers under the walls of the palace, although the heart is full of respect and admiration, but the enemy is the enemy. Sympathy and sympathy can be there, both lines of tears, there is nothing wrong, but they know that if they don't kill these Lu Fa's army, they will die. In the process of running, the iron armor made a hoarse sound, and the northern expedition troops supported each other, and there was no fear in their eyes. They used their bodies to build a great wall of flesh and blood. Attack! The sound of battle sounded in Yi Bai's ears. He was surrounded by a great summer camp, like a light boat, tumbling, but never falling. A soldier of the northern expedition was impaled with a spear by 3 soldiers of the northern expedition. The eldest brother in his hand also cut the neck of the soldier in front. His head was bent, and he bit one side with his teeth, but no matter. No matter how hard he tried, he had no choice but to stare, breathless. Who are the thugs and who are the real warriors? A huge summer camp wants to know. They are facing a group of crippled soldiers, like facing a group of iron men who cannot be killed, which makes them feel an inexplicable shame in their heart. They are a proud emperor who pinned their reputation on the Wolf Mountain. But here, like the dogs on the Wolf Mountain, they were beaten by a group of crippled soldiers and defeated by a group of crippled soldiers. Half an hour later, the palace wall was completely quiet. Yi Bai was holding some ghostly knives in his hand. Qingyan was panting on one side, and Wang Tianyu was holding a copper pillar in his hand, as if he was asleep. Luo Xingtian stood quietly. There, Qingyan Qingchao's Yun Qing. They are the only ones left. Thousands of northern expeditions, only Lu Wei, Qing Yunfei, Wang Tianyu and Luo Jiadian. Yu-Hu was still standing opposite, silent, looking at the layers of the body. His heart was extremely complicated. Is he right? Is it worth it? Ling Qing Yunfei threw the mace on his shoulder, looked at Yi Bai. He smiled and said, "Marshal. Marshal, only the 4 of us." Hey! Yi Bai shook his head, and some self-deprecating people interrupted Fei Qingyan's words. "Are you still fighting?" Qingyun sighed, looking at the dark and fierce army, and at the wall of the palace standing in the Sha Imperial Army. The corners of his mouth curled up, slightly playful. Yi Bai turned his head and looked at Luo Xingtian and Wang Tianyu. He saw that they were all looking at him, and their eyes were as bright as stars. Chapter 349. Boundless open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The voice fell. Yi Bai turned to the horse. The warhorse hissed, raised its front hooves, snorted, and then killed the heroic army. Qingyun smiled slightly, looked at the mace beside him, held it in his hand solemnly, took a deep breath. His forehead was blue and his tendons were torn, and he followed Lu's footsteps and walked down. Luo Xing glanced over his mouth, looked at Wang Tianyu, raised his eyebrows and said, "Let's go, old man, it's time to hit the road." Wang Tianyu opened his eyes, indifferently, looked at the copper pillar covered with blood, and then stood up. Killed. They killed it. How much was revealed in the rare sound of killing. Desolate and helpless, these four people, like fire moths, finally disappeared from the heroic army, covered with blood, not only the earth, but also the sunset in the sky. Outside the palace, people were as taciturn as recollections, and after the rain, everything seemed to come to a standstill, and the curtain ended at this moment. Squeak, call. The door of the palace, reflecting the last rays of sunlight, was opened. A small yellow door carried his clothes, but his eyelids jumped, and he dared not lift his head. This strong blood made him feel a cold blood in his heart. Zan, Marshal Zisheng Yuhu, goodbye. A harsh sound came from outside the palace. Yuhu woke up like a dream, jumped off his horse, walked on the bloody road, and slowly followed the small yellow door into the gate of the palace. At the head of the city, Lu Huan fell to the ground, staring in a trance, not knowing what he was thinking. The sky in the 000 palace is not getting hotter and hotter, but getting colder. The Emperor's wind is still the north wind, and the Emperor's rain is also cold rain. Outside the pavilion, Yan Xiaobing and Xiaowu Hengyan sat side by side. In front of them, there are three cups, but only 2 are full of tea. Are you sure you want to go? Oh, of course, without the ice. Take good care of it. Xiao Wuong looked at Yan Xiaobin, a little reluctant to give up, smiled, patted Yan Xiaobing on the shoulder, stood up, turned his head, and looked east. Where are you going? Dongdu Shandao, I'll find medicine. Xiao Wu Hengyan turned his head and looked at Yan Xiaobing. Seeing his stunned expression, he suddenly laughed until tears were falling, while looking at Xiao Wu Hengyan quietly. His eyes were full of tenderness. Yan Xiaobin looked at Xiao Wu Hengyan deeply, and suddenly felt a sense of strangeness. The person in front of him was really missing Wu Hengyan. He was just thinking, looking at Yan Xiaobin without Wu Hengyan's eyes. Yan Xiaobin smiled, as if he was relieved, free as a geese. Lu Huan. It was his choice and there was nothing he could do about it. Let's go. I'll never see you again. Looking at the empty third cup of tea, Xiao Wuong's eyes darkened. He turned his head slightly, looked at the capital in front of him, and then got on the carriage without looking back. Outside the palace, there was a group of people under the black, but this group of people had no blades in their hands, no armor on their bodies, and just held arms, looking at the square outside the palace gate. In the square, a man in prison uniform stood upright, like an immortal monument. In front of him, there was a table and box. Behind the table, with a light face, that man was Lu Huan. It's time. A long voice sounded, and Lu Huan, who was sitting in the chair, raised his head, looked at the execution ground, and looked at the familiar face. That was his brother Yi Bai. Execution. He was trembling and threw the fire card to the ground. The executioner heard this and immediately, in his hand tightly, Yi Bai looked at Lu Huan, turned his head suddenly, and shouted, Xiao Huan, you remember, you promised one thing, don't forget. Lu Huan was taken aback, and before he could react, he only heard Ji Yudong's voice. He closed his eyes silently, turned his head, and walked towards the palace without looking back. Outside the palace, it was just a few days ago. People quietly and slowly dispersed. I don't know how long it took, and suddenly there was a startled voice. A woman half ran and half crawled over. Looking at Yi Bai, she separated from her body on the execution ground. She suddenly knelt on the ground, crying on her back, slapping her chest like crazy. Jingle bells, jingle bells. 44 corners of the drum tower in Taoist Square. The bells rang along with the wind, and a person sat on the top of the drum tower and listened to the wind chimes. The robes on him were blown by the wind. In the wind, a pattern appeared, a scene of heaven, earth, mountains and rivers. Ha, ha. He suddenly laughed to the sky and cried. He smiled and jumped off the Taoist Square. Life, after opening your eyes, no one can face the indifference of diesel and salt. People always want to live in order to live. Rained during the Qingming festival. There were many pedestrians on the road. The peach blossoms bloomed fast. The wine was broken, and a lot of passers-by drank. Shengyuan, or Shengyuan. Lu Huan came back here again. Looking at a new and old house, Lu Huan's heart was full of strangers. He stood outside the door, I don't know how long, finally opened the door and walked into the yard where he had lived for many years. Peach blossoms bloom in the yard, pink powder, charming fragrance. Lu Huan's heart is a little sad, as if he can't see this familiar scenery, but to another door. He stood there, hesitating, struggling, fingers, and finally stroking the door, squeaking, and at last he walked in. This is the study room, but since no one has cleaned it for a long time, the bookshelf is covered with thin dust. He coughs lightly and smells the smell here, which makes him a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, he froze, and a table appeared in his eyes, and on that table, there was half a book. He stood there and walked to the table with his legs involuntarily. He raised the dust and opened the dusty book. It is said that the young man is crazy and childish and interesting, and he greedily indulges Dukong. This poem is missing 2 lines. Fill it in, haha. Yes, Lu Huan read this half of the book, and suddenly burst into laughter, but in this smile, there is no half happiness, only infinite sadness and pain. Oh, okay. He laughed, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, sprayed it on the box on the table, fell on the book, smiled sadly, his hands trembled on the table, and wrote 2 lines of blood. Fengqi yu long pillow autumn, half drunk half life is boundless. Plop. After writing, he spat out another mouthful of blood, and then collapsed to the ground, unconscious. However, after a long time, someone finally found out that something was wrong with Lu Huan. Why didn't he come out for so long? He went in to see him passed out. His entourage lifted Lu Huan into the car with both hands and feet. Then, he hurriedly called a doctor and drove Lu Huan to Dijing. At the water's edge, a young man walked quietly across the stone bridge, listening to the voices of the cars and horses beside him. Indifferent, just walked forward, and soon, he came to the place where Lu Huan came, walked in silently, he picked up half of the book on the ground, looked at the handwriting on the table, was a little shocked, and copied it to this half of the book. Father, I have come to see you. The young man knelt before the nameless tombstone, sprinkled a glass of wine on the grave, lit incense candles, and burned the paper money he had prepared. Light wind blew across the hill, his right sleeve rose with the wind, the ashes filled his nose. He coughed, then covered the candle with his body in silence, looking at the speechless tombstone. I don't know how long it took before he took half the book out of his arms and threw it into the fire, where it turned to ashes. Chapter 350, Traces open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. A while, speechless, it is very difficult to become Yi Bai, Tang Hanlin's bachelor, the second lieutenant of Zhao Wushui, scrambling every day, licking the wound. Can it be turned into a small puppy surrounded by a frosty black bear with a wind under the skin? Yi Bai clothed to the icy Xuanzhi, she said in a gentle voice, I'm not sitting in a mess of gentlemen and never flirting with beautiful women. Sigh, Shuang's martial arts are very strong. You can move to me, and no one can take care of you. You? Yi Bai grinned in pain, rubbed his chest and said, Frost, you are very good at kung fu. You don't want to bully others like this. Why don't you teach me your martial art, especially the flying knife, and practice it? In the future, I will also have a name on the rivers and lake. Shaoli flying the knife. When it comes to master, a cord of thumb, the icy frost makes your old man grow a face. The icy frost trembled like a flower. Okay, I'll make you an apprentice, but you have to follow the rules. What rules, Master Frost? Li Yanbaba asked. Martial arts haven't come to fruition yet. Can't approach women of color. Cold Frost has a stiff face. Yi Bai wrapped her waist tightly, whispering softly in her ear, there is no entrance now, let me approach the master first. The 2 men immediately flirt. Tai and even Qian walked slowly. It took a long time to get to the front door of the courtyard. It was very lively here, and Jin Wuwei of the brigade was also eager to hear the news. The field guards outside the hospital all wore helmets through their armors and looked very excited. While participating in the work, Yi Bai turned off the horse and said to the icy frost, you are also familiar with the gate of Zhanghu. You will help Ji Wen and interrogate these killers. Lieutenant Li of the Waho store in Peking respectfully saluted him. Li Jiaowu, Jin Wuwei, and Wang Lang are also on their way. Oh, Lieutenant Li, you broke the Wuyi Hall today, waiting for you to be promoted. It's really important. Yi Bai walked on the arch with a smile. The person sitting on Wawa's chair was ambushed by Lin Wushui when Dao Liji opened the door. He even said hello to Jin Wuwei in advance. I dare not disclose their plan. Guang, quickly tell Wang Lang about this donation. Li Jiaowu walked very slowly. I'll ventilate you in front of Wang Lang first. Lieutenant Li trotted in. After waiting for a while, a burly black general, surrounded by several Jin Wuwei, went to the door to meet Yi Bai in person. Jin Wulong put martial arts on the 5th rank. In fact, he is in charge of military power. The safety of the Chang'an Emperor can be completely under his control, and this is not simple. Wang Jingyao helped the emperor to launch the Tang Long coup and remove Yu Yu of Empress Wei. This is Emperor Yizi, the leader of Yulin and Wu Shui. General Ding Yuan, and Jin Wulong handed over Wang Jingyao with a smile. Li Jiaowu is a kind of strategy, and he is like a god with soldiers. Wang Dingyuan, you have the demeanor of a general, and in the middle of the command, these chaotic political generals are caught in one fell swoop. Congratulations. Yi Bai first set the tone, and later he had something to ask. After saying hello, the two sat in the hall smartly, made a pot of tea and brought it up, waiting for Wang Jingyao to drink back. Yi Bai said over and over again. The two had a heated discussion about how Jin Wuwei and Yulin worked together to eradicate the evil forces lurking in the Chang'an Emperor. Everything had to be carefully crafted and seamless. Yi Bai frowned, then bent his hand and said, as soon as this killer comes in, they don't think about it. I have to check it myself before I can pierce the heart of this thorn. You check it, and you can't come up with any result. Wu Yitang has big roots and deep roots, and there is a lot of hidden power behind it. How could Li Jiaowu anger them? He doesn't know why the tiles can't touch. Wang Jingyao and turned a few times, with a difficult expression, hoisting Yi Bai the appetite, then boldly said, Li Jiaowu, for you and me struggling to be punished, just one night, tomorrow morning send someone to Jiaofu. Thank you, General. Yi Bai's eyebrows and eyes were a little festive, and he bowed his hands. Li Jiaowu, watching you Linwu's students turn the Wuitang killer's body into a human form. You are practicing your courage. Lao Wang understands, but he has to leave a few openings for Lao Zhe to make a difference, right? What Wang Jingyao means is that you should not use the death penalty to force a confession. I still have to use them to get it here. Well, I see, Yi Bai should say, but his eyebrows are frowning. How to judge? We have to see Ji Wen's methods. He is a cool official, born in a family. Wang Jingyao left Jin Wuwei to surround the house, and left quickly with the famous Jin Wuwei. In the hall, Yi Bai took a sip of tea and handed over the task of extorting a confession to Ji Wen. Ji Wen was startled when he heard these words, and didn't care. It's very easy to do. Pick up a few dying people, peel off the meat, dig it out, bake it on the rack, and let these people eat it alive. Can't promise half an hour. Discipline them with fear. Tell the truth. Don't touch any trace of them. With enough strength and enough wisdom, in the future, Ji Wen will be caught by his father and become Luo Tong's net in his hands. Starting tonight, he will rule out dissent, create others, and act arbitrarily to extract confessions. No, you can't let Ji Wen do whatever he wants. He had to be afraid of me, left a psychological shadow, and eventually became my eagle dog. Yi Bai smiled and said, here, this is a tough guy who is not afraid of death. You can let them talk. There will be problems in the future, and see how I forced me to give up the hands behind the Wui Hall. A gust of cold wind passed through the house and entered the hall. Ji Wensheng trembled all over. Yi Bai's smile was more terrifying than his anger. Can you still be higher than the ruthless officials passed down by my family? I learned from my uncles. I read this in my hand, but I dare not reveal it in my heart, but I dare not expose it on my face. I read it in my uncle's hand. Yi Bai called a Yulin to ride a horse, and he whispered a few orders beside him. He nodded and accepted the order. After a while, the cold frost came in. Just like a different person, Yi Bai smiled and poured a cup of hot tea himself to protect against the frost. Shuang, after working hard, drink a cup of tea to moisten your throat first, and then tell us about the Black Room. Finn asked in surprise. Who is this? This is your brother-in-law. Future, you have to obey the rules. She is not very good at it. She solved all the Wuitang killers on the top of the nest and waited on the roof. Yi Bai said lightly. The spirit of the body was trembling, and Ji Wen felt a kind of fear in his heart. The Rock brothers were too strong, and there was a strong character dry around. Chapter 351. Repentance. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. I have always been loyal to Yi Bai. This day can be seen. Ji Wen reacted for a while, and shouted at Tianwan. Brother-in-law, you have to make up my mind. I work hard. I am indignant. Ma Qinma ran away for Li Jiaowu. He also said I didn't follow the rules and asked me to be careful. Brother-in-law wrinkled coldly, and couldn't help looking back at Yi Bai, but saw his eyes smiling, as if he remembered the promise he made, and also his heart, and he didn't feel angry, so he was full of air and stinging. That's the Rock brothers joking with you. The Shea brothers are close close friends of the Rock brothers, and no one knows. But be careful, this is fine. My brother-in-law was right. She must have listened to her sister-in-law. Seeing the cold smile on Leng Shuang, my heart is nervous, and the cold sweat on my back. If I fall into the hands of these two people, is there still a way to survive? 000. Since the Han Dynasty, Chang'an has always valued bravery, life and justice, often helping people take revenge, eating 3-color pills in a box, eating black balls in a box, taking black balls to preside over funerals, and using red balls to take care of black balls. Use the red ball to take care of the black ball. Wedding was established by such a group of forest rangers in the past, and later colluded with the imperial court to build green buildings, and Taoji was just their family. The cold frost came to Chang'an City, and the rivers and lakes were like palm-like grains, very clear. This is not a terrorist organization. What is that? I really beat Yadayu, attracted such a group of people who are not afraid of death, and will not sleep peacefully in the future. I'm afraid they won't come. I can easily make trouble. If you dare to deceive me, don't blame me for my rudeness. I don't know who is more harmful than whose means. Yi Bai's face twisted. His eyes were full of fierce colors. He said to Ji Wen, will you still use this kind of torture? I set up a set in Daolaji, which offended the land management of Wuitong, and has nowhere to go. Now Yi Bai is so powerful that he has ambushed more than 100 people. Ji Wen analyzed the pros and cons, stood up with a fierce face, nodded to Yi Bai, and uttered a word from his tightly closed lip. Dare. At first, I just wanted to scare Ji Wen, but now it seems I have to make a fake. I was forced by Wuitong. They did the same at that rally. Yi Bai raised his head and sighed. It's frost. Wu Yitang killed me 3 times. 4 times. I was forced to do it. You should just stop watching it in the future. Senior brother Yan, there are many means of revenge in the rivers and lakes. Since they want to kill you, I will learn to use vicious means to protect you in the future, but they are not afraid of death, and the means of extorting confessions by torture have little effect on them. So how can you deal with them? The icy frost covered his face, and he looked serious. Yi Bai smiled. Hey, like the spring breeze in the south of the Yangtze River blowing green in March. But he said a word, but it made people tremble, only to hear him say softly, there is a way, life is better than death. More than a dozen Wuitong killers were tied up by Yulin in the hall. Yi Bai looks like a knife, looked carefully one by one. Sure enough, he is a fierce person. He is not afraid to speak, but shows religious fanaticism. Yi Bai pointed at a ferocious killer and hooked it with his fingers. Tie it to a post and wrap him with a laurel cloth. The murderer stared at Yi Bai with a strong sense of murder in his eyes. Yi Bai smiled, turned to see that the tea had been washed and shouted, it's cold in front, come in and add some water. The murderer was tied to a post, wrapped in a thick cinnamon cloth, and a few basins of warm water were placed in a forest of feathers and poured over the murderer. Taking a piece of cinnamon cloth luggage, it was very heavy and contained a bag of pebbles. Yi Bai didn't say a word, and suddenly hit the murderer several times. The killer's face gradually showed pain, and his eyes darkened. Hitting the hammer dozens of times, Yi Bai was sweating all over, but stopped his hand, smiled, and ordered Yulin to ride. After the punishment, give him a small fish in his mouth. Can't let. He is hungry. Tomorrow it will be handed over to Jin Wuwei. The murderer who was tied to one side was afraid of Yi Bai's incomprehensible behavior, which was more timid than killing them directly. He can also eat a fish and give it to Jin Wuwei. The nervous expression on some killers' faces was a little slower. As long as they entered Jin Wuwei, they did not immediately ask for it, and they had a chance to live. Lang Feng continued to drink tea, standing by and watching. Yi Bai walked over to pick up the tea, took a breath, and then insisted, Lang, remember, if someone dares to kill your sister and brother-in-law in the future, they can deal with them like this, none of them will be weak. Jean was curious, and went over to untie the wet cinnamon cloth and tore off his robe. The murderer had no scars. One more time, you do it, Yi Bai ordered. This way, wrapping cinnamon cloth in cobblestones, beating with pain and hammering, there are no scars on the outside, all internal injuries cannot be examined, and there will be no torture to extract confessions, and the trouble of succumbing to confession. Li Jiaowu is a good way. Shay, holding a cinnamon cloth wrapped around the pebbles, smiled and walked to another post, where a killer was tied to a wet cinnamon cloth. As the killer was hit hard there, even Leng Feng rose a few times and practiced his hand. Yi Bai's eyes stared at him again. His eyes fell on a murderer who injured his arm. He was blind. The man was pale, and the rest of his left eye was a little frightened. Remember, this is the deputy owner of Wuitong Road, and his confidant is running for his life. The powerful people in an organization are different from those who are dead. They say, there must be no home, fields, concubines and children outside. If there is more desire, is he not afraid of death? Nor does he have the magnanimity of his readers. Yi Bai walked around in front of the killer with 5 flowers, smiled and said, Ji Wen, you're tired too. The ride of the molting forest is still going on. There is no need to hit it a few more times, although the internal organs will be injured internally, and after walking a few steps, you can feel that the killer under your eaves will not be able to 5 is more powerful than an unshackled scholar chicken, just afraid that even theirs can't handle it. The woman is alone in the empty room, but that all comes from the red apricot. Alas, this taste, life is better than death. Poor fellow. Yi Bai stopped and shouted quietly, if you want to suffer less, tell me the truth quickly. Li Changyi, tell me one by one. Mention next door. In the next room, a killer was pushed in, shouting in horror, go kill people, do a lot of trick, or, hey, put a small fish in his mouth. You're right, you're dead, but in my hands, let you live a little longer, and make you feel that life is not as good as death. Yi Bai smiled and gave the order. Yulin took off the murderer's chin, and no longer dared to ask. He grabbed a small fish from the bucket and stuffed it down his throat. Chapter 352. Ending. Subscribe. Yulin rode on the murderer. His eyes widened and his arm was broken. Because he was bleeding too much, his body was weak, his spirit was gone, and his face was like a dead fish. If you would like to die early and suffer less pain, please answer. Gwen asked, gritting his teeth. That confidant killer nodded weakly. Name, age, what position do you hold in Wuitong? Ji Wen asked hurriedly. The wind and the rain were blowing. Lu Wucheng, 26 years old this year. Wui Hall is divided into 2 halls. The owner of the Pigeon Hall, responsible for intelligence work. That confidant killer's voice trembled and was a little weak. Yi Bai listened intently. When his eyes lit up, he threw a bait. If you tell me everything you know, I will arrange for you to enter the Yulin Martial Arts School, and I will have a future in the future. Hearing these words, Lu Wucheng's spirit was trembling, and his eyes seemed to be watching. I said this, I want to find a happy way to die. I have a son, 9 years old. Can Li Jiaowu give him a future? The brain responsible for intelligence is flexible, and he knows how to haggle in the moments of life and death. In the cold air of the cold front, Yi Bai said, this is my nerd and personal guard. As long as what you say is useful, not only will your son have such a future, but you will also be able to live. Who is the power behind? Behind is Lu Dinggao, the master of Loyang Profound Gate. He has many followers. Emperor Chang'an and many officials in Tokyo Loyang are his followers, but they came to Wui Hall to discuss, come and go, all mysterious and unpredictable. It's a real person, the name of Taoism, but I don't know. Chang'an Wuitong, under the command of 2 real people, they are brothers. A wise man without breath, Lu Wu, said a word about what he knew, adding, there should be a list of these officials in the Loyang Great Hall. Damn, pull it out again. The root of Wui Hall, it's getting thicker and thicker. Yi Bai mumbled for a while, and said, Ji Wen, the opportunity for meritorious service has come. Call the students of the martial arts school to the courtyard. Lu Wucheng said, from noon to tomorrow morning, Wu students should not rest. Roll the wheel. Give me in the trial of the murderer of the Wui Pavilion. We have to put more circumstances on our lip. Lang Feng informed Lieutenant Zhao Wu Guozi that this yard was replaced by Yulin Wu, as well as Bayman, crossbow, scabbard, and asked Jin Wuwei to ambush in the yard. If the enemy attack, let them never come back. Yi Bai silently ordered, and did not see any signs of panic. Yi Bai turned to look at the cold frost, and his words and deeds were very firm. Shuang, use the feather forest to protect me to Xingqing Palace, and I will leave this matter to the saints. Han Shuang watched Yi Bai handle it calmly, with a calm general demeanor, secretly admiring in his heart, nodded and said yes. Ji Wen looked at the half bucket of fish left on the ground, and asked in confusion, Li Jiaowu, I haven't made trouble yet. Why are the prisoners under interrogation feeding them small fish? Brothers, do some omissions, encourage creation, recommend collections and evaluation awards. Come more violently. Well, except Lu Wucheng, they all wrapped pebbles in cloth bags and punished me. Feed the little fish 2 each. Yi Bai gritted his teeth. Disgusting. This sound. Yi Bai put his shoulder to his ear and said, this one was bought from the small East Market, with a fish hook hidden in it. The killer of the black-clothed hall was rescued rescued, and his intestines will soon rot and die, not to mention internal injuries. You had a great time after I left. A cold wind blew into the room, Ji-wen felt a chill, and there was no turning back. Yi-bai and Cold Frost soon left under the guard of a team of one feather forest. One of the Wuitang killers was hanged and the other was about to be dragged away. Shay grabbed the teacup and slammed it on the ground. Broken china tea splashed all over the floor. They refused to recruit people, did not kill anyone, and wanted to be transferred to Jin Wuwei's prison to escape the disaster. He roared, I refuse to recruit people. I don't want to kill anyone. I want to transfer to Jin Wuwei's prison and escape the robbery. The tall Guo Zi, Long Shanghu, walked in and was blind in his right eye. Lu Wucheng walked into the courtyard and drank. Student Wu, if you are alone with a knife, come and practice your courage. The two killers took them to the porch, where they saw a group of martial arts students gather around and slashed their bodies open with knives. The red blood stained the snow horribly. Ji-wen rushed forward, picked up a horizontal knife, cut a few knives, turned around and cheered. Push these killers in the black-clothed hall over, let them see, and refused to tell the ending of the scene. The punished murderer was caught, and at a glance, the blood on the snow was blurred, and they couldn't make out the shape of the human body at all. These self-fighter students are more cruel than us. Lu Wucheng was cut into puree for a period of time. A killer couldn't stand the excitement in front of him and bit off the root of his tongue. Bachelor Li, take off your uniform and show me your stab wounds. Emperor Li Longji heard that Yi Bai was assassinated one by one, with faint tears in his eyes. The child was sincere. He didn't say he didn't want to worry about his father and the emperor. Yi Bai slowly took off his uniform, revealing the scar on his back. Emperor Li Longji touched it. The scar was not small. He wanted to see it deeper. He is smart and brave, and he seduces the enemy in one fell swoop. However, this is too big to cover a wide range of issues. Li Longji thought over and over again. What should we do? Father, early tomorrow morning, I will hand over the Wu-Tang killer to Jin Wuwei. There must be a lot of love. It's better to check and find out. Jin Wu Weilang General Wang Jingyao is the clan brother of Huo Guogong Mao Wang. Wang Maozhong is a stable inside and outside, and raises horses for the emperor. I don't know. Goryo loves his disciple and quickly puts on his uniform. Father Lu Wucheng, in order to prove his innocence, told him that the matter of going to the imperial palace to the winery was handled by Wu Yitong, and he personally went to that point. Yi Bai then revealed a shocking inside story. The royal wine is related to the security of the palace and the national policy. The black hand stretched out to the palace. Li Longji held his breath and ordered decisively, General Gao, together with Li Guangguang, take my imperial decree and bring 500 elites to Luoyang to mobilize the local Yulin joined the army and captured Lu Dinggao. Father, my son and the pastor have one thing to do. Yi Bai didn't see anything and walked forward. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu Xiao. Chapter 353. Power, subscribe. What's the matter? Come on. Come on. Li Longji already has the idea of removing, and then soon. Luoyang often goes there, and if they buy off officials to make a living, the consequences will be unimaginable. What a good opportunity for military training. No matter how powerful they are, they just incite, conspire to assassinate, etc. When they encountered the army, like snow in hot soup, Yi Bai held his head high and demanded war. Although Yu Linwu's students have not been trained for a long time, they can also go out to practice, not to mention that General Gao can instruct the martial arts school, student cavalry and shooting. At this time, Gao Li also bent his elbows and actively fought for his disciples. Saint, on the basis of Yulin Wu's students, he set up a siege and rushed into Wu Yi Tang dynasty in one fell swoop. With a little taste of a strong army, they all can be Saint disciples, a piece of pig iron, suitable for forging and quenching in fire. Emperor listened to Shu Tan, Wu's student is my disciple, a shot is extraordinary. Before he left, Li Longji said to him, okay, but you have to remember that the soldiers will soon catch the king. Somewhere in Chang'an, a green official robe, a physical official ran into the house in a panic, and before he reached the hall, he shouted loudly, brother, this is not good. Wu Yidang assassinated Yi Bai. They were all surrounded, and the hall of Changla Square was also broken, and nothing slipped through the net. Wang He, don't panic so much. We are also prepared for failed assassinations. Besides, we have been to Chongless Square once. Our true identities are very secret. Only teacher Lu Shanliang knows. In the beginning, use a gecko to break off the tail. Now that we stop all activities and do things for the saints in a down-to-earth way, don't we have Zhang Shanggong to take care of us? An eagle officer with an eagle beak, dressed in gossip and formal robe, sits calmly in a chair and drinks tea softly. He is the Zongcheng in the history of the new emperor, the deposed king of Beijing and Tianjin province. His status is more and more respected, and his power has become more and more powerful. Should we send someone to write a letter to inform teacher Lu Shanliang? Ferocious Wang He showed a dog and a horse in front of his brother. Wang didn't notice him either, picked up the tea bowl and tasted the ginger tea. Now this is a big deal. If we don't give up the culprit, can we get rid of it? Chang'an and Luoyang are thousands of miles apart. In the teaching of Chang'an, there are many secret courtyard houses, residential shops and manor. The future will naturally belong to our brothers. Wang He looked at his brother, his eyes full of respect. Goryeo and Yi Bai departed from Xingqing Palace, mobilizing officers and horses, and preparing for the long march. The road was cold and snowy. No matter how fast you ride, it takes 20 days to ride a two-headed horse. Frost's sister and brother were also brought by Yi Bai. These brothers and sisters can also be used to explore the enemy's situation. On the way, you can also learn her flying knives and martial arts. I don't know. A warm quilt. The next day, the sky was covered with another layer of colored curtains, and a few solitary stars shone with cold light. The trees on the roofs and the square streets under the walls were all covered with thick snow, shimmering with white light, and 50 prison guards formed a feather forest ride with 500 martial arts students. A pair of horses and a man with a horse cage quietly walked out of the city's Kixia gate. Jin Golang took Wang Jingyao to Chongless Square early in the morning to commit the crime. He couldn't complain that he was riding a horse. He didn't have to. Request Lieutenant Zhao Wuyibai to cross-examine them all night, because their jobs are there. It'd be unfortunate to take revenge on my head in the future. Xiao Li, how to distinguish meritorious deeds. Turn around and walk into Xingqing Palace, and play with the emperor alone, not for the sake of merit. I don't know where to go. 80% is related to Taiping Road, and the guard is Huo Guogong's eye supervisor. The mountains in the distance are like a white-haired old man. The wilderness is still covered with loneliness. Icy silver, white, and thick snow covers the earth. The forest rides neatly in armor, and the red flag is half-rolled, like a fluttering cloud, galloping past, splashing with waves of snow. For more than 10 days in a row, forcing the army, that is, 2 horses, Yulin could not ride it. Yi Bai did not suffer less, leading the army for the first time. The sword was carved a little rough, with a tired and haggard expression on his face. A flying horse rushed to the front of the order. General Li Jiawu ordered to rest before the post, not to be tired of veterans. Yi Bai immediately, nodding, the veteran of the division is tired. Until now, he did not understand the meaning of this sentence. Going to war depends entirely on the strength of this institution. Yulin rode for several days and nights. They do not rest to eat, nourish their energy, and can take knives and guns to kill the enemy in battle. The funny thing is that when he initially led the army to rest at the post office, he was full of pride and said to Goryeo, "The soldiers are precious, the gods are fast, we can catch up with the post office and stay at the post office, otherwise we will be in Luoyang, stationed in the wild for more than 10 days. When Gao Li heard this, she immediately asked Yi Bai, "Brother Yan, aren't you talking on paper? We left in a hurry with little grain and paddling. We all rely on sending a reprimand horse in advance to inform the next article, and do the job of picking up grain and horses. In this post office, we walk 30 miles a day, and our brigade walks 60 miles a day. When we reprimanded 90 miles a day, Yulin rode a horse and ate a hot meal. Get a good night's sleep in a sheltered room. What do you want to do? Do you want to force this anti-feather forest to ride? This is also a fact. Think about it. Let Yulin ride on the ice, sleep in snow to eat Wang Hao's dry food. A few days, a long time. The neck is unstable. Maybe one day it will disappear in the morning." Gao Li, she said cautiously and unyieldingly. "Remember, hurry up to quit. The experienced teacher will be tired, that's why." Senior brother Yan thought about it carefully. "Yes, General Gao." Yi Bai stretched out his hand and replied that a bad idea appeared in his mind, and later he found an opportunity to complain to Frost. "My brother Yan couldn't control the army." Yulin rode a lot of horses and complained. He was worried about what would happen sooner or later, and now he didn't know what to eat and slept peacefully. He was always afraid and asked the cold Frost to sleep with him. There is no master in his heart beside him. After more than 10 days of hasty marching, Yi Bai was wearing cotton armor and a black bearskin cloak on his shoulders. He could even overlook the money while riding on the iron, and the cedar ice willows expose the eaves of the pillars. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read, collect and push. Chapter 354. First impression, subscribe. The jaws of both of them were so frightened that they fell on the backs of their feet. Gao Zhang swallowed and stammered, "That's it." Pebble. Yi Bai smiled and nodded. Xu Ziling is also an incredible face. Ordinary pebbles. Yi Bai frowned and said angrily, "Aren't you going to take a look?" The bell did take it. Whatever they thought, it was an ordinary place full of pebbles. The bell even put it on his teeth and took a bite. He looked at the tooth marks on the stone and felt some aching teeth. Encountered by Xu Ziling's doubt, he nodded and said, "This is really an ordinary pebble." Seeing that they still couldn't react, Yi Bai didn't bother to explain so much. With a wave of his big sleeves, the pebbles on the palm of the bell had reached his hand. Yi Bai looked at a dense cypress tree at the mouth of the bowl in front of him and whispered, "Be careful." Clenching the stone again, flipping between wrists, another scream in the air, then, suddenly, voice. Xu Ziling and Koo Zhang ran to the horse. Looking closely, the trunk was stuck in a small hole with a thick finger. The two couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wen Xianglo is the largest restaurant in Fancheng. The horse was handed over to a second man, who welcomed the guests at the door. Yi Bai's teacher and disciple walked into the restaurant, where the wine and coriander were more fragrant. I didn't expect the first floor to be full. Many diners are eating, drinking, chatting, bragging, and of course, there are also people with weapons in the rivers and lake. A smiling waiter came over and said, 3 customer service officers, there are still seats on the second floor. Yi Bai nodded, and the second one naturally cheered them up. Sitting under an elegant seat facing the window, ordering the wine, Yi Bai looked out the window inadvertently, and happened to have a special character that caught his attention. Facing the street, there was a gorgeously dressed Xuanjun leading a very divine green horse to Wenxiang Tower. With an increasingly acute sense, Yi Bai could see at a glance that this person was not simple. This is a soldier. This was his first impression of Yi Bai. This is the general. Yi Bai felt more and more that he was different. As if touching Yi Bai's eyes, the black-faced man raised his head. The eyes of the two met, and Yi Bai raised his glass to give him a glass of wine. The black-faced man also nodded, smiled at him, and greeted him with his fist. Yi Bai then ordered the second person to add a few more signature dishes. At this time, that big man had already gone to the second floor. Yi Bai stood up, cupped his hands and said, "Please come this way, platform brother." Although Kong Zhang and Xu Ziling didn't understand Bai's meaning, the master stood up, and of course the apprentice couldn't sit down, so they stood up together and seduced this. Never had a face. The black-faced man smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth, which contrasted sharply with his rough skin. "It's so annoying," black-faced man said. Yi Bai sat down at the invitation, picked up the glass and said with a smile, "In the lower Yi Bai, I just saw the elegant behavior of the brothers' terrace, and the expectations are extraordinary, so I took the liberty to invite the brothers' terrace to come. Here are the 2 villains below them." This black-faced man brazenly drank the fine wine from the glass and said, "Welcome to Senior Brother Zhu, in Li Jingli below. I see Senior Brother Zhu's demeanor, let alone ordinary people." Li Jingyi Bai looked carefully at the man in front of him. Black-faced man. He touched about 26 and 7 years old. He is not very handsome. His face is very bold, but his nose was fine, his forehead was broad, and his eyes sparkled, giving the impression that he was both steady and resourceful. This is consistent with the image of Shuanglong in the Tang dynasty, but according to historical records, Li Jing was born in 1 year BC and should be 45 years old now. Yi Bai couldn't help but ask, "But Yongkong Palace, the grandson of Li Changyi, the son of Li Quan, the founder of Jiaoshan County, the niece of the founder Han Jehu, Li Jing, Li Pharmacist, is too obedient. Just down there." Li Jing was a little surprised and said, "Does Brother Zhu know who I am?" Yi Bai said with a smile, "Brother Li Dikai, the whole world knows that at that time, Niu Hong, the business book, was praising his brother for his talent as Wang Zuo, and the servant Zuo shot Yang Su and caressed the bed, and said to his younger brother, sitting all day long. Here, we can see my brother's great talent." However, the heart was really a little shocked. Li Jing, a generation of martial art, the art of war of Wei Gong, inherited from the wise man and the near-devil prince Zhu Gu. The evolution of the 6 flowers has established countless outstanding achievements for it, and eventually became a generation of military gods. Yi Bai thought of inviting such a real person who respects morality to drink together. Chatting, I suddenly felt that everything in front of me was a little unreal. Shaking his head, he eliminated the disturbance in his heart and returned to his original state of mind. But listening to Li Jing Jing's humble words. These two are false praises to the two elders, and Li is really scared. Yi Bai smiled and said, why is senior brother Li being too modest? Isn't it time for senior brother Li to extend his hand? Li Jing poured a glass of wine and smiled bitterly. Brother Zhu joked that he is not afraid of killing people, and now it is difficult for him to stand firm in court. Yi Bai smiled and said, learn art, learn commodities, and learn the emperor. Emperor doesn't know. Natural commodities and recognizable homes. Why does brother Li sigh for a long time? Li Jintan lives in a wine glass, and he doesn't think Yi Baiyan's words are bolder than him. This is not home to commodities, but also a place of recognizable rebellion. Can you think about it? Do you really have a way to restore the shattered rivers and mountains in front of you? Since the lucky news, in just over 30 years, the Zhongdu dynasty has been getting closer and closer to failure. Li Jing picked up a big bowl, poured the wine directly into the bowl, picked up the big bowl to dry, and said with a smile, brother Tai is right. Which family do you think knows best? Yi Bai pointed to himself brazenly and said, isn't it in front of senior brother Li? And down. He praised him. Brother Zhu is handsome, with extraordinary martial art, clear eyes, and a faint divine light, which is no longer normal. At the same time, the heaven is full, the pavilion is full, but the rich and the rich, if you vote for brother Zhu, it doesn't matter. Chapter 355. Great City Open Black Lens Bracket Subscription Close Black Lens Bracket. Yi Bai was praised by him. Even if he had a thick face, he felt embarrassed. I couldn't help blushing and said, I'm joking with big brother Li. I have neither strength nor power. Big brother Li is more prominent than me. I vote for big brother Li. Li Jing said, Li can seize very few people. Brother Zhu is the one who sees death, and there are many. It seems that this world can't see more things. They are all created by ambitious people. Hu Baoshang even ascended the throne. No shortage of precedents for a man with nothing to become a rich businessman. Why does brother Zhu want to belittle himself? But I heard Xu Ziling say, this is the answer to the sentence, everything is possible. Li Jing recited it twice in a low voice, smiled, and said, brother is very powerful, and the 666 words that are popular and simple are also memorable. Enjoy it at the bottom. Xu Ziling blushed and said, Li, senior brother Li misunderstood. The teacher gave it to us. Li Jing looked at Yi Bai in surprise. He smiled silently, and said in surprise, it seems that I still underestimated brother Zhu's style of writing. Yi Baiqian said, brother Li is too famous, but brother Li said that printing on commoners is not an easy task. If you don't have skills, how can you stand firm in this troubled world? As for the honor of the great treasure, it is even more difficult. The power of the four major valves in the world today is intertwined and has far-reaching influence. It is not easy to grasp the talent environment of this world from beginning to end. The four surnames are all talented people, and they will never sit in the hands of the world in the sway room. The only way is, what is this? Who kept his mouth shut and asked eagerly. 4 words. Yi Bai slowly tilted his head to Li Jing, and said slowly and firmly, take a rest and stand behind. On the official north-facing road, the 5 horses were unruly, raising dust along the way. Yi Bai looked at Li Jing helplessly. He was chatting with Kong Zhang. One of them has been, frame him. The other one shocked his glorious deeds with great cooperation. As a result, Li Jing looked at him more and more strangely. Anyway, the kind of eyes that made him very uncomfortable, just like he was basking in the sunshine of Turpin. I defeated the shadow killer Yang Suyan with one hand, exchanged tens of thousands of BMWs with my bare hands, and retreated from the wind in 2 steps. Brother Zhu's deeds really opened Li's eyes. It seems that there is nothing wrong with brother Zhu. Li Jing turned his head and smiled at Yi Bai next to him. Yi Bai said helplessly, brother Li joked that it was just a fluke. Li Jing said dissatisfiedly, why did brother Zhu belittle himself? I think from this point of view, brother Zhu will be able to break in the future. Yi Bai took a deep breath and said, before you know what will happen in the future, it's too late to say this. Early. Brother Li said auspiciously, but I will try my best. Li Jing said with a smile, brother Zhu's manliness. I'm just following his brother for some insight. Is it? Brother Zhu thought I was a burden. Yi Bai could of course see that Li Jing's last sentence was Da's dissatisfaction. He couldn't help laughing and said, missing in pursuit do not exist. I just hope that senior brother Li will not leave me in the future. Two met and smiled. They were inexplicable with Xu Ziling. Ko Zhang asked curiously, brother Li, what are you and your husband laughing at? Yi Beitu didn't look back. There's a hole in laughter. When the clock looked back, the saddle on his butt was slightly worn. White-red buttock. Chang'an had become a tall and majestic city in front of him. Seeing the original face of this ancient capital for the first time, Yi Bai couldn't help but be influenced by its solemn atmosphere. Although I have been to the Forbidden City, how can there be such an atmosphere of of deterrence and murder in the world within the walls of the imperial palace, thousands of miles away from mountains and rivers, the city's 9 doors. I don't think the emperor lived very strong. The wisdom of the emperor. After the horse was stopped, Yi Bai couldn't help pouring out Gary Locke, landscape, poetry, good poem. Brother Zhu is so fashionable. Li Jingde once said that he stopped beside Yi Bai and tasted the poem carefully. It has only 20 words, but it is very meaningful. Yi Bai smiled and said, "Senior brother Li is wrong. I didn't write this poem." The bell patted the horse and said, "I know, it must be written by the exiled fairy." Li Jing also said, "Brother Zhu, but you are too modest to be proud." Brother Zhu thinks that Mr. Li's poems are few, and he has not even read such a popular sentence. Is it true? Yi Bai shook his head and smiled bitterly. What else can he say? You can only acquiesce. Cultural relic, the capital of the emperors of Qianzhou. Chang'an is located on the south bank of the Hui River in the Guanzhong Plain and is known as Adi Li Qinchuan, is the place where history was built last week. Qin and Han entered the west before the Qin dynasty, then Qin, Western Wei, Northern Zhou, Sui and Tang dynasties. Dawn. Naturally it is Li Tang's future, but with the appearance of Yi Bai, all this is unknown. 0. The south of Chang'an is the Zhongnan Mountain in the middle of the Qinling Mountains. The mountains are heavy, steep and high, and have become a natural barrier to the south. The majestic momentum made Waishui City and Bizong Mountain advance to the sky. In the north, there are Yaoshan, Wanglongshan, Saga Ashan, Lengshan, etc., forming a winding basin system bordering the Qinling Mountains. On these mountains, Chang'an City is nestled among them. Wei, Jing, wind, waterlogging, rain, jade and ba waters glitter like crystals, with tassels floating behind them, forming the 8 waters of Chang'an. These rivers are like blood vessels, which not only provide abundant water sources for Chang'an, but also make Chang'an full of vitality. Because of its various strategic and economic advantages, Chang'an County has been favored by the emperors of all dynasties since ancient times. After the establishment of the Sui dynasty, a new capital city called Daxing was created. In the Sui dynasty, Chang'an City consisted of Foreign City, Palace City and Yellow City. Miyaji City and the Imperial City are located in the central part of the northern part of Beijing, and the Guocheng outside the city is arched from left, right, and south to the Miyaji Palace and the Yellow City. Taking the middle of Vermilion Bird Street as the boundary, east and west belong to Huanian and Chang'an counties. Miyaji and Imperial City were the residences of the Sui dynasty, and Guocheng was a place where people lived together, each with its own layout. After Yang Guangnan crossed the river, he ordered Sun to stay here, leaving behind Wei Wensheng, Secretary of the Criminal Affairs Department, General Wei Wensheng, Yin Shishi, the Premier of Jingzhou County, and the world-famous General Ku Tutong, who led more than 100,000 Sui soldiers and horses. Strong and strong. Before entering the city, you must dismount and accept the inspection. Mercedes-Benz is not allowed to enter the city. Chapter 356. Not worth mentioning. Open black lens bracket subscription. Close black lens bracket. Li Jing has been to Chang'an many times. Along the way, he worked as a guest tour guide and gave clear explanations to restaurants, casinos, brothels and inns. Ko Zhang couldn't help asking, why does Brother Li still remember it so clearly? But Xu Ziling said, to become a handsome general like Senior Brother Li, you must be proficient in geography, which will be very beneficial for future battles. Li Jing looked at Xu Ziling in surprise. Although he has been together for a few days, he knows that Yi Bai's two are natural resources, but he does not expect to be able to infer his strengths from the nuances. I couldn't help but say, Li had two most conceited skills in his life, one was stalking, and the other was riding and shooting. As Ziling said, the former must be proficient in geography, so wherever I go, I watch the terrain carefully for later use. As for this talented person, Li still can't afford it. 000. The great prosperity of 12 years of great cause is still a happy land. No war can spread to this ancient imperial capital. The people of the city enjoy the hard-won prosperity and tranquility before the chaos, just like its name, prosperity and prosperity. Under the guidance of Li Jing, Yi Bai and the three of them headed to the Donglai Inn, on Vermilion Bird Street near Wangcheng, temporary residence. When explaining Ma's luggage, Yi Bai said casually, finally arrived at the western capital. Brother Li, how about we find a pub to drink 2 glasses of water and wine? Li Jing said happily, very good. The best restaurant in Daxing is Fuju Building, which is known as the first floor of the western city, especially the 3rd floor. The seats in the east can also fully see the charming view of Yongan Street and Yuma Bridge. As expected, Yuma Chao, Yi Bai got the answer in his heart, but how to deal with Li Jing is a problem. The destination of this trip has been reached, but these secrets cannot be revealed to those who cannot be fully trusted. Li Jing is just his friend, at best a friend with the same interests. Ji Yuzhang and Xu Ziling naturally heard where Yuma Bridge was, and their hearts were also moved. Naturally, they felt that Duke Yang's treasure was right in front of them. What about the Yuma Bridge on the Yongan Canal? Yi Bai asked calmly. Li Jing nodded and said, yes, some people call it the Fugi Bridge, because there are rich businessmen and nobles on both sides of the bridge, and its location is very close to the western city. The Yongan Canal is connected to the Wei River in the north of the city. Half of the water supply in Daxing City is the main road for water transportation. The Yuma Bridge is the most spectacular stone bridge in Chang'an. So if you can't get to Yuma Bridge, you can't get to Daxing City. Yi Bai said with a smile. In that case, let's go to Fuju Building for dinner first, and then go to Yuma Bridge to see how it goes. Li Jingxi said, of course it is good. Ko Zhang also rubbed his stomach and said, my little belly has already told my brain, keep going north, and finally have a chance to deal with the insatiable bugs. Li Jing led the way through Guanglufang, Typing Square, Yanshou Square, introduced the characteristics of each place, and arrived at Xicheng in only half an hour. Of course, the third floor of the Fuji building must also have an identity. Although Yi Bai was handsome and well-dressed, if he was not an acquaintance or a celebrity, he would not sell his face here. Yi Bai is of course not qualified enough, but Li, an official, is also a frequent visitor here. Of course, it is possible. Especially Han Jie, who also brought him here to eat. Talk about it. His face can't be denied. It is already dusk. Sitting on a high overlooking the surroundings, the autumn sun sets in the west. The redness is like blood, reflected in the attic. The towering Daxing City also gives people a feeling of flowers. People come and go everywhere. The afterglow is scattered, and the city of Daxing seems to have become hazy and indistinct. But like perfect beauty in the veil, it's even more beautiful in the haze. Yi Beizheng was so fascinated that he didn't even notice the people around him, but someone in his ear said, "Brother Li is here too." The sound was full of surprises. Yi Bai turned around, but in front of him was a handsome young man in Chinese clothes, with an elegant temperament. Although he looked a little disdainful, he didn't lose his demeanor either, which made it feel good, but he wasn't unusual and handsome. Li Jing looked at it and said happily, "It turns out to be Chai's son. Please take a seat." Young Master Chai said with a smile, "Brother Li, won't you introduce these sons to him?" Li Jing said with a smile, "I want to introduce, this is Yi Beizu, a friend I know of me. He is unique and talented. I'm afraid there are few people in the world who can match him." Of course, it was Yi Bai. Yi Bai said calmly, "Brother Li is too famous. There are dragons and tigers hidden in the land of the Central Plains. I see and be praised so much from below." Li Jing smiled and said, "How can I afford it? This is Chai Xiao, the son of the Chai family in Daxing. Gigi has the courage, the strength of repression, supports the weak, and has a long-standing reputation. He is also a young and handsome Jia." Yi Beishi said again, "Man Huzi, it's amazing." Chai Xiaoqin said, "Brother Zhu is popular, relying on his father Yu Xian. This is not something he can do. Brother Zhu has 2 elves by his side, but I don't know which son he is. We are not men." Kei Zhang said casually, "We are just students next to the teacher." Chai Xiao said in surprise, "Brother Zhu became a teacher when he was young. He must be a talented person, but I don't know who can stand out from such talents as Brother Zhu." Yi Bai smiled calmly and said, "Among the people of Qinbashu, the origin is cold and not worth mentioning." Chai Xiao was stunned and said, "Brother Zhu said he laughed." "See, Chai Xiao and them can talk freely. Their enthusiasm is still the same, but there is no contempt because of their status." Chai Xiao, full of wine and food, said happily, "I don't know how long Brother Julie will stay in Daxing. The younger brother can take advantage of a little friendship from the landlord." Li Jing looked at Yi Bai and said with a smile, "I travel with Brother Zhu. It depends on Brother Zhu's opinion." Zhu Hao, she said, "Chai's son is affectionate, but there are still important things in the south. I'm afraid he won't stay in Daxing for too long." Chai Xiao said disappointedly, "It's a pity. My brother got married a year ago. I want to invite your brother for a drink." Yi Bai nodded and said, "Then, congratulations on Chai Zi's wedding, but Duke Tang's daughter is a strange woman, Chai too. Blessed are the sons of the 5th. The Chai family and Li Fu have been married for several months." Yi Bai knew this was not surprising. Thinking of his wife, he said happily, "Marrying Shuning in this life is the blessing that my brother has accumulated for generations, but without 2 brothers, he will definitely lose a lot of color." Yi Bai is even more proud of this. Chai Xiao, the minister who has made great contributions to the Lingan Pavilion. Sure enough, everything is not simple. This kind of Chai Xiao's attractive method is very old, and even he can't help but feel sorry for him. It generated some goodwill. The Chai family is a big family in Daxing, with countless industries and rich wealth. After the wealth is rich, one is rich in talents, one is combined with it, one is supported by accumulated financial resources, and the other is supported by the powerful power of Daxing. To conquer Chang'an, it is no wonder that the military and horses here are rich and rich. Third, when Chang'an was conquered, the troops and horses here had deep internal enemies, which is not surprising. Chapter 357. Secret open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. The owner of the knife in front tried his best to block the stone. He immediately, feeling numb in my arms, I fell a few steps behind in the air. Almost at the same time, the bodies of Yi Bai and the wand master Chen Wu crisscrossed in midair, avoiding a stick of Chen Wagu. The blade in his hand lit up, and Yi Bai's figure in midair did not stop, cutting into the air. After Exihu County, Exihu hurriedly raised his sword to block. Xiehu used two knives to successfully lift Yi Bai's magical knife, but he didn't want to fall to the ground, and the blood stain in the center of his eyebrows gradually expanded. Almost at the same time, Chen Wu's body just fell to the ground, but he staggered forward a few steps and jumped onto a large rock with only a hole in his neck. Blood spattered and dripped into the gray-brown rock edge. The cries of killing stopped again. Xiehu and Chen Wu are both experts of the Dajiang United team. They are at least in the top 20. Even if Zhang Ba, the supreme leader of martial arts, wants to defeat them, at least 10 strokes and 10 are required, let alone kill them. But Yi Bai killed 2 people with one move, and encountered almost no resistance. What state has his martial arts reached? Now even Zhang Ba has to re-understand Yi Bai's power. Without a pseudonym, although the rumors about Yi Bai are vague, I don't know. I wanted to be exaggerated or even out of nothing, but I didn't expect that the rumors I saw were unbelievable. This Yi Bai is more terrible than the rumors. This is a lesson that has accumulated the lives of several masters. Zhang Ba felt that he seemed to set this matter too hastily, and it was only out of his inner interests that he became such a terrifying and powerful enemy as Dajiang. Regardless of their strength, fiery hands, and powerful martial art, maybe behind the 23 and there are hidden powers. Whatever. No matter what he thought, he pushed the couplet to the whole situation. Yi Bai stared into his eyes and said coldly, "Master Zhang, is this your only ways?" Zhang Ba knew that if he stopped shooting, his prestige would be lost in the future. Although he didn't want to face an opponent like Yi Bai, he still said to his left and right, "Take my knife." Next to him, in white clothes, glanced at Yi Bai and whispered to Zhang Ba, "Be careful, I'll wait for you to come back." Zhang Ba looked at the woman beside him with tenderness on his face and said, "Don't worry, Xu Ming. I'll be back." She is Zhang Ba's widow Zheng Shuming. She presided over the siege in the original book. Yi Bai looked at her casually, hair hanging over the shoulders, white clothes like snow, well-proportioned, graceful, slender eyebrows, face such a jade-like, picturesque face, but a beautiful and dry woman, works too much in her mind. As for the fact that she finally took revenge for Zhang Ba, Yi Bai never should be concerned. The woman in white next to him takes care of his clothes. Her eyes are full of worry. Zhang Ba took the thick knife and strode into the field. All the disciples of Dajiang United returned from their own hands to watch this potentially exciting duel. Yi Bai strode down, as if he was not going to duel with others, but to go out for an autumn trip. He stood on the hillside, looking down at the river dam a foot away. Not only did Zhang Ba stand in the shorter place, he just knew that his aura was also much shorter. Behind Yi Bai's leisurely posture is an infinite opportunity to kill, and cold sweat gradually seeps from his back, constantly reminding him that if he moves, he will inevitably die. Joke, probably. The way he did it, Zhang Ba couldn't help but think, he really is like that. Can a meat-cutting board be slaughtered? This inexplicable shame finally made his reason drowned in anger. Zhang Ba's hands holding the thick back knife, he rushed into Yi Bai's mountainside under the momentum of confrontation regardless of his own weakness. The thick back knife made the sound of the wind, and it slashed towards Yi Bai. The surrounding Dajiang disciples saw the sound of the knife was astonishing. Yi Bai hadn't moved, and the big knife was still there. Taking the knife off his head, he will definitely be cut off by Zhang Mengju, and he couldn't help cheering. The leader of the alliance is majestic. The leader of the alliance is majestic. Inches away from Yi Bai's neck, and even Zhang Ba was ecstatic, thinking that Yi Bai was not worthy of his name. He would only subtly attack, finger magic. But the next moment, he would only see a sneer at the corner of Yi Bai's mouth, which swelled infinitely in front of his eyes. Miso. The cheers of the Dajiang United team came to an abrupt end. The bell shook and sighed. Of course, this is a waste of firewood. Xu Ziling nodded with the same feeling. Zhang Shuming exclaimed. His face turned white all of a sudden. Yi Bai's 5 fingers on his left hand, like iron tongs, tightened Zhang Ba's thick back knife, and the knife in his right hand was already on his neck. Zhang Liang's master really knows martial art. Zhu Haolin smiled. Dajiang couplets were depressed. Zhangba's martial arts was already the highest in Dajiang couplets, and the network was very wide. Even Yi Bai's movements were not blocked. Zhang Shuming suddenly jumped out of the crowd, ran to Yi Bai in a panic, knelt in front of him and begged, "Don't kill my husband. I beg you, never kill my husband. Go back. Who told you to come?" Zhang Ba shouted. "If you die, you will die. What is there to be afraid of? I don't want a woman to live for me. Go back." "No." Zhang Shuming, who was crying, cried, "Husband and wife have the same root. If you die, I will go to the underworld and be a pair of ghosts with you." Zhang Shuming suddenly took out a dagger from his sleeve and pointed at her heart with a determined expression on his face. Yi Bailiang hummed, "Is it enough? Since you Zhangba is the leader of an alliance, leading thousands of people under his command, you should understand that, die for people's wealth, die for food. The truth. Oh, now that you've been caught, you'll be a hero and a martyr. Who do you pretend to show?" Ko Zhang deliberately looked at the people around him and said to Xu Ziling curiously, Why are there no scholars from Xinjiang?" Xu Ziling also looked around and replied, "The victim didn't come to us to ask for the bill, but a group of clowns jumped out first." He shouted to the drooping Dajiang couplet, "Meiwaman did a lot of bad things, trying to steal my BMW, and was defeated by my 3 teachers and disciples. Then Ji Yula, the boss of Meiwaman, found Chen, the boss of the Xinjiang faction. Bi Yuyun came to me and was defeated by us. Then we walked out of Xiangyang to Daxing, and the Xinjiang faction personally led more than 100 people to catch up, and because of poor technology, they called me, the devil's evil, regardless of the moral siege of the rivers and lake, and was abandoned by me. Now, for personal gain, someone came to kill. I took revenge on my 3 teachers and apprentices under the guise of revenge against the Xinjiang faction." Yi Bai didn't say a word. Zhang Ba's face changed once, blue, red, and purple. Yi Bai suddenly looked straight at Zhang Ba said, "Major Zhang, do you think so?" Zhang Ba lowered his head and stayed silent for a while. Fang whispered, "I'm sorry, brothers." Yi Bai didn't let him go, and shouted again, "Have you heard the secret of your respected alliance leader telling you that before you came, I might have Yanggong's treasure on me?" Treasures of Yanggong. The disciples in the Dajiang regiment were all fried and talking one after another. Even Zhangba's various schools are at a loss, but needless to say, they can also guess that Zhangba is using them to replace the dead, and he can swallow the secret of Yanggong's treasure by himself. Even the new principal of Xinjiang school made a public apology to Yi Bai on the rivers and lake. He didn't think Zhang Ba would take over the treasure for Duke Yang. For a while, the masses were filled with righteous indignation, shouting and scolding Zhang Ba for his wolf ambition. The intent is malicious. Especially the Yichun faction and the Kangwu faction, who lost a lot of money, were the first to scold at their feet. Zhang Ba was exposed to the old knife, let go of the thick back knife in his hand decadently, and ignored the knife on his neck, staggered past 000, and directly grabbed the blade in Zhang Shuming's hand, no matter. Severe pain in hand, no matter. Blood flowed, and he would kneel on Zhang Shuming and whisper, "I have lost you, but you still find a good family to remarry, and you will not be involved in disputes between rivers and lakes in the future. No, die together." Zhang Shuming said decisively, "Your husband can take my knife, but my heart can't." Zhang Ba's eyes suddenly became very gentle. He stretched out his intact left hand and gently stroked her hair, which was his favorite gesture when he was alone twice before. Zhang Shuming blushed, and heard Zhang Ba's ear. Ba's gentle voice, "Remember my words." Zhang Ba's left hand gently caressed her jade neck. Zhang Shuming's heart was stunned. He didn't respond and lost consciousness. He hugged Zhang Shuming's delicate body and shouted at his posture, "Baby, come here." At this time, 8 young women in strong clothes stepped out of the crowd and went straight to the Zhangba Wonderland. Each majestic yellow dress, with a long sword behind it, protected their husband and wife. Zhang Ba carefully hastily handed over the sleeping Zheng Shuming to a female general, and ordered, "Take care of her in the future, and don't let her lose her chance. By the way, persuade her to forget about me and find a good home. Lord, let us protect you from running away." 8 female guards watched Yi Bai and the disciples of the Dajiang alliance surrounding them. "What's the use of losing your reputation?" Zhang Ba raised his head and said, "I haven't taken her away yet." With tears in his eyes, Ba Wei hugged Zheng Shuming and pushed it out. The other disciples next to him wanted to stop it, but they were intimidated by Zhang Ba Yue, and their close friend disciple was also on their side. They were in a dispute between the two sides, but no one moved first, and Zheng Shuming was sent away by Ba Wei. The tree fell and the monkeys scattered, but that was how they were before they died. Chapter 358. Doom, subscribe. Zhang Ba smiled sadly and said, "Someone cares about Yang's interests and hurts your brothers. I am immoral and incompetent. I am ashamed of everyone's love. Now I officially announce that I will give way to the Dajiang alliance. On the throne, the leaders of other factions can choose people who are virtuous. As for my confidant brothers who have been with me for many years, they can go back to their wives to collect their fired money, and they will go their own way in the future. In addition, I will pay 3 times the cost of each faction's loss today. This time it's Zhang Ba. I'm sorry. Everyone, I have also watched the feelings for many years. Don't be embarrassed by the disciples. Clumsy Jing, thank you Zhang." Zhang Ba respectfully pays tribute to the various schools around him. After hearing these words from the bottom of their heart, all schools have taken their past feelings into consideration, and naturally they can no longer embarrass him and his disciples. Zhang Ba said to Yi Bai again, "Thank you, Master Yi, for giving you so much time." Yi Bai was silent. Zhang Ba was just a chess piece in the hands of a well-known person, but now he was forced into notoriety, with little success, but since he has the courage to come, he must have the consciousness of being a chess piece. So Yi Bai didn't regret what he did today. Watching Zhang Ba pick up the thick knife on the ground, Yi Bai finally felt a little sad. Zheng Shuming really likes Zhang Ba, at least for now. Zhang Ba is also a good and innocent person. Does her ruthlessness really need to be imposed on a bitter couple who have not threatened him since then? Even Ko Shu, who just tried his best to laugh at Zhang Ba, is not in the mood to watch the play now. The soft Shu Ziling whispered, "Master." Zhang Ba, who was about to commit suicide, suddenly heard a burst of breathlessness and screams. Didn't he give himself a chance to kill himself? I haven't figured it out yet. When, in the sound of his voice, a huge force poured out from the thick back knife in his hand, and the knife flew out of his hand. At the same time, the Dantian was in severe pain and was really angry and leaped. Just from the shocking voice, Yi Baiqing's cold voice suddenly came, "Your husband and wife have to hide." Then Yi Bai glanced at everyone present, and said coldly, "If I hear someone feel embarrassed about their husband and wife retiring." All the disciples in the school bowed their heads and dared not look at him. Zhang Ba's confidant disciple immediately. He stepped forward and hugged him, quickly withdrew from the siege, and got on the boat. Teacher Yi Bai and his disciples all went down the mountain, and each side automatically gave way to a road, watching them lead their horses away, and walked a long way. People did not observe carefully, and naturally returned under the guidance of various factions. After Yi Bai left, all the disciples pretended to be afraid of his threat. Suddenly, they saw Ko Zhang running back from a distance on a black horse, standing in front of the disciple who had not left yet, holding a cloth bag in his hand, and shouting, "Teacher asked me to leave something for you." People thought they were going to kill them. When they were on guard, the bell turned the bottom of the bag to the sky, and after the bell rang, he patted the horse again and again. Among the people, they looked carefully, but it was a stone on the ground. Thinking of the master who died in Yi Bai's hands, the reputation of forbidding sweating and playing finger magic seems really shocking. Suddenly, Yi Chunpai said, "You found out that Plum Blossom Gate is in trouble with Yi Bai's master and disciple." More than 100 people were killed or injured in the door, and the elder brother Ji Yula was seriously injured. The Qingjiang faction was looking for trouble, lost most of the elite, lost more than half of the elite, lost all martial arts to Qingliu, and people went crazy. The Zhang faction has lost momentum. Now we are the masters of the Dajiang alliance. The leaders of the Zhonglian alliance have lost their reputation, and his school has not returned. There is no outstanding talent like Zhangba to run every faction. Future, they will surely become scattered sand. The other person immediately, seeing what he meant, said, "All the people who had trouble with them ended tragically, but their three teachers and disciples were not harmed, but they became more and more famous." Thinking about it carefully, everyone was very satisfied, and the reputation of Master Yi Bai and his disciples rose again. Yi Bai didn't expect that their 3 masters and apprentices would become the representatives representatives of bad luck in a blink of an eye. Whoever is the unlucky object may not sound very good, but it is also a golden sign. After daring to ask for trouble, you have to think about yourself. Wait, compared with the River Union, Ko Zhang chased the horse and asked Yi Bai, another big problem has been solved. Where are we going next, master? Yi Bai changed his mind and said, go to Jingling to see a man. At this time, Feng Zitao was still the general of the mausoleum. Before Yang Guang died, he naturally did not dare to form a dominant villa, and his status was still under the prefect of Jingling. But now when the army is in chaos, the mausoleum is also a fortress north of the Yangtze River. With a heavy soldier in his hand, he naturally holds real power. After several inquiries, I finally found the original residence documents under the right front guard Feng Dao, not during the war, and naturally there were not many documents to be processed, so Yi Bai planned to go directly to the worship post and visit the fake people legally. The fake house is not luxurious, even very simple, but the door is a half-white sagging old man. The old man's eyes faint, and his voice is hoarse and asks, what's the matter? Yi Bai cupped his hands respectfully and said, we are here to visit Mr. Shu. Please let the old gentleman go there. So, he took over the admirers from Shu Ziling's hands and gave them to the old man Zero. The old man looked at him and nodded. Son, please stay for a while. After a while, the old man came out and led the three of them into the house. There was a green path leading straight into the pavilion. There was a small lotus pond on the left. The climate in the north was very mild, purple, elegant and clean, proud and independent. Due to the nature of matter, this virtual gentleman must come out of the mud like a lotus flower, without becoming a gentleman. Whether in the east or the west, purple represents the status of the nobility, and is often the color that nobility likes to use. Purple represents Christian sorrow. Purple also represents courage and courage. Hazy, melancholy, noble, mysterious, deep, mature, romantic. Yi Bai, like his girlfriend in his previous life, likes white or light-colored clothes, but in most other things, he likes purple. So if there are two pendants of the same style on the front, they will definitely choose the purple one. The book says that purple is a mixture of active red and passive blue. It can be cold, arrogant, mysterious and elusive, or it can be elegant, charming and romantic, showing a woman's tenderness and tenderness. Gentle. Chapter 359. Deep hatred. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Unexpectedly, the former should appear on Yi Bai, and the latter will naturally appear on his former girlfriend. They also like purple. Can they be friends? Yi Bai suddenly looked forward to meeting him. There is a pair of couplets in the living room. The book, Students Are Poor in the Stomach of 5 Cars. The next book, Ji Shiqing's 8 Fight. Sound was loud, but the old man did not stop here, and continued to lead them into the depths of the yard. In front of the study, there is another couplet. The sea is full of rivers, and there is a great tolerance. If you have 1,000 walls, if you have no desires, you can only. As if the pair of couplets in the living room were seen by outsiders, now this pair is like a fake character. Tolerance, humility and perseverance. Old man stopped and said, Master Zhu, it's inside. Then the road went away. Although Yi Bai had some doubts about the old man's behavior, he still wore his clothes, knocked on the door and said, Mr. Shu, come and see under Yi Bai. Come in. The quieter the sound, the more people can't help but feel good. Yi Bai walked into the study and was indeed a reader. A pile of books appeared on his face, but it was better than his hypocrisy. Several bookshelves filled with books of all kinds, not in a mess, dusty everywhere, apparently tended to often. A magnanimous Confucius dress was now facing him, on his back, holding a volume of books in his left hand and his right on his back. After Yi Bai came in, he put down the scroll and turned around. He is in his 30s, has a beautiful face, deep eyes, profound wisdom, is proficient in martial art, has considerable eyesight, a straight nose, 5 long beards, clear eyebrows, quite good demeanor and demeanor, martial arts and martial arts proficient, with 5 long beards to match his beautiful eyebrows. There is a certain poise and grace. Yi Bai seemed to have found a familiar feeling in him, this kind of calm, like, thinking about it, when Lu Miaozi was young, he was probably like what he looks like now. With such thought, Yi Bai suddenly guessed, could this false behavior be another apprentice of Lu Miaozi when he wanted to give full play to his abilities? When imagining, he opened his mouth and said, your guest has come a long way, and he has not been able to see him yet, and he will forgive my sins. Shu Ziling and Ke Zhang secretly didn't welcome anything. Obviously they went into the house to look for the foreign minister. They were so angry that they didn't even have a moment to be polite. Of course, before Yi Bai spoke, they didn't have the courage to talk. Yi Bai replied, It's okay, I'm here, but I just hope that Mr. Shu's reading is not disturbed. Doesn't matter if this wrong behavior makes them sit down and take it easy or not. A trace of anger flashed in Kaizong's eyebrows, but in Yi Bai's eyes, he couldn't bear it. In fact, he is not an impulsive person. He just remembered that what Yi Bai said was hidden and clumsy, which others would naturally see. Only by deceiving the enemy can we protect ourselves more easily. Zhu Hao smiled indomitably and said, I think Zhu Shandao has a collection of books on his bookshelf. There is no difference between reading and reading. It was as if he noticed Yi Bai for the first time, especially Yi Bai. Of course, he could also hear that there were no compliments in Yi Bai's words, just pure admiration and praise. Why is a person he has never met so familiar with Yi Bai? The name was silently recited in my heart, and suddenly I felt a little familiar, and I suddenly remembered that there is no Tai Chi master. Yi Bai recently became famous. Yesterday, he unknowingly heard that his immediate superior, the right pioneer Feng Daoyuan, was there. It is said that Yi Bai's masters and apprentices on both sides of the Han River defeated hundreds of the elites of the Dajiang Alliance, kidnapped the leader of the alliance Zhang Ba, exposed their ambition to annex Yanggong's treasures alone, and brought them shame. Finally, they explained Zhang Ba and his wife so that they had a broad mind. According to this trip, didn't you just arrive at Jingling today? These 3 masters and apprentices, 2 disciples are only 16, 7 years old, and I am 24 years old. Is it not in line with the current situation? But why did Yi Bai come to see us for his small documents? He didn't know it as soon as he arrived in Jingling. He was full of doubt. Although he was very smart, he didn't understand why Yi Bai would find him, and he couldn't guess what he was doing. Do you know who you are? Silent lies. Master Zhu is so famous, but I don't know what his son does in the cold house. Yi Bai felt really uncomfortable. At that time, he took the initiative to turn to Kuzhong. Now, he came to his door, but he was treated like this. My heart, inexplicable anger. The whole study seems to be in winter. The fake eyes narrowed, and he looked at Yi Bai's master and disciple, and even his words were very surprised. Yi Bai will never lose his temper with the person he just met. He's always been polite, not to mention fuming with the murder in anger. What's wrong with this Lai? The suspicious eyes of these 2 people went back and forth between Yi Bai and Lai. Suddenly there was a cool breath between his eyebrows. His heart was trembling. Yi Bai's heart immediately recovered. Have you been practicing the effect of spiritual power on the first photo of your life for a few months? Is that inexplicable anger just the effect of Daoshan magic? Yi Bai breathed a sigh of relief. This may be the anger caused by magic loss, but the atmosphere in the study fell into embarrassment. Lai still didn't let his guard down, although it was only a moment of killing, but it made his hands and feet feel cold. If Yi Bai did this, he would have no hope of survival. Yi Bai lightly tapped the seat on the armrest, as if it hit the hearts of ordinary people, always maintaining the same frequency. After half the noise, Yi Bai stopped, and Shu Hexu's behavior felt a tense heart, as if he had been pinched by many people and died uncomfortably. At this time, Yi Bai suddenly looked directly at the way of lying. Don't you have a deep hatred for the Yin Gui faction? Here, Yin Gui Pai. These 3 words, he stood up and stood in vain, with intense hatred in his eyes, and asked, You are Yin Gui school? Yi Bai didn't explain, although Koshu didn't know what medicine he was selling in the gourd, but he didn't dare to tear down his platform, and stood up silently and surrounded it with 1 left and 1 right. Pretend that they are Yin Decan people. He is weak, clenched his fists, exposed green tendons, smiled and said, 1 year, 12 years. Before I had a chance to take revenge, I didn't expect you to come to me. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and share. Chapter 360. Chaos open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. They're just 2 high-level killers, or their power won't grow until the flaws are cleared. Now, to save her, Fa has died, and it is said that her mental defect has been automatically eliminated. While the power of most spoiled clothes has been abolished, the bottom layer remains broken and backward, with the potential for higher achievement. However, when one thinks of the true lamentation of the dying Buddha Dharma, is it really easy to eliminate the defects of the soul? Often, I stand up staggeringly, with any expression already accumulated on my face, without any evil wink, but a quiet looking at the Buddha's head that was not far away. It was difficult to roll on the ground, and the pair of copper bell-shaped eyes were still open angrily, which happened to be in the direction of her. What was his silent complaint before his death? Yi Beijing stood aside, quietly watching her stumbling to the ground, slowly approaching the difficulties of the Dharma. Only when the silence was half loud did she bend down, her hands wrapped around the difficult headless body, the difficult drag it to the horse step by step. It was just this common act that made her sweaty, wet, heavy, pale, and dead. After doing this, it tends to be a bit unstable. However, she still insisted on undoing the red stake on the Dharma door, walked up to Death's head again, wrapped it up solemnly, then hugged it, and put it back on the horse's back. She bent over and leaned against some anxious dark horses, breathing heavily. It took a while to slow down, and without looking at Yi Bai, he used the reins of the black horse she was riding to climb onto his purplish-red horse, then fell on the horse's back and let the jujube horse run with Sek. Yi Bai took a light breath and looked at the big Zen staff not far from the Dharma, and the common truth on the horseback a few feet away. Finally, I bent down to pick up the wooden stick, and the iron stick of dozens of pounds blew through the wind, passed through the gap, and inserted it into the leather ring on the side of the black saddle accurately. Behind him, the city of Wuxi was swept away by the fire in the night sky. Blood doesn't always support people in accomplishing the impossible. Just like the bloody battle by the fire, the second director sent a total of 12 groups of nearly 100 people to fight on the wheels, while Koshu stood on the charcoal stove, standing in one position. Not a natural owner to be affected by such high heat and heat. It's hard to breathe here. It's hard for them to use their hands and feet to use half their strength in such a fight. Although Keishu's prestige is not as good as his teacher Yi Bai, he is not much weaker than him. It is rumored that the three master and apprentice will never be separated, and everyone is worried that he will jump out for no reason and lose his little life. With such concerns, it is natural to be more timid. A quarter of an hour later, there were more than 30 bodies near the fire, and the two suffered only a little skin trauma, which did not affect the operation at all. Most of the people who were knocked down were injured, and more importantly, they dared not face the figures of these two people, especially Kong Zhang. He was a majestic man, just like Ko Zhang, who was born to kill God, and most of those sent by the interests have his hands folded. The dagger was daunting, Xu Ziling's water-breaking sword was even more helpless, and the dense water spray defense almost neutralized almost all attack. This is another group of people who fell and didn't expect the more time they could support them, the less time they had to support them, even though he put his people in order from weak to strong. Looking at the two people, the two cousins felt helpless in their hearts. Do you want him to go by himself? Looking around, the injured person was taken away. Court sent someone to say that if there is more noise, no matter how they feel, they will move to the city defense. There used to be more than 400 people, but now there are more than 300 people. The two cousins are cruel. The two teams are united and let their cronies force them to face the two Kekshu people. Doing so will make him disheartened, but the Wuxi branch is also a top priority, and a large amount of combat readiness is stored in a secret warehouse. Just looking at the fires in this place, we can see that they must have been moved from the fire oil stored in the storage room. It can be seen that he may not be able to escape the heavy responsibility this time. There are more than 1,000 gang members in this. Residents who were attacked by Ji Yushu 2 days ago, more than 200 less than before. Tonight, they caught up with the Scarface hunk, more than 100 sheep. In addition, the current siege has caused dozens of people, with a total of more than 400 people damaged. 300 people left in his hands. That is to say, there are more than 600 people on the fire. The rest are the elites of the iron jockeys. They are all gone, and no one escapes from the day of their lives. Because of God's bad temper, he couldn't escape the accusation, although he thought he had done nothing wrong, but the fault was that his ability was too poor, and his brothers were staggered and the enemy was too strong and suddenly appeared. Are too many reasons, but Ren Xiaoming is not a rational person who can be persuaded. The emotions of ordinary gangsters have reached a critical point, and now he can clearly feel that their views of themselves are more hatred than the eyes of the two of them. If they don't divert their attention, I'm afraid they will defect, isn't it? The second master tightened the double hammer in his hand, and Yi Bai did not appear. I am afraid that the two main guardians will never be able to support them again. The two repelled several waves of attack, and although the enemies behind became less and less motivated, there were more and more ants, and continued fighting would still greatly weaken their stamina. After a series of fights, they finally fell into chaos. Seeing that the time was right, God suddenly took a few steps, raised his hammer and shouted, "Brother, these two people killed our countless brothers, now is the time for revenge, let's go together. Under his leadership, the remaining more than 200 iron cyclists would not feel that the second cousin regarded them as cannon fodder, and a group of people with weapons swarmed under his leadership. A quarter of an hour, 3/4 of an hour, half an hour. Finally, one by one, the iron jockeys escaped along the official road. From 1 or 2 solo dances at the beginning, to 3 or 4 34s together at the back. Finally a dozen people escaped in groups. Most of them suffered some minor injuries, and the iron jockey's name was naturally associated with the horses in their club. Thousands of high-class horses were secretly brought from the grasslands in Wuxi, but the people who escaped almost never rode a horse. Therefore, Zhu Haoshuan's 3 horses next to the official road naturally make people read. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels. Reject pirated. Unfortunately, these people escaped from Sengyang's close friends and cousins, but here they drink hatred and a few small stones. Of course, it was impossible for them not to know Yi Bai's name. With the precedence of the Plum Blossom Gate, the Qingjiang faction, and the Dajiang United Team, these dilapidated gangsters can already foresee the end of the Iron Horsemen and begin to make a small plan for their future. Yi Bai leaned against the pavilion and drank cup after cup. It just started to rain sporadically outside, and the cold snap of midnight in early winter came quietly, slowly washing away the blood all over the body. The knife was inserted directly between the cracks in the bluestone, enduring the baptism of the freezing rain. The fine water droplets slowly converged on the edge of the knife, rolled larger and larger, and then merged into several streams, showing a downward trend. The smell of blood is a little less, although there will never be dried blood on this knife, but the man's anger is unstoppable, which may be the characteristic of a holy warrior. The bright blade flashes with a cold light, and the faint light cannot hide its existence. The closer Yi Bai was, the more he could feel a suppressed temperament, even though he was just standing beside the pavilion, drunk and confused. The people who escaped from the back were injured more seriously. Yi Bai saw several people fall down on the official road and could no longer stand up. An hour and a half later, with no iron jockeys fleeing on official roads, the fire in the city was lighter. When Ko Shu and Shu helped each other, Yi Bai felt his heart was tight. He's not enough. Cruel or too cruel, I don't know. In order to hone such life and death, Ji Yushu is now in chaos. They have never been. Messy face, covered in blood, scarred and pale. Only the hand holding the sword in each other's shoulders is still so strong. Ko Chung grinned, but accidentally touched the knife wound on his shoulder, gnashing his teeth. Teacher, we have completed the task. In this exhausting time and use your skills to heal damage for maximum benefit. Yi Bai carefully cleaned the wounds of the 2 people, gave them medicine, and skillfully tied them with bandages. These first responders are all in the middle school of the army in front of Hubei. I did not expect that it was his 2 disciples who enjoyed this kind of treatment for the first time since they left the army and crossed the Tang dynasty. Not far from the pavilion, there are rows of green hills. 7 peaks stand tall, and Zhongling Yusho is a good place for healing. Under a slightly concave stone wall, Yi Bai's master and apprentice faced each other with their 3 palms facing each other. Yi Baron is automatically operated by infuriating energy. After extreme fatigue, the 2, guided by his calm and fused eternal life, regenerated the true gas and further utilized the essence hidden in the body. Their true gas increased a lot. Carefully develop your brain power and observe the operation of true qi in your meridians, regardless of how it looks. It seems to be a vortex. The faster it gets to the center, the faster it runs. After watching for a while, these real qi automatically continues the longevity formula on the 3rd picture above. He doesn't need to control it at all. The bored Yi Bai suddenly wanted to see what was happening around him, and immediately took action. Before being cured, Yi Bai set up a few simple small traps nearby, whose main function was to warn them first. And even in the case of meritorious deeds, the situation within 10 feet can't escape his telepathy, unless he is a master of Shizishuan, or a master who is proficient in stealth and can control the body's airtightness, but it seems that such masters have not yet come out. Even young Suyin is still a bit poor. Chapter 361. The dust has settled. Subscribe. Yi Bai is a little arrogant now, but now the 3 teachers and the disciples are together with the master, and they can't withstand dozens of trick, let alone sneak attack. Yi Bai unwittingly vented his spiritual power, but found that someone was really looking for the wrong one. The first small trap has been triggered, but he has not been warned. With a mental look Approaching the shadow carefully, Yi Bai wondered why he came again. It seems that it came to avenge last autumn. Of course, Zhu Haowang's actions on the surface were not chaotic at all, and he slowly accepted the job. Koshu and the two also realized that there might have been changes. Posing of Yagong to heal wounds. The two of Gui Keishu also had a tacit luck to force their heads to be covered with sweat, and their faces suddenly changed, like a paper. 000. Just as pale. Yang Shuyan dispelled several other traps one after another, quietly hiding in a pine tree, away from Yebai Mountain, waiting for an opportunity. Yi Bai looked at his hesitation and smiled in his heart, but he learned to be cautious. Unfortunately, I don't know if this is the mantis catching the cicada, or the cat and the mouse. After observing for a long time, Yang Suyan may have confirmed that both of them were seriously injured, and Yi Bai was busy treating them, which consumed a lot of energy. If he attacked now, the success rate would be very high. After making up his mind, he clung to the dagger in his hand, calmed down his fluctuating emotions, cheered up, and waited for the moment when his spirit reached its peak. At that moment, Yi Bai felt as if there was a spiritual power, and it seemed that nothing could lock him. Everyone's mental strength represents his mental state at that moment. Yi Bai realized this by accident after practicing the first photo of his long life, so Yi Bai can often detect other people's emotional fluctuations, or use his own. The psychic powers affect the emotions of others. At this moment, Yi Baicha felt that the emotion expressed by this spiritual power was extremely calm. To be precise still, the term should be more appropriate than hate or murder. Will this affect his mental state at this time, enabling him to break through this sneak attack? Yi Bai didn't think of this ready-made Yang Shuyan, but the more terrifying and unscrupulous Shi Zishuan. The evil emperor surely is still here, but Yi Bai must have greatly stimulated King Shi evil last time, leaving aside the evil emperor surely, which was enough for him to hurt the murderer. Suddenly remembered the last paragraph of the magic policy in my mind, the handwriting of the handwritten book. The last volume is primarily concerned with the use of the power of spiritual practice. In addition to the spiritual vision of the magic law implanted from the heart of the Tao, there are imperfect methods to refine the gods. Some guesses are based on the blessings of the ancestors before their lives. However, how much is true, how much is false, has not been obtained yet. Yi Bai naturally became the first. That section is about the cave entrance of the ancestors. It says that the light of the gods meet, and the virtual silence is one, and the mind is diminished. A body of God, considered to be the ancestors too. The ancestral whole is the root of Sek. Observe this to see Sek. God is nothing. Listening to audio and video are based on the 6 kinds of knowledge. Because it is nothing, if you use the seed as a guide, away from the body, you can find out what you cannot do in the object. The spiritual power of this formula has always been distributed around Yi Bai's body, and it can find out all the information of dozens of feet around, or feel some potential threats within a few miles of the radius. However, in Shoujun's novel, his words seem to go beyond Yuenshin's thought. The difference is that the novel clearly writes Yuenshin's practice, but this, magic policy. But guided by the seed of magic, he released his growing spiritual power from his body. The difference is that Yuenshin clearly writes about Yuenshin's practice in the novel, but this, magic policy. Guided by the magic seed, he unleashed his growing spiritual power from his body. Longevity. Next to the first picture is a verse added by later generations. The earth is the mouth of an ancestor, and the sun, west, moon and east were born together. Behind the porch, in front of the god of the valley, there is a blank space in the middle. Conservation resources are found in Fangkun, Shuanglin tree. Open the curtains, keep the ancestral holes, the connection between hands and feet and buckles. Chenkin's comprehensive spiritual ancestral hole, including whether the sky and the earth are empty. The right god is surrounded by a man who can never give. The mysterious can't be said today, and it has become a dust-settled paradise. If one could know this wonderful thing, 10,000 years would not be a bad thing for a golden fairy. It's all about ancestors. While the latter is a bit grandiose, they both describe the possibility of visiting the gods at the same time. Kang Yu also wrote that he has learned 2 wonderful books in the world, the Formula of Eternal Life, and the God of War Atlas. Although he didn't understand, he must have realized some great truths with his natural resources. Unlike Ji Yu Shu, a master who had mistakenly collided with each other. The two disciples are coincidental. The magical species of Dantian is beating vaguely, and Yibai now wants to see if he can put his spiritual power in it, and then comes to the martial arts version of Yuenshin's heart. But the time and place are wrong, as long as the mind temporarily desires to try it. The disturbed magical species quietly caused some changes in Yibai's mood, and inexplicably created a nameless fire in his heart. Suddenly, he felt that this poor working-class Xiaoyang has never been so abhorrent before. It was Yibai who had a high fever and was preparing to educate Xiaoyang. When the pulp sea once again revealed a cool breath, the inexplicable anger disappeared. 2.5 The extroverted spirit clearly felt that young Shuyan's spirit was about to reach its peak. Yibai suddenly wanted to play with him again, but he didn't want to squeeze the blood out of his body, causing the illusion of serious injury, and almost died, but two good disciples should be able to do this. When he was helping them heal just now, Yibai clearly saw that they all suffered some minor internal injuries. There must be some blockage in their body, which may be slow or force. Considering the same way of directly using mental power to convey thought, Yibai immediately tried the above method and released a wave of mental waves, representing his intention at that time. Almost at the same time, the two men shook their bodies, changed their faces, spit out a jam, and fell to the ground. Chapter 362. Get rid of fate. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Yibai is also very cooperative. Looking at the operation of internal interest, he is about to fall into the quagmire of the devil, trying to control his real poisonous gas. Both of them knew that young Suyin didn't exist, but when they heard Yibai's words, they were very surprised and slightly shocked, and then they thought of his identity, and immediately, sigh of relief, and naturally cooperated with him in this good play. Just when the two of them couldn't fall to the ground, Yibai's face changed drastically. Young Suyin, who didn't expect this change, was suddenly stunned, and finally leaked a breath, and the two sensitive people felt his position. But this time young Suyin is indeed much calmer than the last time. On such a good day, under the temptation, not a moment started immediately. The mood swings just now made him lose more than half of his coolies, but what he has done now is to calm down, maintain his mentality, and wait for the unity of spirit and spirit. It looks like he's getting closer to a top hitman. Yibai didn't know whether to praise his progress or have a headache. Such an increasingly mature assassin always thinks about his little life. Should I kill him? Such an idea suddenly appeared in Yibai's heart. He and Shi Zishuan may not be able to go together, because his disciples naturally do not need mercy. Unfortunately, young Xuanian now has an ambiguous relationship with the Sui dynasty, and now he kills him. I don't know if he can really gain a firm foothold in Jiangdu. Although young Suyin is only a poor working class, there must be a force behind him to support him or be interested in him. If young Xuyin dares to shoot, as long as there is no mistake, the possibility of besieging him is extremely high. After absorbing the evil Emperor Xie Li, any Guo Shuzhang is enough to fight alongside him, and Yibai himself can stabilize him. 3 people to cooperate, and it is not difficult to leave him. One of the biggest variables is his phantom body. Kushu and Shushu got used to the body style created by the masters of Fu Junyi's generation, and made some more dexterous and suitable changes according to their own characteristics. But this is the future, and now they can't catch up with young Xuanian, who has practiced 10 years of magic, and now he is equally qualified to catch up with him. 4. Yibai, a criminal hermit. An understatement is nothing less than magic. 4. But Yibai's practice time is too short, so he is not familiar with it. Besides, easy work is his weakness, and it is impossible for young Xuanian to catch up with young Xuanian who is good at his style. If young Xuyan escaped and was injured, I am afraid this beam will be very big. Obviously he was the victim, but didn't expect to give up a big fight. There are so many taboos, can't do it too hard. Yibai was a little depressed, so he made up his mind that since the body can't be tortured, he will destroy the enemy mentally. Thinking of the transmission of the spiritual concept that has just been tested, Yibai has a yin smile in his heart. Without hesitation, when strength and spirit were at their peak, young Xuyan shot, shoot. No wind, no power, no ferocious slaughter, but a ghostly speed across the night sky. The ink painting of the night is the best camouflage. If it is not locked by the fine, it is difficult to find such a vague figure with the naked eye. A lin in Yibai's heart, did not expect or somewhat underestimated, shadow killer. Just over 3 months before the last assassination, I didn't expect young Xuanian's strength and mentality to make great progress at the same time. Yibai suddenly remembered that even in the the original book, martial arts was weaker than either of the two dragons, until he died in the siege of Ko, Shu, postscript and Hu. Such a talented villain and a tragic life. In fact, since he was rescued by Shi Zishuan, everything was doomed. As Yi Bai once taught Shuanglong, a person can lack everything, and there are only two things that cannot be missed. One is national justice, and the other is his own thought. Unfortunately, these two things are Yang Xuanian's shortcomings, so it's harder for him to escape the teasing of fate. Little closer, 1 foot, half a foot, 3 feet, 1 foot, 1 foot. In his long experience, at such a distance, even if the enemy could spot it right away, would not have time to do enough action. Finally, it completely made up for this defect. In the quiet state of mind, there was finally a little change, and a trace of joy gradually climbed to the heart. His body has passed the Pythagorean head, and Yi Bai's eyes are still closed. But why did a warning signal suddenly appear in his heart? Giggling, when the tip of the sword was only half a foot away from Yi Bai's throat, 2 accurate fingers blew on the sword to tell him the answer. At the same time, Ko Shu, who had just fallen to the ground, stood up at the same time as a car quickly retreated, and united to block his way. Yi Bai jumped up and quickly entangled Yang Xuyan, entangled with the already skilled Taijiquan one by one, neither giving him a chance of despair nor a chance to escape. Yi Bai's move, belong out of water, forcing Yang Xuyan, he praised, "Senior brother Yang, I didn't expect to say goodbye to March, and my martial arts have improved so much." In fact, he was praising him sincerely, but Yang Xuyan saw at this time that 2 third-rate masters who were only 3 months away would not be a rookie, and could be comparable to his first-rate masters. Of course, he thought Yi Bai was mocking him. Famous 000, Tai Chi. He can use his strength to fight slowly and quickly, and he is also good at dissolving his inner strength, and he is indeed relatively restrained in swordsmanship. Secretly paying attention to the surrounding situation, Yang Xuanian frowned slightly. It seems that today's assassination cannot be said. I am afraid I will be injured a little. Yang Xuanian secretly hated in his heart. The 3 masters and apprentices of Yi Bai were too cunning. Notice that his assassination actually made him hook, and then made dumplings for him. I don't know if the arrogant light worker can help him out of danger. Ku Shu didn't come up to besiege. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for Yang Xuyan. Threw a sword. Zhu Hao just moved. 7 stars. Welcome. This time, Yang Xuyan suddenly kept changing the soles of his feet. His figure turned into a virtual shadow, and quickly rushed to the side of the stone wall. This speed is not his. Shadow killer. Yi Bai suddenly smiled and said, "Senior brother Yang has never greeted him. I don't think it's the prince's behavior, does it?" Yang Xuyan's pupils shrunk slightly. This was his pain, but he did not expect Yi Bai to reveal it with difficulty today. At the same time, 2 broken screams sounded. These 4 words came to mind, and when he heard the sound, he quickly concluded that the ferocious stone would not hit him directly, but it was one after another, blocking his way of escape. Chapter 363. General, subscribe. Lao Feng didn't intend to move at all, and was about to refuse, but he encountered a vicious woman's warning in the eyes. At first he bought his brother-in-law for 120 silver, but in fact he only paid more than 50 taels. At that time, my brother-in-law's old father regarded money as his life and liked to gamble. Lao Feng also likes to gamble, so his father lost more than 20 taels in the casino. In a period of time, he lost more than 20 taels, and within half a year, it became more than 70 taels. Brother-in-law's father naturally couldn't afford the money. He originally planned to sell her to the Green Building to pay off the debt. Who knew who wanted Lao Feng to take care of her brother-in-law? The brother-in-law's father had a little sympathy and sold a brothel for 220 silver, but ruined his daughter's life. Therefore, she had to sell it to smelly Lao Feng as a concubine for 120 silver coins. In order to offset the capital and profits of the gambling debt, Lao Feng paid more than 20 taels and bought his brother-in-law, and only spent more than 50 taels in total. 3 is 3 times 120, which is a huge profit, and over 50 is 2. This evil woman was very moved, so she whispered to Lao Feng for a while. However, Ko Zhang heard it clearly. It turns out that Yang Guang will soon recruit a group of chefs who can cook some special delicacies in the palace. The old-style steamed bread shop is very famous in Yangzhou City, and of course it is also a place to recruit horses. Soon he will enter the palace to serve the emperor. This kind of splendor and wealth is naturally necessary, and the beauty of her brother-in-law will naturally be unnecessary in the future. With this in mind, the mouth bell immediately. He opened his mouth and said, 5 times. 5 times is equal to 520 times, and it has doubled 10 times at a time. This is the gross profit they have been tired for a year. Now even the old wind is a little moved. There is a buzz around. The sound blew up the pot, and many people said that if Lao Feng did not agree, he would be a fool in the first word of heaven. Xu Ziling looked at her sister-in-law's moving eyes, warmed up, and said coldly, 10 times. The person next to him didn't say Lao Feng was a fool, but pointed at Xu Ziling and Ko Zhang in the blink of an eye. 1,000 silver bought a family's concubine, which only a lunatic can do. That evil woman, whatever. How many people in Lao Feng were frightened by this number, and ran into the house as soon as they entered the house, and Ko Zhang, who successfully became a light worker at this speed, was a little ashamed. Pong balls and ping pong rattled, and the evil woman rushed out like a gust of wind, holding a document in her hand, and hurriedly said, "Bring the money. I can give it to you right away." Even Lao Feng, who was firmly opposed to it just now, nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, if you give me the money, you can take her away." Seeing the ugly faces of these two people, Xu Ziling looked at them with disgust, took down the wallet around her waist, and put it away. "There are about 100 taels of gold in it. Throw it over." When hit the table with a bang, and the gold inside jumped out and smashed all over the floor. This evil lady immediately jumped over, stuffed the sales contract into Xu Ziling's hands, and said eagerly, "Since this person is yours, you can't go back." There was a gleam of gold in the eyes of those around them. Many of them have never seen so much gold in their lives. They are only estimated to have more than 152 gold. Now, even if Lao Feng and his wife don't open a steamed bread shop, they can eat and drink gold for the rest of their lives. Wei Junjun saw a piece of gold drop from the bell at the very beginning. It turned out that they occasionally picked it up or stole it, but seeing the voice that the two could not understand, the price of hundreds of thousands of pairs, but he believed them a little in his heart. Seeing Xu Ziling spend a lot of money on her, but there is no painful appearance, I am even more moved to say, I don't know what is good to change. Brother-in-law is priceless in our heart. Leaving behind these words and the flying pieces of paper, Koshu and the individual carried Wei Junjun and dispersed. In the east of the city, the school buildings of Seguo barracks are armored soldiers, but the once wide school grounds are now small and crowded, but the schools are crowded with armored soldiers, and the very wide schools are now small and crowded. I heard that after a while, the legendary, relegated fairy, disciple Gao, Tianwei General Yi Bai will come to the camp and select elites to form Li Ming's army. 100,000 elite troops are eager to try. Some people say that the silver coins paid by New Dawn will be twice that of the Seguo army, and will be distributed directly by the palace. This one alone is enough to make many people red. Some often hear Yi Bai's master and apprentice people who gossip. The stories of hype, including the fall of Plum Blossom Gate, the decline of Qingjiang School, the disbandment of Dajiang Tuantuan, and the failure of the Iron Cavalry Association. These familiar things were quickly spread into the army by those who were interested, although no one mentioned the evil spirit given to him by others. This title, but everyone was in awe of this invisible fairy apprentice. Just these few days, Yi Bai added another half-fairy, elegant name. As for Yi Baiko in the hall, as long as 5,000 people and 5,000 are enough to attack Li Du's second thief, everyone is not too worried. I remember that in the past, only 3 disciples of the 3rd division could destroy so many powerful organizations in the arena, but now they have 5,000 terracotta warriors and 5,000 soldiers, and they have to attack 2 still. The rebels who fought with General Wang Wei Chenling. Right, easy. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning, when someone was whispering about what color Yi Bai would wear in the schoolyard. Smatadang, who was temporarily leading the Sai National Army, suddenly stretched out his hand and stopped people's voices. Quiet. Yu Wenhua, who was seriously injured in the fight with Fu Juni, has returned to Young Advertising to find a place to treat his wounds, and the command of the Serbian army naturally falls into the hands of Tiger, and Lang Lang will be in the hands of Sima Dang. There were more than 50,000 soldiers gathered in the courtyard of the school, and it was clear at a glance that there was no way to go. Madden carries a voice of inner strength, but it falls clearly in everyone's ears. This is Yang Guang In, the world's first army. Seal on. People immediately. The conversation stopped, and the whole school grounds were quiet, as if it could be smelled. Smadetan itself was in the Sui dynasty and Gugong, the same level of culture and master, only this hand is enough to see its profound power. Not far away, several people on horses walked along, Yi Bai's teacher and apprentice, 3 and several guards in the garden. Both Kushu and Shu put on the armor given by the emperor. Ko Chung is wearing thin black armor, crimson cloak, the dark dark horse of the god, which was given for free from Pegasus Ranch to match his sturdy figure. At this time, he was even more majestic and majestic. Shu Ziling was wearing a silver metal white robe and a light gray cloak, looking handsome. If you add a gentian silver spear and replace the jujube horse under your hip with the white dragon of the god, it will be a living replica of Zhao Zilong. Behind them, 4 guards carrying boxes were also clad in armor and swords, while Yi Bai was a maverick. He was still in a neat white suit, with neat hair and an elegant appearance, not like General Tian Wei who was about to inspect the soldiers, but more like your son who went out to play. I haven't seen him. He is like Lucian, staring at their team with wide eyes. Yi Bai's conspicuous clothing reflects his very tall feet, the identity of the immortal phoenix knife bone, indifferent and elegant. On the contrary, Yi Bai's conspicuous dress shows his immortal tall feet, the identity of Shanfang knife bone, indifferent and elegant, while Yi Bai's outstanding costumes show his very high feet, of Shanfang Lugu is indifferent and elegant. On the high platform, Yi Bai and his party dismounted one by one, and Sima Dengadang greeted the generals behind him. The heroic general is Sima Dang, Yuan Li, who has seen a superior general. Tens of thousands of soldiers bowed neatly on the ground of the school and said in unison, "I have seen General Tianwei." The sound was loud, and it flew straight into the sky. Smadeddin had a square face, dark skin, and a burly figure, which always flashed in his eyes, and also had an inexplicable and intimidating expression. In contrast, his colleague Yuan Li is more refined. Yi Bai's official position is the first rank of active, Kaifeng has 1 pass and 3 divisions, and Sima Deng is the 3rd rank of active, and of course he worships him. Only the Smadeddin family is outstanding and the martial arts is strong, and after more than 10 years of joining the army, he has achieved his current status. However, Yi Bai is just an exiled fairy with high feet. The gimmick has become a great minister, jumped to a high-ranking general with less than 10,000 people. No one will believe this. You're welcome, Yi Bai said. It's the first time here. A few generals can help more. His status is special. In addition, Naoto Kan saw the situation that day with his own eyes, but he did not dare to express his dissatisfaction, so he put on a businesslike appearance and said in a voice, "The army must be here, picking the splendid fruit, isn't it?" Yi Bai nodded and said, "That's right." 50,000 non-commissioned officers standing on the stage and said, "Except the palace of the ordinary guards, the rest are here, and the general can choose at will." Yi Bai's eyes glanced at the soldiers on the battlefield. Most of these people are from Guangzhong. They are strong, brave, and good at fighting, so they are called the fruit of heroism. I saw you today. I was convinced that the army is majestic and amazing. It is a powerful division. Seeing these soldiers, Yi Bai's attack on Duawei and Li Zidong is more certain. Yi Bai said, "This is the world's first army." Sima Deng smiled rarely, and said, "Today's palace has arrived at a certain duty, and there won't be many people to accompany you in the days to come." Yi Bai replied, "General, please do it yourself." Sima Deng pleaded guilty and left, leaving Yuan Li and several school leans to Yi Bai. Several of Yi Bai's bodyguards had already placed the heavy-looking box on the stage. Yi Bai doesn't talk at length. He said to Yuan Li, "General Yuan, can there be a roster here?" Chapter 364. Yuan Li pointed to the situation on the stage and replied, "Here, the general can check at will." Yi Bai nodded with satisfaction and said bluntly, "Business is very important, so I'm going to start." Yuan Li replied, "General Sheng was worried about the country and the people, and that's exactly what he did." Yi Bai accepted his flattery calmly, and went straight to the front of the stage to be with the two of them. "You are all good soldiers, defending the motherland, and fighting against it." Yi Bai's eyes slowly wandered among the quiet heroic soldiers below, most of whom followed Yang Guang in the Northern War and made countless exploits. It is no exaggeration to say that this is not an exaggeration. Yi Baiqing's low voice reached the ears of everyone present. What is the duty of a soldier? It is protecting the country. There are thousands of households protecting the land in the Central Plains. Wei is a descendant of Yan and Huang, and is an inch of the country. Now the Great Sui River and mountains are in deep trouble, and millions of Li people are suffering from war. Soil thieves in the Central Plains are everywhere, and the boundless rivers and mountains are no longer just a handful of pure land. The people of the Central Plains can no longer play around, but the Hu people are fighting hard all day long, constantly sharpening their knives and grinding huahuo. Thinking of my fertile land, I have been eating cattle and sheep. In the north, there are some ambitious big bad wolf princes who insist on colluding with the the Hu people, trying to use their power to slaughter my Chinese people. All of them have fulfilled their anti-king dreams. We can tolerate this shameful rebellion. Yi Bai's voice, getting bigger and bigger, almost instantly, aroused everyone's emotions. No, no, no. Even the two people behind him shook their arms and shouted, their faces flushed with excitement, even though most of the beaming tiger hearts gleamed in Yuan Li's eyes. It can be said that Yi Bai's speech is very talented. Like Hitler, he is good at arousing the emotions of the audience. This is not only because of his eloquence. Speech is also an art. He must have a clear direction, be good at grasping the audience's mind, and guide the audience's emotions step by step to the direction they want through a reasonable layout. And this time, Yi Bai first raised the status of the brave to satisfy their pride, and then naturally gave them a sense of identity. The end. These princes colluded with the Hu people and massacred the people of the Central Plains is the key. Precisely because most of the Sea State troops came from Guangzhou. If the Hu people went south, their families and relatives would bear the brunt. Yi Bai put an empty silence on his hands to suppress the people's voice, and continued, because of this, we need a strong dynasty to protect the lives of millions of Li people. As long as we clean up all the burglars in Yuyu and restore the unified Sui dynasty, we can get out of the plug, drive out the Hu people thousands of miles away, build up the achievements of Wei Huo, and teach the barbarians not to go south to feed their horses and not dare to bend their heads, report injustice and dare not look directly at the majesty of the kingdom of heaven. With such a perfect reason, the civil war has become great. I, Yi Bai, swear to God that one day I will lead the soldiers under my command to the north to chase Huju, open up the land, open up the territory, and do a great job in the world. The loud and powerful oath is clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Let the heroic elites in front of them forget that Yi Bai in front of them is a fairy's tall feet, a star of blessing to save the people, a humorous of Zongxing Dasui, forgetting the halo on his body. The only thing I remember is, he must be a passionate general, and he must be Li Min in his heart. Of course, as the most powerful warrior army, there are not many people out of 50,000 people, so how to select the new army of Li Ming fairly is the first test that Yi Bai will face. Generally speaking, in the age of cold weapons, especially at this time, the most effective people are of course those 25 to 30-year-old veterans who have experienced many wars. They know how to survive on the battlefield, how to kill the enemy to the greatest extent, understand the importance of obeying orders, know how to kill the enemy with comrades, master the most proficient skills, and can give full play to their role. Again, there are pros and cons, and these people have low plasticity. How to ensure the combat effectiveness of the new army and require them to learn and accept new knowledge in the future is the problem Yi Bai is facing today. That's what he thought when he came here, and now he just has to prove himself with a victorious war. Yi Bai walked up and down the platform slowly, and Zheng Guoyan below looked at him eagerly. These 50,000 people wanted to join the new army, although the new army at dawn was still a strange presence to them. Yi Beidong stopped, looked directly at them, and said, "Next, General Ben will officially select the first batch of dawn recruit, but please remember, Li Mingjun will soon go to the battlefield to eliminate thieves, not enjoy it. My order does not need those greedy soldiers who are afraid of death, but want to make a fortune through Li Mingjun's promotion." Yi Bai paused and said loudly, "Give up this idea as soon as possible." These words only calmed the festive army for a while, as the saying goes, one soldier and one bear. Not to mention his very tall feet. This name already exists, but Yi Bai can't tell that he is the kind of a nest of a nest. The general. In times of turmoil, with a good general, there will be more life guarantees, and people with foresight will naturally be more determined to join Li Mingjun. When everyone understood these words, Yi Bai continued, "Li Mingjun's number is limited, and my method is just to select the soldiers I need. If the failed election can't prove that you are weaker than the elected people, then everyone here the best first army soldiers in the world." Spot. Enough said. The formal selection of the new army has finally begun. Yi Bai's mood didn't want his face to be so calm. Even in the past, he was only lecturing in the army's auditorium and playground, not as the leader of these people. Facing Yang Guang's spirit for the last time, they are mostly fearless. In the eyes of modern people, the emperor is the biggest boss of the feudal dynasty. Chapter 365. Confused open black lens bracket subscription close close black lens bracket. Just, what monarch's power, God's destiny, what heaven and earth, king, teacher, 3 plans and 555 permanent, these are just means to represent rulers and stupid people. As for the temple front, it was the first time to donate treasure, not to mention Yang Guang's mental depression under the influence of magical species. Even if Yang Guang was moody at the time, he would still take into account his identity at the time so that there would be no surprises at the time. There is no danger. Now, however, he will truly become a general, in charge of 1,000 armies. Of course, this was a big challenge for Yi Bai, who wasn't even the monitor when he was reading. More importantly, he will soon bring these 500 people to the battlefield to compete with the enemy's real swords and guns, not just practice troops. Yi Bai squeezed his fist and shouted, "People under 1 year old and over 30 years old, please go out and stand in the open space on the right." Soldiers over the age of 18 began to decline, for reasons that were naturally known to the generals leading the army, but there were very few soldiers under the age of 18 in the Sai National Army. Sai Guoyan belongs to the right side of the stomach and can be said to be the Imperial Guard. These soldiers are selected from generation after generation of civilian families, inherited from generation to generation by father and son, and can be said to be professional soldiers from generation to generation. Sui dynasty implemented the imperial military system. Except for the perennial garrison and border guards, other imperial soldiers were idle for training and busy with farming and harvesting, but as a soldier, they could be exempted from taxation, so there were not many professional soldiers in the Sui dynasty. One of them, Yuan Li, ordered several school slanders to issue orders on their behalf, and at Yi Bai's request they would be selected from candidates who were over their age requirement. After about 10 minutes, the mobilization work was finally completed, and Yi Bai had some doubts about the issuance and execution of the ancient military order. No wonder, 3 kingdoms. Many of them wrote that the robbery on the night of the romance of the 3 kingdoms comes and goes, the enemy is unevenly dressed and flees in a hurry. Scene. We're up against a valiant army that has the reputation of being the world's first, but it only took so long to collect a common thing. These elites are far too inefficient compared to the 3-minute rush of a modern army to assemble, get up, get dressed, fold the quilt and pack to the playground station. This also made Yi Bai determined to improve the future combat efficiency of the army. The battlefield is changing rapidly. If the prohibited effect cannot be achieved, no matter how powerful an individual may be, he or she cannot play its due role. In the name of a school vice principal named Zhang Tong'er, after transferring more than 970 people, Yi Bai still faced nearly 40,000 mycophenolic fruit elite. Yi Bai nodded and said in a low voice, "I heard that the new army's silver is twice as much as it is now. As to whether the general has not seen the covenant, and whether it is true, remains to be verified. If I joined the Dan army to double the amount of silver, I'd still say that before it's too early, just drop the idea. That is, General Fuso will begin to play the role of His Majesty, and the next a decree fixed the salary of Li Ming's army at the same level as that of Sai's army. Those who still want to stay in the Snake Fruit Legion, please stand up." Yi Bai's words caused an uproar below. How many people are willing to go to the battlefield to die? It is better to stay in the army to defend the emperor, not dangerous, but also to take money. With this method, most people will soon cross the line. Even the bridegroom, who is also sympathetic to Yi Bai's actions. "I heard that Li Mingjun personally promised to pay the silver. I am worried that the selection of the new army will be ordered after the new army is selected. Who would fuck Qian?" Yi Baijun seems to be worthy of being a fairy's apprentice. In order to ensure the character of the soldiers under his command, he unexpectedly made such an unimaginable move. However, as a leader for many years, he had to admire Yi Bai's methods in his heart. After half a circle, the field in front of Yi Bai was empty. Zhang Tong'er came to report, and more than 110 people remained in court. The rest are basically the real elites in Yi Bai's mind, but unfortunately, he can only have 5,000 of 5,000 people. Yi Baili was a little sad. Gao said, "If your father and brother are with you in the army, your father will live with your children, and those brothers who are in the army with you will continue to be young ones. Those who have not recovered from old wounds, those who are sick, and those who are widowed by their mothers and weak wives. This requirement is to mobilize all the people present. If the first 2 groups just brush off the military force naked, the mind will not be pure, but now it's all for all the heroic generals and soldiers." Others either admired his reputation or really had a desire to defend the country. In short, they really wanted to follow him as a strange but passionate general. After a moment of silence, several lieutenants moved many away. Zero Life is a bit helpless. Yi Bai thinks about them, and they also need to think about their families. Zhang Tong'er again reported that there were only only more than 730 people left in the courtroom. Yi Baiwei sighed and said, every soldier left now meets the general's requirements, but I can't take you all away. Who are willing to leave now can go to the front desk to receive two gold medals, and wait for me to buy you a farewell wine for the night. Kong Zhongyi stepped forward and opened the big box that Yi Bai's bodyguard was carrying. I don't know how many people's eyes were shaken. Yi Bai heard the sound of swallowing and drooling. He saw that many people were ready to act, but hesitantly said, you don't have to feel guilty. You gave up the opportunity to others, not for this small sum. Gave up for money. More positive people believe that more than 23 people will not be selected, not by strength and brains, but by luck. Now there are 2 pairs of gold to take away, which is better than nothing. The 2 took the box off the stage and waited on the right. Finally, there was a man in the front row. He couldn't help the temptation of gold in front of him, and the first man walked to the box. Xu Ziling quickly took out a piece of gold from the box and handed it to him. Ko Zhang smiled and patted him on the shoulder and said, good luck, but you can enjoy this fine wine again. Chapter 366. Momentary anger. Open black lens bracket. Subscribe close black lens bracket. At the same time, the Dantian was in severe pain and was really angry and leaped. Just from the shocking voice, Yi Baiqing's cold voice suddenly came, your husband and wife have to hide. Then Yi Bai glanced at everyone present, and said coldly, if I hear someone feel embarrassed about their husband and wife retiring. All the disciples in the school bowed their heads and dared not look at him. Zhang Ba's confidant disciple immediately. He stepped forward and hugged him, quickly withdrew from the siege, and got on the boat. Teacher Yi Bai and his disciples all went down the mountain, and each side automatically gave way to a road, watching them lead their horses away, and walked a long way. People did not observe carefully, and naturally returned under the guidance of various factions. After Yi Bai left, all the disciples pretended to be afraid of his threat. Suddenly, they saw Ko Zhang running back from a distance on a black horse, standing in front of the disciple who had not left yet, holding a cloth bag in his hand, and shouting, teacher asked me to leave something for you. People thought they were going to kill them, and when they were on guard, the bell turned the bottom of the bag to the sky, and after the bell rang, he patted the horse over and over again. Among the people, they looked carefully, but it was a stone on the ground. Thinking of the master who died in Yi Bai's hands. 00. I can't help sweating. The reputation of playing finger magic seems really shocking. Suddenly, the Yi Chunpai said, have you found out that the Plum Blossom Gate is in trouble with Yi Bai's master and disciple? Big brother Ji Yula was seriously injured. Qingzhang sent them to trouble them, lost most of the elite, lost more than half of the elite, lost all martial arts to Qingliu. People went crazy. Now the Qingzhang faction has lost its momentum. Now that we are the masters of the Dajiang Alliance, the leaders of Zhonglian have lost their reputation and their schools have not come back. There is no outstanding talent like Zhongba to run every faction. Future, they will surely become scattered sand. The other person immediately, seeing what he meant, said, all the people who had trouble with them ended tragically, but their three teachers and disciples were not harmed, but they became more and more famous. Thinking about it carefully, everyone was very satisfied, and the reputation of Master Yi Bai and his disciples rose again. Yi Bai didn't expect that their 3 masters and apprentices would become the representatives of bad luck in a blink of an eye. Whoever is the unlucky object may not sound very good, but it is also a golden sign. After daring to ask for trouble, you have to think about yourself. Wait, compared with the River Union, Ko Zhang chased the horse and asked Yi Bai, another big problem has been solved. Where are we going next, master? Yi Bai changed his mind and said, go to Jingling to see a man. At this time, Feng Zitao was still the general of the mausoleum. Before Yang Guang died, he naturally did not dare to form a dominant villa, and his status was still under the guard of Jingling Terrace. But now when the army is in chaos, the mausoleum is also a fortress north of the Yangtze River. With a heavy soldier in his hand, he naturally holds real power. After several inquiries, I finally found the original residence documents under the right front guard Feng Dao, not during the war, and naturally there were not many documents to be processed, so Yi Bai planned to go directly to the worship post and visit the fake people legally. The fake house is not luxurious, even very simple, but the door is a half-white sagging old man. The old man's eyes faint, and his voice is hoarse and asks, what's the matter? Yi Bai cupped his hands respectfully and said, we are here to visit Mr. Shu. Please let the old gentleman go there. So, he took over the admirers from Xu Ziling's hands and gave them to the old man. The old man looked at him and nodded. Son, please stay for a while. After a while, the old man came out and led the 3 of them into the house. There was a green path leading straight into the pavilion. There was a small lotus pond on the left. The climate in the north was very mild. Purple, elegant and clean, proud and independent. Due to the nature of matter, this virtual gentleman must come out of the mud like a lotus flower, without becoming a gentleman. Whether in the East or the West, purple represents the status of the nobility, and is often the color that nobility likes to use. Purple represents Christian sorrow. Purple also represents courage and courage. Hazy, melancholy, noble, mysterious, deep, mature. Yi Bai, just like his girlfriend in his previous life, also likes white or light-colored clothes, but in most other things he likes purple. So if there are two pendants of the same style on the front, they will definitely choose the purple one. The book says that purple is a mixture of active red and passive blue. It can be cold, arrogant, mysterious and elusive, or it can be elegant and charming, showing the tenderness of a woman. Unexpectedly, the former should appear on Yi Bai, and the latter will naturally appear on his girlfriend. They also like purple. Can they be friends? Yi Bai suddenly looked forward to meeting him. There is a pair of couplets in the living room. The book, Students are poor in the stomach of 5 cars. The next book, Ji Shiqing's 8 fight. Sound was loud, but the old man did not stop here, and continued to lead them into the depths of the yard. In front of the study, there is another couplet. The sea is full of rivers, and there is a great tolerance. If you have 1,000 walls, if you have no desires, you can only. As if the pair of couplets in the living room were seen by outsiders, now this pair is like a fake character. Tolerance, humility and perseverance. Old man stopped and said, Master Zhu, it's inside. Then the road went away. Although Yi Bai had some doubts about the old man's behavior, he still wore his clothes, knocked on the door and said, Mr. Shu, come and see under Yi Bai. Come in. The quieter the sound, the better feelings people can't help but raise. Yi Bai walked into the study and was indeed a reader. A pile of books appeared on his face, but it was better than his hypocrisy. Several bookshelves filled with books of all kinds, not in a mess, dusty everywhere, apparently tended to often. A magnanimous Confucius dress was now facing him, on his back, holding a volume of books in his left hand and his right on his back. After Yi Bai came in, he put down the scroll and turned around. He is in his 30s, has a beautiful face, deep eyes, profound wisdom, is proficient in martial art, has considerable eyesight, a straight nose, 5 long beards, clear eyebrows, quite good demeanor and demeanor, martial arts and martial arts proficient, with 5 long beards to match his beautiful eyebrows. He has a certain demeanor and demeanor. Yi Bai seems to have found a familiar feeling in him, this calm, like. Thinking about it, when Lu Miaozi was young, he was probably like what he looks like now. With such thought, Yi Bai suddenly guessed, could this false behavior be another apprentice of Lu Miaozi when he wanted to give full play to his abilities? When imagining, he opened his mouth and said, your guest has come a long way, and he has not been able to see him yet, and he will forgive my sins. Xu Ziling and Ke Zhang secretly didn't welcome anything. Obviously they went into the house to look for the foreign minister. They were so angry that they didn't even have a moment to be polite. Of course, before Yi Bai spoke, they didn't have the courage to talk. Yi Bai replied, it doesn't matter, I took the liberty to come here, but I just hope that Mr. Shu's reading is not disturbed. The misbehavior made them sit down and said lightly, whatever. It doesn't matter if you look the same or not, if you don't bother or bother. A trace of anger flashed in Ke Zhang's eyebrows, but in Yi Bai's eyes, he couldn't bear it. In fact, he is not an impulsive person. He just remembered that what Yi Bai said was hidden and clumsy, which others would naturally see. Only by deceiving the enemy can we protect ourselves more easily. Zhu Hao said with an indomitable smile, I think Mr. Zhu already knows the collection of books on the shelf. There is no difference between reading and reading. It was as if he noticed Yi Bai for the first time, especially Yi Bai. Of course, he could also hear that there were no compliments in Yi Bai's words, just pure admiration and praise. Why is a person he has never met so familiar with Yi Bai? The name was silently recited in my heart, and suddenly I felt a little familiar, and I suddenly remembered that there is no Tai Chi master. Yi Bai recently became famous. Yesterday, he unknowingly heard that his immediate superior, the right pioneer Feng Daoyuan, was there. It is said that Yi Bai's masters and apprentices on both sides of the Han River defeated hundreds of elites of the Dajiang Alliance and kidnapped the leaders of the alliance. 5 Zhongba exposed their ambition to annex Yanggong's treasures alone, making them humiliated. Finally, they explained Zhongba and his wife so that they had a broad mind. According to this trip, didn't you just just arrive at Jingling today. These 3 masters and apprentices, 2 disciples are only 16, 7 years old, and I am 24 years old. Is it not in line with the current situation? But why did Yi Bai come to see? As for his small documents, he didn't know it as soon as he arrived in Jingling. He was full of doubt. Although he was very smart, he didn't understand why Yi Bai would find him, and he couldn't guess what he was doing. Do you know who you are? Silent Lies. Master Zhu is so famous, but I don't know what his son does in the cold house. Yi Bai felt really uncomfortable. At that time, he took the initiative to turn to Kuzhong. Now, he came to his door, but he was treated like this. My heart. Inexplicable anger. The whole study seems to be in winter. The fake eyes narrowed, and he looked at Yi Bai's master and disciple, and even his words were very surprised. Yi Bai will never lose his temper with the person he just met. He's always been polite, not to mention fuming with the murder in anger. Wrong with this lie. Chapter 367. Despair. Subscribe. The suspicious eyes of the 2 people went back and forth between Yi Bai and Lai. Suddenly there was a cool breath between his eyebrows. His heart was trembling. Yi Bai's heart immediately recovered. Have you been practicing the effect of spiritual power on the first photo of your life for a few months? Is that inexplicable anger just the effect of Daoshin magic? Yi Bai breathed a sigh of relief. This may be the anger caused by magic loss, but the atmosphere in the study fell into embarrassment. Lai still didn't let his guard down, although it was only a moment of killing, but it made his hands and feet feel cold. If Yi Bai did this, he would have no hope of survival. Yi Bai lightly tapped the seat on the armrest, as if it hit the hearts of ordinary people, always maintaining the same frequency. After half the noise, Yi Bai stopped, and Shu Hexu's behavior felt a tense heart, as if he had been pinched by many people and died uncomfortably. At this time, Yi Bai suddenly looked directly at the way of lying. Don't you have a deep hatred of Yin Gui School 23? Here, Yin Gui Pai. These 3 words. He stood up and stood in vain, with intense hatred in his eyes, and asked, You are Yingui School? Yi Bai didn't explain, although Koshu didn't know what medicine he was selling in the gourd, but he didn't dare to tear down his platform, and stood up silently and surrounded it with one left and one right. Pretend that they are Yin Decan people. He is weak. Clenched his fists, exposed green tendons, smiled and said, 1 year, 12 years. Before I had a chance to take revenge, I didn't expect you to come to me. Yi Bai stood up slowly, still quietly, listening to more inside information. Only this is the right medicine, isn't it? Just the move seemed to be a sign of imminent action, and Lai took a few steps back, leaned against the back shelf, resented and said, You took my daughter captive and killed my wife. I want you to sacrifice your life for this. Yi Bai looked at some of them who fell into crazy lies and felt as if something was wrong. As a military department that has nothing to do with this, doesn't he think about his own safety? That is to say, he must have a backhand. There is a surprise in his heart. Don't capsize in the ditch. In the hands of this weak skill, waste time, a lifetime of fame and fortune. Yi Bai looked at every movement of this virtual action, and at the same time, the spirit unfolded, and the waves spread out. Yi Bai understood his plan in an instant, and at the same time shot. The fake behavior seemed to reach out to pick up the bookshelf inadvertently, and when he saw Yi Bai's action, he was startled, and immediately lightning bolted toward the black box on the bookshelf. Unfortunately, Yi Bai's light works are the same as before. Before holding it down, Yi Bai tied the right vein gate firmly. Yi Bai smiled and said, Mr. Shu wants to mobilize his organs to frame us. Once the vein gate is made, as long as Yi Bai secretly spit it out, he will immediately lose the ability to resist. Suddenly, he seemed to see everything turned on. He doesn't have as much time as before. I've had 12 more years to live, and it's time to end it, he said bluntly. Yi Bai looked at the whole room and said jokingly, This room is really, there is a moving steel plate on it. There are strong crossbow arrows on both sides, and the walls are locked in an iron prison. He got up again and said, There is a secret way down there, and if you fall, there is no way out. Yi Bai pointed to his acupuncture points and said interestingly, Lu Miaozi's design organs often leave a trace of vitality, but if you press the button now, you will be caught by it yourself. It's both self-destructive and absolutely bad. Yi Bai's every word hit him like a sledgehammer, and blood flowed out from the corner of his fake mouth. Now you know, how do you say so much? He said desperately. Yi Bai whispered, Unfortunately, I'm not a magical door. He laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke he had ever heard, and said, What's the use of saying that now? You can't take what you want with me. Yi Bai knew he didn't believe it and didn't explain it. You work for me, how about I avenge you? Work. With a touch of false alarm, he understood and scoffed. Do you want to use me to help you gain power on the magic gate? Impossible. Yi Bai smiled and said, anyway, you will understand in the future. Do you have anything to bring? We are going to Jiangdu. Only when Lai's voice calmed down and pointed at Yi Bai. You. Yi Bai didn't mind hugging his shoulders and said intimately, then, we are here to invite you. Can I guarantee that we will find your daughter in the future? The virtual body was shocked. The eyes suddenly burst into tears. The only relatives were his soft-ribbed, and the deepest wound seemed to hurt the heart again. He remembered some reasons. He turned his head, looked directly at Yi Bai, and said decisively, I can go with you and remember your promise. Shu Ko, who used to be a pillar, finally had a chance to interject. Hu Zhang said, Mr. Shu is relieved because our teacher was expelled from the sky, not a man full of nonsense. 000. Shu Ziling also suggested, also, our teachers make a lot of money and never break their promises. Yi Bai looked at him suspiciously. Are you really not a demon? Yi Bai smiled, but didn't answer. But Zhang smiled and said, of course not. God whispered in a mysterious voice, teacher let us lie about the magic door of 220 gold last time. Shu Ziling recalled the scene at that time and said with a smile, I also asked the top elder of the Yunyu Shuangshou group, Yunyu Shuangshou, to come over in person. By the way, the Poyang and Bailing gang scuffled. Although the 3 teachers and 3 disciples asked him to use his true energy to test the meridians one by one, the false behavior was still some people could not believe Yi Bai's identity, and concluded that these 3 behaviors were the result of practicing Taoist metaphysics. How did you find me? The sky can't be leaked. By the way, Lao Shu, your name is really not very good. In the largest restaurant in Jingling, the 4 of them chose elegant rooms, as if they had forgotten all the unpleasant things just now. Yi Bai toasted a glass of wine and smiled. Is there anything mysterious about Mr. Shu's name? The mouth is suspicious and deceitful. Chapter 368. CA and understand, subscribe. Yi Bai smiled and said, if you are empty, you are not real. If you do, you will run away. That is to say, you are not surnamed Shu. You are still there, running for your life. Yeah, Lao fake cry and laugh, saying, I didn't think I would be anonymous for so many years. Now I just know the name has so many flaws. Shu Ziling said in surprise, do you really not call it a lie? What is your real name, Mr. Virtual? Thinking of the false deeds in the past, there is a sad color in his eyes, and he said with a longing, I don't mention the old things, the original name will only remind me of the past. It was unbearable to look back. Kei Shui suddenly lost interest in continuing the investigation. Yi Bai changed the subject quietly, started talking with them about some light and interesting things, and kept suggesting them to drink. Hu Shu knew it, but he kept honoring it intentionally or unintentionally. Naturally, this false behavior was poured into half-drunk by their 3 masters and apprentices. Yi Bai wanted to take this opportunity to build some words, to make it easier for people to understand and control such great talents as Lai's. While it was possible, he passed up the opportunity, sighed for a long time, and personally helped him get drunk and get back to his house. What made him curious was where the talent for lies came from, and as for his reluctance in the Yin Shi sect, he could guess 9 times out of 10 with just a few words. No wonder 12 years ago, a seed selection of the Yinghui school saw her daughter's qualifications and wanted to accept her status as a disciple. At that time, the false reputation was not obvious, so Gate of Magic naturally didn't care about his identity, and directly wanted to cut off the vulgar destiny. First, he killed his wife and took his beloved daughter. He was probably there too, and put some choice about might and magic in the old man's mouth. The secret, and then escaped suspended animation. Or he happened to be out and escaped the disaster, which he tracked for over a decade and found some clues. The mysterious whereabouts of the magical door. I am afraid that what he said that he has traveled the world for many years really means that he is anonymous. The only thing he said is, he has traveled the world for many years. For a fake hack, against the whole Yin Gui sect, and even against the entire Gate of Magic, is it worth it? Late at night, a virtual act of a drunk scene finally woke up, wiped the temple, relieved the hangover headache a little, and had a hot cup beside it tea. Kao took a few sips. Her mind was clear. It turned out to be in her own home. The dim starlight reflected on a vague white figure in front of the window, leaning on the bar, standing and looking out. Master Zhu, that's what happens when you do. Yi Bai turned around, and with a flick of his fingertip, the oil lamp on the table was lit. He sat down in his chair and whispered, now that we're awake, it's time to talk about something. Morning. It was raining outside. When Yi Bai's Taijiquan had already started. The two followed him silently, and at the same speed, realized the mystery of this. Dao Jiaji. Since absorbing the evil Shirley Huang, Yi Bai has played about 1 Taijiquan from dawn to before breakfast. In the mouth, the 5 and the first 8 swords are the main ones, but in order to restore the swordsmanship, the time to practice Taijiquan is no less than that of Xu Ziling, who is mainly Taijiquan, and the realm is naturally not low. After finishing the work, he stood and walked the work they had done. It's really a great Taoist work, he said. So unusual. ... The mouth and Xu Ziling looked at a pair of dark circles, but the spirit is false. It seems that the master is really good, but one night let him completely put aside his prejudice and mustard. Those who don't know must think that these 4 people are still there, quarreling, not dead yesterday. Breakfast is ready. When I get to camp, I can go. The lie makes the 3 of them go to the living room and talk as they go. Yi Bai nodded and said, time is running out, go back. Suddenly remembering something, Yi Baidu asked, is Fang Dao's original reputation in the army better than Fang Zitao's? False answer. Fang Dao used to rule the army, with clear rewards and punishment. Fang Zitao is strong in martial arts and treats people with generosity. If you compare it to prestige, it is naturally Fang Zitao's military heart. Yi Bai nodded, indicating that he understands that there is a problem in his heart. False behavior is the first year of Kim's great career, and he has been anonymous for many years. Now only with God as the heart can he take a place in the military language document and resign according to the principle of a good beginning and a good ending. In fact, his job is not important, and his salary is not high, so it is more free and easier to just leave. The vacant house has been inhabited for more than a year and has been left to the elderly who take care of his house. This old man is a lonely old man. After he has done something wrong, he will not necessarily come back. Now that I've found a boss with gold, I don't have to worry about the money. It's best to give the water a personal touch. Are we going to Zhengdu? Passenger ship is right in front of you. As the saying goes, although this is not his hometown, it is after all the place where he has lived for the longest time in more than 10 years, and some feelings have arisen. Now that I leave suddenly, my heart is always a little reluctant to give up. Yi Bai nodded and said, we have to fish in the water. The later we go, the less benefit we will get. The plan is incredible, but the viability is really high. He nodded in disbelief. Yi Bai glanced at him and said with a smile, you rarely agree with him. Instead of saying I'm crazy, wealth is earned from risk. Hypocritically whispered, starting from zero is as difficult as climbing the sky. If you can't grasp this opportunity firmly, you will naturally not realize it. Long live the understanding. Yi Bai smiled and said, it seems that I am really looking for the right person. Thinking of yesterday's evil deeds, faced with gloom, you also embarrassedly said that Liu Bei Sengu Maolu just invited Zhu Liang, although it is not as good as Wu Hu, but what method did you use? Yi Bai shrugged and said, Cao Cao kidnapped his old mother for Shu Shu's sake. Although Shu Shu was not used by him in the end, it's better than being with Liu Bei in trouble. I didn't say what kind of hero I wanted to be. This is what a great hero is, achieving his goals and doing whatever he wants. Fakes are nasty on the surface. Itchy teeth, but yesterday he knew very well that if Yi Bai was really a big hero, I'm afraid he wouldn't put so much money to follow him now. Chapter 369. Give high hopes, subscribe. Soon, Goliath's housekeeper led him in, and half an hour later, Yang Zhao quietly walked out through the back door of Goryeo, when a carriage ran out of the door and galloped towards the palace. The emperor of the Tang dynasty, and he has fallen asleep, then this person can only be Gao Lishi. According to the schedule, tomorrow is a big dynasty. Tomorrow, the court will honor Nanzhao's outstanding servant. Yi Bai is a rising star in Korea. Being able and flexible is definitely a useful talent. People in the party are either old courtiers, or old courtiers who are about to decline, such as Xiu from the Ministry of Etiquette, Lu Jinggrong from the Ministry of Industry, or they are born with famous families and rules. It can be followed that children of families who cannot do great things, such as Wei Jian from the Criminal Affairs Department, Hui Chu from Dali Temple, example, Gao Shenji, Wang Xie and others are determined, but they are not flexible. What Li Heng lacked the most was a young and promising person like Yi Bai, with strategy and means. Yi Bai's visit yesterday made Gao Lishi fall in love with him at first sight. He decided to make Yi Beifu the mainstay of the prince's party and let him guarantee Li Heng's smooth succession. This way, they can get the maximum return on the capital they invest in Li Heng. Yang Zhao's news involves his vital interest. It's too late to wait until tomorrow. Jayli immediately. Walking into the palace, I woke up Li Longji's gentle countryside. Afterwards, Yang Zhao gave Li Longji a detailed introduction to the whistleblower's situation. Finally, he said, the old slave felt that this matter was very important and did not dare to delay. He came to report all night and disturb the rest of the emperor. Please forgive him. Afterwards, Goryeo tapped him on the head again and pleaded with Li Longji. Li Longji lost all drowsiness and was taken aback by Goryeo's secret message. He knew that today was Li Linfu's youngest son back then, and many officials went to congratulate him, but he did not expect that this was Li Linfu's conspiracy to summon OOO subordinate. Although the content of the conversation was not a conspiracy against him, Li Longji was extremely annoyed by this kind of conspiracy to organize a political party for personal gain. He got up and walked slowly up and down his room, his mind rapidly assessing the pros and cons of the meeting, as has happened in all ages. Zhang Juling and Li Shiji have had it before. The key is not the prince. Moreover, I'm going to use Li Linfu again, but I can't turn my face yet. At this time, I will not pursue it for the time being. With this, Li Longji's anger slowly subsided, but he was very interested in Yi Bai and Yang Zhao. Yi Bai is the person he most wants to be, and it is reasonable for Li Linfu to be afraid of him. However, Yang Zhao surprised Li Longji and let Li Linfu, who had been playing goose all his life, look at it and let it fall into his hands. I can't believe it. Even the old man Li Linfu was blind one day. It's a very interesting thing. Li Longji's mouth showed a smug smile. So, I want to train him more. He looked up. He saw that Gao Li was still there. Kneeling, he waved him to stand up, and smiled to comfort him. You did a great job on this. You reported it to me in time so that when my heart was ready I wouldn't be mistaken for the big day tomorrow. Yu Guang glanced at Farong's account in the inner room from the corner of his eyes, and whispered to Gao Li, tell Yang Zhao, let him follow Li Linfu to do a good job. If there is any serious matter, report it to me in time, and wait for Du Jun's neighbor. When I'm done, I'll be promoted to his officer. Gao Lishi hurriedly nodded to answer, confessed his guilt again, and then slowly retreated. Li Longji happily walked back into the room, and immediately opened the curtain on the girl's door. At this time, young Yuhuan's voice came from the dragon bed on Farong. Zero, what can I do to find you at such a late hour? It's no big deal. By the way, didn't you ask me to promote your cousin last time? I promise you that I will be promoted to him in a few days. How can you thank me? At night, it was still generally dark, and in the voice of Chang'an, the noise of the day was silent. All fell asleep. It was recovering, waiting for the beginning of a new day. The sky on the wall turned up the belly of the fish. The sky was bright, the 5 fingers pointed, and the rumble sounded in every square in Chang'an at the same time. Almost all the officials' homes were in a mess. The day of the emperor, more than 5 professional officers and more than 3 scattered pieces. Officials must go to the Hanyuan temple to list the dynasties, and the small officials under the other 5 products must also wait in their respective submen, so that they can be called at any time. Yi Bai's family has the lights on for 4 hours, and the windows are inconvenient, so they can't get up to give her husband packed up. Things fell on Xiao Yu's head, although she fell asleep, but she was Yi Bai's concubine. She had her to pack everything. For this, she went to bed early, started to make breakfast, and prepared her mother's formal clothes. She put on the chopsticks. The rumbling drum sounded, as if being burned by fire. She jumped up, rushed into Yi Bai's room, shook Yi Bai's shoulders vigorously, and shouted, get up and don't sleep. The drum is already beating. Yes, I see. Yi Bai sat dizzy, took the wet smoke from Xiao Yu's hand, wiped his face, and his head immediately turned. Become clear. That's right. Today is the day of the great dynasty, but you can't miss it. Yi Bai put on his clothes, opened the curtains, pushed open the window, and saw a moon still hanging in the sky, but the brightness has diminished, and the stars around him blink. Tired. Today will be a sunny day. Yi Bai is not a professional officer and has no qualifications to go to Goryeo, but he was told yesterday that he was ordered to go to the dynasty today. Needless to say, today must be an affirmation of his achievements in Nanjiao. The morning breeze blows, fresh and cool. Yi Bai hurriedly closed the window, looked back at the curtains, and found that she had woken up and was whispering something to Xiao Yu. Take your time, I'm going to eat first. Yi Bai took out the curtains. He went to the room. He entered the room. Xiao Yu rushed over from behind, but said, "Son, can't you tell the emperor? I can't stand it. When I go north for a while, I can't stand it. When I rush to my death every day." Although his mouth was dissatisfied, his hands and feet couldn't stop, holding rice, scooping soup, and preparing to wash for him. Yi Bai looked at her busy back and suddenly thought that when she was fresh at home, she was also waiting for herself, and she couldn't help stroking Little Rain. He shouted in a low voice, "Son, what's wrong?" Xiao Yu, who had just arrived at the door, suddenly heard Yi Bai's call and couldn't help but stop. "You can have dinner with me today." Since Xiao Yu followed him, the three of them were used to eating together every day, but today Yi Bai suddenly said this. Soon as Xiao Yu stayed, she realized that her face was turning red and her heart was sweet. "I just think it's willing to serve him like this every day. I'll go get you shampoo." She gave Yi Beifei an auspicious look and left with a subtle smile. Yi Bai looked at her plump body without losing her slender figure, but suddenly there was a desire in her heart. He had intended to marry her after she was freed as a slave, but now he could not wait another day. The street is already horses, the official saloon seats shuttle, and every wagon or saloon chair always has a lantern or a saloon chair in front of each wagon with the name of each court printed on it. Official name. Under the orange light, it can be seen that Yi Bai is taking Li Lin's carriage to the palace. After returning from Nanzhao, Li Lin has been very busy. Li Lin invited him to dinner many times. He is not always free. Today, in the carriage, they have a chance to chat. "I heard that Kui Guangyuan was killed when he came to my house to make trouble yesterday. Does his nephew know?" Li Lin was not at home yesterday. After hearing this, he immediately sent someone to the county court to inquire about the situation, but when he heard that he rarely died of Fuli, he was immediately worried. He has worked in Yuaiju and has a good relationship with Zongtong. He knew that Xiao Zongtong had high hopes for both sons. The eldest son had already been engaged in business and had taken over the family's huge estate. He had no hope for his son or the eldest son. However, the second son did not return to the ceremony, which became all Zongtong's hope and sustenance, but now that he died suddenly, how could he give up being a person who did not reach Zongtong, especially when Yi Bai was involved in this matter at that time? I am afraid that the relationship between the two people will be more difficult in the future. Yi Bai was killed. Yi Bai knew about him yesterday. Realized that I had made a mistake in this matter. He thought that Li Linfu might not give up this gift easily, but this person dared to play with Xiao Yu's idea. Yi Bai wanted to use Li Lin's hand to get rid of this person, so he stayed out of it. Maybe this is the dark side hidden in his heart. He didn't regret it until he heard the news of Li's passing. After all, Zongtong is very good to him. After all, the curtains are his righteous daughter, but things can't be undone. Yi Bai also knew that this matter could not let Li Linfu move. The Kui family would protect Kui Guangyuan, and the final result would not end. It would be difficult for him to face Zongtong. It can be gently and subtly pushed on Li Linfu, but his conscience cannot be pushed away, and the sorrow of mankind makes Yi Bai's head immediately 10 times bigger. "We'll talk about it later." Yi Bai sighed softly, smiled at Li Lin, and looked out of the carriage. The carriage passed through Guanghu Square and merged into a huge Goryeo team, a small official with less than 5 product. Chapter 370. Accumulation open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The Freckles entered the Imperial City to sign the Imperial Court, while the officials of the above 5 products did not enter the Danfeng Gate, and entered the Daming Palace east of the Imperial City. Nearly 1,000 carriages and official sedans gather here, and lanterns gather in a sea of orange stars, which is a spectacular sight. Today, Jianfu Gate and Wangxian Gate on both sides of the Great Emperor opened at the same time, and more than 100 officials entered the palace. Yi Bai is the protagonist today, but he has no other position on the Yuan Temple, so he will wait at Yuanying Temple first. As the bell rang, hundreds of officials entered the hall along the 2 Jailongwei roads arranged by rank, and were solemnly in the hall. The meeting of the North Korean side was about to start. "Your Majesty is down." With the shout of the deacon, Li Longji, wearing a crown of big fur, walked out of the hall surrounded by dozens of eunuchs, and sat into the dragon seat. The sound of the temple is silent, and occasionally there are the coughs of some old officials. Li Longji handed over a discount on the case, on Nanzhao and Dong written by Wei Jian and Yi Bai. He had seen it in advance, and he had to reward it today. He looked up at the 100 officials again, full of energy energy, no one felt exhausted, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "In this great dynasty today, all princes have their own performances, but according to the central director of the temple yesterday, today we can only talk about Nanjiao, and the princes can also take turns to perform." The emperor said that today he only talks about Nanjiao, and asked the officials to take turns to play. The deacon's voice echoed in the hall for a long time. "Your Majesty, the minister has a prelude." An old man took the lead. Li Longji saw that his people were the correct servants of the military ministers and Shengshu Piguan. He nodded and said, "Pei Aiqing, please speak." According to the emperor's will, Nanjiao is now divided into two parts. The capital of Kunzhou has been established in the east, and 20,000 people are stationed in the east. However, Goryeo successively built the capital palace in Yaozhou and later built the capital palace in Rongzhou. The troops are all transferred from, and now they are going to build the Queensland official residence. Sichuan may have shortcomings. The military department considered two plans, and it was up to the emperor to decide. The first is to establish 20,000 troops, some of which will be supplemented from Hanzhong and Lingnan. Second, there are 500 people in Kunzhou, and the leaders of the Han dynasty, with the help of the Han army, became the king of the east. These two plans could ease the burden on our court, but in the end, His Majesty will have to make a decision. After Pei Guan is finished, stick the discount on the golden plate of the deacon and eunuch and return to the Goryeo class. Li Longji looked around and asked, "Other Aiqing have different opinions. I don't agree with the assistance of the Han army." Another minister came forward, but the Emperor Han Qian. He was the general who pacified the Han army last year, and only heard his resounding voice. "Although the cold weather is good for my Tang dynasty, there is no guarantee that his successor will favor me in Tang dynasty. After all, the aliens should weaken them as much as possible, not give them a chance to grow." This minister, who once calmed the chaos of the Han, knew that his folk style was tough and not easy to drive. Once he is allowed to sit in a big seat, he should weaken them as much as possible, not give them a chance to grow. He calmed the chaos of the Han people, knowing that his folklore was hard and it was not easy to drive. Once he is allowed to sit in a big seat, worry about the chaos in the future. Bei Quan stepped forward and glared at him and said, "Han Yushi said it very lightly. Did you know that every court can recruit at the moment 4 court troops, and these soldiers who have been stationed on the border for a long time have the support of the court, and if you increase the number of troops, you can take into account the financial pressure of the court. In addition, cold protons are in Chang'an, and future Han leaders will follow suit. Why worry about his rebellion?" Li Longji is also aware of the serious crisis of the imperial court and military system, and also knows that this will involve the issue of unearthed, and will also involve the interests of most Li Tang nobles. This is not what he wants to discuss now. He waved his hand unhappily and said, "Li Shangguo, don't argue with Aiqing on this matter. Here comes the old priest." Li Linfu replied, "Shangguo is also in charge of family affairs. As long as you work hard, give me a draft budget. If the court can afford it, I will choose the first option." However, when Bai talked about the situation in Nanjiao, Li Ji suggested that the ethnic minorities in the southwest should be weakened as much as possible and no longer allow the development of any ethnic group. Longji was deeply satisfied with the lessons of Nanjiao. Thinking of Yi Bai, Li Longji thought of today's theme. He looked at the prince and smiled and said, "About Nanjiao, does the emperor have anything to say?" Li Heng immediately stood up and said, "This time, there is a problem in the east, and Nanjiao completed the replacement of the old and new thrones according to the ideas of the Tang dynasty. First, my Detang mission is effective. First, as the emperor's envoy, my lieutenant Zheng Junyi has achieved great success." Tu Xing wanted to ask his father to give great praise to his achievements in Dongfang and Nanjiao and the 300 children under him. Li Longji nodded and said, "I will first appoint Li Xie, the vice principal of Jiaowu School in Anxi capital, as the general of Yulin Junlang. The first of the 6 products of the lieutenant of the Wupai and the rest of the officers are promoted to 2 ranks, rewarded with 10 million pieces and 1,000 silk, hoping to achieve military effect." "First," said Li Xie, CEO of Anxi capital Jiaowu School, and Li Xie, deputy dean of Jiaowu School, Anxi capital Jiaowu School. Speaking of which, Li Longji looked at Li Linfu and said with a smile, "Yi Bai, who has achieved a lot this time, I thought about letting him go to Fang for a few years at first, but I don't know what good suggestions Shangguo has. Even part of Li Xie has been sealed as a positive 5 product, so Yi Bai Daofang will also become the thorns of the 4 products in history. After a few years of practice, and then back to Korea, it seems that Li Longji really wants to make Yi Beipei become his opponent. Now that he had guessed it, Li Linfu's idea of keeping Yi Bai in Goryeo became firmer. There is no problem with the emperor's reward for merit. The old minister thinks that Yi Bai is young and the second is not famous. If you step aside, I am afraid that your qualifications and talents will not be enough to serve the public. Therefore, Lao believes that staying in is more conducive to his development. He has received an old education and has the ability to help him. He has been familiar with officialdom for 3 or 5 years, and has established a little connection, and then went to Fang. According to the plan, he only expressed one attitude, and the rest was done by another. Backbone of the Prime Minister's party, Li Linfu spoke. Zuo Chen Zili went out to work. I very much agree with Li Shangguo's suggestion. Officials and landscapes are not on a par. This has to do with the blessings of tens of millions. Yi Bai is still young and has no accumulated qualifications. How can he handle this situation well? Although he made meritorious service in Nanjiao, the emperor gave him more rewards. But there is no need sacrificing the blessings of millions of people. Recommend him for the long history of the royal palace of Yan. More importantly, Yan Wang Liwan is Wang Chong's brother. Yi Bai offended Tan Wangkong, and Chen Zili's dangerous intentions are self-evident. He will use a stone to avenge Nanjiao. 2 countries are a myth. Wei Jian of the criminal department couldn't stand it. Class in the morning, I bowed to Li Longji. Your Majesty, the minister has something to say. Please allow your Majesty. Li Longji was cold and expressionless, just said lightly, come on, come on. According to Wei Jian, Yi Bai had better stay and help the prince because of his right arm. However, he also knows that the system of not entering Taiwan without going through the county can be modified. For example, Li Linfu is not a decent official, but the problem is that under this system, Li Linfu can openly object, so he thinks about it again and again. In the long run, it is better for Yi Bai to go to the side, and he can also see the purpose of Li Linfu and Chen Zili. With the permission of the emperor, Wei Jian took a step forward and said to Chen Zili, Yi Bai used to be the scripture of Yibin County, and later represented the local administrator of Yibin County. Build roads, build bridges, run officials, and have good official names. What is it that does not bring blessings to the people, as the books provided by thousands of people prove that? I'm sorry. Chen Shangguo, isn't this seniority, profit at the expense? Please explain to Chen Shangguo what is the basis for doing this. Every sentence of Wei Jian is based on fact, forcing Chen Zili to be speechless. Li Linfu scolded him for being useless, squinted slightly and looked at Yang Shengli, the waiter. Yang Chen is proud of this. He stood up and said with a smile, Wei Sheng's book breaks should be angry. Chen Shangguo said that seniority does not mean that Yi Bai has done anything, nor has he done anything. Is something else. Wei Jian saw Yang Shen's pride, and immediately became vigilant in his heart. This person is no more qualified than Chen Ziliang, a rare pragmatist in the Prime Minister's party, with a deep family. Although the Sui dynasty has been extinct for more than 100 years, its influence still exists and cannot be underestimated. Yang Shilang said. What else did Chen Shangguo say? Yang Shen was not in a hurry to answer, and also bowed to Li Longji for advice. Your Majesty is invited to speak. Li Longji has always liked his elegant temperament. When he saw that he wanted to speak, a faint smile appeared on his gloomy face. I Cheng, please speak. Yang Shen was proud to get permission, so he was in no hurry to say to Wei Jian, I always thought poor and cheap families also had loyalty, so I didn't say he was famous, just said he was an official. He was Tianbao 2 years ago, that is, the Jianan festival the year before last recommended him as a textbook for Yibin County. Not until this year that the emperor himself designated him as a prince. It has only been 1 year since hanging the head, and I would like to ask Lord Wei, if he has only 1 year as the main book of a small county town, is there a lack of seniority? Chapter 371. Hidden. Subscribe. Isn't there more than 1,000 people eating in this camp? The military said there were 4,000 people in the document. 400. Yi Bai had great doubts about what was going on. He was about to ask the conductor next to him about the door beside him. A tall lieutenant came out. He looked up at Yi Bai, and the tour guide next to him immediately said, Shang Duwei, this general is the newest member of our Shazhou. General Li is under the command of Yun. The voice fell. He immediately. Kneel by your side. Ji Yanming of Tangjun, who attached great importance to the concept of military rank, knelt down immediately and said, finally, Shangzan, Rendo Lujun rebuked Lieutenant Guo Yidu, Si Dudu, get up, get up, get up everyone. Yi Bai picked up the strong national first lieutenant and looked him up and down. He saw that his skin was dark and bright. Although his appearance is honest, his eyes are a bit sly. I'm afraid I can't ask him anything, he thought to himself. General Shang, how many barracks does Dulu have? Shang Zan immediately stood up and said, in return, Do Lujun only has this barrack. Yi Bai nodded and said, how many soldiers are there? After saying this, the corner of Shangshuan's eyes immediately, after a twitch, I said, there are only more than 120 people now. What? Yi Bai's pupils narrowed sharply. More than 1,200 people. The military sent 000. What about the more than 4,000 people mentioned in the cargo document? As if he knew Yi Bai's thought, Shang Zan continued. Last year there were 4,000 people, 400 people, but after former Madu left office at the beginning of the year, his brothers were transferred one by one, and his subordinates did not know specific reasons. Who knows? Yi Bai tried his best not to show his voice. This is asking the 6 Sao. After all, they are in charge of specific military affairs. Yi Bai smiled kindly, patted his shoulder, and said, keep eating. Go and tell the other officers above the lieutenant that I'll treat you to a drink tonight, and everyone will appreciate it. He forgot that state officials were going to invite him to dinner tonight. Retired early this year and is managed by Long Yu and Hexi, supervised by Huang Fuweiming, who does not care about specific military affairs, and 6 Cao Cao temporarily handle military affairs in peacetime. Lu Sao is a civilian officer who is only responsible for the military affairs of the counselor. The specific training is carried out by the generals. Today is Hu Sao Kan. Yi Bai came to Dunhuang, and he did not go to see him. Hu Kaoshan is a man in his 40s. Lu, surnamed Sleepy All Day, seems to have stolen the sleepy worm of the old gentleman. The new governor is here. The drowsy bug flew back to the palace in fright. Lu Shenzhen fought a cold war. Immediately, wake up and take out the curtains. Yi Bai was surrounded by soldiers and strode in. Lu Shenzhen stepped forward in a hurry. Bow to give gifts. Lu Qilang, a member of the Cao family, joined the army. See the governor of Lidu. Yi Bai has an iron face. Bang! He slammed down on the table. Ranson stared at him and said, I'm here to ask you. I've seen less than 1,000 troops since I entered the camp, but the military's delivery document clearly states that there should be 4,000 soldiers. Even if there are sentries patrolling outside, the gap shouldn't be that big. Where have the soldiers gone? He almost decided what the 666 Cao Cao did in the middle. Otherwise, it is impossible for the military branch to make it public. The sweat on Lu Shenzhen's head had already flowed down, and he secretly cried bitterly. How do you take care of yourself today? Bishop Dudu, my name is Li. Yes, Governor Li Du. The lower officials can't last long. This was done before. I really don't know about it. Yi Bailiang smiled. If you want to tell me, I'll give you a discount. Explain to the court and the emperor. After that, Yi Bai turned around and left. Lu Shenzhen immediately, startled, he shouted, Governor Li Du, please wait a moment. Yi Bai stopped, but glanced at the hand on the arm. Lu Shenzhen stopped in a panic, and even bowed in apology. No offense, please forgive me. Just go for it. Yi Bai sat down on the seat and said with a big smile, it's just that Zhangzhang's feelings cannot be hidden, otherwise our army can act according to the law. That's it. He turned his heart. He closed the door to find Yi Bai. We let the adults do it, he said in a low voice. He secretly turned Lord Trudeau on himself. Private transfer. Yi Bai's eyes gradually narrowed into a slit. What is the answer to this question? When Lu Shenzhen saw the key points in his speech, he couldn't help sighing, and then said, it is not easy to recruit troops in the West. It is even more difficult to recruit soldiers with experience and combat effectiveness. Therefore, it is not easy to recruit soldiers with experience and combat effectiveness. So what? Yi Bai found himself like toothpaste. If he didn't squeeze him, he couldn't help but pat the table and say, come on, don't stop. Honest with Bendu. Lu Shenzhen was so frightened that his legs trembled. He wiped his sweat and said tremblingly, so Huangfu let us all go, and then set them up and turned them into his own soldiers. I'm not sure, I don't know if Governor Li will tell me say it. Yi Bai breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder Huang Fu only regarded himself as one of his own, affectionate, and sent troops to escort him. No wonder Chu Guo's straight face was strange. It turned out to be a species. However, this matter is very important. How could I not report it to Li Longji? A thought suddenly popped into his mind. Maybe Li Longji already knew about it. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Does he know that there are no soldiers, so let the curtains come by themselves? No, it won't be that simple. He must have a purpose in bringing himself to the sandbar. Thinking of this, Yi Bai felt that he was caught in a big conspiracy, but he didn't know what it was. Lu Shunjin appeared on Yi Bai's back and saw that the governor's face had become unfathomable. When this kind of thing is passed on to the court, it is homicide. Lord Huang Fu will be killed by the court, and he will also be killed by Lord Huang Fu, but he has already said, how can he take it back? Now there is another kind of way to save yourself. He rolled his eyes twice and said in a low voice, Governor Li, there is a way to solve this problem. I don't know what the adults want to hear. A veteran official in the western region for 20 years, an old gun, slipped early. His greatest weakness is timidity. Yi Bai scared him out of the truth. But how to solve this kind of thing? Every old official's heart is like a mirror, but it doesn't matter to him. But by this time, things have been poked out, and he has to say it. In fact, Yi Bai is still hesitant about this matter, and the military will definitely not make this report. The point is that Li Longji wanted to write a 3-day report by himself. No matter what, whether he wants to write about this, if he temporarily replaces the general, it will definitely affect the war situation, but if he doesn't say it, he will be guilty of deceiving the monarch in the future. It's like having a sum of money that can't be recovered, despite reporting to the boss that the next payment won't come back. But tell the boss you're not responsible. On the contrary, if you don't say it, the boss will say, there was hope, but because of you can't say it back, so the responsibility is on you. Yi Bai thought over and over again that this matter must be told to Li Longji. Maybe he already knew about it. In any case, war is imminent. With Li Longji's foresight, he should also be able to tell which one is more important than the other. As for Huang Fu's fate, he patted himself on the shoulder and shouted to Xiao Li. The friendship could not reach the level of working for him. Yi Bai glanced at this old official. Go. How to go? Lu Shenzhen cleared his throat and smiled. I didn't say what I meant, but what most of the army in the west did. So Li Dujun heard something wrong with his ears. Don't blame your subordinate. You talk a lot of nonsense. Say it. Lu Shenzhen turned his mouth to Yi Bai's ear again, looking at his long, very wide teeth. Yi Bai suddenly thought about whether Zhang Fuhui, the old housekeeper of Zhongfu County, Yilong County, would be his brother. There are all my soldiers out there, so just stay away. Yes, yes. Lu Shenzhen smiled awkwardly. Dou Lujun was admitted by the court. He said in a low voice, if Governor Li wants to use the money, this gap does not need to be filled. The court will send money and food to 400 people and compile a list of soldiers killed or deserted in wartime. If Li Dujun had a good family, he could recruit troops himself to make up for them. These soldiers themselves are General Li's personal army, and the rules of the court cannot be made according to the rules of the court. The implication is to use the money of the palace to support his army, but there is a premise that Yi Bai cannot be transferred. Once he was transferred, it was a double sin. First of all, he reported it without knowledge. After that, the embezzlement of food and army pay or private placement, so Lu Shenzhen said it well. In fact, Yi Bai was pushed into the fire pit, and he himself escaped responsibility. However, Yi Bai didn't think so. He has to report this to Li Longji. Since the war is about to start, if Li Longji doesn't investigate Huang Fu Weiming, he is tacitly recruiting himself, but Lu Shenzhen's method opens a door for him to make up for the difference between Du Lujun and the army. 5 windows. Take this opportunity to recruit another 2,000 people. Have your own army. This was something Yi Bai never thought of. If I do that, what's the difference with Anlushan? Then I can't be independent of it like people have a million people who want to start their own business. And again, if it's really proposed, how to manage, how to hide after the court, all kinds of details, ignoring your own death, you must be careful. The court had better send an additional 5,000 troops. After thinking about it for a long time, Yi Bai still has no clue and has no plans to eat again. He joined the army in a perfunctory manner, so he went back to the county first. Back at home, I saw luggage everywhere in the yard. The whole family was very noisy, busy packing luggage, face flushed with light rain, beard sweaty, and was directing a dozen maids in a pile of luggage like a mountain. Found the 3 of them. Of the whole house is very simple. There is no porch or false door, all the way to the end. Using it as an assassination history as it's powerful, like a male castle, even even if the horse bandits attack the city, it can be guarded by this. Yi Bai led the curtain and quickly passed through the front yard. He did not go to the guest hall. He entered the back room directly through a small door. The back room was also very large and had many rooms. Presumably the former big grocer was also a large group of wives and wives. Let's do it. Chapter 372. Playing. Subscribe. It turned out to be Li Lin's house, and there was no extra room. Xiaoyu had been sleeping outside her husband and wife's room. Now it was her own home. Xiaoyu also had a separate room. Li Shanyan was also a guest and lived with them. Besides Xiaoyu, she has 2 personal waiters of her own. Yi Bai's bedroom is in the middle. 3 connected rooms. The outer room is made of curtains that 2 maids live in, although she doesn't want to, but her health is not good, and she is also influenced by her master is back. Maid saw him, shouted from a distance, and rescued Yi Bai to look for his room. At this time, the curtain was half lying on the bed. Li Shanyan and Li Shanyan were talking. Seeing Yi Bai coming in, Li Shanyan panicked and dared not look at him. Hurriedly stood up and said to the curtain, "I went to see the rain. I don't know if she can find my red willow box." However, the curtain took her hand and joked, "Didn't you just say that the red willow box forgot to bring it? How can I find it now?" Li Shanyan blushed, pulled down the curtains, lowered his head, and hurriedly left Yi Bai. Seeing her go far, the curtain call smiled and said to Yi Bai, who was as rigid as a stone sculpture, "People are really delicate." On the way, the 2 became friends and said a few words. He doesn't even say hello when the sandbar becomes unfamiliar. Li Lang, do you think the longer this person has known each other, how can this relationship regress? Curtain, I noticed a pimple on your face. After that, Yi Bai's big eyes stretched out and touched her face, trying to find something to prove it. Dad, the curtain knocked open his hand and said, "Yesterday I said that my face is as smooth as a mirror, and now I have acne. I think you should ask how the child is, and distract me more. By the way, how is the child?" Yi Bai smiled awkwardly and hurriedly asked, "Speaking of children," there is a gentle smile on the curtain. Sister Song said that if she can't see red, the child will be fine. Just now she was still moving, and now she seems to be asleep. Then I'm relieved. Yi Bai sat beside the bed, lay on the bed, kissed her again, hesitated for a long time, and said involuntarily, "Aren't you mad at me?" Curtain shook his head. "I don't know. When I was in the middle, I was afraid that you were looking for another woman, so I pulled Xiaoyu in. I discovered Awen in Nanjiao. I knew it was you, so I didn't blame you, but I didn't expect her to give up her lofty status for you. That night, she cried and begged me." At this moment, the eyes of the curtain were red, and the trembling voice said, "I'm not the stupidest woman in the world. Someone wanted to share my husband with me, and I even agreed." Yi Bai clenched her hand and apologized. "I was unfaithful, Nan Zhao. I made a mistake, and now I'm wrong again. I assure you that I will have nothing to do with her." The curtains wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, smiled and said, "I didn't ask you for anything. What did you promise?" "Actually, I just wanted to test you to see if you care about me." She sighed, "We've been together for 4 or 5 years. Don't I know you yet? Why do you look left and right with a dark face when you left the palace in Xining, and said that you were a little confused when you left Chang'an, but when you saw the wild goose at the gate, your face was full of smiles and blooms. I understand what you think. Since I promised the frightened goose, I won't go back, but you have to consider how to arrange her. Do you really want to accept her as a concubine?" The noble princess eventually became a concubine. "Don't you think it's funny?" "Stop talking now." Yi Bai was a little upset. "I know what will happen in the end. Maybe she'll figure it out later and go back." Suddenly, the sound of the chair falling from outside came, and then the foot came out quickly. "Who is outside?" Yi Bai's face sank. He stood up and walked out, but he was caught by the curtain. "Li Lang, don't go. I know who it is." Yi Bai woke up and couldn't help sighing. Besides, Li Shanyan, who else could the curtain slap on the bed? "Sit down. I am going to tell you about the rain. You can't delay any longer." Yi Bai ate a bowl of rice at home, and rode to the Zhou Court, which was not far from his residence, and took Bonju Alley to get there. Dunhuang County is Zhang County, but it has a large area and wide street. Yi Bai's residence is near the busiest street, called Xiaozufei Street. A glance, within 500 steps, all kinds of shops are flashing flags. Pedestrians on the road are like weaving. Restaurants, brothels, hotels, casinos, dart, quite lively scenes. Let Yi Bai delight the eyes. As a leader, they do not want to be under their own lively and radiant. But after turning over a nearby street, Yi Bai saw a different scene. There were dilapidated greenhouses on both sides. You were beside me, I was beside you. The walls were sloping, the window frames were slanting, as if in disrepair. Every roof was there were thousands of of holes, patches of bark. The yard was almost full of poplar trees, with birds' nests on them, and the green leaves were covered in dust, and only a few marmots were chasing him in the street, barking all the way. This is the real sandbar. Until Yi Bai's heart is sour. Why is he poor every time he is sent to the party? It is not a fake to be able to start a business. It is possible to create a good business. It is estimated that he should be transferred from start enjoying happiness next semester. He sighed, and unknowingly came to the state court, which was also a house from a century ago, was just renovated the year before, and the scale is similar to that of the Chengnan County Court, but much cooler than the county court. This way, it only needs one set of teens. 7 Sao is in charge of the military, in charge of state affairs, recorded to join the army is responsible for national affairs, recorded to join the army is responsible for the 7 Sao, Shajo is Shajo, to supervise daily affairs. Without a long-established political official, joining the military has great power. Almost all official business must be checked by him, and major events are also recorded in the history of assassination. Therefore, the history of assassination is basically a case-by-case decision. At this point, his assistant will play a role, and his assistant will provide him with an alternative plan. At present, Yi Bai has only one assistant, and that is Gao Shi. Although the two did not guess Ku Zhang, Gao Shi became his assistant without hesitation after knowing Yi Bai's identity. In the Middle Tang Dynasty, in Li Bai and Du Fu, Gao Shi was the best combination. Later, he became bigger and bigger, and finally realized Jianan's savings. When he arrived at the sandbar, Takaishi was not only his assistant, but also in charge of his paperwork equivalent to a secret secretary. Of course, this is only part of it, and the other part must be handed over to those sent by the prince. As for how Yi Bai was deployed, he had his own way. After entering the state court, Chisao had their own official positions and corresponding subordinates, but unlike the county court, there was no court service here. Since the new recruit Wang Changeling arrived 10 days earlier than Yi Bai, everything was arranged properly. Yi Bai's office is located in the innermost part of the state court. He placed a table on the left and right of a suite, separated by a screen, independent of each other, occupied by 2 secretaries, and inside was Yi Bai's office. Besides him, there is a clerk who is a handyman who pours tea, grinds ink, and runs errands to deliver documents, typically hosted by 100 or 5-year-olds, mainly considering they are still young and not as cunning as adults. Wang Changeling caught a glimpse of Yi Bai passing by his door. He threw a pen and drove it out early. He did it. The deputy of Longbao County, Chengxian County, and Chengjiang County, Yibin County are also an old official. At the beginning of this journey, I only had a few days to adapt to the environment. A group of snakeheads knew that he and Shin were old friends and gave him face, so Wang Changeling is also very easy to do. The only thing he is not familiar with is, he doesn't know much about the military. It will take some time. Yangming, stay. Yi Bai heard someone calling him, but when he saw Wang Changeling running, he was very happy. If he met in Chang'an, he would only punch lightly and smile, but when he first came to the sandbar, his mood was completely different. Although the two broke up for only half a month, he only felt extra affectionate. You son of a bitch, you didn't come to see me at the door. Yi Bai hit him on the shoulder and said with a smile, you know, I was almost killed by a horse bandit. Wang Changeling asked in surprise, what happened? Are the two brothers and sisters okay? He came with Zhang Zhu and Gao Shi, and heard that there were horse bandits, but luckily they didn't meet. It's okay. It's not dangerous. Yi Bai briefly described the experience of the horse bandits to him as he walked. He walked into Yi Bai's office. There is only one child with a pen in the room. Gao Shi went home to work, and the documents sent by the prince hadn't arrived yet. Although the pen is still young, he is quite clever. Just by looking at Yi Bai's official uniform, he will know that the new adult history of thorns has arrived. He hurriedly knelt down and saluted, opened the chair, and ran to make tea. After listening to Yi Bai's description, Wang Changeling suddenly remembered something. He frowned and said, Yangming, do you know Lord Dulu? Chapter 373. Threat. Subscribe. Among the lower nobles, my general asks the general's name. Yi Bai also smiled and said, Yi Bai is in Shashajo. But Yi Bai, who killed the Tubo king, who spit, took the stone castle city Yi Bai. This noble face was full of shock. Looking at Yi Bai up and down, he heard its name very early, but did not expect the other party to be so young. Yi Bai smiled slightly and said humbly, Mr. Gao is very heavy, and Yi Bai has made a small contribution, which is not enough to hang his teeth. I'm not proud of my achievements. I'm not angry. I'm not proud of my achievements. I'm not proud of my achievements, and I'm not angry. I don't want to say that my general is a general. With a noble smile, he made an invitation. He said, my general wants to see Dudu Li and wants to see him too. Maybe I've heard General Anda's name for a long time, and I want to see it too. When his men persuaded him, he urged the horse to meet him. Horse team stopped, and when Yi Bai came up, all the troops walked to one side one by one, but the murderous spirit was more prosperous, and the tiger stared at the uninvited guests near Anlu Mountain. The car curtain of An Lushan was pulled away, revealing a fat face, as if painted with Indian oil. The face was bright, swollen and large, and the 555 features were all crowded into a pile, but it was a bit like a Western queen. The pumpkin face of a person, the eyes flicker slightly, the corner of the mouth smiles slightly, and Yi Bai is very close to the front. At this time, the nobles caught up from behind and whispered a few words in his ear, and Lucian's eyes suddenly became hot. He looked at Yi Baihe and smiled. It's Li Du. Many people from the bottom, old Li gave way. However, Yi Bai did not dare to despise Zongtang Owlbear. He first gave Ma a gift and said with a faint smile, the general has just quelled the rebellion of Keaton and Jishi. I think it is necessary for a great general to quell the rebellion of Keaton and Jishi. In short, Anshan is in full bloom. He smiled to heaven and said, on the way, someone pointed at my back and scolded me, saying that I was arrogant and distrustful. I can't believe that Governor Li Du can understand. I am really touched. Looking at Yi Bai, he couldn't help but said angrily, we are all border guards, and the conditions are tolerable. The most angry officials in the capital are the officials in the capital. Every official has food, clothing, housing and transportation. Let's do some commendable work. They are like dark circles, picked upright. Take you as an example, Governor Li Du took over such a great job from Shibao City, and he didn't even have a fart in the middle of the country, saying that killing Tubozampur would affect the overall situation. Then the Tibetan wife killing incident does not affect the overall situation. A group of rotten Confucianism, who are also hypocritical. The man will do things carefully. If he kills them, he will kill them. Otherwise, how could he calm down the border chaos? Although this person resisted later, in the middle of listening, Yi Bai also smiled and said, I can't think of a normal happy conversation. Yi Bai, thank you. You can too. You can too. If Governor Li feels that Shazhou is wronged, the governor of Yuzhou under my rule is also empty. Why don't I tell the emperor that Governor Li Du will be transferred to me so that you won't feel wronged? What do you think? Of An Lushan. Yi Bai knows that he is old, and how willing he is to agree. He smiled and said, thank you, General Yi Bai, but the future of Fuzang, let's talk about it later. And Lucian also wanted to persuade him again, but suddenly a convoy came across from the opposite side. There were countless guards and guards. Someone stepped forward to inquire and rushed back to report, General, it is Li Shangguo's carriage. And Lucian was full of surprise. He pushed open the car door and jumped out of the carriage. His chubby body rolled towards Li Linfu's carriage like a ball. He shouted, Li Shang, his subordinates have lost their welcome. Forgive me. Forgive me. Yi Baiyuan looked at An Russian, nodded like a groundhog in front of Li Linfu's carriage, and raised his vigilance involuntarily. People say that Li Linfu is a general garrisoned, whether Anshan, Wang Zongji, Gao Shenji or later Guo Shuhen are all afraid of him. He seems to be fine now, but he should be careful. Li Linfu's guard quickly looked at Yi Beidao and said, Governor Li Duguo, come here. Chapter 188. Li Linfu's invitation. It is said that Yi Bai met Lu Shan before Minged. At this time, Li Linfu also called Yi Bai to ask questions. Yi Bai turned around and strode toward Li Linfu's carriage. In the distance came the compliments of Mount Anlu. The voice seemed to squeeze out of his throat, unable to speak. This time, he broke Keaton with some thin gift, and later ordered people to send them to Shangguo, all of which are local products for the Chinese New Year, and accept it. Just now this person also rebuked Korean and Chinese officials for being mean and hypocritical towards Confucianism, but in a blink of an eye, he changed his face again. It seems that this person can steal for a long time. Fanyang and Pinglu town can't be as simple as treating Chidan, otherwise Wang Zongji can also deal with the Turk. Wang Zongji, for a long time. Yi Bai suddenly flashed an idea in his mind. Wang Zongji is also a princeling. Why wasn't Li Longji afraid that Wang Zongji disappeared later, before Anshi's chaos? Why did he disappear? What happened in the middle? Yi Bai seemed to have caught something, but that, it wasn't true, as if he had found a half-open window, but the scenery outside could not be seen clearly. Time did not allow him to think too much. He got into Li Linfu's carriage and saw Lucian was leaving Li Linfu. On the 5th day of the first lunar month, his subordinates must leave. Must go. He slowly stepped back, squinting at Yi Baishi, wondering if he wanted to follow Shangguo closely, but Yi Bai didn't understand, just smiled and said goodbye to him, only to see Lucian walk to the front of the team and said, "Turn around and enter the city through Anwaman. Make way for the elephant country." The team immediately turned around and retreated like the tide. At this time, there was a burst of applause from the crowds on both sides, but Li Linfu got the applause, and some even shouted, "Li Shangguo! Li Shangguo!" Li Lin accepted it readily, leaned over and waved to the crowd, and the applause naturally became more enthusiastic. "It's been more than half a year, can Li Spurs not come?" Li Linfu smiled, as if he was a close friend whom he hadn't seen for many years. He couldn't imagine what the fight between the two of them was like in court 6 months ago. Smiles can eliminate each other's resentment, but Li Linfu's smile is an exception. How many people are affected in his smile? When he wakes up, the bones are gone. Li Longji's appointment as the Ministry of Home Affairs made him discover Yi Bai's great threat. Prince fell. The princelings fell apart and the balance of power at the court was disrupted. He couldn't see what Li Longji's intention to let Yi Bai enter at this time, but he knew one thing, Yi Bai would definitely become his opponent in the future. For now, he is unlikely to be knocked down. The best way is for Li Longji to take the initiative to abandon him. Stealth is wise. Li Spurs have turned black and lost weight. Yi Bai touched his face, smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you get a tan. That is to say, it is too difficult to be stationed at the border, but Shangguo, our spirit is better than it was in the past, and there's a great way to maintain it," he said. "Oh, hey, I see." He looked back, smiled and said, "Why, didn't Li Spurs bring his family? The wife and daughter are still there, Sandbar, but their subordinates are directly from the country, so it's too late to pick them up." Li Linfu smiled casually. "I suggest Mr. Li to pick up his family. There may not be many opportunities to go back to the Sandbar in the future." Yi Bai was a little surprised and asked, "I don't know what that means." However, Li Linfu did not answer. Looking at the sky, he smiled and said, "In my impression, Li Spurs seems to have never been to my house. I haven't had lunch yet. Why don't you go together and tell you slowly?" Though these words are concise, the purpose is to curry favor with Yi Bai again, and helplessly watch the princelings about to collapse. Li Linfu, the man in the middle, will be included in the bag. Wei Jian, Li Shiji and others are not allowed to stay, but Yi Bai is a rising star, and now he knows that he is actually Li Longji's pawn, not the real prince. This way, he should be controlled by himself. In the Nanjiao and Donggong cases, Li Linfu has been the prime minister for 17 years, and his wrists and eyes cannot be surpassed. Just after Huang Fu and Wei Ming said that he needed a little more help, Yi Bai slipped off the track of the prince's party. It seemed that he used it for the first time, but the effect was very good. Of course Li Longji won't use him anymore. Kill two birds with one stone, why not do it? Li Linfu understands that when he was on the sandbar, Li Linfu didn't make things as difficult as he thought. Later, he sent people to investigate the incident of the city wall in Shazhou, and finally admitted to rebuilding the city wall, and agreed to return the money he advanced to him. After more than half a year of training, Yi Bai was not as black and white as he had just started training, and he gradually realized the dangers of the court. However, he didn't want to offend being the Goryeo Minister of Power. This is also a good opportunity for him to ease the relationship with Li Linfu, but now is not the time to meet Chengen Fengyan. If he boldly agrees, what will Li Longji think? What will Li Heng think? All this must be considered. At least, he won't be able to make a choice until things slowly develop. Thinking of this, he apologized to Li Linfu. Just arrived in Chang'an. His subordinates have a lot of work to deal with. Why not a few days? I will visit the state of Shang again. The Prime Minister thinks it's good. Li Linfu has been in the officialdom for decades. How can he send him off with a few words? He got out of the car, held Yi Bai's shoulder, and said with a smile, "How long does it take to eat a light meal when I go home? I want to eat. I want to eat at my house. What's the difference between the two? Don't say no. If you don't give me face, just come with me." Chapter 374. Battle open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. My subordinates still have to prepare paperwork and they really don't have time. They promised to send New Year's greetings to Shang in a few days. Report your duties. Li Linfu said with a smile. Sometimes, when you go to work, His Majesty goes to watching palace again. So at least after the Lantern Festival, don't worry. Do you know how many people want to come to my house for dinner? You are fine. I invite you to go or not. Does Governor Li think my house is too small to accommodate you as a bodhisattva? Li Lin stared at him sternly and began to speak sternly. Yi Bai knew that this push could not be pushed further. Li Linfu would definitely leave, but the loss was not worth it, so he had to agree. If the country doesn't hate Yi Bai's vulgarity, it will be disturbed. He called Gao Shi and told him to take the others home first. Takaishi looked at him with complicated eyes. Yi Bai knew that he was very worried about himself, so he smiled and clapped his hands so that he was relieved. Yi Bai came to Li Linfu's house for the first time. This is still the old house of Pinkang Plaza, rewarded by Li Longji. Although the house is still under construction, the area of the house is already very large. Among the houses he had seen, only Li Lin's house, which he borrowed, was comparable. Lunch was arranged at the inn, which was next to Li Linfu's study, where he often ate. Food is very simple, and there are more than 10 dishes of meat and vegetarian food. Today is the second day of the first month of the lunar calendar. People have just eaten big fish and big meat, so they don't care about eating them. Li Linfu personally poured a glass of wine for Yi Bai and said, "Yesterday, on the first day of the first lunar month, Li Spiro must have passed by on the road." Yi Bai quickly stood up, picked up the kettle and poured a glass, and smiled bitterly. "My New Year's Eve and New Year's are in Fengxiang, and I enjoy the moon with my father-in-law." The two of them sighed and missed their family very much. He took 000 wine glasses and gestured to Li Linfu. He drank first, then ate again, then put down his chopsticks and shook his head and said, "I miss my hometown and my relatives even more during festivals. If I knew the weather was so cold, I would have sent my family to Chang'an long ago." Li Linfu smiled, but did not speak, looking at him with a glass. He took a light sip of wine. "Li Spurs are a nice guy. I like this. If you don't have a wife, I'll hire you to be my son-in-law. How can the surname Li get married? Shang Guo is joking." Yi Baigan laughed twice and took this away. Li Linfu smiled lightly and said, "This is something Li Spurs doesn't understand. The rules are set by people, and naturally they are changed by people. Is it not easy to adapt? In the distance, you see Anshan. There is a second wife at home, but the emperor is authorized. He is said to be a fool, and has never seen any one object. In fact, everyone knows it, but it's none of his business. Why offend others?" In fact, what Li Linfu had in mind was one of the biggest adaptations of this dynasty. How the daughter-in-law became a concubine. The two quickly ate lunch. When Yi Bai was about to leave, Li Linfu pulled him down and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll show you something. You come with me." After that, he turned around and went into the study. Yi Bai walked to the door, but hesitated. A long time ago, he heard that Li Linfu could not be entered by ordinary people. If Li Linfu crosses this threshold by himself, will he label Li Linfu as a party? At least in Li Heng's position, he will face a difficult debate again, and Yi Bai will have to admire Li Linfu. With his hands, he would easily push himself to the opposite of the prince. Offending Li Heng is the future, but crossing this threshold is what he wants to do in front of him. He didn't want to intervene, but can he do? Sit down first. Li Linfu was obviously satisfied with his attitude. He waved his hand to let him sit down. "I sit on my rattan chair." Li Linfu's study also lit a brazier, warm as spring, but Yi Bai still felt cold and damp in his heart, and he didn't want to stay any longer, so he said bluntly, "I don't know what the elephant shows me." "Don't worry, don't worry." Li Linfu took out a book from the table and said to Yi Bai with a smile, "You can see for yourself." Publicly, the page was asking for a reward for Trudeau's achievement, but in the end, he approved. Discussion. This word. Yi Bai thought this was Li Longji's note. "Your Excellency Judge Shangguo, this. Yudulu's army captured Longyu City and reversed the battle situation in Longyu. So I am writing to the Emperor, asking you, that is, the fold in your hand, to tell you that it is not that I hindered you, but that there are other people who cannot get the reward of your Dulu army." Who? There was a trace of hatred in Yi Bai's eyes. He learned from the mouth of Bionling City that the rewards of the Longyu campaign were very generous. As long as the soldiers who participated in the battle were rewarded with money and honor, even Dong Yangguang, who served as a reserve force, was rewarded with 20,000 people, but even the Lone Deer army has none. How did Yi Bai explain to his brothers? He thought Li Linfu was obstructing, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. He said coldly, "As Shangguo said, I captured Shibao City and Dulu City and overthrew the Battle of Longyu. Even if I killed Tubo without authorization, it is my responsibility, and it has nothing to do with my son and Lang. Why does the imperial court hurt people so much? The The subtle changes in Yi Bai's eyes were captured by Li Linfu. When he saw the time was right, he leaned forward a little and pulled his nose long. Actually, who got in the way of Yi Bai's eyes and violated his eyes? Li spurs knows when he thinks about it. Does he still use me to say it? Yi Bai lowered his head and thought for a while. Suddenly, a name suddenly appeared in his mind. Huang Fu Weiming. He nodded slowly. I understand. Some things don't need to be said in vain. Both of them knew. Li Linfu touched his big nose and sneered. It's him. Left his post the day before yesterday. He also urged the emperor to punish you and the soldiers of the Dulu army, but he still had to wait for him to return before punishing him. Old man was so stupid that he had no idea what it meant. That's what I said. It's up to Li Shishi to judge whether he believes it or not. Li Linfu said that he believed, but this was not the whole reason. At first it was Li Longji's excuse, but Huang Fu only knew that after entering, it should be his obstruction and annoyance, but he could not have a clear view on this matter and Huang Fu. Otherwise, Li Linfu will profit from Li Linfu, and the prince will be abandoned. Li Heng finally ascended to the throne in history, but he doesn't know how much he has experienced in the middle twists and turns. However, Li Linfu's overzealousness alerted him from the other side, keeping him vigilant, but neutral, away from the battle that forced the palace to protect his reserves from a bystander's perspective. After the dust settles, he will fight for the honor of Du Lujun's soldiers, stay away from the prince, stay away from Li Longji, and follow Li Longji as the way to protect his body. Thinking of this, Yi Bai smiled slightly and said, Thank you. Shang State presided over the trial of Shazhou generals. Yi Beiming keeps this in mind. His subordinates will fight for the emperor, and no one can stop it. He stood up and thanked Li Lin. When he arrived today, he was entertained by the elephant country, but in the afternoon, he does have something to do, and his subordinates are going back. Li Spurs are busy going back to deal with this. Li Linfu took a discount from the table casually, turned it over and frowned and said, Some officials impeached some officials for taking advantage of their positions for profit. This is a discount. Li Spurs can be careful. Your name is the first the. He sighed and squinted at Yi Bai. The emperor turned around and ordered the government to investigate. Is it difficult for me to do it? The afternoon is a good time to sleep, especially in winter. The sun in Hexi sprinkled many bright colors on the house. Warmth and comfort make one sleepy, but Li Linfu is not sleepy because he is getting old. Instead, his thinking is meticulous, sketching out a seamless strategy. Yi Bai has been walking for an hour, but Li Linfu's eyes have not been removed. Perhaps Yi Bai's honor should be calculated so seriously by Li Linfu. The fall of the Prince Lings will be a reshuffle of the imperial court. Wei Jian's criminal department, Shengshu. Zhang Yun's family department sends a letter. Western. The Book of Etiquette and countless other provinces and overseers of the Qing dynasty. Hexi and Longyu will have to be replaced in the future. At the same time, a new group of people will be promoted, and a new force will inevitably form a new force to compete with itself. You don't even have to think about it. Li Linfu closed his eyes slightly and imagined walking a lantern to filter out those who might threaten him. Wei Shansu, Pei Mian, Hui Huan. Strength and talent are excellent, but most are cautious. The end. There are only two people left in Li Linfu's heart. One is Yang Guzhang, the representative of the Yang family, and the other is Li Guzhang, who is in the spotlight. For example, they are both from Jianan, and they are both recommended by the same person, not the imperial examination, and the speed of progress is very fast, both of which are closely related. Obviously, Li Longji is choosing one of them to form a new faction to compete with him. Since then, Li Longji chose Yi Bai instead of Yang Guzhang as a family waiter. From this, it can be inferred that Yi Beisheng is likely to come out of the closet. No, this man is too dangerous to let. He ascends. Li Linfu shook his head slowly. Our Yang Guzhang was easy to control. At this moment, Li Linfu set his own pace. Because he could only choose one of these two people, he chose Yang Guzhang, who was neither capable nor greedy. When Li Longji has no time, he has to rely on himself. Li Linfu smiled proudly. Yang Guzhang certainly wants him to fight for his own interests. Chapter 375. Collapse. Subscribe. The next moment, like the collapse of the sky, above the head of the church and the party, an empty huge earthquake, a huge handprint that has been piled up many meters surfaced and roared down. This was very sudden, and it was unexpected for the people present. Yi Bai's good words for the sudden shot were completely unexpected, and its power far exceeded the imagination of a group of people. Under the palm of the hand, for Caesar, Zoro and other church people, it is really like the collapse of the sky, a powerful force, that is, Caesar and Zoro now feel unable to evoke the slightest scientist thought resistance, there is only a deep weakness and despair. But in the face of death, any creature will always have a final struggle. Ha! Zoro roared in the sky, raised his knight's sword in his right hand, and cut down a bright sword dozens of meters in size. Lord, give me strength, holy light. Caesar was also bursting with the strength of his whole body, and the cross in his hand was held high. The face of death, both Zoro and Zezel burst out with their full power, but it didn't work. The gap between the two sides was too great to change the outcome, just because of desperate effort. Rumbling. Finally, amid the noise of the landslide, the handprint fell, and the ground where the church and his government were located collapsed instantly, and a member of the church was also destroyed. The whole thing is slow, but really it's only a minute before and after. Impossible, such power. In the distance, the werewolf and the blood race also changed their faces in an instant. Chris kept exhaling. One by one, the sweat and hair all over the body exploded, and the scalp was numb. Nothing is impossible. You don't think so, just because you are the frogs in the well. Yi Bai opened his mouth. As he resolved the church problem, he immediately looked at the remaining blood and werewolves, the latter two almost terrified to death. Pass. When Yi Bai appeared once, everyone vaguely felt the terror of Yi Bai's breathing. Now that he saw Yi Bai's power, that is, he didn't resist at all. It's not a level at all. Huh. In the werewolf's direction, Song of Grace suddenly roared towards Yi Bai. Song of Grace. Shuren's face changed. Go, go. Enji didn't look back, opened his mouth to cheer to Zilinda who was behind. With a firm expression on his face, he rushed towards Yi Bai. Shuren's face changed. He looked at the firm back of the beautiful Song. A sad expression flashed on his face, and then he gritted his teeth. Let's go. In the distance, the vampires ran faster than the werewolf, and saw Enji rushing to Yi Bai, once turning around and running. Run! Can you run? When I saw this scene, Yi Bai looked the same, his right hand stretched into the air. Frost pounds. In the night sky, a beam of sword light shot from the direction of Guangdong province, as fast as lightning. Puff was in the air, and his body suddenly froze. Yi Bai's beautiful singing, then stared at his chest. I saw his chest. I don't know when there was a fist-sized blood hole, but no blood came out of the blood hole. Instead, there is a stream of ice that begins to solidify. And Yi Bai's hand was not only an icy blue sword, but also had a faint layer of blood, and the sword body surrounded by Hans. A sword pierced the Song of Grace in his chest. Yi Bai no longer paid attention to it. Holding the long sword in his hand, walked towards the fleeing wolf clan. Yi Bai's steps looked very slow, like an ordinary person walking in a small courtyard, but with each step, the figure went straight out a few dozen meters away. Tonight, none of them can escape. Back to the night. Cold wind, cold sword. A faint smell of blood began to permeate the night, marking a bloody killing. But the killing process was short. Just for a while, it had calmed down and it was all over. Yi Bai gently wiped the frost sword, wiping off the last strand of blood on the frost sword. After wiping it clean, Yi Bai looked at the frost sword carefully, and suddenly found that more people seemed to have been killed by himself, and the frost sword had changed significantly. The original frost sword had a crystal blue body with strong cold power, but now, the frost sword is obviously more than a layer of blood, and the crystal clear blue sword has a blood-red body and a more ferocious breathing evil spirit. The original frost sword had a clear blue body, but now, the frost sword is obviously more than a layer of blood. Sir, not long ago, Carrie, Anne and Hannah came from a distance, prostrate in front of Yi Bai, and shouted respectfully with a sense of awe. Yi Bai nodded slightly, glanced at the body on the ground, and then looked up at the three girls. It's been a tough night for you. Now that it's over, you go back to rest. I'll handle this myself. The body, it's still useful. Yes, the three women immediately. Don't dare to say a lot. The honest answer is, usually bold people often tempt Yi Bai. Carrie is honest, and dare not have too many words or small gestures, because this time Yi Bai's body breathing is a bit scary. Although Yi Bai had already gathered his breath, but after all, it was only a killing. His body inevitably carried some murderous spirit, making the three girls tremble. After she left, the three ladies involuntarily looked at the frozen sword in Yi Bai's hand, but this expression made the three ladies tremble and were frightened. Because the breath on the frost sword at the moment gave them more sense of fear. Killed a terrible person, look at them carefully, let them have a sword-like feeling in their throat, killing and slapping their faces. The three girls no longer dared to stay, and turned to leave. Three girls left. Yi Bai also began to clean up the battlefield. After a while, the people in front took care of the matter, and Yi Bai immediately. Thinking of what I learned tonight. Moderator. Yi Bai's working method. Brief method. Brief avatar. Low morale energy. Almost the energy has been gained, which is not bad. Seeing the change in energy, Yi Bai immediately, nodding satisfied. The original energy value, which was saved nearly after the decimal point, is now saved after the decimal point. That is, it almost increased his energy value by approximately. Yi Bai is also quite satisfied with the performance of this harvest. However, Yi Bai knew that this kind of thing might be the time. This time, because the Blood Clan, werewolves and the Holy See did not know his existence, many people were tricked into letting him harvest a wave of leap. But after this time, the three parties must be shrewd. Just like the Institute of Science and Technology, they didn't send anyone over this time. Obviously they have turned into sperm. After this, blood, werewolves, and Luo may not step into China as easily as the scientific society. At most they will send some small fish and shrimp to investigate. Of course, due to this loss, several forces can also unite against themselves. If this is the case, Yi Bai expresses a warm welcome. However, Yi Bai felt that the place was heading towards. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Yi Bai looked around for a moment without delay, and returned to Guangdong province. Although tonight's initial explosion and carry sparked the energy in the blood crystal, there was no damage or casualties after all, and the subsequent battle was caused directly outside the city. So overall, tonight's events had little impact on the city as a whole, except a few people. Most people don't even know what's going on. When Yi Bai returned to Linyuan Villa, Zhang Qian, Xu Jia, Transliteration and Wu Qingqing were all playing mahjong, while Bai Ji continued to sit on the sofa and nibble on novels. Several women haven't rested yet, waiting for Yi Bai to come back. Hearing the sound of opening, and seeing Yi Bai coming back, several women also stopped their movement. Solve. Beiji Dolphin put down her novel and looked up to be a person who spoke. Okay, that's it. Yi Bai smiled and nodded, then said it again. Go, I'll take a shower first. With this, he went to the bathroom. Several women were busy again, reading novels and playing mahjong. With the passage of time, Yi Bai's life also fell into peace again. Practice. Play wild. Accompany your wife. The day is calm but full. The practice of several women did not lag behind. Wu Qingqing finally started martial arts, and his feet were bright. Although Xu Jia and Li Min did not make breakthroughs in the field, they were increasingly promoted. With the daily irrigation of Yi Bai, a living medicine, practice the speed is faster, and it is only one step away from the ghost condensation, just waiting for the final preparations to start breaking through. A few days later, the Blood of Europe, werewolves and the Holy See forces finally received the news from Guangdong province. The Holy See is a long table meeting of the highest standard. Pope Adolf and Judge Oz sit at both ends of the long table. On both sides of the long table are also a group of archbishops and the church's judge knight. It is the highest level of the church, but compared with the last time, there were too fewer people. The news from Huasha is that something may have happened to our people. I'm afraid it's not that simple to spread the blood essence this time. At the meeting, Adao will be the first to seize the opportunity and scan the crowd. What's the matter? Osborne looked directly at Adolf and asked him that although he and Adolf were in charge of the Holy See, daily chores or work news were under Adolf's control. In short, unless there is something important at the Holy See, Oz is not in charge of affairs on weekdays. Regarding this trip to China, inheriting the blood essence through blood, Oz did not ask any other questions except he sent Zorro at the beginning of the meeting, so he did not know what happened at that time. A few days ago, we received news from the Caesar sect that blood and werewolves learned blood, and we also passed blood to blood. Evening, Archbishop Caesar and His Excellency Zorro just arrived in Huasha Port Province. Blood and werewolves came, and Blood sent 3 princes and werewolves. How did Blood and werewolves get this news? Has our news leaked? When his face changed, he looked at Adolf, and if that was the case, it was a big problem, showing that there were traitors in their church. I thought so at first, so I did an investigation as soon as I got the news, but the investigation showed that it was not a leak on our side, but after Archbishop Caesar and Lord Zorro and someone set off, the news was unknown. Why did it spread? Blood, werewolf, and the Institute of Science, in the ears. It's more like someone deliberately spread it. Adolf looks serious. Just now, I received news from China. A few days ago, Archbishop Caesar and Knight Zoro came to Guangdong province with their people and disappeared that night. In an instant, the faces of everyone present couldn't stop changing, realizing the seriousness of the problem. Could it be that blood and werewolves did it together? The Archbishop opened his mouth as best he could. I don't think so. According to news reports, the vampires and werewolves, just like ours, disappeared, and they were all in Guangdong province, on the same night. Adolf shook his head. What? At this point, everyone present was somewhat calm. I suspect that the news of inheriting the blood essence this time is not so simple, it is more like a trap. Adolf said it again. Wait a minute. At this time, Oz also suddenly looked at it together, as if he had thought of something. You said that people in science should also get the news, and science sent people. No, the news doesn't mention anyone with a science community. Adolf also looked a little moved, and opened his mouth. Is this a scientific guy? Immediately there was speculation that while the others did not speak, they were also suspicious. After all, although I don't know how the news was leaked this time, the news that the vampires and werewolves received was sent to the past. There is no movement in your scientific society, and now all the people are missing. Don't doubt who you suspect. President of science. In fact, not only the church, blood and werewolves are outraged by the news, but also think of the scientific society as soon as possible. I suspect it's a scientific association. After all, the performance of the scientific and technological society this time is too abnormal. The 4 parties have received the news of the inheritance of the blood essence, and the 3 parties have deployed powerful manpower, and the scientific society is indifferent. Under normal circumstances, in the face of the blood essence that contains huge energy, how can it not be moved? The performance of the scientific society is obviously a bit abnormal, and now all the people of the 3 sides of China are still in predicament. So if this association goes down, the 3 parties also have enough reason to doubt the scientific society. Even if it is not really a ghost of the scientific society, it must know something they do not know. At this time, when the 3 forces were suspicious of the scientific society, the science society also got news of the accident in Guangdong province by the 3 parties, and the senior officials of the science society who knew the situation were appalling. The scientific society, a low pedestal somewhere, a court conference room, several high-ranking scientific societies are sitting in the conference room. In front of a few people, is a wide screen. On the screen, a man in a suit. The man can't see the face of the person sitting on the monitor chair, is the president of the scientific society, and has been looking at people less actively, so it is also mysterious. Seeking fresh blood. What happened to werewolves in the Holy See? In the conference room, and the voice of science on the screen sounded very low and sounded like a middle-aged man. It should be, according to the news from Guangdong province, that the Holy See, werewolves and blood clans arrived in Guangdong province that night. They seem to have found their target, drove them all out of Guangdong province, and then disappeared. A middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses opens his mouth. When he spoke, there was a slight tremor in his eyes, and the senior leaders of several other scientific groups around him were somewhat moved, because they all knew how powerful blood, werewolves and the team sent by the Holy See were. If they were used in terms of technological strength, the weakest side has 2 levels of abilities. Taken together, the people of these 3 teams are an astonishingly powerful force, which is equivalent to their level ability plus multiple levels and multiple levels. This terrifying power, regardless of those unstable experimental establishments, almost the existing but so amazing power of their scientific society disappeared. Several senior officials of the scientific associations present were involuntarily shocked, and at the same time it was a blessing that they did not send someone there, otherwise I fear that the situation would never end like this. Is Washa strong enough? Finally, after half silence, the only middle-aged woman with short hair and a capable skirt opened her mouth. Judging from the current situation, the strength of this Chinese is obviously far beyond the level, and most of them have reached the level, and may even be close to the level that we have not yet set foot in. Another said that an level is also the difference between their scientific society at the top of the hierarchy, and after the level, they are the ultimate god of science society. In yet another silence at the meeting, the level was even close level, which is undoubtedly a heavy burden for some people in this place. That is, aside from the mysterious president before them, the most powerful person in their scientific society is just level. Ares, who has evolved twice, twice, almost stepped on the level, and died in Huasha. I'm a little curious. What is the purpose of the Huasha people? He seems to have always wanted to lure us back to the past. At this moment, another man opened his mouth, a bald middle-aged man, his silent face shining in his eyes, showing a color of thought, opened. Since Professor Jin did this once, the Chinese people controlled Julie to send us a message, and then the person chatted and asked Julie to continue to send us messages. This time, the Chinese people used blood to pass on the blood essence. In the Holy See after getting the news suddenly spread to us, the vampires and the werewolves, and it's all obviously one page. The Huasha people obviously used various methods to lure us in the past, and his target is not only our scientific society, but also blood, werewolves and the Holy See. What is his purpose? The bald middle-aged man fell behind, and the people in the conference room couldn't help being silent again, and their expressions changed. Indeed, if Yi Bai asked Julie to send back information to attract them in the past, it would not be so obvious, but this time, Yi Bai inherited the spirit and layout of blood, attracting blood clans, werewolves, the Holy See in them in the past. This intention became apparent, obviously, the various arrangements that had attracted their Western powers in the past. The party fell into contemplation again. But, after all, I can't see Yi Bai as a systematic thing, so although I have realized this, I can't give Yi Bai's specific reason and purpose. When you caught someone, didn't you know anything? Suddenly, at this moment, on the display screen, a voice suddenly sounded. Several leaders of the technology industry were present, and then looked at the back of the display screen in surprise. One person was not sure. What does the president mean? Are we going to fight the Chinese again? Graphics on the display screen are waved and turned on. No, not us, but us and blood, werewolves, scientific associations. Senior officials of several scientific associations said they looked stunned again, and after a little thought they understood immediately. What the president means is that we should use this opportunity to unite the blood, the werewolves and the church against the Chinese. The eyes of the group immediately lit up. In fact, this time, the vampires, werewolves and church members were all wiped out. Such a huge loss is not too big for any power of the blood clan, werewolves and the church. It can be said that this is such a heavy loss, and it is impossible for these three forces to swallow this breath. If they now take the lead in explaining everything, it is not that there is no chance to unite the forces of the three parties. And once these four forces unite and fight side by side with Yi Bai, they will have confidence that even if Yi Bai is strong, they will never be able to resist the Lord, and their four forces are ready to work together. Thinking of this, several people are full of confidence. In particular, an old man with a Mediterranean hairstyle that looks like a professor is smarter. In this case, we must find the Chinese body after that. The body of such a strong man is invaluable to our research. Others nearby sniffed their eyes and nodded in agreement. Go in my name. Contact the blood, werewolves and the Holy See. This time I will go to see this Chinese man in person. At this time, on the display, the sound sounded again. Several senior members of the scientific society who were present said they were not surprised by the numbers on the screen. They were shocked. Long time, in their eyes, the president's head has always been synonymous with mystery. Apart from giving them orders, they hardly even saw their real faces, let alone acted on their own initiative. That his own president is finally coming to power this time. A group of people shook their heart, but on the surface they dared not say much. They answered respectfully, then all got up and left. However, is that almost as soon as they left, the man turned around on the display, revealing the face of a handsome, gentle young man. Look at the team behind who has left the previous conference room and slow down. After so many years of lurking, it's time to come out and take a good look at the world. It's really looking forward to it. After speaking, the young man looked forward to an inexplicable smile, like the corner of his mouth. This young man is the mystery of the scientific society, but he has another alien identity. Fei Lu reminds you. Reading 3 things to collect, recommend, and share. Chapter 376. Alliance open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. He is not a person in this world, but a scientific and technical personnel from the high-tech civilization world. In his original world, science and technology developed to a very high level and developed the path of technological evolution, because he was involved involved in a war in the original world, thinking he was dead, but did not want the soul consciousness to come unexpectedly to be reborn into this world. After learning about his own situation, he secretly used the original high-tech knowledge in the world to develop a scientific society, hid behind the scenes to develop a scientific society, accumulated his own strength, and secretly investigated and understood the world's situation. But the world's science, the technology is very backward, and now it is only reluctantly guiding the scientific society to develop to a low level of scientific and technological civilization. After so many years of secret development, he also has a general understanding of the world's situation. The technology is backward, and in the final stage of Buddhism, it is difficult to practice the world. If you live forever, ecstasy is already at the top. It's a world of late Gallic and backward science and technology. But for him, this is the best world, because the development of science and technology is not limited by many laws of heaven and earth. He believes that in the future this world will become his own private land, and based on this world, using the technological power of his original world, come forward, even immortal. Now, all he has to do is to remove all obstacles and they become stepping stones to a goal. A Chinese monk whose goal is to make his scientific society suffer a huge loss at one time. Revenge is a problem, and the most important thing is that the stronger it exists, the more valuable it is to study. Go to the hospital and ask for leave. A few days later, in the evening, somewhere in London, England, in a high-profile conference room. On the conference table in the center of the conference room, the four forces of the Institute of Science, the blood, the wolf and the holy see sat in all directions. The scientific association is science, wearing a straight suit, young and handsome in appearance, attractive blood as an indifferent old man. He is in his 50s, from the royal family of Dracula. The werewolf is a strong, tall, strong-looking middle-aged man. The last church was a man in his 50s. These four forces brought 2 or 3 more followers behind them, and the atmosphere was somewhat taciturn, somewhat depressed and tense, because there was no good relationship, not even a bad relationship, between these four forces. On weekdays, they could be said to be in conflict between the four forces. If it weren't for the Washa thing, it would be impossible for each other to get together like this. 000. Well, now that everyone is here, the meeting is about to start, but before that, I think we should all get to know each other. It's easy to get to know you in Shaolinmeng. Finally, the atmosphere of silence was broken, and Science took the lead in opening his mouth, smiling slightly, with an easygoing smile on his face, and looked at the other 3 parties. Colin. The elders of the church followed suit. Bourbon whiskey. You can call me Prince Dracula. Result, werewolves and blood relatives also spoke up, although their relationship was not good, but they did not put on airs on such a small matter. Lin Meng added that when he saw 3 people say their names to each other, he said it again. Okay, now that we all know each other, and now we have discussed the topic, I received news that there seems to be a problem with the people who spread the blood essence this time, and all 3 of them have been sent to China. Lin Meng's words fell. Colin, Bourbon and Uncle Dracula looked cold. Lin Meng, what do you want to say? Dracula asked. Lin Meng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, smiled, and said, I want to tell you 3 things about inheriting blood essence. I know the killer behind the scenes. That person's name is Yi Bai, a Chinese monk. The words fell. Colin, Bourbon and Dracula all changed their faces slightly. Colin squinted at Lin Meng. How did you know? Because of this person. Our scientific society has been getting along for a long time, and our scientific society has lost no less than 3 parties in the hands of this person. Lin Meng smiled slightly, then made a gesture behind his back. One of his immediately. Take the 3 pieces of information into Lin Meng's hands. Lin Meng handed them over to 3 people respectively. This is the message of the Chinese monks that we have learned from the social sciences. The 3 of you can take a look first. A meeting point between our scientific society and this Washa was more than 5 months ago, when one of our researchers was working on the Washa side. Unfortunately, we met Chinese people. The researchers left their study records to the Chinese. Then we sent people to investigate and found Washa people in Guangdong province, but all the people who were sent out died at the hands of the Washa people, and one of them became a traitor. Then the Washa people used traitors to subpoena us and lure us to send people there. Lin Meng unreservedly conflated all the grievances between the scientific society and Yi Bai, and did not intend to cover up the ugliness, because he knew that in order to promote the purpose of this alliance, the 3 parties must believe in themselves and make the 3 parties recognize the 4 of them. All have one common, powerful enemy. Only then can they promote the league and achieve the results and goals he wants. So, the news came out, the scientific society I belong to did not send people there, because in Guangdong province, where the Chinese people are located, we lost many people there, and the inheritance of blood essence also emerged from that place. This really makes my scientific community wonder if this is a bureau. Judging from the present situation, I am afraid that my scientific society is not wrong. Although there is no clear evidence, I know that there is more than % certainty that this matter must be inseparable from the Huasha monk. Blood, werewolves, and the people of the Holy See did not speak, but carefully read the material in their hands, but their ears were always on. Listen to Lin Meng's words. After reading the materials and listening to Lin Meng's words, the three parties have already believed this, because the information about the scientific society is very sufficient, and everything is well-founded. Huasha monk. After reading the materials, the three of them put down the materials again and couldn't help talking to themselves, and then Bourbon looked at Lin Meng again. If you invite us over, you don't just tell us, do you, what your purpose is? Colin and Bo looked at Lin Meng again. Lin Meng raised the corner of his mouth and stretched out a finger. It's simple, coalition, joint solution, because he is our common enemy. Union. Three looked at Lin Meng in shock, and some people were surprised that Lin Meng made such a suggestion, which was completely unexpected to them. You know, in Europe they have a terrible relationship, especially the church on the good and light side, blood and werewolves on the dark and evil side. If it was normal for Lin Meng to make such a suggestion, the three of them would refuse to think about it, but at this time, the three of them would be a little silent, because as Lin Meng said, Yi Bai is indeed their enemy, and it is the enemy who makes them suffer huge loss. Such an enemy, let alone revenge, is a great threat to each of them to keep him alive. I know that in the past we didn't have a good relationship with each other, and now it's hard for us to accept unity, but there is no permanent enemy in the world, even if the enemy can't cooperate. As long as there is a basis for cooperation to resolve a common enemy, it cannot be used as the basis for our cooperation. At this time, Lin Meng deliberately adjusted a meal, slightly tempting. You don't want to go to the East. The East is no smaller than our Europe. For us, this is a new place, with more cake, resources and interests, as long as we occupy this place, the center of the East, Huasha. In the conference room, Colin, Bourbon, and Dracula fell silent. Must be said that at this time, they were indeed moved by Lin Meng, leaving aside dealing with Yi Bai to solve the common enemy, a new place, a new realm of power. For them, it did mean more resources interests. So, how should the interests be divided? Colin was silent for a while, opened his mouth. Bourbon and Draculaman. Lin Meng left no trace of the corner of his mouth. The fish took the bait and opened the way. I don't think it's a very difficult thing because our interests are not too conflicting. My scientific society is only dedicated to scientific research. Your church and your church focus only on preaching and cultivating church believers. Prince Dracula and Lord Bourbon have different bloodlines and werewolves. In fact, Fang's interests are not in conflict. When we get to the East and solve all the enemy's obstacles, all we have to do is get what we need and not interfere with each other. Furthermore, after killing the Huasha people, our technological society needs the Chinese people's bodies. Finally, Lin Meng spoke again. Colin, Wade and Dracula were silent for a while. My blood needs to retrieve the genetic blood essence that belongs to our family. Dracula rode. He didn't know that the inheritance of blood had disappeared for a long time, and thought it was still in the hands of Yi Bai. I have to go back and discuss it. Colin thought about it. I also need to discuss this issue among the Wei people. So does Bourbon. Of course, these are legitimate actions, so we'll make appointments for 3 days. 3 days. I hope all three of you have answers. Lin Meng smiled, but did not force San to express his position immediately and agreed. Three parties immediately nodded and left, of his mouth on the three sides behind him, and smiled, because he knew that all three parties were moved, and there was no accident. All three parties would definitely agree. Sure enough, as expected, 2 days later, Lin Meng received responses from the Blood Clan, werewolves and the church, and agreed to the alliance. Over 3 nights, the four formally met to form the alliance and named the alliance Expeditionary Alliance. A few days after the Expeditionary Alliance, at night somewhere in London, England, in a high-profile conference room. On the conference table in the center of the conference room, the 4 forces of the Institute of Science, the Blood, the Wolf and the Holy See sat in all directions. The scientific association is science, wearing a straight suit, young and handsome in appearance, attractive. Blood is an indifferent old man, he is in his 50s, from the royal family of Dracula. The werewolf is a strong, tall, strong-looking middle-aged man, The last church was a man in his 50s. These four forces brought 2 or 3 more followers behind them, and the atmosphere was somewhat taciturn, somewhat depressed and tense, because there was no good relationship, not even a bad relationship, between these 4 forces. On weekdays, they could be said to be in conflict between the 4 forces. If it weren't for the Washa thing, it would be impossible for each other to get together like this. Well, now that everyone is here, the meeting is about to start, but before that, I think we should all get to know each other. It's easy to get to know you in Lin-Meng. Finally, the atmosphere of silence was broken, and Science took the lead in opening his mouth, smiling slightly, with an easygoing smile on his face, and looked at the other 3 parties. Colin. The elders of the church followed suit. Bourbon whiskey. You can call me Prince Dracula. Result. Werewolves and blood relatives also spoke up, although their relationship was not good, but they did not put on airs on such a small matter. Lin-Meng added that when he saw 3 people say their names to each other, he said it again. Okay, now that we all know each other, and now we have discussed the topic, I received news that there seems to be a problem with the people who spread the blood essence this time, and all 3 of them have been sent to China. Lin-Meng's words fell. Colin, Bourbon and Uncle Dracula looked cold. Lin-Meng, what do you want to say? Dracula asked. Lin-Meng raised the corner of his mouth slightly, smiled, and said, I want to tell you 3 things about inheriting blood essence. I know the killer behind the scenes. That person's name is Yi Bai, a Chinese monk. The words fell. Colin, Bourbon and Dracula all changed their faces slightly. Colin squinted at Lin-Meng. How did you know? Because of this person. Our scientific society has been getting along for a long time, and our scientific society has lost no less than 3 parties in the hands of this person. Lin-Meng smiled slightly, then made a gesture behind his back. One of his immediately. Take the 3 pieces of information into Lin-Meng's hands. Lin-Meng handed them over to 3 people respectively. This is the message of the Chinese monks that we have learned from the social sciences. The 3 of you can take a look first. A meeting point between our scientific society and this Washa was more than 5 months ago, when one of our researchers was working on the Washa side. Unfortunately, we met Chinese people. The researchers left their study records to the Chinese. Then we sent people to investigate and found Washa people in Guangdong province, but all the people who were sent out died at the hands of the Washa people, and one of them became a traitor. Then, the Washa people used traitors to summon us and lure us to send people there. Lin-Meng unreservedly conflated all the grievances between the scientific society and Yi Bai, and did not intend to cover up the ugliness, because he knew that in order to promote the purpose of this alliance, the 3 parties must believe in themselves and make the 3 parties recognize the 4 of them all have a common, powerful enemy. Only then can they promote the alliance and achieve his desired results and goals. So, the news came out, the scientific society I belong to did not send people there, because in Guangdong province, where the Chinese people are located, we lost many people there, and the inheritance of blood essence also emerged from that place. This really makes my scientific community wonder if this is a bureau. Judging from the present situation, I am afraid that my scientific society is not wrong. Although there is no clear evidence, I know that there is more than % certainty that this matter must be inseparable from the Washa monk. Blood, werewolves, and the people of the Holy See did not speak, but carefully read the material in their hands, but their ears were always on. Listen to Lin-Meng's words. After reading the materials and listening to Lin-Meng's words, the 3 parties have already believed this, because the information about the scientific society is very sufficient, and everything is well-founded. Washa monk. After reading the materials, the 3 of them put down the materials again and couldn't help talking to themselves, and then Bourbon looked at Lin-Meng again. If you invite us over, you don't just tell us, do you, what your purpose is? Colin and Bo looked at Lin-Meng again. Lin-Meng raised the corner of his mouth and stretched out a finger. It's simple, coalition, joint solution because he is our common enemy. Union. 3 people 3 looked at Lin-Meng in shock, and some people were surprised that Lin-Meng made such a suggestion, which was completely unexpected to them. You know, in Europe they have a terrible relationship, especially the church on the good and light side, blood and werewolves on the dark and evil side. If it was normal for Lin-Meng to make such a suggestion, the 3 of them would refuse to think about it, but at this time, the 3 of them would be a little silent, because as Lin-Meng said, Yi Bai is indeed their enemy. enemy, and it is the enemy who makes them suffer huge loss. Such an enemy, let alone revenge, is a great threat to each of them to keep him alive. I know that in the past, we didn't have a good relationship and now it's hard for us to accept that unity in our heart. However, there is no permanent enemy in the world, even if the enemy cannot cooperate. As long as there is a basis for cooperation, addressing a common enemy, it cannot be used as the basis for our cooperation, and, at this time, Lin Meng deliberately adjusted a meal, slightly tempting. You don't want to go to the East. The East is no smaller than our Europe. For us, this is a new place, with more cakes, resources and interests. As long as we occupy this place, the center of the East, Washa. In the conference room, Colin, Bourbon, and Dracula fell silent. Must be said that at this time, they were indeed moved by Lin Meng, leaving aside dealing with Yi Bai to solve the common enemy, a new place, a new realm of power. For them, it did mean more resources interests. So, how should the benefits be distributed? Colin was silent for a while, opened his mouth, and Bourbon and Dracula looked at Limon. Lin Meng did not leave any traces on the corner of his mouth. He knew that the fish was hooked and opened the way. I don't think it's a very difficult thing because our interests are not too conflicting. My scientific society is only dedicated to scientific research. Your church and your church's focus is only on preaching and cultivating church members. Prince Dracula and Lord Bourbon have different bloodlines and werewolves. In fact, the interests of our quartet do not conflict. When we get to the East and solve all the enemy's obstacles, all we have to do is get what we need and not interfere with each other. Furthermore, after killing the Washa people, our technological society needs the Chinese people's bodies. Finally, Lin Meng spoke again. Colin, Wave and Dracula were silent for a while. My blood needs to retrieve the genetic blood essence that belongs to our family. Dracula rode. 2. I don't know that the legend of blood has disappeared for a long time. I thought it was still in the hands of Yi Bai. I have to go back and discuss it. Colin thought about it. I also need to discuss this issue among the Wei people. So does Bourbon. Of course, these are legitimate actions, so we'll make appointments for 3 days. 3 days. I hope all 3 of you have answers. Lin Meng smiled, but did not force San to express his position immediately and agreed. 3 parties immediately nodded and left, of his mouth on the 3 sides behind him, and smiled, because he knew that all 3 parties were moved, and there was no accident. All 3 parties would definitely agree. Sure enough, as expected, 2 days later, Lin Meng received responses from the Blood Clan, werewolves and the church, and agreed to the alliance. Over 3 nights, the 4 formally met to form the alliance and named the alliance Expedition Alliance. Nanyang News November, Guangdong Province, 10:10 noon. The sky is very high. In this place in Guangdong Province, I am afraid that only at this time can I feel the cool summer gradually disappearing. Wuman, in the arsenal, Yi Bai leisurely read Wuman's new collection of martial arts novels from this period of time. Li Quanqing established the Washa Wushu Association in World War I, and after defeating China, Britain, France, Japan and other countries, he gained a great reputation as the Washa Wushu Association. The advantage is that it attracts countless martial arts enthusiasts to come. According to Yi Bai, Li Quanqing also learned a lot of martial arts skills in the name of martial arts exchange. Of course, these skills have been thrown into the arsenal. In fact, not only Li Quanqing, but also other aspects of martial arts are doing their best to collect martial art. This is also what Yi Bai means. There is a set, the system, the strongest auxiliary should naturally play the biggest role in Yi Bai's use. The more skills he collects, the more beneficial it will be to his integration and promotion methods. Although most of these technologies are skills under hierarchical transformation, after all, they also have their own advantages and disadvantages, and the number is large, and both parties can also promote qualitative changes. Moreover, due to the control of the stability of martial arts and the huge martial arts power, the collection efficiency of martial arts is also very fast under the circumstance of careful collection. Especially Li Quanqing joined all the martial arts exhibition halls in Guangdong Province to establish the Washa Wushu Association, and defeated him in one fell swoop. The 3 countries of China, Japan, Britain and France have become weapons for martial arts collections. So far, the arsenal has collected nearly a variety of new technologies. Chapter 377. Persuasion Open Black Lens Bracket Subscribe Close Black Lens Bracket. Yi Bai immediately. I told Beiji Dolphin the whole thing again. Beige nodded when he heard these words. She just thought it had something to do with the local court. By the way, I have one more thing to tell you. After Yi Bai talked about the Body King, he said it again. What's wrong? Baiji turned her head and looked at Yi Bai. When she saw Yi Bai's words flickering, she felt something in her heart. Yi Bai was too familiar with her, and his face became cold for a while. Another woman. 1. There are 2, 2, and 3 in the evening. Please try to forgive me. Now the watermelon goes to the vegetable market to buy vegetables for dinner and stew soup. The next time is mainly the wife. Her body must make up, so the next time will be at home. If you cook by yourself, the cooking time will definitely be much less. Please forgive me. I haven't cooked by myself for more than half a year. I don't know if my cooking skills have declined. At the end of Feng Shui Town, the matter of Lu Shengnan, Yi Bai paid many times for the public food situation, and finally got a smooth solution. In fact, Yi Bai has already received preventive injections for this matter. It turned out to be in Bai Jinan. Breaking through, Zhongnan talked about Li Min, Wu Qingqing and others, and Yi Bai also talked about Lu Shengnan incidentally. Because of the entanglement with Lu Shengnan, did he think that there would be such a day in advance? Therefore, regarding Lu Shengnan's matter, Baiji, although there is a bad heart, it is not too difficult to accept, so this matter was forced by Lin Tianyi and made such a guarantee of stability. And Beiji Dolphin has no opinion. Zhang Qian, Xu Jia, Zhang Qian, Wu Qingqing, 444 women naturally not to mention, but Yi Bai's own heart has secretly decided that Lu Shengnan is the last one. After all, Baiji, Zhang Qian, Xu Jia, Zhang, Wu Qingqing, these 555 real wives, plus the current man come over, he will have 666 real wives, plus Julie this lover and Carrie, Anne, Hannah, 3 vampires, 10 out of 10 at any time. If you consider international friend Beiyuan Shangzi, he already has a woman. I have so many women myself. It also covers various genres such as humans, ghosts and vampires by race, Oriental beauty and Western beauty by geography. There are so many beautiful women in the world, women who like them have already gone to sea, so they can't have them all. After all, Yi Bai didn't have the idea of planting the world. It's almost enough to have such a tangle with himself. 3 days, on a sunny morning, Yi Bai went to Yangshui Town to pick up Lu Shengnan to Guangdong Province. Yangshui Town is also where Lu lives. Both of them are from Guangdong Province, about 200 miles away from Guangdong Province, but at Yi Bai's current speed, the back and forth is only an hour or two slower, but this time it is impossible for them to go back and forth. Go back to Yangshui Town, which arrived at more than 10 o'clock in the morning, stayed in Yangshui Town for a day. After dinner in the afternoon, Yi Bai left Feng Shui Town with Lu Shengnan and returned to Guangdong Province. This time, Yi Bai got to know the situation of the Lu family in particular. More than 10 years ago, when Lu Shengnan was a child, his parents passed away in an exorcism for the 23rd life. Since then, Lu Shengnan has been following his aunt Lu Qingmei, and the entire Lu family. In addition to 2 people, there are some people, but not in Yangshui Town. They are separated from each other, and Yi Bai's troubles are less. Otherwise, if Lu Shengnan's parents or other relatives and elders are also there here, he won't agree so easily. After all, neither of them are married, so their reputation is not very good. However, since only Lu Qingmei and Lu Shengnan are 2 people, this matter is naturally no problem. Lu Qingmei, an old man who does not object. Lu Shengnan himself is willing. Everything is natural. Evening, Lu Shengnan and Lu Shengnan returned to Guangdong Province. Lu Shengnan once came to Guangdong Province. After entering the city, Lu Shengnan looked around all the way, especially when he saw some high-rise buildings in foreign countries. He couldn't help but look at a few more, especially when she saw the clothes of most people in the whole street. But she couldn't help showing a kind of novelty, because she found many people on the street dressed strangely, but they looked much better. This is mainly influenced by Yi Bai. After Wu Qingqing walked out of the garment factory, Yi Bai also drew Wu Qingqing's clothing styles of descendants that he could think of. Wu Qingqing also armed or modified those postmodern, or directly make the original version, so that the clothing of many people in Guangdong Province is now very modern. Therefore, in Lu Shengnan's eyes, seeing it once is also a very new feeling. Walked through the street, ate some snack, and returned to the villa after more than an hour. Fortunately, without being in the courtyard, Beiji Dolphin tried his best to show the demeanor of the court, and other women also prepared for Lu Shengnan's arrival. Among them Xu Jia was more familiar with Lu Shengnan, and the atmosphere was integrated. In the next few days, as they got acquainted with each other, Lu Shengnan also fully integrated into Lin Yuan, and directly established a deep friendship with Beiji Dolphin, because Lu Shengnan also contracted the same bad habits as Beiji Dolphin. Novel, once again accidentally picked up a novel book that Beiji Dolphin read for a while. then directly joined the club, and then couldn't extricate himself. Yi Bai was speechless, wondering if he wanted to copy the glazed horse and let the two girls take a good look at it. Yi Bai's life has also stabilized again, practicing, playing wild, and accompanying his wife. After more than 10 years, the Taoist shop consumed nearly a lot of energy, and was promoted to the 6th floor by Yi Bai. Since then, Yi Bai Daowu has stepped on the peak of the second realm, and there are more than 800,000 energy left. Although it is impossible for him to upgrade the Taoist shop and martial arts to the 7th floor, it is enough for him to break through one of these two systems to enter the 7th and 3rd floors. And once he stepped on the 7th floor, whether it was martial arts policy or Taoist classics, one of his practice departments would set foot in the 3 realms. However, Yi Bai predicted that if he wanted to wait for the 7th floor to step into the 3 frontiers, I'm afraid he would have to wait at least 1 or 2 months, because with the improvement, the evolution and transformation of the physique or soul brought about by each improvement in the future will be greater. Likewise, he needs more and more time to fully adjust to mastering. It's mid-January, and in order to break through the 7th floor, Yi Bai estimates that the martial arts and Taoist shops will not be able to go until at least March or even April, but he is not in a hurry, because he now has enough strength to deal with the current enemy and crisis. The current rate of progress is no longer busy. At this moment, Yi Bai planned to play a bit wilder. When there was enough energy to break through, Wuguo policy and Taoism broke through the 7th floor together and set foot on the 3 border lines together. Of course, this is mainly due to Yi Bai's more or less obsessive-compulsive disorder. He is obsessive. Before his death, Yi Bai suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder. Sometimes, after going out for a while, he can't help but go back to the door to see if it matters. Even though he clearly remembers that the door is closed, he can't help but go back and look once, because if he doesn't, when I look at it, I always feel a sense of unease in my heart. Even in his last life, he walked for more than 10 minutes and ran home to see if the door was closed. This is OCD. Month. A cold snap hit, and the weather in Guangdong province suddenly turned straight. The cold wind blew on his face, and the pain felt like being caught by his ears. It rained hail for several days, and even light snow drifted in the evening, all covered with ice. The specific time for the woman meeting was set in the late 1920s, and there were still nearly 10 days left, so Yi Bai also planned to use this time to return to Feng Shui town with Jia. After breakfast in the morning, I drove a carriage and did some shopping. Master, Dad, Mom. Afternoon, when he returned to town, he saw from a distance that 9 uncles were burning charcoal with Shu's father and Shu's mother. Yi Bai immediately, come from afar. Because of the cold weather, there are far fewer pedestrians on the street and much colder business than in the past. I made a stove directly in the store, burning charcoal, and my parents' store is also next door. When they had free time, they would come over to bake bread and chat with each other. Hearing Yi Bai's voice, the 3 elders also immediately look out to the street outside the store. When they saw Yi Bai and Jia, they also immediately showed joy. It's Tianzi and Xiaoji who came back. Mother Shu immediately, looking very happy, one stood up and walked out the door, followed by the 9 uncles and Father Shu. Yi Bai stopped in front of the store in a carriage, and got out of the car with Jia. Big brother, Xiaoji. The rouge shop across the street, Shu Dongsheng and Tian Yidao came back. Yi Bai and Jia walked out of the shop with a smile. Tian Rong has a big stomach. It has been more than 5 months, and the big belly is very obvious. After passers-by greet each other, the shop she walks into sits by the fire. As for Yi Bai and Jia come back, no matter. It's uncle, Shu Dongsheng and his mother Shu Dongsheng and Tian Rong are very happy. Since Jia followed Yi Bai to settle in Guangdong province, they have rarely had time or opportunity to come back, so they were very happy when they came back. Evening, the whole family opened fire and made a sumptuous dinner together. In addition to ordinary chicken, duck and fish, and seafood brought by Yi Bai and Jia from Guangdong province, we had a meal together, a hot reunion dinner. After dinner, the family sat by the stove in the living room and talked about the house, until after midnight. Father and Mother Shu, Dongsheng, Tian Rong went out, and Yi Bai and Jia also sent the 4 out of the house. Back at home, Uncle, Yi Bai and Jia stopped talking. It's very late. It is difficult to travel during the day. You should also rest early. Look at the couple and say, okay, Master, you should go to bed early too. Yi Bai also smiled. Then go back to your room. Yi Bai woke up very early. Pushing open the door, a biting cold wind is blowing head-on. The roof eaves and troughs are covered with sticky ice, and the temperature has reached 00 degrees below zero. However, this degree of cold will of course not have much impact on Yi Bai. With his current physique, it is naturally cold to summer. Wearing thin white pajamas, the cold wind is not cold. Go directly to the water tank in the yard. Wash your teeth with cold water. Wash your teeth. Go back to your room. Close the door to prevent the cold wind from blowing in. Shujia, he is still under the quilt. Then he took off his pajamas, put on a loose home outfit, and went to the mirror to take a closer look. When he looked in the mirror, he couldn't help but fall in love with people, and he couldn't help walking down. Mirror, mirror, do you think I'm the most handsome, beautiful, moody, attractive man in the world? Mirror, there is no answer. The mirror is just a dead thing with no essence, so naturally no answer can be given. Otherwise even the answer might be, bitch face. But Jeremy Lin obviously didn't have an exchange number. After looking in the mirror, he didn't answer, and then he said talking to himself in the mirror. Don't speak, it means silence, and silence means acquiescence. Yi Bai is the most handsome, the most beautiful, the most temperamental and the most attractive man in the world. Yi Bai, you are such a good sinner. Finally, Yi Bai left the mirror with his own voice, pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Puff, and almost when Yi Bai just walked out, he was still there. Shujia, who was in the quilt, stuck out his head. A long black hair covered the small half of his face, revealing most of his face. Looking at Yi Bai's back out of the door, he couldn't help laughing, but Yi Bai was talking to himself in the mirror, and she could hear it clearly. This man is too narcissistic. Yi Bai, who closed the door and left the room, naturally heard Shujia's laughter in the room, but his face didn't change at all. No blush and embarrassment either, because he thinks what he said is right. Although he is a little narcissistic, but not exaggerating. Their beauty and excellence are well known all over the world. Therefore, Yi Bai was not embarrassed by this. Yi Bai, this is what makes me outstanding. Walking out of the yard, coming to the front yard, and seeing a person boxing on the flat ground of the yard. Although the boxing does not seem to have a strong momentum, but there is no charm, especially with the unique way of breathing and gasping for boxers, also give a long, lasting feeling. Master, Yi Bai shouted with a smile. But the one who fought was none other than his uncle. And the boxing method is not the original Maotian fitness boxing, but the combination of Yi Bai's martial arts policy before martial arts practice. Hearing Yi Bai's voice, he also got the power of boxing, turned his head and looked at Yi Bailu. Come on, take a few steps with the master. Yes, Yi Bai also answered happily, and left the scene with a smile. Uncle didn't be vague, and saw Yi Bai walking into the yard, once to attack. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, the collision between master and apprentice sounded in the courtyard. It is said that fighting is actually Yi Bai's practice. After all, the gap between master and apprentice in martial arts is a bit big. Although there is a foundation for boxing, martial arts are not good at all. Now it is only dark power. So during the entire battle, Yi Bai is just the whole defense. Seeing the movement and dismantling, and occasionally counterattack is also the degree of controlling and suppressing the dark forces. However, this is also desired. Of course he knew the gap between his strength and Yi Bai. The reason why he looked for Yi Bai was because he needed Yi Bai, a living target who could do his best, without worrying about getting hurt or injured. Just a sandbag for people. The one with the sturdy meat bag was, of course, his own apprentice. Boom, boom, boom. In the yard, the teacher and the apprentice had a fight. Shujia also washed his clothes and came out. When he saw the pictures of teachers and apprentices in the yard, he also smiled, went to the direction of the kitchen, and started to make a fire to cook. He did not disturb teachers and apprentices. After more than an hour, nearly, the food was ready. 3 people gathered around the table to eat and chat. Yi Bai also told his master about the situation outside this period and the development of the Wu family, as well as things about Xinjiabo. Due to the Guanshan barrier in Fengshui town, although it is not far from Guangdong province, it is relatively close, and the newspapers are not single, so the news situation of the outside world is also very close. Although some people in the town heard the news of Xinjiapo when they were doing business outside, even if they knew the news of Xinjiapo's establishment, they didn't know that Yi Bai was the mastermind behind it, that is, Fengshui town. Except for his own master besides, no one knows the specific situation of Lin Tianqi. Even Shu's mother, Shu Dongsheng, and Tian Rong didn't didn't know. Although Shujia knew about Yi Bai, Shujia never mentioned more things to his parents, eldest brother and brother-in-law. Because Shujia felt that Yi Bai didn't mention much, it must be Yi Bai's own consideration, so he never said much. Heart trembled very much, especially knowing that the power of his disciples had established a country, and after a country was established, his heart was even more difficult to calm down. Although I knew that Yi Bai would not be a small outsider, I didn't expect to reach this level. What are you going to do next? Are you going to live in New Home Castle in the future? After calming down, he asked again. Okay, I'm going to Singapore for a martial arts conference next month, and then they'll pick another island in Singapore with Jenny, build a villa, won't move there entirely for the time being, but in the future the focus will shift to go there. Yi Bai said that whether it is the upcoming anti-Japanese war or the situation after the founding of the People's Republic of China, the focus will inevitably shift to Shinjupo in the future. In the case of him and Wuman, moving to Shinjupo was inevitable. Not only his own masters Shu Fu and Shu Mu, but also Shu Dongsheng Tianrong also needed to be moved. As a posterity, he is now capable, and he will not put the loved ones around him in danger. According to the current international and domestic situation, the domestic situation is not optimistic. Stabilize, Master Yu, Dongsheng, Xiaorong and other parents will also go to Shinjiapu. Yi Bai said it again. Let's talk about it later. It's good to stay here for now. If it's that day, go to 000. Quote, thought about it. Chinese people pay attention to returning leaves to their root, and they all have strong local feelings, so it is difficult to leave the land, especially those who are old enough to have lofty aspirations, especially those who are big enough to have lofty aspirations. They are used to where they live, to familiar people, so it is difficult to move. Yi Bai immediately nodded, understood, and stopped talking. Anyway, it's far from that time. Yi Bai knew that if history itself did not turn back, the war would spread to Guangdong province after the outbreak of the all-out anti-Japanese war. It was not until 1938 that the war spread to the Guangdong province side. There was still a year left, so there was no need to do so. Leave in a hurry. Teacher and the apprentice simply talked for a while. These questions, and then they opened up again. Master, how do you feel about the unity of Taoism? After Yi Bai passed the previous question, he asked it again. Hearing the chopsticks picking up the food, he looked at Yi Bai and walked slightly to his eyebrows. Do you want to unify the doors? Yi Bai made no secret and nodded directly. In fact, he has had this idea for a long time. Quanjun met with Li San and Zhang Quanjun last time. Yi Bai was more confident about it. Yi Bai's main purpose has 3 points. First, to unify the Taoist sect, which can increase his strength. Second, it is convenient for him to collect the practice of various schools. Third, and the most important point, is to establish a Shinto, just like Beiji Dolphin's incense. Not for himself, of course, but for his own master. Yi Bai, who was behind him, had already thought about it. If he really can't break the 5 rules and step into life, when the earth recovers, he will bury himself like a zombie, as will Xu Jia, Li Min, Wu Qingqing, Lu Shengnan and others. As long as they don't object, Yi Bai will be buried together. In this life, apart from himself, Yi Bai is most concerned about his wife and master, and he does not want to live or die one day. So, no matter what, he will keep those around him alive. Let Xu Jia, Li Min, Wu Qingqing and other women and their zombie Yi Bai have the confidence to persuade them. But my master, with a character, Yi Bai knew that even if he died, his master would not be willing to become a zombie and make himself immortal. So Yi Bai wanted to build a Shinto, and make his master like Baiji, enjoy the power of incense after death, become a local god, and then slowly cut off the shackles of the incense and become a ghost repairer. He is such a master who cares the most, and Yi Bai doesn't want to watch life die in the future. Even Yi Bai already knew that he had controlled Shinjiapo now. Under the situation of martial art, his future strength will only increase. Even if the unified road gate is not smooth, he will build another Taoist gate in Shinjiapo. It is also a great thing to establish his master as a great ancestor, to enjoy the incense and the power of immortality. In terms of Yi Bai's own strength, this is not difficult. Didn't know Yi Bai's specific thought, but he thought about Yi Bai's idea of unifying the gate. We'll talk about it later. Just one for today. Everyone, don't wait. Let's talk to you first. Captain Awe is very clear that it will not be easy to unify the Taoman. Although Maoshan, Laoshan, Longhushan and other spiritual schools all call themselves Taoman, there is absolutely no school that can fully represent the entire Taoism, because each faction has already become its own strength. Since ancient times, Taoism has not been unified, and there is even a kind of school competition between. Although Yi Bai has great strength now, I am afraid that Yi Bai will find it difficult to have an enemy on the whole road, or even in the world. If Yi Bai really wanted to have a strong heart, of course he could do it, but in this case, there must be bloodshed and sacrifice. After all parties are always independent of their own power. Yi Bai now wants a unified door. If they agree, they will have to submit to Yi Bai. Who wants to do this? Chapter 378. Annihilation. Subscribe. Yi Bai smiled and answered bluntly. In any case, for him, this time when he came out of Wangquan, he said, yes, to people who had seen the local court outside. Still, no promise. It doesn't matter. However, when I saw Yi Bai nodded, he breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. Now, tell me what you know about Defu and Wangquan. In order to discuss the conditions of cooperative education, Yi Bai did not want to waste more time, but asked. The 5 words of the month looked at each other, followed by the beginning of the sentence, meaningless. In fact, in the local court, we only belong to the lowest level of existence. If it were not for the end of heaven and earth, we would not be allowed to live forever, and it would not be our turn. In fact, we are not very concerned about the situation of the local court. Understand that we will not be able to access any core secrets except to understand the general situation of the local court. The power of the court of the earth spreads throughout the universe. Almost most of the universe in the world has the power of our court. Wangquan is one of the cards in our region. It is based on the universe and opens with ghosts. As for the special space in the future, in the way of opening, only the monarch of the imperial court knows that after the completion of Wangquan, it will also form the symbol of Wangquan, which will be directly controlled by the monarch of the imperial court, thus controlling the entire Wangquan. You can get the power of Wangquan, control the entire Wangquan. The power of Wangquan, strengthen the power. Oh, it's no wonder that when you fought before, the power of your monarch would fly, and this is the power of Huangquan. Hearing Yi Bai's words immediately opened it up, and when I thought about the power of Xing's sudden rise in the fight with Hexing before, I understood in my heart. Yes, this is Huangquan's power. He nodded in vain and said, at this time, he looked at Yi Bai responsibly. This time Xingnan went to Guangzhou to find Yi Bai, because Wangquan was built, and he wanted to use Wangquan's power to kill Yi Bai. Therefore, he knew that this would be the result. Go, what happened to the yellow spring order that the dead black charcoal head just said? Yi Bai then asked. The black charcoal head in his mouth was naturally a black sentence. Huangquanzun is the symbol that Wangquan gave us after opening. It is directly connected with our soul. It will become part of the control of Wangquan, attached to Wangquan's brand, and given by Fujun. Likewise, the rich army can be restored at any time. White judgment. Well, that means you can't give me your yellow spring order. Yi Bai was a little disappointed to hear this. Seeing Yi Bai's disappointment, Baiju immediately jumped in his heart, where he couldn't see Yi Bai's thoughts, so he hurriedly opened his mouth. Wangquan was given to me by the king. It was given to me once, and no one else can transfer it or deprive it. Wait a minute, now that your monarch is dead, what about the yellow spring scars? Yi Bai suddenly thought of this again and asked Dong. Other hand, this question is also asked for free. Prince died, where did they know what the mark of Huangquan would be like? They encountered this situation once. In the past, they have never heard of the world's monarchs, and even the judge Yin Shi seldom die, because their position is in the universe, almost in which world, is one of the lowest beings. This way, Bai Bai's judgment and sudden sadness are also commoners of the local court, and the gap is a bit big. Well, we don't know either. Maybe only we know something. Bai Ji shook his head and said painfully, on top. Hearing this sentence, Yi Bai suddenly looked like an action, thought of a question, and said, now in a situation like yours, what do you usually do above? Will you send someone again? Have you reported this news? We have reported to those above when we found that the king's lamp had gone out. Unless those above intend to give up the world, it will be necessary to send a new monarch to step down. Bai said again and told Yi Bai the situation. Yi Bai nodded after hearing these words, which was similar to what he had guessed, and then said it again. Why did your precinct come to this world if you're going to send more people next time? How did you get here, and is there a way to leave? We don't know the specific purpose of of coming to this world. We just follow the command above. Perhaps the court knew better. It was originally opened by the big powers, but now the space channel has been closed. If we want to leave, we have to rely on the people at the top to do it. It's uncertain, but it won't be too short if the higher-ups send in again. Baiju also opened his mouth and said to Yi Bai that they did not know the purpose of coming to this last world of Dharma. They are completely at the bottom of Fufu. They are completely obedient. At first, the powerful people of the local court sent them into the space tunnel with huge mana, but because this world was restricted by the last law, the strong could not enter. Therefore, the senior officials of the local court at that time only asked the big countries to open the space channel, send them away, and the space channel was also closed. After all, it is not easy for a big country to do so. It can be said that now they are considered not to want to leave this world. They cannot be separated without powerful men in the local court. As for when the newly dispatched county court personnel will arrive, it will be even further away. After all, this is across the universe. Even if the news has passed, I am afraid it will be a one-year unit. After learning about the situation, Yi Bai also nodded, did not say anything, but opened his mouth. Okay, I've finished asking. That's it for now. You wait for me here first. When I come back, you open the door of Wangquan, and when you go out, I will let you go. After that, Yi Bai came out, and the figure rose from the sky and flew to the other side of the bridge. What are you going to do? Five saw that Yi Bai's movements could not stop. His face changed a little, and he blurted out. Monk said that hell is not empty and will never become a Buddha. Buddhist monks know that, as a person in Taoism, Yi Bai rarely has the opportunity to come to Wangquan today. If I don't empty this yellow spring, I'm not saying that I can't compare with the Buddhists, nor can I defeat the Buddhist sect. Yi Bai replied gently, said it here, and said it suddenly. If Wangquan is not empty, what face will leave? 5 times in vain. 0. Sweeping the floor and taking a step, Yi Bai's figure soars directly and walks towards the depths of Wangquan. He naturally won't give up such a good opportunity to harvest energy. Soon, Yi Bai will find a big shadow, and even a few yin masters. These yin masters were all plundered from a distance, and they had no idea what was going on, but heard the movement on this side, and ended up hitting Yi Bai's head and roaring. The huge palm covered the sky. Yi Bai he stretched out his hand directly, one palm slap. The huge palm crossed the space of kilometers, blocked the sun, and directly covered the yin chi and the shadow below. A few of them looked at the huge sky palm above their heads and felt the huge power contained in them. This is also the sudden appearance of the dead soul, and he does not want to look back. Run, it's Yi Bai. Yin Chi's when I first recognized Yi Bai, he hurriedly shouted, turned and ran away. The taste of the other eye also changed a lot on his face, but at the moment of turning around, the liver and gallbladder disappeared. All cracked, because a few people suddenly found that at the moment when they turned around, the surrounding space suddenly increased in air pressure, and a huge force was crushed above their heads, which directly made it impossible for a row of people to move. No, we're done. A wealthy man suddenly showed a pale and desperate expression. 379th. Profound open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. Prime Minister Wu proposes to use these British prisoners of war to teach us technical knowledge about the Navy, especially warships, i.e. to use these prisoners to train our own Navy, and to extract these British prisoners of war for all their useful value, even if there is no ransom, even without a ransom. Furthermore, it is proposed that the British Army be given freedom to write letters and communicate with their families so that they can publish the news of the opportunity we have given these British forces to atone for our discussion. Li Lianxin said the whole proposal plan without saying a word. Must be said that those who are unwilling to spend a lot of money to redeem people are indeed politicians, and this is undoubtedly the best way for them to deal with this problem. Not only did it extract the residual value of these people, but it gave itself a good reputation and invaded the British court. It is conceivable that the British court is unwilling to save people. At this time, the Sinjapo court will give them another chance of redemption, will not mistreat them, not even write letters to them, or even have the freedom to communicate with their families. This is conceivable. Yi Bai can assure me that by then, more than half of the prisoners will even be grateful to the new Capo court, but they will certainly not feel better about the British court, because they were caught for the sake of the court. But after the failure, the court did not want to spend money to redeem them, which was almost a disguised form of abandoning them, and at this time, the Sinjapo court gave them a chance. So the difference, conceivably, is here for the purpose of giving these prisoners the freedom to communicate with their families. These prisoners will vent their dissatisfaction with the British court in letters, and when their families see it, they will definitely discuss it directly because of the dissatisfaction of the court. By then, the British court will certainly be affected by some discussions. Even if the British court knew of the new chap's loophole, they had to swallow it. On the Sinjapo side, on the other hand, there will be no loss, not only no loss, but appreciation by a large number of British prisoners, and a greater ability to extract the value of these men, especially in the Navy. Before these former under the direction of the British Navy, there is no doubt that Sinjapo's own naval construction will undoubtedly reduce a lot of time, especially some technologies, and it is more difficult to ask for $1,000. The British Navy of this era is definitely one of the world's. Then this suggestion is good. Then after you leave, you can directly convey my meaning to the army and everyone. I agree with this suggestion. How can Premier Wu implement it? Yi Bai meditated on the sidewalk. Yes, Li Lianxin responded immediately. Are you ready for a meeting? Yi Bai asked again about the preparations for the meeting. Everyone at the door has arrived, and the venue and preparations for the meeting have been arranged. Li Lianxin said it again. Yi Bai nodded. Okay, let's go according to the original plan. If there is anything else, you can contact me again. If nothing else, we'll be here for the time being. Okay, then let's leave the president first. You can call me when you need anything. Li Lian thought. Fang Ming and Yi Bai spoke. Then the two left. After Fang Yu and Li Lianxin left, Bai Ji, Xu Jia, Fang Yu, Wu Qingqing, and Lu Shengman also saw the whole villa from the villa one after another. How do you feel? Yi Bai looked at several women and asked. The whole thing is good, but some rooms don't like the style of the decoration, and the decoration style of these foreigners still looks a little awkward. The white cum dolphin opened his mouth. Xu Jia, Li Min, Wu Qingqing, Lu Shengman and the four women all nodded in agreement. Because this manor house was originally a British nobleman, of course, the architectural style of the house and the various decorations of the rooms are all British. Several women are Chinese and have long been accustomed to the decorative style of home architecture. Of Western decor is not of interest. In fact, Yi Bai himself was not interested, especially in a room. There was also a painting of a Western woman. The key point was that the woman in the painting was still fat and ugly. He did not know the meaning of this painting. Is this the art of Westerners? Yi Bai said he couldn't appreciate this art. So, when I saw it the second time, Yi Bai just took it off. Then send someone over to repair it tomorrow. I also don't like the style of these foreigners, so we should be here for a while. Meeting the day after tomorrow. We will go to the surrounding islands to see the address, choose the location, and then build our own house, and then build our new home in the future. Yi Bai said with a smile. Several women nodded and settled down in the manor. The sun has gone down outside, and the sky is getting darker and darker. The day before the women meeting, Yi Bai called on Li Sisheng, Wu San and other senior martial arts officials, and held a small meeting in advance on the details of the martial arts meeting. Morning of 3 days, a large auditorium, the Wushu meeting officially began. The auditorium at the end of the martial arts conference has about a seat, and almost half of the people are close to each other. This is all the official personnel of the entire Wumen today, excluding family members, and no one is outside or under the influence of any one person. Although Wumen is now a huge force involving the military, there are many fields such as politics, black people, business, etc. But there are not many real human members, only this, because the development of human is based on the elite line. There are not many people seeking refinement, not many people, but an external person is absolutely important, has its own influence, and if certain conditions are not met, they cannot enter. The venue, people sat in the front row. Li Kesheng, Wu Shan, Zhao Chengfeng, Li Lianxin, Cheng Gang, Feng Wu, Zhou Tian, etc. And others also took their seats in order. For this conference, the entire people of the Gate of Martial Arts are basically full of expectations, because everyone knows that this martial arts conference is an internal rectification of their martial art, and it is also a meeting of interest, just like the opening of the ancient emperor, to expand the land, to achieve the same achievement. For them, the nature of the meeting is almost the same. Here Here comes the janitor. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Bai appeared in a white suit with a red flower on his chest. I've seen the doorman. They are all right away. He stood up and shook the entire auditorium. Yi Bai walked onto the stage, smiled at people's hands and said, "You, welcome, sit down." Everyone immediately, hearing the sound of the seat, seeing Yi Bai's smiling and approachable dark color, he also smiled one after another, making the original serious atmosphere a little relaxed, and Yi Bai did it again. "It's my pleasure to see you again today. I still remember the last martial arts convention was half a year ago, when I had just gone through a big robbery and lost countless of the same doors. It seems to be yesterday, from the first great waterfall to today's great rise. I'm afraid at the same door, the echo is like a dream." In short, pulling up the minds of those present and remembering the memories of sighs on many faces. In fact, for most of the people present, seeing the strength of the entire martial arts and their own. Looking back on the days when the imperial court was almost desperate, there is indeed a dreamy feeling that the great fall of life is nothing more than this. Many people expressed their respect and gratitude to Yi Bai at one time, because everyone knew that the Wu family could have today's glory, they could have today's status, they are all Yi Bai. When I took over the master of this door in the past, I said that the disasters of the past are painful and it is a new life. I will bring Wumen to a new glory and height. Think of it now, but I didn't break my promise. Yi Bai said with a smile that people felt deeper, especially those who lived in Li Teliang, Li Lianxin and the original Li Teliang department. At this moment, they couldn't help feeling that they had a kind of respect and admiration for Yi Bai. The whole Yi Bai agrees with Wumen. In just half a year, Wumen has reached a high level. This is the Wumen of the past few decades, which must be admirable. The most important thing is that you will never get angry working under Yi Bai, because Yi Bai will release his power instead of being authoritarian like other superiors. Except for important matters and decisions, Yi Bai is completely in a state of decentralization. As long as this is not a major mistake or something, Yi Bai is not guilty, and he can take the advice of the following people. This is the rarest. Frankly speaking, Li Teliang, he felt that his heart had slowly started to be afraid of Yi Bai, not only hurt, afraid, but also respected. At first he gave up the status of the homeowner to Yi Bai. He was just forced by the situation, because he knowing that this is the best choice for him, unwilling to do these, he must have it. But now, he found that the unwilling things have long disappeared in his heart. Okay, let's stop talking. Let's officially start this meeting. Everyone knows the purpose of the meeting. I've explained too much. Yi Bai continued to speak, got back to business, and began to formally hold the conference. In order to better promote the development of China's martial art, I decided to rectify the structure of China's martial art. I have discussed this issue with the Deputy Goalkeeper Li, Zhao Lao and others, and have reached a unified opinion. In the new woman structure, the position of the door owner will remain unchanged. All other positions such as guards, elders, star envoys, etc., should be cancelled, and a martial arts hall will be set up instead, and the door owner and the cabinet will form the core layer. That is to say, after the rectification, the core high level is composed of the door owner and Wu Ting, and the door owner and Wu Ting also determine the rights of the large and small affairs on the door. Wu Ting is composed of cabinet members, some people, similar to the form of the national parliament. In addition to the cabinet members, there is one cabinet member and two deputy cabinet members, and the cabinet owner is directly served by the deputy cabinet members. In front of the owner and Lord Wu, the other members will set up 9 levels from the bottom to the top, from the first level to the 9 floors, from the lowest level and the highest level. The greater the corresponding benefit. There will also be other counterparts behind Wu Ting, but they need to be built up slowly when needed. Yi Bai opened his mouth and said that the core rights and overall framework of the rectification have been roughly discussed with the public. People also sat in danger and listened to Yi Bai's speech quietly. After the entire organizational structure of the rectification was finished, it also became the main link of the conference. I will continue to serve as the head of the door, and I will also serve as the head of Wu Ting's cabinet. The deputy cabinet members are the former deputy goalkeeper and the deputy goalkeeper Li. In addition, several cabinet members will be appointed today, namely Zhao Chengfeng, Zhou Tian, Lin Shu, Li Lianxin and Cheng Gang, Fang Wu and Li Quanqing. The remaining seats of more than 24 cabinet members will be elected in the future, with only one requirement, which is the easiest and the most difficult, and whoever can do it can do it. Of the Wu Zhe cabinet, the original core rights of women are naturally the highest level, except for the outstanding performance of Fang Yu, Li Quanqing and others during this period. After announcing these, Yi Bai will speak. It was handed over to Wu San, Li Tuliang and others, and the rest of the staff were announced and appointed by them. And in the future, how to improve the status on the door and other promotions and so on. These were also announced by 2 people one by one. In fact, the method of promotion is very simple. In short, those who can be promoted are promoted according to their individual ability to contribute. Of course, this ability has been tweaked a bit compared to previous martial art. It is not determined by personal forces as in the past. Must be known that in late France, spiritual practice was no longer the mainstream of the world, which naturally needed to change. Therefore, women's ability evaluation, in addition to personal strength, political ability, economic ability, and even medical ability, scientific and technological ability, cultural ability, or regarded as a reference ability, has the same status. When women, it will no longer be based on force when it absorbs its members in the future, no matter the industry, as long as you do it well. The whole meeting took more than 5 hours to end, and the new structure and rectification work of women was officially completed. In addition to, Yu Ren became a member of Wu Ting's cabinet. Other people also received corresponding rank status, except Li Chang, Li Debiao, Zhang Shui, Wu Sanzhong, Xu Wenqiang, and others who Yi Bai took special care of. Everyone else was rated based on their personal abilities and past performance on the door, not to mention percent notarization. There was not much deviation, and those present were basically satisfied with their status and right. Not to say that everything is satisfactory, but at least it will not be dissatisfied, and the martial arts after the new rectification. The level is clear, and similarly, the rights and interests of the corresponding level are also clearly defined on the door, which is the most satisfactory, where you can how much to get. Basic benefits, clearly marked. For example, at the lowest level, the basic rights and interests of Wushu members, including the rights and interests of themselves and their families, are protected by Wushu, and they enjoy women's rights and interests to help solve problems in the event of an accident, and the corresponding monthly payment. Xinjiapo nationality is a set of equity gates for independent housing kits and various other resources. After the meeting, Yi Bai immediately summoned Wu San, Li Teliang, and Zhao Chengfeng, and gave an instruction to Wu San, Li Teliang, and Zhao Chengfeng, who had just elected Wu Ting's cabinet members. Establish your own women independent intelligence and armed services. Of course, intelligence gathers all kinds of outside intelligence, while the armed forces are used for outside operations or traitors that might need to be cleaned out on some doors. Of course, only when Yi Bai proposed, the specific establishment and implementation would naturally be discussed and resolved by the common people, as long as he finally determined the result. According to Yi Bai's budget, a scientific research department specializing in science and technology, weapons, chemical industry, etc., must be established in the future, especially the technical department of the Academy of Science and Technology. Yi Bai has long been interested in it. He kept Kevin's test notes and weapons later seized by the Institute of Science and Technology. Other words, after the establishment of the Scientific Research Department, especially the ability of the Scientific Research Society, Yi Bai was most concerned about this issue. As long as he masters the technique, he doesn't have to worry about his energy. Imagine that after mastering the methods of developing science and learning ability, we can not only cultivate our own human strength, but also cultivate a large number of people who can provide our own ability to obtain energy, such as some enemies or animals, etc. They can all be used for experimentation, and they can harvest a lot, and then they'll be self-sufficient, so they'll be happy to think about it. Moreover, this martial arts rectification has been completed, and based on Xinjiapo, the entire martial arts is completely on the right track. Under the current situation, Yi Bai also felt that he could really consider dealing with international friends from Western countries such as Europe. However, after thinking about it, Yi Bai decided to stabilize the trend first, because the domestic problem has not been completely resolved. After the whole martial arts session, I slept at the manor for the night. Morning, the group set off on a cruise ship and began to go to the islands around Xinjiapo one by one to make field trip. To choose an island 4 or 50 miles from Xinjiapo, the island is round, about 10 miles in diameter, and the terrain is quite flat. The whole island looks like a round mountain, and there is mainly a huge silver beach. After the address was chosen, people started looking for someone to design and start construction. After staying in Xinjiapo for nearly a week, I found a professional team to design design the design drawings so that Yi Bai and his team were satisfied, and Yi Bai and his team paid for it. When Shiguo knew what Yi Bai meant, he immediately designated the island directly as Lin Tianqi's name in the name of the Xinjiabo court, making it a private property. The official construction of the island began on Moon Ri, which is one day after the traditional Chinese Spring Festival, which is 2 days after the Lunar New Year. Yi Bai and his entourage also spent the Spring Festival in Xinjiapo. However, building small islands does not happen overnight. Therefore, after the Spring Festival, the island officially started and returned to Guangdong province. There are still 2 left today. The festival is finally completed. It is very boring. I know that many book friends must also feel that the festival is very boring, and even think that the watermelon is in the water, but this is really not water, but a kind of bedding. A written book, of course, can't be full of high-end superlatives everywhere. It needs some foreshadowing to make the whole plot look smooth and not abrupt, without the blandness of foreplay. How to come to the high court fun. Also, watermelons don't have much water. Gamblers March, Guangdong province. When night falls, Qianlong will become the next underground casino. Hustle and bustle. Big, small, big. A group of gamblers, surrounded by a group of gamblers staring at the dice cups on the table in front of the gaming table in the casino, divided into 2 groups, shouting and whispering to each other. Gambler is louder than one, and most people basically shout that the red neck is thick, and many people have green tendons on their foreheads. The gangsters' eyes were red and looked crazy, and the small bets on the gaming table were full. Ding! At this time, the expert shook the dice again, opened the dice cup, and announced 4, 5, 6, 15. Big. Yes, I said, it must be very big. It's already 5 yuan. You still don't believe it. A thin face, dark skin, deep eye sockets, a middle-aged man with blood in his eyes immediately, shouting and shouting, the big winners around also laughing one by one, showing off to the people around them from time to time. The losers are naturally a scattered pair, cast envious eyes on the winners, and are also directly angry and spoiled by others around them. Now, the middle-aged man has a thin face, dark skin, deep eye sockets and bloody eyes full of blood and smoke, his eyes immediately, shouting and exhaling. Several victors, his own age, also smiled from time to time, showing off to those around him. Damn, it's big again. I've had enough. A man who had lost a light broke his mouth, scolded him, and left immediately. There are still many who lost a person, shook their heads, turned away, and many lost almost everything, but didn't want to leave like this. They stood together and watched others continue to gamble. It seems that even if they lose, they can take some comfort in their heart. Watching others and yourself lose too, gloating, feeling more lost than yourself, feeling better, seeing people win, gambling, jealous eyes. Why not win yourself? This is the most common psychology of gamblers. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, and 1 loses money and wants to jump out of the building. After the game is won or lost, the number of people at the table does not decrease. While many have lost all their money, there are also many new gamblers. Among the group of gamblers, there is also a middle-aged couple. The male's surname is Huang San and the female surname is Li Feng. Both husband and wife are gamblers. They are easy to eat and lazy. I don't want to go to the casino to gamble. I feel sick all day if I don't gamble for a day. Same goes for tonight. When the couple got paid for their jobs last month, they couldn't wait to come to the casino, but the gambling wasn't great. They've lost 555 feet s, and they've just lost wages. But if they wanted to leave like this, the couple was a little reluctant to turn PUBG around. The end, the couple looked at each other and made a joint decision. Gamble again. Dad. The couple took out the only ocean left and wagered again. If I were a kid, I wouldn't fucking believe it. Open all night. Huang San roared like a savage neck, staring at the man who rolled the dice, and the latter didn't look at Huang San at the same time. He saw a lot of such gamblers. Chapter 380. Catastrophe. Open black lens bracket subscription close black lens bracket. The ghost's judgment is a small wave of a hand, and he doesn't care about the guarantee of. He said just now that this is just to make the best effort for himself, as for the position of Master Yin, but he said casually, of course, if it really shows if he is satisfied, then he doesn't mind really helping to say a few good words. All in all, the strength is pretty good. He has reached the standard of Yin from the beginning, and it is already the highest existence in this world. Moreover, after the completion of Wangquan, as the scale of development becomes larger and larger, it will definitely recruit troops in this world. After all, great powers that span the heavens, such as their autonomous states, cannot be confined to one place. Basically, every new world, it recruits a lot of people from that world. Of course, if these recruiters are obedient. First, tell me about Yi Bai. Whoever is close to him except himself has orders from the imperial court. Except Yi Bai, I will bring back everyone who is close to him. The ghost's judgment has come again. Mr. Head, I don't know the specific situation of my nephew very well, because I have always had a bad relationship with my brothers, so I know very little about my nephew's situation, only a few aspects, but I can be sure that my nephew grew up on my own behalf, so the relationship between the two should be the closest. As for the others, I think as long as I catch my brother first, the others should just ask. It's time to speak up. Yes, Lord Judge Yi Bai and Lin Ju are the closest. As long as they catch Lin Ju, other people who are close to Yi Bai can definitely ask them. As far as I know, Yi Bai has a wife, Lu. The two women with the surname have a lot of connections with the teacher and apprentice with the surname Lin. Shi Xiaojian interrupted, like fighting chicken blood, thinking of Xu Jia, Lu Shengnan, and Lu Qingmei 3 times, thinking that as long as Yi Bai's master and apprentice died, the 3 women themselves would have a chance. Immediately, get excited and move on. We know where Lin Ju lives. It's in Feng Shui Town. We can go catch Lin Ju first. The ghost judge nodded slightly and opened his mouth. Then go to Lin Ju first. Study night, at the Linyuan Villa in Guangdong Province. On the empty lawn behind the villa, Zhang Qian knelt on the ground, breathing forcefully into the sky, sweeping all around. Under the influence of the strong breath emanating from Zhang Qian, the surrounding air became violent, and a gust of wind was set off. Finally, a few hours later, Zhang Qian rushed into the sky with a strong breath, as if breaking through some kind of shackles. Buzzing. The air trembled, directly forming airwaves visible to the naked eye, sweeping around with Zhang Qian as the center. Thump, thump, thump. On the grass, use the airwave to sweep, but when the airwave sweeps, the green grass is directly pulled up by the sheet, sweeping out tens of meters, and the whole airwave dissipates. And where Zhang Qian was sitting, the grassland with Zhang Qian as the center, in a circle of dozens of meters, seemed to have a layer of turf scraped away, leaving it bare. Breakthrough. On the balcony of the villa, Yi Bai, who was paying attention to Zhang Qian's situation, immediately had a pair of bright eyes, while Zhang Qian just congealed into a ghost's body, breaking through the realm of ecstasy. Judging from the current situation, there is no doubt that Zhang Qian has also broken through, and the ghost body has also succeeded. From now on, it is only a state of the world, but from this last French world, except for a few existences such as Yi Bai, Beiji Dolphin or the local court, there is no doubt that it has stood this extraordinary time state has become the most powerful survival group. Yi Bai was also a little happy in his heart. Zhang Qian's breakthrough is a good thing for Zhang Qian and them. Of course, Yi Bai was not surprised, because Zhang Qian was completely able to try to break through as early as a few months ago, but he has been continuing to build up the foundation. Zhang Qian's breakthrough can be said to be natural, but failure is very strange. Bai Ji, Xu Jia, Li Min, Wu Qingqing, and Lu Shengman were also around, and what they saw was a breakthrough. Also happy and happy at the same time, but at the same time, there is also some jealousy, especially the character. Wu Qingqing, Lu Shengnan, 4 women, together with Yi Bai, they naturally know the moral meaning of the realm, and better understand Yi Bai's pursuit, so the 444 women are more envious. In fact, not only the 444 girls, but also Beiji Dolphin also saw Zhang Qian's breakthrough with a little jealousy, because Zhang Qian's breakthrough was too smooth and too fast. Seeing Zhang Qian's breakthrough, Baiji couldn't help thinking of herself. At first, enjoying the power of incense, she became the earth, and then it took 100 years to break the condensation of the ghost, and then it took hundreds of years to reach the state of condensation. So far, she hasn't stepped on a masculine body for over 1,000 years, completely cut off the shackles from the ground, and spent a lifetime collecting ghosts at first. However, Zhang Qian's detailed figures, fully calculated from the beginning of the ghost to the present, have only been more than a year, directly condensing the ghost's body into the realm. It is really a ghost more than a ghost. Of course, although the heart is a little bit hungry, Beiji Dolphin is not really jealous. Beiji Dolphin also knows the reason why Zhang Chenshou can be so fast and so smooth. In addition to, the most important thing is that he has his own guidance at the beginning. Bai often takes medicine when he is around, and extracts a little common food from Yi Bai every night. One day's practice can be dozens of days' lessons less than usual. That is to say, Beiji Dolphin himself can gather Yang body so smoothly. Basically half of his work is inseparable from Yi Bai. Yi Bai's body energy and blood essence Yang, in eliminating those harmful nature. For them it's almost comparable to a panacea for the ghosts. At this time, Baiji couldn't help looking at Yi Bai. She suddenly felt that since she set foot on the three frontiers and gathered the male bodies, her spiritual practice has relaxed a bit, and the promotion of spiritual practice has also been filled with a lot. Pressing is not as hard as it used to be. This lazy habit seems to need to change. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Bai looked at Beiji Dolphin, noticed Beiji Dolphin's sudden eyes, and asked this question in an unknown manner, not understanding why Beiji Dolphin suddenly looked at him, and made his eyes a little strange. Nothing. I just feel that during this time, my practice has relaxed a little bit, and I plan to work harder in the future. Baiji smiled slightly, gave Yi Bai a very bright smile, and then looked at Zhang Qian. At this time, Zhang Qian had already broken through and flew in this direction. Yi Bai felt that Beiji Dolphin was a little inexplicable, but when she saw Zhang Qian coming, she stopped talking. Lin Lang, sister. Zhang Qian fell from the sky, and as soon as he fell to the ground, he did not walk in front of the pedestrians. His face was full of excitement and excitement. Gathering ghosts and stepping on the ecstasy pill, Zhang Qian was also very excited. Zhang Qian's breakthrough is also a new feeling. First of all, the change of temperament after the breakthrough. The breathing is obviously deeper and larger, one of which is its body, which obviously feels more real, looks like ordinary people, and the feet are also can be completely stepped on the ground. Congratulations to Sister Xiaochen, Xu Jia, Li Min, Wu Qingqing, Lu Shengmin and 4 women are also the one who appeared in front of Zhang Qiangong. Although Zhang Qian and Beiji Dolphin are both ghosts, the difference between people and ghosts has long been abandoned by pedestrians after being together for a long time. Zhang Qian broke through the door, and the people had no intention of staying on the balcony. After a few chats, they were ready to go back to the living room. Just as Yi Bai was about to enter the room, he looked at the ground. What's wrong? Beiji Dolphin once noticed the change in Yi Bai's appearance, looked at Yi Bai and asked. Several other women also stopped to look at Yi Bai. Master is in a bit of trouble tonight, I'll go over there. There were a few women twinkling in Yi Bai's eyes. Things will come back to tell you, don't worry. Several women heard these words and immediately, no more, come back early. Baiji explained that she was not worried about Yi Bai. Yi Bai smiled and nodded, then walked out. This number rose directly into the air and rushed to Feng Shui Town. I know you can't sit down, but the man who caught me in the house gave me an unexpected joy. In the night sky, Yi Bai turned his back to the wind and opened his mouth, revealing a touch of what was not a smile. Thanks to his bond with his son, coupled with the ghost's judgment, Yi Bai learned a lesson from the surveillance technology secretly left to his father and son. As a junior who is familiar with film and television plot, how could Yi Bai not know the relationship with his master? Although it temporarily prevented Master Yi Bai from directly shooting the father and son, how could Yi Bai face such an enemy that could happen at any time? Can I leave some descendants to guard against him? When I came to the south to see his son, Yi Bai played a vigilant role in his heart, secretly leaving a mark on Shi Xiaojian's soul. The so-called soul seal is a monitoring technology that is sensitive to the soul. It has no offensive effect, but if it is not noticed, then it can perceive everything about Master Washa through the soul seal, which is a very smart monitoring technology. This technology is learned by Yi Bai from the Beiji Dolphin, and has both monitoring and early warning functions. Therefore, when I met his son once, Yi Bai secretly sealed Shi Xiaojian's soul. The reason why he chose Shi Xiaojian instead was because Yi Bai's power was also a mirror at that time, and his realm was the same. Although his strength is definitely stronger than that, he is also worried that his body will be seen on the stone. So when I met once, Yi Bai only imprinted his soul on Shi Xiaojian. The last time I dealt with the Corpse King, Yi Bai secretly gave a soul mark, because his restoration was completely crushed, and for him, it was impossible to find. Other words, the situation of father and son is basically under the supervision of Yi Bai. Although the effect of the soul seal will be weakened due to the distance, if the distance is far enough, it will even lose its effect, but as long as the soul seal does not disappear, then as long as the soul seal can sense the range, Yi Bai can feel the surveillance at one time, which is hundreds of miles away from Guangdong province. In fact, Yi Bai is not sensitive to the monitoring of father and son by such a distance, but this time the father and son jointly decided to arrest Lin Ju, and the distance from Feng Shui town in Guangdong province, Lin Tianqi's repair today, how can he feel that? In fact, within 100 miles, Yi Bai's repair today can be clearly perceived through the imprint of the soul. Of course, one must be close to Feng Shui town, and just now, one can feel the range of Yi Bai's current soul print just now. Of course, Yi Bai felt at once. This is not only the whereabouts of father and son, but also some thoughts of father and son. Yi Bai felt 7, 8 and 8. Yi Bai naturally understood the purpose of his son in an instant, and even knew the existence of ghosts from the thoughts of father and son. Other hand, Ghost Judgment. Shi Shaojian's 3 characters are in the royal wind in the night sky. The ghost's judgment directly uses the wind method to drag the father and son, and the father and son are responsible for guiding the road. At present, the 3 of them do not know that their behavior has been learned by Yi Bai, and they rush to Feng Shui town with satisfaction. My lord, more than 30 miles ahead is the boundary of Feng Shui town. At this speed, it should take more than half an hour. Looking at the mountains under my feet and opening my mouth to the ghost, I was inexplicably excited. The power and means displayed by the judgment of the ghost are completely conquered, and this kind of flying in the air is completely the means of the fairy goddess. Thinking that not only will he be able to deal with Lin Ju, Yi Bai's apprentice and apprentice, relieve his heart, and even have the opportunity to ascend the throne of Master Yin, from the perspective of longevity and long-term, he can't stop being excited. Shi Shaojian next to him is thinking, as long as Yi Bai and Lin Ju were dead, they would have the opportunity to touch Shujia, Lu Shengnan and Lu Qingmei's fingers, and their hearts would be excited. And the ghost's judgment also has a kind of joy in my heart, because I got from the father and son that Lin Ju and Yi Bai have a good relationship between teachers and students, love father and son, think that as long as they catch Lin Jusha, I am afraid that Yi Bai can use it to avoid mice, was also excited. Therefore, at this moment, all 3 have a kind of excitement in their heart. Yi Bai, I have a big surprise for you. Ghosts talk to themselves. Apocalypse, come out and take good care of it. Feng Shui town, even in the middle of the night, except the occasional dog barking in 2s and 3s, all the sounds are silent, and the lights of each family are turned off. Yi Bai's figure came from the distant night sky against the wind, only a few minutes or so, at the inauguration, and he was still there, dozens of miles away, coming this way, less than 10 to 20 minutes, depending on the speed of their party. Yi Bai watched for a while, then fell directly from the sky into his master's usual sleep in the courtyard. Knock on the door. When he reached the door, he reached out and knocked on the door, whispering, Master. In the room, the 9th uncle who fell asleep immediately. He opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, and looked at the door. Son of heaven, open your mouth. Master, it's me. Yi Bai immediately said. That was Yi Bai's voice. Feeling Yi Bai's voice, 9th uncle immediately. Get up, get dressed and come out. Crunch. The door opened. Uncle Ju was wearing white pajamas and a coat. Seeing Yi Bai with a happy heart, he smiled and said, What's wrong? It's so late. While Chu Xian and the others were talking, the teacher and disciple sat at the stone table in the courtyard again. It's uncle, I'm afraid this time will make the master a little unhappy. Yi Bai opened his mouth. Oh, 9th uncle immediately looked at it. His eyes were shining. Then he looked at Yi Bai and said, What's wrong with your uncle? Things are a little complicated. Let me make a long story short. Besides, Master's uncle, there is another power involved in this matter. I plan to tell Master again. This time I can only tell Master in advance. Master still remembers me asking you if there is a land court in the world. Yi Bai opened his mouth. Land house. Zhu Shu's eyes were fixed on each other for a moment. Defu theory has a long history in Chinese history. Zhu Shu certainly knows it, but these theories have always existed only in legends. No one can confirm this and no one has seen it. Uncle moved in his heart, and looked at Yi Bai with a faint premonition. The other power is the county, which is our legendary county, but if this county didn't come out of nowhere, they should be as powerful as Wang Shoukan, because Wang Shoukan doesn't belong to our world. Yi Bai opened his mouth and told Zhu Shu the situation of the local court one by one, as well as his grievances with Beiji City and the local court. It turned out that Yi Bai didn't want to tell Zhu Shu this, mainly because he was worried about his master, so he was worried about himself. But now the people with Defoe have taken the initiative to come together, he has to say, but in this case, he can also use this opportunity to completely solve the problem of father and son, so that he can collect another wave of energy. The disciple and the Beiji dolphin had many exchanges with the emperor and died. They never told the master that they didn't want the master because the disciples were worried. Who originally planned to go to Defulai can't deal with with me, by Jatuyet, they will deal with the master in secret. I didn't expect this, but I didn't expect Shibao to unite with each other. I'm lucky, the disciple has been on alert for a long time. After listening, Yi Bai told his master about this. Uncle Ju heard that the whole person was silent, sighed in his heart, and said that he would definitely stand by his apprentice in the county court without hesitation, but he didn't want to really hate himself like that. If he wanted to kill his teacher and disciple, his heart would temporarily lose its sense of taste. Although he has been with him for a long time, he has always been reluctant to kill each other. You've been defending your uncle. Uncle looked up at Yi Bailu. Yes, Yi Bai did not deny it, but nodded directly. Master, I know that you are very good to your uncle and do not want to be named, but the heart of injury and prevention is indispensable. You teach me in Dongsheng these words. You should be better than me, know more about what he has done over the years and what he has done. If master can't make up your mind, you might as well take a look. The teacher's father and son, and the ghost, arrived in less than 10 minutes. I'll hide first. After speaking, Yi Bai stood up, walked into Ju Shu's room, and hid his qi. Yi Bai, his master's temperament is the clearest, but he is affectionate and kind, more patient with him, that is, can't stand and be disabled at the same time. Frankly speaking, Yi Bai strongly disagreed with his master. He can repay his grievances with virtue, but he cannot repay his grievances with virtue. Whether it is relatives, friends, or seniors, they have no feelings for themselves, so why should they think about it? As the saying goes, respect is mutual. Likewise, feelings are mutual, good for good and evil for evil. Of course, this is just Yi Bai's code of conduct. After all, ninth uncle is not Yi Bai. Because of this, Yi Bai didn't do anything to the father and son, but tonight, they just let their master give up. Seeing Yi Bai walk into the room and close the door, ninth uncle also sighed. For his disciple's heart, he didn't know. Even ninth uncle himself knew that it was because of him that Yi Bai slowly started with his son. Otherwise, Yi Bai will kill that. The son of determination, the obvious enemy of father and son, has already begun to clean up. Big brother, I have to make concessions to you again and again, but I don't want you and my brother to kill each other. Why do you both work hard for each other? Ninth uncle sighed. He really didn't want to be disabled with him if it wasn't necessary. Of course, after all, this is just the thought in Uncle Ju's heart. People are different after all. Ju Shu thinks so, but not with his son. So this ending is solved. After a while, the city is covered with dark clouds. The rolling dark clouds do not know when they appear. Pouring down from the west, the entire Feng Shui town will be directly covered. The world seems to become in an instant depressed and dull, like a catastrophe. 3 of them rolled in the dark clouds, slowly rushed out of the clouds, and finally stood on the roof next to the yard, looking down at the 9 uncles in the yard. This is the judgment of the ghost and the father and son. Seeing the 9th uncle, the ghost's judgment has not yet opened his mouth, but he drank it directly. Lin Ju, you know your sins. Plan to perform positively in front of ghosts, so this time is of course a tough performance. A light drink, like the sound of thunder, is also an instant shock to the entire Feng Shui town, which wakes up countless people from their sleep. Brother, I don't know what master means. Who is the person beside him? 9th uncle also stood up from the stone bench and looked at the 3 people on the roof, pretending to be confused. However, when I saw Lin Ju like this, and his son felt that their father and son stepped on Lin Ju and put Lin Ju's life and death under their feet, a great pleasure passed through his heart. Lin Ju, when it comes to you, you don't know. I don't know if you really don't know, or don't know. Shi Shaojian also opened his mouth, but when he opened his mouth, he called out Uncle Kowloon's name directly. Apparently, he didn't notice the uncle at all when his elders looked at it. Lin Ju, your disciple Yi Bai has the guts to do evil. How dare you offend the local husband? You know the sin by killing the emperor's yin master. It was also a cold drink, and he looked at Lin Ju proudly, as if he was sentencing. Landhouse. 9th uncle listened to this, but kept the same, looked at the judgment of the ghost, and opened his mouth. I've been building churches for decades, but I've never heard of it. Big brother, don't be deceived by wild ghosts and wild gods. In this way, the implication of directly looking at the ghost judgment is self-evident. Arrogant, in front of the judge, he dares to talk nonsense. Immediately drank it.